In the 51st year of Konoha in spring, Uchiha Shaji walked along the stone-paved path leading home. Today marked his 10th year in this world and in name his 17th birthday. Since dawn, a vague, inexplicable unease had lingered in his chest. He was an anomaly, here a forgotten orphan. It had been a full decade since he crossed into this world as the swaddled infant Uchiha Shaji. Over these 10 years, he had witnessed the clan's pride and obstinacy and had personally felt their exclusion. The only thing he had stubbornly held on to was saving every last copper from New Year's gifts, hiding each coin beneath a loose board in the floor. It was the sole trump card he had prepared for his future. He had a premonition that in this world money could leverage miracles. Pushing open the wooden door of the small house on the outskirts of the clan compound, he was met by a breath of dust. The room was sparsely furnished: a bed, a low table, a wardrobe. Shaji pried up the floorboard beside the bed and took out a heavy cloth pouch, then poured all the coins onto the table until they piled up like a small hill. The fruit of 10 years of endurance. This should be enough, right? Shaji murmured under his breath. Before the words had fully fallen, a faint stab of pain rippled through his mind. A cold, mechanical voice rang out within his consciousness. Ding. Initial startup capital detected. Host meets binding conditions. Super top-up system now activating. 10:30. Shaji's body jolted. It had arrived. The cheat he had waited 10 long years for. 70:100. System activation successful. Welcome, host Uchiha Shaji. A pale blue semi-transparent light screen suddenly unfolded in midair before him. Suppressing the surge of wild joy in his chest, Shaji drew in a deep breath. At the top of the interface, neat tabs were displayed: personal attributes, system shop, storage space, mission list. With a slight movement of his will, he opened personal attributes. Host Uchiha Shaji. Age 17. Chakra level Genin peak. Kekki Genkai Uchiha bloodline Sharingan not yet awakened. Top-up points 1000 converted from New Year's. Savings 1 Ryo 1 top-up point. 10,000 top-up points. 10 years of savings. For a mere Genin, it was not a small fortune. The system chimes sounded again. Ding. Uchiha bloodline detected. Host meets the conditions to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Beginners benefit Mangekyo Sharingan awakening guidance. Explanation: the Uchiha clan's Kekki Genkai possesses immense potential. This system can assist the host in bypassing the harsh stimulation of negative emotions and directly awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. This guidance will consume 5000 top-up points. Do you accept? Mangekyo Sharingan. Shaji's heart gave a fierce thump. It was the pinnacle of ocular arts that the Uchiha clan dreamed of attaining. Bypass negative emotional stimulation. Shaji's thoughts spun rapidly. He knew well how cruel the original path to Mangekyo was. Without exception, it was born from the death of loved ones, the betrayal of dearest friends. If top-up points could resolve it, the price was far too small. Accept, he answered without hesitation. Exchanging half his savings for Mangekyo was a bargain beyond measure. Top-up points, 5000. Remaining 5000. Mangekyo Sharingan awakening guidance initiated. A vast torrent of energy erupted from the system interface, surging straight into Shaji's eyes in an instant. Ugh, ah. Shaji let out a muffled groan, both hands clamping tightly over his eyes. It felt as if his eyeballs were about to explode, searing pain radiating from the depths of his sockets to engulf his entire brain. His vision blurred, then was swallowed by endless blood red. Within that crimson void, countless chaotic images flashed by. The history of the Uchiha, the legacy of the Sharingan, tangled threads of love and hatred. He felt the dormant Sharingan within him under the catalysis of the immense energy snap open in an instant. 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo. In those scarlet pupils, the 3 jet-black tomo spun faster and faster, then merged at last into a new and intricate pattern of strange design. The excruciating pain arrived swiftly and faded just as quickly. Trembling slightly, he lowered his hands and slowly opened his eyes. Everything in his field of vision seemed subtly transformed. Ding! Congratulations to the host on successfully awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. The beginner's gift pack has been delivered to storage space. Please check. At a thought from Shaji, his gaze shifted to the storage space icon. Every detail in the room lay before him in crystal clarity. The floating motes of dust in the air, the minute grain of the wood, even the rhythm of a tiny insect's wings far off in a corner of the wall. He staggered to the only old mirror in the room. Reflected within was the face of a young man, slightly pale, yet unable to conceal its handsome contours. Most striking of all were his eyes. They were no longer ordinary dark pupils, but a vivid crimson. In each socket, an unfamiliar black windmill-like pattern slowly revolved. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan. He raised a hand and gently touched the skin around his eyes. A powerful ocular force surged within his gaze. Suddenly, he also sensed a faint stiffness and the telltale signs of chakra being slowly siphoned away by his eyes. As expected, the burden of Mangekyo is no small matter. Even with the system's assistance, an ocular technique of this caliber could not possibly be without cost. Forcing himself to calm down, he shifted his focus back to the system screen and opened the system shop. In an instant, an array of dazzling items filled the entire light screen. Ninjutsu section: Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, crank 100 top-up points. Fire Release Phoenix Sage Fire Technique, crank 200 top-up points. Lightning Release Chidori, rank 300 top-up points. Spacetime Ninjutsu Flying Thunder God Technique, Strength, 5/0 top-up points. Bloodline Secret Arts Section, Hyuga Clan Byakugan Basic Transplant Version, 8/0 top-up points. First Hokage Cells Trace Diluted, 1/0 top-up points. Uzumaki Clan Adamantine Sealing Chains Introductory, 3/0 top-up points. Items Consumables Section Military Ration Pill Special, 50 top-up points each. Chakra Refinement Acceleration Card, 1 hour, 1/0 top-up points. Physical Enhancement Solution Basic, 5/0 top-up points. Looking at those prices, Shaji could not help feeling a wave of discouragement. With only 5/0 top-up points left, he could not even afford a single rank ninjutsu. Super top-up system truly lives up to its name, he said with a wry, helpless smile. This path toward power was destined to be paved with money. Just as he was about to close the shop and first familiarize himself with his Mangekyo strength, another system prompt popped up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. The beginner's gift pack has been delivered to storage space. Open it now. Beginner's gift pack. His brow arched slightly. Open it. On the system screen, an icon in the shape of a gift bundle appeared, radiating a soft golden glow. A soft popping sound followed as it burst apart, transforming into several streaks of light. Beginner's gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following items. 1. Top-up points, 2,000. 2. Sharingan Origin Elixir Basic 1. 3. Basic Taijutsu Mastery Card 1. 4. Kunai Throwing Technique Master Level Skill Book 1. His remaining points instantly rose from 5,000 to 7,000. The Taijutsu card and the skill book were both solid boosts to his immediate combat strength. But what concerned him most at this moment was the Sharingan Origin Elixir. In storage space, he located a small jade vial and focused his mind on it. Sharingan Origin Elixir Basic, refined from high-purity Sharingan Chakra Essence. It can be used to nourish the Sharingan, slightly enhancing the Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular power and mitigating its side effects such as visual deterioration and excessive chakra consumption. Single-use consumable. Enhances ocular power and alleviates side effects. It was like charcoal delivered in the midst of snow. He had just been fretting over the burden of Mangekyo. Use it. In the light screen, the phantom image of the jade vial shattered, and a cool, gentle energy seeped forth, accurately merging into his eyes. Unlike the violent surge that had accompanied his Mangekyo awakening, this energy was calm and controlled. He could clearly feel the Mangekyo pattern in his eyes spinning more smoothly. The faint stiffness he had sensed earlier diminished greatly, and his ocular power seemed to have grown stronger. More importantly, the lingering weakness from having his chakra constantly siphoned away was noticeably eased. He looked into the mirror once more. In those blood-red eyes, the strange windmill pattern now seemed even deeper and more unfathomable. He let out a long breath, the earlier surge of excitement gradually settling into composure. 10 years of forbearance erupting in a single moment. The super top-up system and the Mangekyo Sharingan. These were the foundations upon which Uchiha Shaji would stake his life in this world, and the capital with which he would one day stir its very winds and clouds. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, and that looming night of annihilation. One familiar name and event after another flashed across his mind. Silently, he clenched his fist, feeling the rush of chakra coursing through him. Outside the window, night had already fallen. Within the Uchiha compound, scattered lights flickered to life, as ordinary as ever. He walked to the window and cast his gaze toward the central area of the compound where Fugaku and the elders resided. Uchiha Fugaku. A cold arc tugged at the corner of his lips. You have occupied the clan leader's seat for far too long. Night draped the world in ink-black darkness, and the Nanga shrine was shrouded in a chilling, murderous solemnity. Inside the shrine's main hall, candle flames flickered restlessly. The Uchiha clansmen wore different expressions across their faces. Uchiha Fugaku sat upright in the chief seat, his features grave, radiating authority without the need for anger. His gaze slowly swept across the hall below. Clan elders and core members lined both sides in strict order, the silence absolute. Shaji blended into the very back of the crowd, tucked away in an inconspicuous corner. He regulated his breathing. The power brought about by awakening the Mangekyo the previous night was still surging within him, yet he forcibly suppressed it. Fugaku's strength was unfathomable. Today's clan assembly was the perfect opportunity for Shaji to gauge the depths of this clan head and to observe the true attitudes within the Uchiha from the inside. He needed a turning point, a chance to step out from the shadows and onto the stage. Everyone. Fugaku's deep voice shattered the silence. As for the reason I gathered you all here today, I believe each of you already has some idea. He paused, and a faint fervor colored his tone. From the very founding of Konoha, our Uchiha clan has rendered outstanding service to the village. From the slaughter of battlefield campaigns to the daily work of policing and maintaining order, where have the blood and sweat of our clansmen not been spilled? Hearing this, flames ignited in the eyes of several younger Uchiha below. And yet look at our present situation in the village. Fugaku's tone suddenly shifted, tinged with grief and indignation. Exclusion, suspicion, marginalization. The Hokage's seat should be occupied by the truly capable. When have we Uchiha ever been inferior to anyone? His words instantly struck a chord in everyone's hearts. The clan head is right. Why must the position after the third still fall to the Sarutobi line? We Uchiha are the strongest in Konoha. Murmurs erupted at once, discussions bubbling up from all sides, many faces flushed with fanaticism. Shaji quietly observed it all. Every word Fugaku spoke, every expression he revealed, fell clearly into his eyes. Grand promises and emotional incitement. What use were they? Without the strength to overturn the game board, any amount of resentment and ambition would remain nothing but mirage and illusion. The fate of the Uchiha would not be changed by impassioned speeches at clan assemblies. What he needed was power, absolute power enough to crush all opposition beneath his feet. The Peidoin system, the Mangekyo Sharingan, these were the sources of his confidence. His primary goal was to shatter the Uchiha's decayed clan system completely and seize power firmly into his own hands. Fugaku as well as these elders would all become stepping stones. Reaching the climax of his speech, Fugaku's gaze swept across the hall like lightning, trying to draw even more support from the clansmen's reactions. When his eyes passed over the corner where Shaji stood, they paused for a fraction of a second. It was an unfamiliar young clansman, apparently an orphan from some past battle, Uchiha Shaji. At this moment the boy's gaze was almost unnaturally calm, even carrying a faint, elusive hint of appraisal, as if he were evaluating an object. Fugaku's brows furrowed sharply. Such a gaze. He had only ever felt it when facing opponents of his own level, or those even stronger. And now a nameless junior dared look at him like this. Humph. Fugaku let out a cold snort as an invisible pressure erupted from his body. His Susanoo Sharingan flared into existence, scarlet pupils heavy with oppression, locking precisely onto Shaji and crashing down upon him. He intended to make this ignorant junior embarrass himself in front of everyone, and to show those harboring stray thoughts what it meant to face the authority of the clan head. The air seemed to solidify. Several clansmen standing near the epicenter of that aura even felt their breathing stifle, instinctively stepping back a few paces as they stared in shock toward the center of the pressure. Shaji remained where he stood, not moving an inch. Fugaku's pressure was indeed formidable. That mental shock slammed heavily into his consciousness. An ordinary genin, even a chunin, would likely find it difficult to remain standing beneath such force. But he was no longer the Uchiha Shaji of yesterday. A flash of killing intent flickered through his heart and vanished, forcibly suppressed. It was not yet the time to tear all pretenses apart. Silently, he called out to the system. System, expend 100 Peidoin points to temporarily strengthen the Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular power output and enhance the precision of my control over it. Ding. 100 Peidoin points expended. Mangekyo Sharingan ocular power temporarily reinforced slightly for 1 minute. Control precision enhanced. Remaining Peidoin points 6,900. A surge of pure energy instantly poured into his eyes. Shaji did not reveal the Mangekyo's pattern. That would be far too astonishing. Yet in the depths of his gaze the peculiar windmill pattern seemed to glimmer faintly. A similarly profound force of ocular power quietly rose from his eyes. Fugaku's mountain-like pressure abruptly vanished. Not only that, a thread-fine strand of spiritual force followed the trajectory of that aura back toward him, rebounding and causing a slight stabbing pain at his temples. Impossible. Fugaku's pupils shrank violently as storms roared within his heart. This boy had actually withstood the pressure of his Sharingan. He had even caused Fugaku a faint discomfort. Fugaku possessed the Susanoo Sharingan. Within the clan, aside from a handful of elders, no one could directly resist the suppression of his ocular power. Who was this brat? It was not only Fugaku. Several Uchiha elders seated on either side of the chief's seat also widened their eyes almost simultaneously. Their senses were sharper. Naturally, they had detected that fleeting fluctuation of ocular power. HM. A white-haired elder let out a low murmur of surprise, a glint of sharp light flashing through his clouded gaze. Another elder with a withered face whose eyes had been half closed also opened them slightly, giving Shaji a deep, searching look. This ocular power was anything but ordinary. Moreover, it seemed to carry a quality they had never witnessed before. Fugaku stared fixedly at Shaji, the young tranquil face now brimming with riddles in his eyes. He wanted to stride over and interrogate him on the spot to dig out every secret buried within this boy. But the clan assembly was still in progress. Under so many watching eyes, if he lost his composure over an unknown junior, what would become of the clan head's dignity? Fugaku slowly withdrew his aura, the three tomo in his eyes fading away as they returned to their usual dark hue. Yet the look he directed at Shaji now held a deep, probing wariness. This Uchiha Shaji was absolutely not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Ahem. Fugaku cleared his throat, forcibly dragging everyone's attention back to the meeting itself. As for the future of our clan, we must still plan at length. Today is mainly to unify our thinking. The rest of the meeting barely entered Shaji's ears. He could clearly feel at least several concealed gazes landing on him from time to time, carrying scrutiny, investigation, and a trace of wariness. Especially those from the elders' seats. Though Fugaku no longer targeted him directly, that icy gaze had never truly left. Troublesome. He had intended to develop quietly under the radar, yet from the very start, he had drawn the simultaneous attention of the clan head and the elders. Still, that was fine as well. It saved him the effort of trying to attract their notice later. The clan assembly dragged on long and dreary. By the time Fugaku finally declared it adjourned, it was already deep into the night. The clansmen filed out of the Nanga shrine in twos and threes, some of the more radical ones still excitedly discussing the grand blueprint the clan head had just outlined. Shiaji merged into the stream of people preparing to slip away unnoticed. The discussions following the clan meeting did not quiet down with the departure of the crowd. A usually silent chamber reserved for the elders' discussions was now brightly lit. Uchiha Hakadai, an elder known for his radical and combative nature within the clan, was currently speaking fervently. That summer solstice. You all saw it. Faced with the imposing aura of clan leader Fugaku, he remained utterly unfazed. This kid is definitely not simple. Perhaps he is the dark horse that has emerged after our Uchiha clan's long period of silence. Opposite him sat Uchiha Yuanwu, an elderly man with a grizzled beard and a stern expression. He slowly stroked his beard and said seriously, Hakadai, mind your words. What is a dark horse? Just an unknown kid fortunate to possess a bit of eye power. To show disrespect towards the clan leader during the clan meeting, such unruly behavior must be strictly corrected, otherwise it will surely lead to future calamities. Calamities? Elder Yuanwu, I think you are becoming senile. Uchiha Hakadai slammed the table. What time is it now? The village is pressing us at every turn, and clan leader Fugaku. At such a time, any potential power should be taken seriously. That summer solstice kid might just bring us surprises. Surprises? Or shocks? Elder Yuanwu snorted coldly. His power is of unknown origin, and his character is hard to predict. That is the greatest hidden danger. Several neutral elders exchanged glances, not easily expressing their opinions. Summer Solstice's performance during the clan meeting indeed surprised them. Summer Solstice was naturally unaware of the discussions about him among the higher-ups. He returned to his humble dwelling on the edge of the clan's territory. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he sank his consciousness into the system interface. Krypton points balance 6,900. Previously, he had consumed 100 Krypton points to resist Fugaku's imposing aura, and it seemed the effect was significant. The foundation of the Uchiha clan lies in the Sharingan, especially the Mangekyo. Although it had already been opened, the side effects and the intensity of the eye power remained critical. He opened the system, his gaze searching among the myriad of goods. Soon he found his target. Source liquid of the Sharingan beginner, refined from high-purity Sharingan chakra essence. It can nourish the Sharingan, slightly enhance the eye power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and alleviate its side effects. Price, 500 Krypton points bottle. 500 points per bottle, not bad. This price was within his bearing. Purchase 1 bottle. Krypton points, 500, remaining 6,400. Sharingan source liquid beginner 1 has been stored in the storage space. Without hesitation, Summer Solstice immediately chose to use it. The illusion of the jade bottle shattered, and a smoother, more soothing energy surged into his eyes. A slight burning sensation returned to his eyes, but this time it was no longer excruciating pain, but rather a comforting nourishment. The Mangekyo pattern in his eyes began to spin slowly, seemingly smoother than before. The vague sense of stagnation that had previously existed had almost completely vanished. He could clearly feel that his control over the eye power had improved further. More importantly, the feeling of weakness caused by the continuous consumption of chakra had further lessened. Not bad, this 500 points were well spent. As he felt the changes brought about by the enhancement of his eye power, the system's notification tone rang out again. Ding. System task released. Task name, make a name within the clan. Task description, the Uchiha do not need obscure individuals. Gain widespread recognition or awe within the Uchiha clan, making your name resonate in every corner of the Uchiha. Task reward, Krypton points, 5,000, random eye technique skill fragment X1. 5,000 Krypton points. And a random eye technique skill fragment. Summer Solstice's heart stirred. This reward was too generous. However, recognition or awe. Recognition requires time to accumulate reputation, which is too slow. Awe, on the other hand, is much simpler and more direct. As long as he demonstrates overwhelming strength, he can naturally silence those accustomed to hierarchy. The face of Uchiha Fugaku surfaced in his mind. Fugaku clan leader, it seems you are my best stepping stone. To challenge Fugaku, my current strength is still far from enough. He cast his gaze back to the system mall. Basic physical technique enhancement liquid beginner, a comprehensive enhancement of the user's physical qualities, including strength, speed, and reaction ability. Price 5,000 Krypton points. Chakra refinement efficiency slight enhancement card. After use, the host's chakra refinement efficiency will be slightly improved. Price 1,000 Krypton points. Just these 2 items. Krypton points 5,000. Purchasing basic physical technique enhancement liquid beginner. Krypton points 1,000. Purchasing chakra refinement efficiency slight enhancement card. Krypton points balance 400. The 2 items transformed into glowing streams and merged into Summer Solstice's body. A warm current swept through his entire body. He could feel that his strength and speed had significantly enhanced. At the same time, the chakra refinement speed in his dantian had also increased slightly. Summer Solstice clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. He began to think of how to find an excuse to challenge Fugaku. At that moment, there was a sudden knock at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Summer Solstice raised an eyebrow. Who could it be at this hour? He got up, walked to the door, and looked through the crack. 3 people stood outside. At the forefront was Uchiha Fugaku. Behind him were 2 Uchiha clansmen dressed as elders of the clan. Fugaku actually came to visit on his own. Summer Solstice sneered inwardly. It seemed that his actions during the clan meeting had drawn this clan leader's attention. Just right, it saves him the trouble of making an effort. Summer Solstice opened the wooden door and calmly looked at the three outside. Clan leader Fugaku, esteemed elders, what brings you here so late? Fugaku's gaze was sharp, scanning Summer Solstice from head to toe. Summer Solstice, let's talk inside. Fugaku's tone left no room for negotiation as he stepped straight into the room. The two elders followed closely, one on each side, subtly pinning Summer Solstice in the middle. The small room was already cramped, and the entrance of the three made it feel even more crowded. Fugaku looked around, his gaze lingering on the simple furnishings for a moment before finally landing on Summer Solstice. Summer Solstice, it seems you had some objections to my proposal during today's clan meeting. Fugaku went straight to the point, his voice low and carrying an invisible pressure. The two elders who followed him, Uchiha Un and Uchiha Dahu, also displayed unfriendly expressions. Uchiha In snorted. Youngster, the clan meeting is a solemn occasion for discussing major family matters. How dare you treat the clan leader with such a disdainful attitude? The clan leader is asking you a question. Uchiha Dahu's tone was even more aggressive, carrying a hint of reprimand. Summer Solstice showed no sign of panic on his face, instead appearing unusually calm. Oh, I thought I was hiding it well. His attitude made Fugaku's brows furrow even deeper. Not only did you not hide it, but you even resisted my imposing aura. Fugaku stepped forward, the powerful aura once again enveloping Summer Solstice. Tell me, where does your strength come from? A lowly orphan, when did you possess such strength? The air became stifling, making it hard to breathe. The chakra within the two elders also began to stir, ready to act at any moment. Summer Solstice remained calm. He slowly raised his head, meeting Fugaku's probing and oppressive gaze. Clan leader, do you really want to know? Fugaku remained silent, but his actions indicated his attitude, and the pressure intensified. Summer Solstice suddenly smiled. Since the clan leader is so curious, then is this explanation enough? Before the words fell, the black pupils in Summer Solstice's eyes suddenly changed. Crimson replaced the black, three pitch-black shuriken rapidly spun, eventually merging into a pair of eerie black pinwheel-like patterns. Mangekyo Sharingan activate. An overwhelming eye power far surpassing Fugaku's before instantly filled the entire cramped room. The tables and chairs groaned under the invisible force, and the candle flames flickered wildly, as if they would extinguish at any moment. Fugaku's pupils suddenly constricted. The anger on the faces of Uchiha In and Uchiha Dahu behind him was instantly replaced by shock. This is... Uchiha In's voice became sharp and hoarse due to extreme shock. He pointed at Summer Solstice's eyes, his finger trembling violently. Uchiha Dahu's mouth gaped open, producing a croaking sound in his throat, yet he couldn't utter a single word. Fugaku stared intently at the ominous spinning pattern in Summer Solstice's eyes, his body stiffening. Mangekyo Sharingan. This legendary power within the Uchiha clan, representing ultimate strength and a cursed bloodline limit. A nameless little brat, yet he has also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. How is this possible? Fugaku felt his understanding being completely overturned at this moment. Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, had endured countless hardships and had just barely touched the threshold of the Mangekyo, yet had not truly awakened it. And this boy before him. Fugaku understood better than anyone what the Mangekyo Sharingan meant to the Uchiha. It was not merely power, it was a qualification, a strategic resource capable of altering the fate of the Uchiha. Summer Solstice looked at the three of them, stunned into silence. Clan leader, do you still need me to explain now? Fuyu's emotions were in turmoil. At this moment, the authority of the clan leader felt a hint of wavering. Shiaji Fuyu's voice was deep. Speak of the origins and abilities of the Sharingan. This is the clan leader's command to you. The boy before him was no longer an unknown rookie, but a boulder capable of stirring the depths of the Uchiha clan. Shiaji met Fuyu's gaze, the peculiar pinwheel pattern in his eyes, slowly rotating, exuding an eerie beauty. My power, clan leader, belongs to myself. His tone was flat. There is no need to explain to anyone. Fuyu stepped forward, his aura surging, the Susanoo Sharingan glowing even brighter. The atmosphere in the small room was stifling. Rebel. Zaya's smile deepened. I'm merely stating a fact. This power only obeys me, not the clan, nor will it heed a clan leader who clings to old rules. Such blatant defiance shocked Fuyu more than the Sharingan itself. He, the leader of the Uchiha clan, was publicly humiliated by a 17-year-old nobody. The two elders were also taken aback. Yan's hand had already moved toward the ninja tool pouch at his waist. Fuyu suddenly raised his hand to stop them. At this moment, to attack Shiaji under the pretext of the Sharingan's origins. If Shiaji resisted, he clearly had the strength to do so, but the consequences would be unimaginable. The news of a conflict at the level of the Sharingan within the Uchiha would be devastating for the clan. He needed time, needed calmness, needed to reassess this unexpected variable. This matter, Fuyu squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, concerns the future of our clan. It is of utmost importance. He slowly took a step back. We will discuss this later. Take care of yourself. The phrase take care of yourself felt less like a reminder and more like a veiled warning. He abruptly turned and strode away. The two elders exchanged a glance and hurried to follow. Shiaji watched them leave, the pinwheel pattern in his eyes slowly fading. Fuyu, you have already lost your footing. He knew this matter was far from over. Fuyu would never let it go. But this was precisely what he desired. The next morning, at the largest public training ground of the Uchiha clan, shadows flickered. Shiaji stood in a secluded corner, a pile of shuriken scattered beside him. He was not slacking off, but rather adapting to the surging power within him. The Sharingan, even when not fully activated, granted him an unimaginable level of insight. The trajectory of the shuriken, the subtle shifts in weight when his opponent exerted force, the slight tremors of the ground. Everything was vividly imprinted in his mind. He picked up a shuriken, flicked his wrist, and it shot out like a bolt of black lightning. Thud. It hit the target dead center. Another one. Thud. Another hit. Thud. The movements were concise and precise. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of power and coordination. He needed to fully understand his current limits before confronting Fuyuhiden. This training ground was the perfect testing ground. A shadow fell over him. Hey, isn't this our new aristocrat from Uchiha? Shaji did not turn his head, continuing his throws. Thud. Another hit on the target. Uchiha Shana, accompanied by 2 clan members, strolled over. Shana appeared to be around 27 or 28, wearing the characteristic arrogant smile of Uchiha descendants. His arrival was a signal in itself. What's wrong, Shaji? Now you don't even regard your seniors. Shana's tone was filled with disdain. He walked up to Zaya's sidearms crossed. I heard you got lucky and awakened that remarkable eye. The 2 Uchiha members following Shana erupted in laughter. The other clan members who were training in the field also stopped their movements, curiously looking over. Only then did Shaji slowly turn around, his expression neutral. Senior Shana, what advice do you have? Shana's smile grew wider as he relished the feeling of being in the spotlight. Nothing much, just here to remind you, Junior. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice, but the threat was palpable. Some people upon gaining a bit of power forget who they are. Always thinking about challenging things they shouldn't challenge. His gaze flicked toward the direction of the Uchiha main residence. That was where Fuyu resided, the clan leader. Is not someone like you who just got lucky and awakened his eyes has the right to offend, understand? He anticipated seeing fear, or at least awe, on Zaya's face. But Shaji remained calm. This was exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for, though the method was a bit rougher than anticipated. Offend. Shaji tilted his head slightly. Shana's eyes narrowed. Stop pretending, kid. We all heard about what happened last night. Do you think you're special? Do you think that I allows you to do whatever you want? He laughed out loud. Shaji showed no anger, no argument, not even the slightest emotional fluctuation. On the contrary, he smiled. This smile inexplicably jolted Shana's heart. Uchiha Shana Zaya's voice was calm, yet it resonated clearly across the silent training ground. Your insight as a ninja is simply too poor. Shana was taken aback. What did you say? I said, Shaji enunciated clearly, your vision is too narrow. He stepped forward and Shana instinctively tensed his body. My goal, Zaya's voice was resolute as he continued, have never been someone of your caliber. Shana's face instantly flushed red. You brat. Before Shana could explode, Shaji had already raised his voice. He addressed everyone in the training ground. His gaze swept over the astonished faces. Listen closely. 3 days from now, I, Uchiha Shaji, will challenge the authority of clan leader Uchiha Fuyu right here. He deliberately paused, creating an intense atmosphere. The entire training ground fell into a dead silence. Formally challenging clan leader Uchiha Fuyu's authority. These words echoed like thunder in everyone's ears. A moment of silence. Challenge the clan leader. A nameless 17-year-old Uchiha orphan dared to challenge Uchiha Fuyu. This was not ambition, this was madness. This was self-destruction. Shana's face turned pale. You are insane. Do you know what you were saying? He wanted to act to immediately take down this reckless fool. But those eyes. Seeing the situation now, this kid was not just bluffing. There must be secrets about him that others did not know. You will regret this, Shaji. Shana's voice trembled with anger. You will pay for your arrogance. I will report this matter to the clan leader immediately. He will deal with you personally. Shaji simply looked at him quietly, still wearing an indifferent smile. Shana stomped his foot and turned to leave. Let's go. He shouted at the 2 companions behind him who were already scared silly. He almost fled the training ground in embarrassment. He must tell clan leader Fuyu immediately. This is open rebellion. The training ground was in an uproar. The news of Uchiha Kagehiro's public challenge to clan head Uchiha Fugaku sent shockwaves rippling across the Uchiha compound. Have you heard? That boy Kazuhiro has lost his mind. Indeed. To challenge head Fugaku himself. Does he think he's some reincarnation of Madara Uchiha? A mere child barely past adolescence. Granted, he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan by sheer fortune, but this arrogance knows no bounds. He truly believes himself above all reason. Silence lingered, then spread like mist. Whispers echoed through alleyways and training grounds over teacups and idle meals. To most clan members, Kazuhiro's act seemed nothing but reckless hubris. Sneers, mockery, and disdain formed the chorus of public opinion. Some claimed he sought fame at any cost, staging a spectacle to seize attention. Others whispered in hushed tones that perhaps some dark force had seized his mind, driving him to such folly. Yet amid the tide of skepticism, a few held quiet anticipation. After all, it was the Mangekyo Sharingan. Deep within the elder's residence, in a secluded chamber, the air stood in stark contrast to the clamor beyond, still heavy, charged with unspoken intent. Several elders, each wielding considerable influence over clan affairs, sat upright and solemn. Humph, the insolent whelp. Elder Uchiha slammed his palm upon the lacquered table. Head Fugaku's forbearance has allowed this boy to run rampant for far too long. This open defiance cannot go unpunished. His fury burned fierce, as if Kazuhiro had struck at his own honor. Elder Uchiha Inabi meanwhile lifted his teacup with deliberate calm and gently blew across its surface. Elder N speaks wisely. Yet this boy Kazuhiro has in his own way delivered us a timely warning. Oh, what do you mean by that, Elder Inabi? Elder Uchiha Yashiro, the fiery reformist who had watched Kazuhiro closely during the last clan assembly, now wore an inscrutable expression. Elder Inabi set down his cup with a soft, precise click. Head Fugaku requires an opportunity to reaffirm his absolute authority within the clan. And this boy Kazuhiro has delivered himself quite conveniently as a stepping stone. Should Fugaku crush him swiftly and decisively, those young upstarts who covet the clan headship or chafe under the present order will pause and measure their own worth. His words rang noble, framed entirely in service to Fugaku, to the stability of the Uchiha. Elder Uchiha Moto, the same elder who had rebuked Kazuhiro's defiance at the assembly, now stroked his beard, eyes glinting with sharp calculation. Elder Inabi's foresight is profound. Whether Fugaku prevails or stumbles, the outcome may yet serve our interests. He paused deliberately, his gaze sweeping across the assembled elders. If Fugaku wins, his prestige soars, and we stand firmly behind him. But should this boy somehow prove unexpectedly formidable, enough to trouble Fugaku, even briefly, the balance of power within the clan may shift ever so slightly. A hush fell over the chamber. Elders exchanged glances, silent, knowing, complicit. They welcomed a challenge to Fugaku's authority. This stagnant pool needed stirring. Meanwhile, at the main Uchiha residence, the clan head's manor, a priceless porcelain cup shattered violently against the floor. Uchiha Fugaku's breath came fast and shallow, his face drained of color suffused with cold fury. Unforgivable. A nameless youth dares publicly humiliate me. His dignity as clan head had never before been so brazenly assaulted. His loyal retainer Uchiha Setsuna knelt nearby, motionless, breath held. My lord, please calm yourself. Kazuhiro is but a clown, seeking applause through absurdity. In 3 days' time I beg leave to handle him myself. I shall erase him utterly. Fugaku whirled about his crimson Sharingan, 3 tomo blazing, locking onto Setsuna with contemptuous intensity. You. His voice dripped with scorn. Do you truly believe your eyes could withstand his? I will confront him myself. His voice turned glacial, edged with cruelty, already tasting blood. I will make every Uchiha witness with their own eyes how this fool writhes and screams in my grasp. I will wash away this disgrace in his blood, and brand his despair upon the hearts of every restless soul watching from the shadows. A flash of venomous malice flickered in his gaze. He did not merely intend victory. He sought annihilation, a spectacle of utter, terrifying domination designed to shatter not just Kazuhiro, but the spirit of dissent itself. Elsewhere in the compound, in a quiet, secluded courtyard, Uchiha Itachi sat deep in thought, a kunai resting motionless in his palm. Kazuhiro, why? He could not fathom why the youth, whose extraordinary ocular power had drawn his attention at the assembly, would choose a path so perilously close to self-annihilation. Perhaps he sees what we do not. Uchiha Shursui emerged from behind a tree, his customary gentle smile in place, yet shadowed by quiet concern. Shursui. Itachi turned to his closest friend. Do you believe he stands a chance? Shursui shook his head slowly. A chance? Against head Fugaku, who has already awakened the Mangekyo. It is nearly non-existent. Then why? It is not victory or defeat, I fear, Shursui murmured, sighing softly. It is how this act will deepen the rifts already tearing at the clan's foundations. Kazuhiro's Mangekyo alone was a seismic anomaly. Now he openly defies the head. Itachi fell silent. He understood Shursui's dread completely. Tensions between the Uchiha and the village were escalating daily. Beneath the surface, the clan seethed with unrest. Kazuhiro's emergence was not a ripple. It was a boulder hurled into that roiling current. Can we do anything? Itachi asked quietly. Shursui gazed toward the distant, unassuming dwelling where Kazuhiro resided. We wait and watch. Perhaps events will unfold in ways none of us foresee. Outside, storms raged. Rumors swirled, judgments flew. But Kazuhiro remained untouched, unmoved. Within his modest, sparsely furnished room, he sat in still meditation, his consciousness fully immersed in a faint cerulean system interface, personal attributes, system shop, inventory, quest log. His gaze settled upon the quest log. Quest name rise to prominence within the clan. Quest description, the Uchiha tolerate no obscurity. Objective earn widespread recognition, or awe, among the Uchiha until your name echoes in every corner of the clan. Reward 5000 karma points, 1 random dojitsu skill fragment. 5,000 karma points, and a dojitsu skill fragment. The reward was intoxicating. Fugaku, the elders' council, the onlookers smirking from the sidelines. A cold, razor-thin smile curved Kazuhiro's lips. You think I'm mad? Soon you'll learn the true meaning of madness. This was no contest. It was an allure-nothing gamble. He opened the system shop. A dazzling array of offerings shimmered before him. His eyes swept past exorbitant strength, jutsu, and bloodline limit acquisitions, then halted at the item's consumables section. Martial Arts Acceleration Scroll, Basic Grants, Elite Chunin-level Taijutsu Experience, and Physical Coordination for 24 hours, minor boosts to strength and speed. Cost, 3000 karma points. Chakra Refinement Accelerator 12 hours moderately increases chakra generation efficiency for 12 hours. Cost 2000 karma points. His current karma point balance, 400. Resisting Fugaku's pressure at the clan assembly had cost 100. Purchasing the origin fluid consumed 500. Enhancing taijutsu and chakra refinement had drained 600. His reserves were exhausted. To win this battle, the Mangekyo's nascent abilities and my current taijutsu aren't enough. Fugaku's reputation is forged in decades of combat. His experience dwarfs mine. Mangekyo duels hinge not only on ocular prowess, but on chakra reserves, physical endurance, and raw vitality. Kazuhiro's resolve hardened. System, I demand a karma infusion. Only cold mechanical text replied. Insufficient karma points. Purchase unavailable. He wasn't surprised. His inventory held only the starter gifts, the used Sharingan Origin Fluid Basic and Basic Taijutsu Mastery Scroll, and one remaining item, Kanai Throwing Technique Master Rank Manual. 400 points, barely a drop in the ocean. He needed more. It seems I must earn karma points first. Kazuhiro closed the shop interface. 3 days remained. Time was slipping away. The 3-day deadline loomed like a sword suspended above. Xiaji searched every inch of the small room under the floorboards, in the bed frame, and the old clay pot. He unearthed the scattered copper coins accumulated over 10 years, a few worthless old items, and even a faded silver hairpin left by his mother from his childhood. This was all his assets since crossing over, aside from his New Year's money. Ding. Detecting convertible items, evaluating. Exchange successful. Gained 2,000 premium points. The system's notification was as cold as ever. His total premium points had reached 2,400. A drop in the ocean, but it was almost enough. He sat cross-legged, a light blue screen hovering before him. Fugaku, a shadow-level powerhouse, possessed combat experience, chakra volume, and physical skills far surpassing his own. What were his advantages? The bizarre ocular technique of the kaleidoscope, catching opponents off guard, and the premium system. The kaleidoscope's power was formidable, but engaging in a direct ocular clash with the experienced leader of the Uchiha was too risky. He needed to compensate for his physical skill shortcomings. A prolonged battle would be extremely disadvantageous for him. His gaze swiftly scanned the item consumables zone of the system mall. Advanced experience card for physical skill acceleration. 3 days after use, the host will gain elite Jonin-level combat experience, muscle memory, and body coordination within 3 days, significantly enhancing strength and speed. Price, 1,500 premium points. 1,500 points. It's quite steep. More than half of his balance for just 3 days of temporary enhancement. This was a gamble. He had no way back. Purchase. Premium points 1,500, remaining 900. The card transformed into light particles and surged into his mind. In an instant, a wealth of physical skill experience, combat instincts, and muscle memory filled him. A faint crackling sound came from deep within his body as his muscle fibers strengthened at an astonishing speed. A warm current swept over his entire body. This was not merely knowledge being poured in, but an almost instinctual implantation. He felt different. Next was chakra. Even with the kaleidoscope, his current chakra volume remained a weakness. Chakra Refinement Mastery Beginner permanently increases chakra refinement speed and upper limit slightly. Price, 500 premium points. Purchase. Premium points 500, remaining 400. Another surge of energy flowed in, this time much gentler, integrating into his dantian. The operation speed of the chakra within him seemed to have improved slightly. Only 400 premium points left. All his savings were riding on this confrontation. There was no turning back. The last day before the challenge. Xiaji locked himself in the humble room. He neither ate nor drank, only engaged in endless cultivation. Punches, kicks, blocks, evasions. His body, under the influence of the advanced experience card for physical skill acceleration, exhibited unimaginable precision and strength. The kaleidoscope Sharingan was activated not to perform ocular techniques, but to utilize its ultimate insight to assist in physical skill training. Every movement's exertion, every muscle's coordination, every subtle shift in center of gravity, all perfectly merged under the kaleidoscope's analysis with the implanted physical skill experience. His progress was not gradual, but rather explosive. Every strike contained tremendous explosive power, and every evasion was a fraction faster. On the morning of the 3rd day, the dawn stained the eastern horizon red. The largest public martial arts arena of the Uchiha clan was now bustling with people. Almost all Uchiha clan members were present. Young children, anxious genin, serious chunin, and jonin, and even a few elderly clan members who rarely emerged from seclusion appeared at the back of the crowd. The air was so heavy it was almost suffocating. In the center of the arena stood Fugaku Uchiha, his hands clasped behind his back. He wore the dark clan attire representing his authority with an arrogant expression. In his eyes, this was not a duel, but a public execution. A ceremony meant to intimidate the entire clan with blood and despair. A disturbance rippled through the crowd as a figure slowly emerged. Xiaji Uchiha. He walked steadily, passing through the clan members who silently parted to give way. He did not appear as a challenger, but more like a sacrificial offering approaching the altar. He really came. A low whisper arose from the crowd. Clan leader Fugaku will make sure he dies a miserable death. Another voice quivered. Is this kid insane? Or does he really have something to rely on? Countless gazes converged on him. Xiaji seemed oblivious. His eyes remained fixed on the proud figure in the center of the arena. An elder known for his severity, Uchiha Natsumi, snorted softly, overestimating oneself. Another elder with a gaunt face, Uchiha Jingshin, simply observed quietly, her expression unchanged. As Xiaji passed a group of young clan members, one named Uchiha Yong could not help but speak softly. Yong sounded uncertain. Xiaji, you. Xiaji did not pause, nor did he glance sideways. Yong's voice trailed off, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. The murmurs of the crowd gradually subsided, everyone held their breath. Xiaji finally stepped onto the empty space of the arena, stopping a little over 10 steps away from Fugaku. A deathly silence ensued. Fugaku slowly lowered his hands from behind his back. This slight movement suddenly tightened the air around them. He scrutinized Xiaji much like a wolf sizing up its prey. You bastard, you finally made it here. Fugaku's voice was not loud, but it clearly echoed throughout the arena. Are you prepared for your last words? Xiaji remained silent for a moment, then slightly raised his head. I am ready. He smiled, utterly calm. Fugaku's pupils narrowed. This kid's calmness was a provocation to his authority. Then speak quickly. My patience is limited. Fugaku's fingers twitched slightly, revealing his inner impatience. What he anticipated was fear, repentance, despair, not this. Unsettling calm. Xiaji's smile widened. Uchiha Fugaku, Xiaji's voice was clear and steady. Today you will witness the dawn of a new era. This earth-shattering declaration plunged the entire arena into an even deeper silence. Fugaku's face, filled with arrogance and disdain, began to twist, revealing a hideous fury. You arrogant brat. He stepped forward. The ground beneath his feet seemed to tremble. He looked down at Xiaji as if gazing upon an ant that could be crushed at will. Little ghost, kneel and admit your wrongdoing now, and I might consider sparing your worthless life. Fuyu's voice was low, yet it carried a heavy pressure that filled the entire training ground. The air seemed to freeze, and the onlookers instinctively held their breath. Xiaji raised his face, showing no trace of fear, but rather a hint of mockery. Fuyu clan leader, spare me the nonsense. He extended a finger and lightly shook it. Today I will make you and all the Uchiha clansmen see clearly. The future of the Uchiha does not lie in the hands of an old man like you who is stuck in his ways and knows nothing but infighting. At these words the crowd was shocked. Arrogant. Seeking death. Several elders on the platform could hardly contain themselves. Fuyu's face instantly twisted with rage, his anger bursting forth, unable to be suppressed any longer. Fuyu was furious. He had never been insulted like this. A surge of tremendous chakra suddenly erupted from his body, and the deep red Susanōo Sharingan opened instantly. He no longer hesitated, his hands swiftly forming seals. Fire-style great fireball technique. A massive fireball carrying intense heat roared towards Xiaji. At the same time, several shurikens glinting with cold light shot from the side of the fireball, sealing off all possible escape routes for Xiaji. This strike was fueled by Fuyu's anger, its power far beyond that of an ordinary jonin. The watching clansmen turned pale, instinctively retreating, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. To them, that arrogant brat would be turned to ashes in the next second under this terrifying assault. However, Xiaji stood his ground, unmoving and unyielding. At that moment, just as the scorching fireball and the sharp shurikens were about to reach him, the pattern in his eyes suddenly changed. No longer the ordinary Susanōo, but no longer just simple black pupils. It was a pattern they had never seen before, strange and complex. On a pitch-black background, it seemed to be woven from a hexagram and sharp sickles, exuding an ominous and eerie aura. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. This unique pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan, filled with a sense of sinister beauty, was revealed before all the Uchiha clansmen for the very first time. Buzz, a vast power of the eyes, indescribable, suddenly spread out from Xiaji's center. The roaring fireball, when it was less than half a meter from his body, seemed to collide with an invisible wall, abruptly halting. Then it was forcibly torn apart by an unseen power. The shurikens that had been hurtling toward him also strangely altered their trajectory midair, clattering to the ground. Fuyu's pupils shrank suddenly. Why was this kid's kaleidoscope so uncanny? What kind of eyes are those? Also a kaleidoscope Sharingan. My god, our Uchiha clan actually has two kaleidoscope users appearing at the same time. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How old is he? After a brief silence, the entire training ground erupted in an earth-shattering uproar. All the Uchiha clansmen, regardless of age or status, widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. On the elders' platform, Uchiha Yin, Uchiha Daohua, Uchiha Hakadai, and even that elder Yuan Wu who usually meditated and seemed indifferent to everything suddenly stood up in shock. They fixed their gazes on Xiaji's eerie eyes, their expressions stunned. Two pairs of kaleidoscope Sharingan. This was an extremely rare occurrence in the history of the Uchiha clan. No, this was no longer just a rare occurrence, but a significant variable capable of changing the entire fate of the clan. Fuyu, you rely too much on past experiences. Xiaji's voice was calm, yet it carried a sense of detached insight. The peculiar kaleidoscope pattern in his left eye began to spin rapidly, a colder power of the eyes locking onto Fuyu. Let me show you what true despair is. Moon reading. The moon reading Xiaji used was not like Itachi's in the original story, creating a world entirely controlled by the user. Xiaji's eye technique resembled a pure amplifier of malicious intent. It was a terrifying vortex that dragged the target into an abyss of endless negative emotions. Fuyu was caught off guard. He felt the scene before him suddenly change, the training ground clansman the sky. Everything vanished. In its place was a gray, twisted, and malevolent mental space, filled with sharp howls and sticky malice. Countless grotesque faces, countless painful wails, and countless images of his deepest fears and revulsions surged toward him like a tide. He felt a tearing sensation in his consciousness. What the hell is this? Fuyu roared, the Third Sharingan spinning wildly, trying to resist this sudden mental shock. The basic moon reading space constructed by Izanagi, though lacking in complexity and refinement compared to the true moon reading, excelled in pure malice and targeting. It directly pried open Fuyu's deepest negative emotions, amplifying them infinitely into the most direct mental torment. The concept of time became vague and prolonged here. Only a few seconds had passed in the outside world, but in Fuyu's perception it felt as if several days, even months had gone by. He endured unimaginable mental pressure, his consciousness on the brink of collapse. Fuyu, after all, was a seasoned shadow-level powerhouse, and the clan leader of the Uchiha. His mental will far beyond that of ordinary ninjas. Moreover, he himself had touched upon the threshold of the kaleidoscope. Although his abilities were different and rarely displayed, the inherent power of the kaleidoscope at this moment became his lifeline. A similarly powerful force of the eyes erupted from the depths of his eyes, attempting to tear apart this gray and twisted space. Get away! Fuyu let out a thunderous roar. With his immense mental strength and deep accumulation of eye power, he forcefully broke free from Xiaji's malicious mental space. Puff! In the real world, Fuyu suddenly opened his eyes, stumbling, his face turning pale instantly. Sweat beads covered his forehead as he gasped for breath. Although he successfully broke free, the immense mental exhaustion and that brief yet agonizing torment left him in a terrible state. The look in his eyes when he glanced at Xiaji had completely changed. No longer was it disdain, but deep shock. There was even fear that he himself was unwilling to acknowledge. This kid, his kaleidoscope. Fuyu broke free from the dim mental prison, his eyes filled not only with shock and anger, but also with a hint of fear he had not yet acknowledged. He never imagined that a nameless brat would possess such a bizarre kaleidoscopic eye technique, nearly leading him to utter ruin. Fuyu gasped, unable to finish a single sentence. His pride had already shown cracks during that brief mental torment. The smile on Xiaji's face remained unabated. Chief, is the warm-up over? This brat truly thinks he has me at his mercy. Fuyu's inner fury ignited once more. Before his words could finish, Xiaji moved. He exerted force under his feet, his figure shot forth like an arrow released from a bow so fast it dazzled the eyes, heading straight for the pale-faced Fuyu. The effects of the advanced experience card for body skills were fully displayed at this moment. Speed, strength, reaction, and the exquisite coordination of each move had reached a level of mastery. Xiaji understood clearly that this was not his true strength, but at this moment he was indeed a master of body skills. He resembled not a 17-year-old youth, but rather a seasoned veteran with decades of experience. Fuyu's pupils constricted sharply, and he hurriedly raised his arm to block. Bang! The collision of their arms produced a muffled sound. Fuyu felt an overwhelming force surge from the opponent's punch, numbing his arm. He found himself involuntarily stepping back half a pace. How is this possible? This brat's strength, why is it so formidable? When did his physical fitness reach such a level? Chief, your movements are too slow. Xiaji's voice carried a hint of mockery, and a trace of pride adorned his face. With another punch aimed sharply at Fuyu's midsection, Fuyu awkwardly sidestepped, cold sweat beading at his temples. The body skills he prided himself on were being thoroughly suppressed by this unknown brat. Every flaw seemed to be precisely captured by the opponent. Bastard! Fuyu growled, attempting to stabilize his footing. But Xiaji's relentless assault offered him no respite. Around the training ground, there was a deathly silence. All the Uchiha clan members were stunned. The overwhelming victory they had anticipated from Chief Fuyu did not materialize. Instead, their long-respected chief was being utterly dominated by a youth in this clash of body skills, clearly falling into a disadvantage. This is Xiaji, a young clan member mumbled, disbelief filling his voice. How can his body skills be this strong? Chief Fuyu actually. Suddenly a commotion erupted among the crowd. At the elders' seats, Uchiha Yin and others wore grim expressions, their fists clenched tightly. Uchiha Daohua pressed his lips into a straight line. Only Uchiha Hakadai's eyes flickered with an unusual glint as he leaned slightly forward. Elder Yuan Wu's murky eyes widened, slightly fixated on the young figure in the arena. The more Fuyu fought, the more alarmed and suffocated he became. As the head of the Uchiha clan and captain of the Konoha Guard, how could he be forced into such a predicament by a mere kid who hadn't even matured yet? This humiliation nearly drove him insane. You little beast. You're asking for death. Fuyu roared, unleashing his chakra without restraint. A terrifying wave of energy swept out from him. His eyes, Threedomo, began to spin wildly, the crimson glow nearly spilling from his eyes, subtly hinting at a transformation into a kaleidoscope. He needed to force distance. He wanted to activate Susano'o. With that absolute power, he aimed to completely crush this ignorant brat. Xiaji chuckled coldly. Susano'o, do you think I would give you a chance? My hard-earned points are not to be wasted. System purchase Warriors Azura Armor Trial Version. Ding. Consumed 200 points Warriors Azura Armor Trial Version equipped. Points balance 200. In an instant a set of blood-red chakra armor materialized out of nowhere covering Xia Zhi's entire body. The armor's surface was adorned with menacing bone spikes and patterns exuding a fierce aura that made the surrounding air feel thick. What is that? Fu Yu's movements faltered, a trace of horror flashing across his eyes. He had never heard of such chakra armor. Xia Zhi braced himself against Fu Yu's explosive chakra impact, the blood-red armor absorbing most of the force, producing a dull thud. His figure only swayed slightly. He surged forward, his speed bolstered by the armor like a bloodthirsty beast. Get down. Xia Zhi threw a punch, the wind from it howling as it struck heavily against Fu Yu's hastily raised arms. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was painfully clear in the silent training ground. Fu Yu let out a muffled groan, his body jolting back as he was sent flying. He crashed into several training wooden stakes, finally stumbling to a halt, carving deep grooves into the ground. Puffed. Fu Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his collar red. His arms hung limply, the excruciating pain from his broken bones twisting his features, cold sweat pouring down. This brat's strength, and that bizarre armor. Xia Zhi was relentless, his assault, like a torrential storm, unending. Fists, elbows, knees, and legs. Each strike carried the terrifying enhancement of the warrior's Azura armor, precisely targeting Fu Yu's every opening. Fu Yu's chakra had already been greatly depleted during the prior mental confrontation. Now, under Xia Zhi's frenzied, almost reckless style of fighting, he was forced to retreat continuously, his stamina draining rapidly. He wanted to counterattack to invoke his eye technique. But under the relentless locking and brutal body skills of Xia Zhi's bizarre kaleidoscope, he found no opportunity. Each time he attempted to focus his eye power, Xia Zhi's even fiercer attacks interrupted him. Impossible. How could I lose to this little brat? Fu Yu's consciousness began to blur, the figure of Xia Zhi in his sight becoming a heavy blur. He felt despair, a sense of helplessness he had never experienced before. Everything he prided himself on seemed utterly fragile before this youth. At the elder's seats, Uchiha Yin suddenly stood up, only to be pressed back down by Daohuo beside him. Don't be impulsive. This is a duel between the chief and him. Daohuo's voice was low, but the shock within it was undeniable. Finally, after a desperate dodge, Fu Yu lost his balance, revealing a fatal opening. Xia Zhi's eyes narrowed. This was the chance. He pushed off forcefully with his right leg, the ground cracking under him, all his strength converging into his right fist. The energy coursing through the blood-red armor surged violently, emitting a blinding red glow. It's over, Fu Yu. Xia Zhi's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. A heavy punch infused with all of Xia Zhi's strength and chakra struck Fu Yu's abdomen. Boom. The dull thud reverberated, causing the eardrums of everyone present to ring. Fu Yu's body instantly curled up like a shrimp, his eyes bulging, blood vessels bursting, and blood gushed from his mouth. He was sent flying backward, ultimately crashing heavily onto the ground over 10 meters away, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Ugh. Fu Yu struggled to rise, but merely convulsed a few times in vain before losing consciousness entirely. In the training ground, one could hear a pin drop. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. All the Uchiha clan members, including the high-ranking elders, were petrified. They stared blankly at the horrific scene, watching their once mighty chief collapse to the ground like a dead dog. Xia Zhi slowly approached Fu Yu, the blood-red warrior's Azura armor gradually dissipating. He looked down at the unconscious Fu Yu. I told you would witness the dawn of a new era. In the center of the training ground, the dust settled. Uchiha Fugaku had been defeated. This fact struck heavily in the hearts of every Uchiha clansman. Their minds were blank, staring blankly at the former clan leader who was in a daze. I told you. Xia Zhi's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. You will witness the dawn of a new era. On the elders' seats, a deathly silence prevailed. Elder Uchiha Yan's wrinkled face twitched uncontrollably. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but no sound came out. Elder Uchiha Daohuo's hands gripped the armrest tightly. His eyes, usually calculating, were now filled with shock. Who exactly was this Xia Zhi, this nameless orphan? This youth was no longer a junior they could easily manipulate. Xia Zhi ignored Fugaku, slowly raising his head, his cold kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes sweeping across the crowd. Every Uchiha clansman who met his gaze felt a chill run down their spine, instinctively lowering their heads, afraid to face him. Those eyes were terrifying, as if they could penetrate the deepest secrets and fears of the heart. At this moment, the name Uchiha Xia Zhi weighed like an invisible mountain on the hearts of all Uchiha clansmen. His status within the Uchiha clan had skyrocketed to its peak after this battle. Ding. Side quest fame within the clan completed. Rating perfect. Quest description: the Uchiha do not need to be anonymous individuals. Gaining widespread recognition or awe within the Uchiha clan, let your name resonate in every corner of the Uchiha. Reward 100 gold points. Kamui beginner experience fragment right IX1. In his mind, the cold system notification echoed. 10000 gold points. It seems that a perfect rating can increase the rewards. And there's the Kamui fragment. Xia Zhi felt a stir in his heart, suppressing the joy within. Kamui, that was the BU level eye technique that Uchiha Obito relied on to gain fame. Although it was just a beginner experience fragment, it was enough to elevate his strength to a new level. Fuse Kimui beginner experience fragment right eye. He unhesitatingly gave the command in his mind. Ding. Fusion of Kimui beginner experience fragment right eye in progress. A strange spatial power surged into his right eye's kaleidoscope. The originally complex windmill pattern seemed to deepen, and at the center of the right pupil, a faint vortex-like phantom appeared. Xiaji felt that he had gained a completely new perception of the concept of space, as if he could easily distort the space in front of him, drawing all matter into it, or transferring himself to another place at will. At this moment, several of Fugaku's confidants rushed onto the training ground trembling. They hurriedly helped the unconscious Fugaku. Fugaku slowly regained consciousness, and when he saw Xiaji before him, despair instantly filled his weakened face. He had lost utterly and humiliatingly. Before the entire clan, he had been defeated by a junior he had never deemed worthy of attention, using the very power he prided himself on. Cough, cough. Fugaku coughed violently, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. He stared intently at Xiaji, his voice very weak. You are impressive. Xiaji looked at him expressionlessly, saying nothing. Fugaku took a deep breath, using all his strength to utter his last words. From today on, Uchiha Fugaku will enter seclusion for training. All clan affairs will be temporarily handled by the Elder Council. After saying these words, his head tilted and he fainted again. This announcement left everyone present in shock once more. Fugaku did not choose to cling stubbornly, nor did he shout for revenge, but chose to enter seclusion. This was both a helpless act, as he was gravely injured, and had lost face remaining would only bring further humiliation. Yet at the same time, it preserved a shred of dignity as the former clan leader. More importantly, he had thrown a huge power vacuum directly into the hands of the Elder Council and the emerging Xiaji. The Uchiha clan was about to change. The faces of several elders on the elders' seats instantly became extremely complex. Fugaku's move was indeed brilliant. They had to face the newly ascended Xiaji while also guarding against new conflicts arising from power distribution among themselves. At the back of the crowd, Uchiha Itachi stood silently, eerily still. Xiaji? Who exactly was he? That strange kaleidoscope, the myriad powerful techniques, and that calm and ruthless demeanor far beyond his age. All of this left Itachi deeply confused. Why had this boy, who had always been inconspicuous in the clan, even regarded as reclusive, suddenly unleashed such astonishing power? How many secrets had he hidden? What was his purpose? Xiaji paid no mind to the various thoughts of the crowd. He had defeated Fugaku, completed the fame within the clan quest, and received substantial rewards. The initial goal had been achieved. He turned and walked straight out of the training ground. He knew that defeating Fugaku was merely the beginning. Next, he would face the scrutiny of the entire Konoha upper echelon, along with the greater storm that would follow. The power shift within the Uchiha clan, a young powerhouse with a kaleidoscope Sharingan, had emerged. This news spread with astonishing speed from the Uchiha territory. In Konoha village at the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his desk, holding an urgent report just submitted by the Umbu, his face grave to the utmost. The content of the report was simple yet shocking. A 17-year-old boy named Uchiha Xiaji had publicly defeated the current clan leader Uchiha Fugaku in a duel. Furthermore, the report emphasized that Uchiha Xiaji was suspected of having awakened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe, murmuring to himself, his brow tightly knit. Was another Uchiha Madara about to emerge from the Uchiha clan? Who exactly was this Uchiha Xiaji? Was he a friend or foe of Konoha? A series of questions lingered in his mind. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became oppressive. He picked up another document on the desk, which contained more detailed information about Uchiha Xiaji, an orphan of the Uchiha parents, deceased, reclusive personality, average performance at the Ninja Academy, a low-ranking ninja. Everything seemed so ordinary. Yet it was this seemingly ordinary boy who had today stirred up a storm capable of shaking the entire Konoha. Go bring in Mito Minyan, and turn to Shikamaru as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed the Umbu behind him in a deep voice. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Umbu's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe again and took a deep breath. The waters of the Uchiha had become utterly murky due to Xiaji's appearance. As Hokage, he had to quickly devise a countermeasure. Xiaji returned to his humble little room. He sat cross-legged on his bed, his consciousness sinking into the system. Gold points balance 100, original 400 quest reward 100, martial arts armor 200, more than 10,000 gold points gave him greater confidence. Kimui. He carefully experienced the wonderful sense of control over space that came from his right eye. This was just the beginner experience, yet it was already so powerful. If he could master Kimui completely, his ability to save himself and his offensive capabilities would undergo a qualitative change. However, mastering Kimui would likely require more gold points or higher-level ocular skill fragments. What he needed to do now was to quickly familiarize himself with the surging power. Additionally, he had to prepare for potential probing or suppression from the Konoha upper echelon. The storm had just begun. Inside the Hokage office, smoke swirled around. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down the report in his hand, his aged face revealing no signs of emotion. A 17-year-old child with a Mangekyo Sharingan has defeated Fugaku in direct combat. He spoke slowly, his voice tinged with doubt. And Mitarashi, what do you think? Mitarashi adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. This matter is not trivial. The power of the Uchiha clan is already sensitive, and now there is an uncontrollable Mangekyo, which poses a significant threat to the village. Although Fugaku is ambitious, at least he is still within our control. Sakinai Koha interjected. This Uchiha Shida has an unknown background and strange abilities. We must quickly investigate his origins and intentions. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his cigarette, the smoke obscuring his expression. An investigation is certainly necessary. However, before that I would like to meet this child. Meet him. Mitarashi frowned. Hokagesama, would this not be too much praise for him? A mere junior who has just defeated the clan head. If he believes the village is wary of him. No need to worry. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. Whether he is a dragon or a snake, one must see for oneself to know. Moreover, since he can defeat Fugaku, his strength deserves our attention. He pondered for a moment before making a decision. Relay my orders to dispatch the Umbu to invite Uchiha Shida to the Hokage building. Understood. A voice responded from the shadows and then vanished without a trace. Mitarashi and Sakinai Koha exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of gravity in the other's eyes. They understood that the Hokage's invite carried significant weight. It was both a summons and a test, and perhaps even a conflict without smoke. The wooden door of Shida's small room was gently knocked upon. He sat cross-legged on his bed. The Mangekyo pattern in his eyes had long since faded, returning to their ordinary dark color. He felt no surprise at the arrival of the Umbu. After defeating Fugaku and causing such a commotion, it would indeed be strange if the higher-ups of Konoha remained oblivious. Uchiha Shida, the Hokage requests your presence. A voice from outside the door, characteristic of the Umbu, conveyed no emotion. Understood. Shida calmly replied, rising to tidy his slightly disheveled clothing. He opened the door, and two Umbu members wearing animal masks stood silently outside. Shida chuckled coldly to himself. An invite. This was more akin to a banquet of deceit. However, Uchiha Shida had nothing to fear. He followed the Umbu calmly, traversing the Uchiha clan's territory towards the Hokage building in the village center. Along the way, many clan members observed this scene, displaying complex expressions. Some were worried, some curious, and a few were gleeful at the misfortune. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the main seat with Mitarashi and Sakinai Koha seated on either side, their expressions solemn. When Shida was brought in by the Umbu, all three pairs of eyes fell upon the 17-year-old boy. You are Uchiha Shida. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke first, his face adorned with a consistently amiable smile, as if a kind elder were observing his own junior. I have met the third Hokage and the two elder advisors. Shida slightly bowed, his manners polite, yet his tone revealed no trace of respect. No need for formalities, Shidakin. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, indicating he could be at ease. We have already heard about your situation. At such a young age to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan and defeat the clan head, truly a hero of youth. His words sounded like praise. Yet Shida keenly detected a hint of probing. Hokagesama, you flatter me. Shida responded calmly. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, continuing, the emergence of a talent like you in the Uchiha clan is a blessing for the village. However, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan is formidable. I wonder how Shida can awaken this pair of eyes, and what extraordinary abilities they possess. Here it comes. Shida coldly smiled. This old fox had finally begun to probe. He raised his head, meeting Sarutobi Hiruzen's seemingly amiable eyes directly. Hokagesama, the source of power is not important. What matters is how it is used. Oh. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Then how does Shidakin believe this power should be used? Naturally, it should be used to protect what one wishes to safeguard. Shida replied without revealing any cracks. Well said. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, then shifted the conversation. So regarding the future of the Uchiha clan and your personal positioning within the village, does Shidakin have any thoughts? This was the real core issue. Shida scoffed inwardly. These old fellows were beating around the bush, simply wanting to know if he would become the second Uchiha Madara, whether he would threaten their rule. He no longer wanted to play along with their charade. Third Hokage Shida suddenly interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tone becoming firm. My power is my own. It has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan, nor with you Hokage or the higher-ups of Konoha. The moment these words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the office dropped to a freezing point. Impudent. Sakinai Koha scolded sharply. Uchiha Shida, what is this attitude? How dare you speak to Hokagesama in such a manner? Mitarashi N's face also darkened. Junior, do not think that having a bit of power allows you to disregard your elders and challenge the order of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile gradually faded, his gaze growing deeper. Shidakin, what do you mean by this? Do you believe that your power can surpass the village? An invisible pressure emanated from the three high-ranking officials of Konoha, enveloping Shida. Yet Shida seemed unaffected by this pressure, standing upright. I have never thought to surpass anyone. I merely wish to inform you all that the path I choose to walk does not require reporting to anyone. The future of the Uchiha clan is not for you to plan. You. Sakinai Koha's finger trembled with rage. Just as the atmosphere became tense to the breaking point, Shida's lips suddenly curled into a cold smile. Deep within his dark pupils, the perception of space became exceptionally sharp after merging with the primary experience fragment of Kamui. Just moments ago, he had clearly sensed a gaze hidden in a corner of the office filled with coldness locking onto him at this very moment. The owner of this gaze was self-evident. Hashida chuckled lightly, his voice not loud, yet clear to every ear. A rat that hides in the shadows is only fit to lurk in the dark, right? He suddenly raised his voice with a hint of provocation, his gaze sweeping towards a dark corner of the office. If you have the guts, step out. At these words, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, Mitarashi, and Tsukinai Koha were all taken aback. They exchanged glances, not understanding the meaning behind Shida's words. In the office besides them and Shida, as well as the umbu at the door, were there others. And hidden in the shadows, Shimura. Danzō's heart suddenly tightened. He had concealed himself exceptionally well, confident that even Sarutobi Hiruzen might not easily notice. How could this Uchiha brat possess such keen perception? A flicker of shock crossed Danzō's eyes, swiftly replaced by murderous intent. This Uchiha Shida was far too dangerous. Such an uncontrollable genius must not be allowed to remain. The atmosphere in the office became even more bizarre due to Shida's sudden provocation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression had completely darkened. The last trace of kindness on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face vanished completely. Mito Kaze and Uchiha Akihime displayed expressions of confusion. They could not fathom the meaning behind Natsu's actions. The shadows in the corner flickered slightly as a figure silently retreated, moving so swiftly that it almost seemed like an illusion. The corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's eye twitched. Danzō. He was indeed here. Moreover, this Uchiha Natsu could actually sense Danzō's presence. What level has this kid's perception ability reached? Cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed heavily, breaking the suffocating silence. This matter ends here. Uchiha Natsu, you may leave. But remember, the village's rules must not be trampled upon by anyone. This statement, rather than a warning, felt more like a helpless conclusion. Natsu said nothing further, calmly turning to leave the Hokage's office. He understood that this was merely a temporary calm and a greater storm was yet to come. Stepping out of the Hokage building bathed in sunlight, Natsu revealed a wicked smile. He immediately sensed that three tails were following him closely behind. The concealment technique and the faint killing intent could only belong to Danzō's root. Danzō, your methods are still so beneath notice, Natsu sneered inwardly. He did not immediately shake off his pursuers, deliberately pretending not to notice as he walked towards the outskirts of the clan's territory to a relatively secluded abandoned building complex. At the same time, his consciousness sank into the system. System purchase Vortex Clan Secret Art Kagura's Heart, Beginner Experience version. Ding. Consumed 2,000 premium points. Vortex Clan Secret Art Kagura's Heart, Beginner Experience version activated. Duration, 24 hours. Premium point balance, 8,200. A surge of perception instantly spread out. In Natsu's mind, the chakra flows and personnel distribution within several kilometers transformed into a clear three-dimensional perception map. He was fully aware of the positions, movement trajectories, and even the subtle chakra signal exchanges among the three root ninjas. They cooperate quite well. They must be elite, Natsu assessed inwardly. Yet this did not deter him in the slightest. Avoid. That was not his style. Since Danzō had delivered a gift to his door, he naturally had to return the favor. He walked into an abandoned building area, filled with crumbling walls. The terrain here was complex with limited visibility, making it an ideal ambush spot. System exchanged for micro-explosive tags and placed them inside this entrance. Ding. Consumed 100 premium points. Micro-explosive tags have been deployed. After completing this, Natsu's figure blended into the shadows. Moments later, a root ninja wearing a raccoon mask stealthily entered the abandoned building. He moved lightly, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Target has entered the designated area, he reported softly through his throat communicator. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed something was wrong beneath his feet. Not good. Boom. A muffled explosion rang out. Although the power was controlled to a minimal range, the root ninja was still blasted backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Smoke engulfed the area, and his left leg was charred black. Number 1. What happened? There's an ambush. Be careful. The other two root ninjas, one wearing an eagle mask, and the other a wolf mask, rushed in from different directions, almost simultaneously attempting to rescue their comrade. Just as they charged into the smoke, a figure dropped silently from above. It was Natsu. His right eye, with its strange black pinwheel pattern, suddenly lit up. Kamui. The root ninja wearing the eagle mask was about to strike at the suspicious target in the smoke, when he suddenly felt a bizarre distortion in the space around his right arm. His charged strike missed completely. The blade grazed the void, and his body lost balance in an instant. Now's the time. Seizing this rare opportunity, the combat instincts provided by the advanced experience card for taijutsu made Natsu's movements lightning fast. He ducked low, avoiding the eagle-masked ninja's instinctive horizontal sweep after losing balance. Simultaneously, a precise chop struck the carotid artery of the other root ninja wearing a wolf mask. Thud. The wolf-masked ninja didn't even have time to groan. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed instantly, losing his combat capability. Number 2. Number 3. The raccoon-masked ninja injured on his left leg was horrified. He paid no heed to the excruciating pain in his leg, struggling to retrieve a signal flare from his ninja tool pouch. Not a chance. Natsu coldly shouted. His right eye's pupil power fluctuated slightly, and an invisible distortion force instantly disrupted the chakra gathering in the raccoon-masked ninja's arm. The ninja felt a numbness in his arm, and the hand-sealing motion was abruptly interrupted. In the next moment, Natsu was already in front of him, kicking his wrist, causing the signal flare to slip from his grasp. Then without mercy, Natsu delivered a heavy punch to his abdomen. Boom. The raccoon-masked ninja bent over, flying backward and crashing into the crumbling wall, sliding down to the ground, completely losing the ability to resist. The entire process was swift and decisive. In just a few breaths, all three elite root members were subdued by Natsu. He walked slowly to the eagle-masked ninja, whose arm had been twisted by Kimui. At this moment, the ninja was clutching his strangely deformed right arm, cold sweat beading on his forehead and his eyes filled with terror. Go back and tell Danzō. Natsu's voice was icy. This little trick is hardly worth noticing. Next time it won't be so simple to settle things. A murderous intent surged in his eyes. His desire to kill that old man Shimura Danzō had become exceedingly firm at this moment. The eagle-masked ninja gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Natsu did not pay them any further attention, turning to disappear deep into the ruins. He understood that these three would be dealt with by Danzō, and he had successfully delivered a surprise to Danzō. Inside the Hokage office, Shimura Danzō entered, this time openly. He wore a grim expression as he sat down. It seemed as if nothing had happened just moments ago. Sarutobi, you've seen it all. Danzō's voice was filled with anger. That Uchiha brat has completely lost control. His Mangekyo Sharingan, his perception, and his arrogant disregard for others. He dares to provoke you in the Hokage office today. Out tomorrow, he will dare to overturn the entire Konoha. Mito Kaze and Uchiha Akihime also wore expressions of deep concern. Danzō, calm down. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his forehead. Natsu's perception is indeed astonishingly sharp, but sending Root to track him was already against the rules. Rules? Danzō slammed the table angrily. Is now the time to talk about rules? Sarutobi, as long as this boy lives, Konoha will never know peace. We must eliminate him completely before he loses control. I agree with Danzō's perspective, Uchiha Akihime said in a deep voice. This Natsu is far too dangerous. His rate of power growth and his methods are filled with uncertainty. We cannot be lenient any longer. Mito Kaze nodded in agreement. Fugaku also has ambitions, but at least he is still within controllable limits. This Natsu, no one knows what he will do next. Better to deal with it quickly than to suffer long-term consequences. The three of them reached a rare consensus. Uchiha Natsu must be dealt with. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. Did he not understand the threat Natsu posed? But the Mangekyo Sharingan was also a powerful force for the village, if it could be guided in a direction beneficial to the village. Right now, the Uchiha clan has just gone through turmoil. Fugaku has been defeated, and Natsu's reputation within the clan is unmatched for the time being. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke slowly. If we take action against him now, once the news leaks, it could likely trigger a backlash from the entire Uchiha clan. At that time, the situation will become even more difficult to manage. So you mean to let him go? Danzō shouted in anger. Wait until he grows to a point where we can no longer control him. Like Uchiha Madara from back in the day. Madara. That name pressed heavily on everyone's hearts. What I mean is that we need a more prudent plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the table. A plan that can eliminate the hidden dangers without causing greater turmoil. If you still can't make up your mind. Danzō snorted coldly. The atmosphere in the office fell into a stalemate once again. The four highest authorities of Konoha engaged in heated debate over how to deal with the 17-year-old Uchiha Natsu, yet they could not reach a unified conclusion. The sunlight outside the window remained bright. Yet inside the Hokage office, it was shrouded in a cloud of gloom. Natsu's figure lingered like an unshakable ghost in each of their hearts. The night breeze was slightly cool. Summer Solstice returned to the humble little house located at the edge of the clan's territory. Danzō. Summer Solstice was still murmuring that name. He knew that today's visit to the Hokage building was merely an appetizer. The real confrontation had only just begun. The higher-ups of Konoha would never let it go easily. At the very least, Danzō would definitely not. Their deep-seated fear of the Uchiha and the Sharingan had penetrated to the marrow. The urgent matter was not to clash with Konoha's higher-ups, but to completely take control of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku's retreat was undoubtedly an excellent signal. His prestige within the clan had risen to unprecedented heights after the battle in the training ground. Those clan members who once looked down on him were probably too afraid to even breathe at this moment. It was the best opportunity to consolidate internal forces and completely grasp this immense power in his hands. Summer Solstice had already made up his mind. The next day, an order personally issued by Summer Solstice quickly spread throughout the Uchiha clan. All serving elders and ninjas within the clan who had reached the elite Jonin level were required to gather at the main hall of the South Shrine in the afternoon for a meeting. This order instantly stirred up a storm. Is Summer Solstice calling a high-level meeting? What is he planning? Fugaku just retreated, and he can't wait to act. Clan members discussed fervently, speculating about Summer Solstice's intentions. Some sharp-minded individuals had already sensed an unusual atmosphere. The sky of the Uchiha clan might really be about to change. Inside the main hall of the South Shrine, dozens of key figures from the Uchiha clan stood lined up on either side. The young elite Jonins, such as Uchiha Shana, had witnessed the terrifying power of Summer Solstice in the training ground. Yet at this moment, looking at the 17-year-old figure in the master seat, their eyes were still filled with complexity. The older elders, however, wore solemn expressions, their faces varied. Uchiha and Uchiha Inaho and Uchiha Hakadai were prominently present. Having experienced many storms, they understood that today's meeting would not be calm. Summer Solstice sat firmly in the master seat originally belonging to Fugaku. Though his figure still appeared youthful, the calmness in his eyes revealed a depth that belied his age. He did not rush to speak, merely casting a steady gaze across everyone present. That gaze seemed to carry an invisible pressure. Everyone, Summer Solstice finally spoke. I trust you all have already speculated the purpose of today's gathering. He paused, his gaze sharpening. Our Uchiha clan possesses the most outstanding bloodline limit in the ninja world, filled with numerous exceptionally talented clansmen. But to this day, what is our situation in the village? These words struck like a needle, painfully pricking the nerves of many present. Marginalized, distrusted, pushed to the periphery. The Hokage position is beyond our reach. Core power is severed from us. Even the location of our clan's territory is situated on the village's edge, constantly under surveillance. That's enough. Summer Solstice slammed the low table in front of him. I, Uchiha Summer Solstice, have had enough of this kind of life. I believe everyone present has had enough too. This statement ignited the flames of those young, radical, elite jonins. They had long been dissatisfied with the discrimination from Konoha's higher-ups and Fugaku's weak tolerance. Lord Summer Solstice is right. A young jonin stood up excitedly. Why should we Uchiha endure this humiliation? We have the Sharingan. We are the strongest. Support Summer Solstice. Lead us to change all of this. For a moment, the young faction was filled with fervor. Summer Solstice raised his hand, signaling for silence. He was quite pleased with this effect. The Uchiha clan must unite. His voice was firm. From this day forth, I, Uchiha Summer Solstice, will lead the Uchiha. We will no longer be passive lambs, but rather lions who can dominate our own fate. He rose, his gaze piercing as he looked at everyone. A powerful Uchiha unshackled by Konoha. An Uchiha that can make the entire ninja world take notice. This is the posture that our Uchiha clan deserves. This statement stirred the blood of the young jonins. However, not everyone agreed with Summer Solstice's radical approach. You young brats, speaking arrogantly. An old and out-of-place voice suddenly rang out. Following the voice, everyone turned to see an elder with white hair and age spots on his face trembling as he stepped out from the back of the crowd. This person was named Uchiha Shirjo, one of the oldest elders in the clan, known for his conservative and stubborn nature. Leaning on a cane, Uchiha Shirjo walked to the center of the hall, his murky eyes fixed on Summer Solstice, filled with disdain. Summer Solstice, you think you can do as you please just because you lucked out and defeated Fugaku. You are young, ambitious, and inciting the clansmen, attempting to split the clan and lead the Uchiha into an irretrievable abyss. Your actions are no different from rebellion. He paused, his tone turning even more vicious. In the past, your parents were just as unaware of the situation which led to their tragic end. I see you are just like them, a calamity for the Uchiha. At these words, the atmosphere in the main hall instantly dropped to freezing point. Mentioning his parents was a taboo that struck Summer Solstice's heart. His originally calm gaze suddenly turned icy and piercing. A terrifying, killing intent began to emanate from him. Old man. Summer Solstice was completely enraged. You are seeking death. He did not utter another word. A scarlet glow suddenly ignited in his eyes. The bizarre and complex black pinwheel pattern began to spin wildly. The Mangekyo Sharingan activate. A wave of pure mental malice entwined with the fragments of basic Tsukuyomi crashed towards Uchiha Shirjo. Ugh! Uchiha Shirjo let out a scream. He felt his consciousness being dragged into a terrifying space filled with blood and wails. Countless grotesque demons lunged at him, tearing at his soul. His body trembled violently, his eyes bulging and filled with bloodshot veins. In just a few breaths, PFF, Uchiha Shirjo suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, dark red blood began to ooze from all 7 orifices. His body slumped to the ground, twitching a few times before falling silent. His murky old eyes were filled with endless fear and unwillingness, unable to close even in death. Blood stained the ancient floor of the south he shrine, emitting a pungent smell. The entire main hall was silent as a grave. Everyone was utterly stunned by Summer Solstice's methods. They didn't even see how Summer Solstice made his move. The eldest elder Shirjo had already died on the spot. Is this the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Is this the style of action of this new powerhouse? Cold-blooded, decisive, without any hesitation. Those who had previously harbored doubts about Summer Solstice, as well as the elders and jonins who were secretly plotting, now felt a chill run through them. For the first time, they truly felt the ruthless methods of this 17-year-old youth, far beyond everyone's imagination. Summer Solstice slowly withdrew his gaze, the pinwheel pattern in his eyes gradually fading. His cold gaze swept over everyone present. Is there anyone who has objections? His voice was eerily calm. Unsurprisingly, no one dared to respond. Those elders who originally wanted to assert their seniority all lowered their heads. They understood very well that if they dared to utter a single no, their fate would surely be the same as Uchiha Shirjo. Some jonins who were previously wavering in their positions now repeatedly expressed their willingness to heed Summer Solstice's arrangements with no second thoughts. Summer Solstice nodded in satisfaction. This method of establishing authority through killing was indeed the most effective. The Uchiha clan could only submit completely by demonstrating absolute strength. Very well. Summer Solstice nodded. Since no one has any objections from this moment on, I will carry out a comprehensive reform of the Uchiha clan. I will announce my decisions. First, reorganize the Uchiha Guard. All members must undergo strict screening to eliminate the incompetent and enhance the overall combat power and efficiency of the Guard. Second, establish an elite team directly under my command named Shadows. The members of the Shadows team will be selected from the most outstanding ninjas within the clan responsible for handling all special affairs and executing the highest level missions. These two decisions once again stirred waves in everyone's hearts. Reorganizing the Guard meant a reshuffling of power. Establishing the Shadows team was an important measure for Summer Solstice to firmly grasp the core military power in his hands. The power structure within the Uchiha clan began to undergo earth-shattering changes at this moment. A brand new power system with Uchiha Summer Solstice as its absolute core was rapidly being established. The sky of the Uchiha clan had completely changed. Inside the main hall of the South-He Shrine, Izanagi was clear that while an iron-fisted approach was effective, merely instilling fear was far from sufficient to truly control the Uchiha. He needed a group of core forces that were genuinely loyal to him and could carry out his will. Those who wavered like reeds in the wind were unreliable at crucial moments. His consciousness sank into the light blue screen in his mind, directly opening the system store. His gaze swiftly searched through the dazzling array of products, eventually stopping at the auxiliary tools section. Soon a special item caught his attention. One-time loyalty contract low level can be used on targets weaker than oneself, ensuring their absolute loyalty to the caster for a certain period or until a specific task is completed with no thoughts of betrayal possible. Price 800 gold points per sheet. Absolute loyalty for a limited time. Though it's low-level and time-limited, it's like a timely rain for the current situation. He did not need permanent enslavement, just a group of absolutely reliable enforcers during this critical phase of consolidating the Uchiha. He glanced at his gold points balance. Previously, to respond to the Hokage's summons and Danzō's tale, he had spent 2,000 points on Vortex Clan's secret technique Kagura's Heart Beginner Experience version and 100 points for arranging micro-explosive symbols, leaving him with 8,100 points. Purchase 5 one-time loyalty contracts low level. Izanagi silently thought. Ding. Consumed 4,000 gold points. Purchased one-time loyalty contract low level 5. Gold points balance 4,100. 5 semi-transparent contract cards appeared in his system storage space. Izanagi's gaze slowly swept over the elder and jonin below, who were as silent as the grave. He was secretly filtering through suitable targets. Those cunning and deeply entrenched old hardliners were directly eliminated. What he needed were individuals with certain strength and influence, yet whose positions were relatively unstable, or those who would currently hold him in awe, making them easier to control. Soon he locked on 5 targets. Among them were a few of the trusted aides of the previously radical elder Uchiha Hakadai. Although Uchiha Hakadai was frightened after Elder Shizhi's assassination, his faction was relatively more open to change. The meeting concluded in a stifling atmosphere. No one dared to voice any dissent against the reforms announced by Izanagi. That night, Izanagi secretly summoned the 5 elite jonin he had selected. Within a secluded secret chamber, the 5 elite jonin stood nervously before Izanagi, not daring to breathe. The scene in the main hall earlier that day had left them deeply shaken. Please sit. Izanagi's voice was calm, revealing no hint of emotion. The 5 dared only to lean half of their bodies onto the tatami. I called you here today, and I trust you have some understanding of the situation. Izanagi got straight to the point. The future of the Uchiha requires capable and resolute individuals to forge it together. And you are the ones I value. He first promised them important roles and a bright future, painting a grand blueprint for the Uchiha's rise in the new era. The 5 listened with flickering eyes filled with both hope for the future and awe of Izanagi's unfathomable strength. Of course, what I need is absolute loyalty. Any indecision, any duplicity will lead to the fate of Uchiha Shirjo. A cold, killing intent flashed briefly, causing the 5 to shudder. Without allowing them to ponder further, Izanagi's mind stirred, and the 5 one-time loyalty contracts low-level activated silently. 5 almost imperceptible beams of light shot from Izanagi's fingertips, merging into the foreheads of the 5 elite jonin. Their bodies trembled slightly, and their eyes instantly transformed into expressions of near-fanatical absolute faith. They almost simultaneously knelt on one knee. We vow to serve Lord Izanagi with our lives. We will face fire and water without hesitation. Izanagi nodded in satisfaction. Done. This low-level contract is ultimately not a long-term solution, as its effectiveness will weaken over time. But for now it is sufficient. He successfully established a core team that was absolutely reliable in the shortest time possible. These 5 elite jonin held considerable influence within the clan. Their loyalty would provide significant convenience for the implementation of subsequent plans. Just as Izanagi began to consolidate his core strength and prepare for the next phase, someone he expected, yet found somewhat troublesome, came to his door. Uchiha Itachi. The young genius stood outside Izanagi's humble dwelling, his expression complex. He had witnessed the bloodshed in the main hall of the South-He Shrine and felt the unrest within the clan. Izanagi. Itachi's voice was filled with deep confusion. What exactly do you wish to lead the Uchiha toward with such radical means? Such extreme methods will only invite greater disasters. He could not comprehend why his usually silent peer would suddenly unleash such terrifying power and choose such bloody means to consolidate the clan. Xiaji turned around looking at Uchiha Itachi at the door. His feelings towards this character who bore everything in the original work were quite complex. At this moment Itachi still bore a hint of youthful innocence on his face, but the heaviness in his eyes far exceeded his age. Disaster. Xiaji curled his lips into a mocking smile, retorting Itachi, then tell me where lies the way out for the Uchiha. His voice was calm. Is it to continue wagging our tails at Konoha, trading the blood and dignity of our clansmen for their hypocritical trust, and then tremble in fear as we await the next round of suspicion and oppression? Or is it to be like Uchiha Fugaku, filled with ambition but devoid of action, endlessly convening clan meetings to draw up grand plans and incite unrealistic emotions, ultimately leading the entire clan to destruction under the machinations of Konoha's higher-ups? Every word Xiaji spoke was like a sharp knife, tearing apart the reality that Itachi most wished to avoid. Itachi was momentarily at a loss for words. He could not refute. For what Xiaji said was indeed the dilemma that weighed heavily on his mind day and night, yet he could find no solution. The Uchiha clan situation was akin to a moth caught in a spider's web. The more they struggled, the tighter the bindings became. The suspicions of Konoha's higher-ups loomed like the sword of Damocles above their heads, ready to fall at any moment. Yet he also did not agree with Xiaji's extreme methods. Using violence and slaughter to unify thoughts was in direct opposition to what he pursued. At the very least, it shouldn't be done this way. Itachi attempted to argue, but found his words weak and feeble. Xiaji snorted lightly, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. He had no time to discuss philosophical issues with this idealistic youth. Itachi, put away your unrealistic fantasies. Xiaji's tone turned cold. The fate of the Uchiha has never been changed through prayer and concession. If you want to survive, if you do not want to be treated as a mere pawn to be manipulated, you must possess the power to overturn the chessboard and the determination to pay any price. The so-called disaster you speak of is, in my view, merely the labor pains before rebirth. With that, Xiaji no longer paid any attention to Uchiha Itachi. He had more important matters to attend to. Through the 5 newly recruited core subordinates, he began to secretly mobilize resources and investigate those who participated in oppressing their own kin. Uchiha Fugaku's weakness and inaction had led to the infiltration of corrupt elements within the clan. These individuals were the true cancer of the Uchiha clan. Unless they were completely eradicated, the Uchiha could never truly unite as one. As night fell, the darkness deepened. Within the Uchiha clan, dark currents surged and a killing intent loomed. The figure of Uchiha Itachi blended into the night, yet his steps were not as steady as usual. The crimson kaleidoscope of his eyes and those words swirled in his mind. He needed to find someone to talk to, someone who could understand him or at least offer him some guidance. Under the moonlight, the Nange River flowed quietly. Uchiha Shisui sat alone on a large stone by the riverbank, his shadow elongated under the moonlight, carrying a hint of solitude. It seemed he had anticipated Itachi's arrival. As Itachi stopped a few meters behind him, Shisui softly spoke. Is it still about the matter with the summer solstice? Itachi walked to Shisui's side, sitting down beside him and pouring out his conversation with the summer solstice and his own concerns. He held nothing back, including the summer solstice's almost paranoid distrust of the higher-ups in Konoha and that resolute determination to completely overturn the Uchiha clan. Shisui listened quietly, the moonlight casting a gentle glow on his serene face. After a long pause, he sighed. The summer solstice. Shisui's voice was tinged with regret. He truly has exceeded everyone's expectations. That level of strength, that kind of intellect, and his ruthless methods do not resemble those of a 17-year-old child at all. Itachi's gaze was fixed intently on Shisui, a hint of hope in his eyes. Shisui, do you think he? Shisui slowly shook his head, his expression complex. I don't know. The stubbornness of clan leader Fugaku and the endless suspicions among the higher-ups. I once thought Mikoto Amatsukami could change something, at least to make Fugaku more aware, so that the relationship between the clan and the village wouldn't reach the worst point. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. But I was wrong. Some things are deeply rooted, they cannot be solved by mere willpower. The barriers of the human heart are far thicker than one can imagine. The sense of helplessness in his words made Itachi's heart sink. Shisui stared at the river's surface, his voice low. The emergence of the summer solstice is like a potent medicine directly tearing apart the false peace of the Uchiha. Though his words were extreme, there was some truth in them. The Uchiha could no longer sit idly by like frogs in warm water. This statement made Itachi suddenly lift his head, surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected Shisui, who was usually gentle and dedicated to mending the rift between the clan and the village, to resonate with some of the summer solstice's viewpoints. Shisui seemed to notice Itachi's astonishment and smiled bitterly. But his methods are too extreme. To integrate the clan so forcefully, even at the cost of bloodshed, and to oppose all of Konoha would push the Uchiha into an abyss more tragic than we imagined. He knew deeply that if the summer solstice's blade of revolution were to spiral out of control, it would not only harm the enemy. Then, can we stop him? Itachi's voice trembled. He looked at Shisui, his most trusted friend, the strongest Jinjutsu user of the Uchiha clan, who possessed the legendary Koto Amatsukami that could change others' wills. Shisui remained silent for a long time. Under the moonlight his profile appeared somewhat pale. Stop him. He smiled bitterly again with a hint of helplessness. Itachi, the current strength of the summer solstice is unfathomable. The abilities of his kaleidoscope Sharingan are still beyond our full comprehension. Moreover, don't you feel it? He seems to hide even more unknown trump cards. Even if I were to use Kodo Amatsukami, Shizui's voice lowered further, let alone whether I can approach him unnoticed and successfully cast the technique. Even if I succeed with his strong mental fortitude, I might not be able to fully control him. Once he perceives it, it may provoke him entirely with consequences beyond imagination. That boy's temperament is not as easily swayed as it appears. Itachi's heart sank completely. Even Shursui wasn't confident. Just as Itachi and Shursui were troubled about the future of the Uchiha, another conspiracy against the summer solstice was quietly brewing in the dark corners of Konoha. Root base. Shimura Danzō sat in a cold stone chair, a cold gleam flickering in his single eye. A confidential report regarding Uchiha summer solstice's recent movements lay spread before him. Purging the clan. Consolidating power. Forming the shadow team. Danzō's lips curled into a cold smile. This Uchiha summer solstice is truly impatient. Although some of the spies he had placed within the Uchiha clan had been secretly identified during the summer solstice's purging actions, even disappearing quietly, there were still fish that slipped through the net conveying these important pieces of information. Sarutobi is still too soft-hearted. Danzō snorted coldly. Dealing with an Uchiha snake that could bite back at any moment should be done before it fully reveals its venomous fangs, completely strangling it. He believed this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The summer solstice's major actions within the Uchiha clan were undoubtedly a blatant challenge to the Hokage's authority and Konoha's order. If he could add fuel to the fire, creating the appearance of an impending rebellion by the summer solstice, perhaps it would completely dispel the last trace of hesitation in Sarutobi's heart, forcing him to make a decision. In the end, uprooting the Uchiha of this hidden threat. Lord, shall we? A masked root ninja knelt on one knee awaiting orders. A fierce glint flashed in Danzō's eyes. Uchiha summer solstice must die? But he cannot die without a reason. I want him to die justly, to become the fuse for the complete annihilation of the Uchiha clan. A malicious plan swiftly took shape in his mind. Send the order down. Danzō's voice was devoid of emotion. Select the most elite personnel. We can offer him two choices. One, direct assassination. Must ensure a single strike to kill, leaving no traces, disguising the scene as an internal feud or a purge by Konoha's higher-ups. He paused, seemingly feeling this was not perfect enough. Two, if the assassination fails or the situation changes, then create an accident. For example, let the summer solstice actively attack our Umbu team that is on a mission, preferably leaving a few surviving witnesses who can see Uchiha summer solstice's atrocities with their own eyes. Pour all the dirt onto that brat, onto the entire Uchiha. Yes, Lord Danzō. The root ninja accepted the order, his figure quietly merging into the darkness. A storm was brewing. Over Konoha, dark clouds began to gather, oppressive enough to make breathing difficult. Night deep and profound. Xiaji sat cross-legged on the bed in his humble room, his eyes slightly closed, breathing steadily. At this moment, his simple abode seemed like the calm eye of a storm before it struck. The effects of the secret technique from the Xuanwu clan, the Shinra Hard Eye beginner experience version, had not yet completely faded. Although the range and precision of his perception had diminished with the terrifying insight of his kaleidoscope Sharingan, every movement within a radius of several hundred meters was crystal clear. In the air, every subtle flow of chakra, every unusual intent to kill was laid bare before him. Their coming. Xiaji opened his eyes, a murderous aura flashing across his face. He had long anticipated that the old dog Danzō would not let this matter rest. Uchiha Xiaji reveled in turning those self-righteous hunters into turtles in a jar. Through the 5 Uchiha elite jounin controlled by the one-time loyalty contract, Xiaji had not only grasped some hidden channels within the clan, but also gained a rough understanding of the spies Danzō had embedded within the Uchiha, playing the game against him, luring him into a trap. The defensive traps he had set around his residence were merely a smokescreen to confuse his enemies. The real killing game lay within this small room. He could even clearly see 3 ghostly figures approaching his abode from different directions, with near-perfect coordination, moving silently. The stealth techniques and the ultimate control of chakra revealed the elite prowess of the root ninjas. 3 people, huh? Danzō, you really do hold me in high regard. Xiaji scoffed coldly in his heart, not even lifting his eyelids, maintaining his meditative posture. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting shadows on the floor. A figure nearly merging with the shadows stealthily approached the rear window of Xiaji's room. It was a root ninja wearing a blank mask. His movements were gentle, making not a single sound. Even the most alert beast would struggle to detect his approach. He drew a dagger shimmering with a ghostly blue light from his bosom, the blade evidently coated with a lethal poison designed to seal the throat upon piercing. This was a specialized poison from the root, colorless and odorless, and once it entered the body, even medical ninjas would be helpless. A cruel smile crept across the corners of his mouth beneath the mask. To him, this Uchiha Xiaji, despite possessing the kaleidoscope Sharingan, was merely a 17-year-old child. Experience and temperament. He was still very green. As long as he could approach silently, it would be a one-hit kill. He cautiously slid open the window's latch, the entire process flowing smoothly without a sound. In a flash, he slipped into the room. Inside, the young Uchiha was still sitting cross-legged on the bed, facing away from him, seemingly oblivious to everything. A perfect opportunity. The root ninja's eyes glinted coldly as he released chakra from his feet, silently lunging toward Xiaji's back. The poison dagger aimed directly at Xiaji's vital heart. He was confident that this strike would crush this Uchiha genius in his cradle. Almost there. As the dagger was about to pierce Xiaji's body, a thrill of triumph surged through the root ninja. However, just as the dagger was about to strike, swish, what the dagger pierced was not flesh but a phantom. The seated figure of Xiaji began to slowly dissipate before his eyes. What a... The root ninja's pupils suddenly contracted, panic surging within him. Not good. It's a shadow clone. This brat actually sensed it. He instantly realized he had fallen into a trap, but it was too late. Just as he missed his strike and leaned forward slightly, due to inertia revealing a flaw, a chilling voice echoed behind him. Is this all the skill of an old dog's lackey? The root ninja felt a bone-chilling coldness wash over him. He turned around sharply only to see a pair of eyes radiating an eerie red light. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. The real Xiaji had appeared silently behind him at some point. It was a distortion of space. The root ninja tried to react, to retreat, to form hand seals to counterattack. But his body felt as though it was shackled by an invisible force, rendering his movement sluggish. In Xiaji's right eye, at the center of the unique kaleidoscope pattern, a small vortex-like phantom suddenly sharpened into focus. Kamui. The target was the root ninja's right arm. Crack. The root ninja felt an indescribable, excruciating pain in his right arm. Upon closer inspection, it was being twisted into a spiral shape. He watched helplessly as his entire right arm, along with the poison dagger in his hand, was brutally broken in an eerie twist of space. Blood instantly stained the ground in front of him. Ugh! The pain forced the root ninja to let out a shrill scream. This direct assault on his body through spatial tearing brought pain far beyond that of any blade or sword. Yet he reacted swiftly, survival instinct compelling him to endure the agonizing pain of his severed arm. His left hand darted towards the ninja tool pouch at his waist, attempting to retrieve a weapon to counterattack. However, would Xiaji grant him this opportunity? The answer was a resounding no. Just as the root ninja screamed and his left hand began to move, Xiaji's figure flashed, already appearing in front of him. The battle instincts brought by the advanced experience card of physical arts made every motion precise and efficient. No frills, not even a trace of movement, could be perceived. A cold hand strike landed on the major artery of the root ninja's neck. Ugh! The root ninja instantly collapsed weakly to the ground. Blood flowed from his severed right arm, pooling into a glaring puddle. The entire process from the root ninja's infiltration to Xiaji's counterattack transpired in the blink of an eye. Clean and neat, not even allowing the other two root members outside any time to react or provide support. Xiaji looked coldly at the lifeless root ninja beneath his feet, his expression devoid of emotion. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the wall. The two root members outside seemed unaware of the anomaly inside the room. Danzō, your surprise is rather underwhelming. Do you think such poor quality can take my life, Uchiha Xiaji? A cold smile with endless killing intent curled at the corners of his mouth. Now it's my turn to deliver a grand gift to you. Outside the small house, the other two root ninjas had finally reacted. Number one is in trouble. Attack. The two exchanged glances, no longer hesitating as they charged towards the doors and windows of the small house from different directions. They needed to quickly ascertain the status of their comrade and completely eliminate this Uchiha brat. Bang! Bang! Two loud crashes sounded almost simultaneously as the wooden door and back window of the small room were shattered to pieces. Amidst the flying wood chips, two shadowy figures rushed into the room with lightning speed. As soon as the two root ninjas entered the room, they saw the glaring pool of blood on the floor along with the lifeless body of their fallen comrade. The right arm of Ninja No. One was twisted into a grotesque shape with evident signs of a heavy blow on his neck. Damn it! One of the root ninjas cursed under his breath, his kunai shimmering coldly in his hand. They realized that this mission was far more challenging than they had anticipated. This Uchiha brat was definitely not someone who could be easily dealt with. Xiaji stood in the center of the room, right next to the bleeding corpse. He kicked the critically injured root ninja to the corner, his gaze cold as he stared at the two elite root ninjas before him. Only two. Xiaji scoffed mockingly. Is Danzō underestimating me or overestimating you? As his words fell, two more figures crashed through the hole in the ceiling, landing steadily at the corners of the room. The four root ninjas completely surrounded Xiaji, each exuding a chilling aura. So it's four and now that's more like it. Xiaji flexed his wrist, producing a sound of cracking joints. However, it's still not enough to be taken seriously. The four elite root ninjas exchanged glances, instantly reaching a silent agreement. Two would attack, while two would provide support, their collaboration unervingly seamless. The battle was about to erupt. The two foremost root ninjas moved simultaneously, their figures darting through the cramped space. The silent movement technique made their trajectories unpredictable, flanking from the left and right, coordinating their attacks from above and below, each strike aimed directly at Zaya's vitals. Meanwhile, the two root ninjas at the back began forming hand seals, preparing to unleash hidden techniques for ranged support. Zaya's Sharingan suddenly brightened, the bizarre black pinwheel pattern spinning rapidly, capturing every subtle movement of his enemies. The flow of chakra, the delicate shifts in muscle, even the rhythm of their breathing all became clear to him. Too slow. The combat instinct brought on by the advanced body technique experience card pushed Zaya's reactions to their utmost limits. He moved his foot sliding past the encirclement of the two attackers, and with a swift motion of his right hand a kunai accurately shot towards the forehead of the left root ninja. Clang. The kunai was deflected by the opponent's hidden blade, sending sparks flying. But this was merely a feint. The real killing move had quietly commenced. The swirling illusion at the center of his right eye flickered slightly, activating Kimui. The rapidly moving root ninja suddenly felt a strange distortion in the space around his left leg. The originally perfect trajectory of his attack was instantly thrown off. His body lost balance, stumbling awkwardly to the side. What the hell is this? The root ninja was struck with dread. He had never encountered such a peculiar ocular technique. The distortion of space was utterly unpreventable. Zaya's figure was like a shadow, taking advantage of his opponent's moment of imbalance to deliver a heavy punch straight to his abdomen. Bang! The struck root ninja spewed blood from his mouth. However, his reflexes were also incredibly swift. During his backward flight, he forcefully twisted his body, sending several shuriken flying from his hand. A flash of red light appeared in Zaya's eyes, and part of his body instantly phased out. Those shuriken passed right through him, embedding themselves into the wall behind. This is impossible. The four root ninjas were left dumbfounded. What they had just witnessed completely shattered their understanding. Instant phasing, what kind of monstrous ability was that? Earth release, earth flow wall. One of the root ninjas skilled in earth release saw the situation turning dire and immediately performed a ninjutsu. A thick earthen wall rose from the ground, attempting to trap Shiaji within and restrict his movements. A mere trick. Shiaji snorted coldly. The terrifying power brought on by the advanced body technique experience card fully erupted at that moment. He clenched his right fist, chakra converging at his knuckles, and then slammed it forward. Boom. The solid earth flow wall was punched through, creating a massive hole. Debris flew everywhere, dust swirling. Zaya's figure charged out from the cloud of smoke, instantly lunging at the earth release ninja. This power. The root ninjas were utterly shaken by the terrifying strength Shiaji displayed. Was this really a 17-year-old child? Such body technique, such power, he was simply a monster. Just then Shiaji spotted a perfect opportunity. His left eye's Sharingan pattern suddenly brightened, quietly activating the basic Tsukuyami. The target was the root ninja he had just heavily injured, whose will was somewhat weakened. The ninja, attempting to regain his footing, suddenly felt a wave of disorientation. The world before his eyes seemed to turn crimson, countless terrifying illusions swirling in his mind. Now's the time. Zaya's figure flickered, his kunai striking like a venomous snake, accurately piercing the opponent's throat. Ugh! Blood gushed from the throat of the root ninja, his eyes filled with unwillingness and fear before he slumped down lifelessly. The foreman team was instantly reduced by over half. The remaining two root ninjas felt a chill run down their spines. They finally realized that this Uchiha boy before them was not a target that could be easily handled. He was a true demon. Retreat. Immediate retreat. One of them attempted to signal a retreat, but Shiaji would not give them that chance. At that moment, Shiaji made an unexpected move. He deliberately exposed a clear flaw while dodging, allowing the last root ninja's specialized wire to wrap around his arm successfully. Got you. The root ninja rejoiced, thinking he had finally subdued this troublesome target. He was about to signal success, informing Danzō that the mission was complete. However, Zaya's Sharingan pattern flickered, and a powerful illusion instantly enveloped the opponent. At the same time, Zaya's mind moved. System exchange for the basic truth serum. Ding. Consumed 50 points. Basic truth serum generated. A small syringe appeared in Zaya's hand. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent was controlled by the illusion, he injected the serum into his body. Under the dual effects of the Sharingan illusion and the truth serum, the will of the root ninja rapidly collapsed. His gaze became vacant, and he began to speak involuntarily. Tell me, what is Danzō's real purpose in sending you? Zaya's voice carried an eerie allure. To kill Uchiha Shiaji. Erase traces. Create the illusion of Uchiha infighting. Or fabricate the fact that Shiaji attacked the Umbu. To pressure the Hokage. Completely eradicate the Uchiha clan. What other plans does Danzō have? If the assassination fails, initiate the annihilation plan. Unite with the higher-ups of Konoha. Using Zaya's threat to the village's safety as an excuse. To cleanse the entire Uchiha clan. Leaving not a single one. Hearing this, Zaya's fists crackled with tension. Danzō, that old dog, truly harbors sinister ambitions. What secret strongholds does Root have? What is the personnel configuration? Under the influence of the truth serum, the Root ninja revealed all secrets, including hidden strongholds of Root throughout Konoha. Personnel distribution, and even Danzō's recent action plans were laid bare. Shiaji nodded in satisfaction, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. In that case, he slowly stood up, looking at the corpses strewn across the ground. Danzō, since you wish for me to become the villain, I shall grant your wish. However, who is the hunter and who is the prey remains to be seen. The last root ninja collapsed to the ground, his eyes hollow and lifeless, muttering to himself. A cold glint flashed in the kaleidoscope Sharingan as his right hand turned into a blade, striking precisely at the opponent's carotid artery. Ugh! The root ninja let out a final weak whimper from his throat. Then he fell completely silent. Izanagi surveyed the corpses strewn about his gaze icy. This assassination by Danzō had completely confirmed his suspicions. The upper echelons of Konoha's hostility towards the Uchiha, their murderous intent far exceeded his expectations. Since you are so eager to eradicate the Uchiha, I shall fulfill your wish using the pit you have dug yourselves. Izanagi let out a cold chuckle before beginning his actions. He first arranged all the corpses to depict a state of fierce struggle, meticulously designing every detail to create the traces of a brutal melee. Then he deliberately left behind several fragments of specially crafted weapons that could be traced back to the Umbu. These were collected from the deceased root ninjas, whose gear closely resembled that of the Umbu, indistinguishable to ordinary people. Finally, Izanagi made sure to leave traces of his desperate resistance at the scene. The scorch marks on the walls and the twisted cracks in the floor silently narrated a tragic story of a sudden ambush, a desperate fight ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming numbers of Uchiha geniuses. System purchased the near-death aura camouflage liquid, Izanagi silently recited in his mind. Ding. 100k points consume near-death aura camouflage liquid 1 hour generated. A small vial of liquid glowing with a ghostly blue light appeared in Izanagi's hand. Without hesitation, he applied the potion to all vital areas of his body, then laid down in the pool of blood, closing his eyes. The potion quickly took effect, making Izanagi's breathing weak, his pulse slow, his complexion pale, as paper, resembling a man on the brink of death. Even medical ninjas would conclude that he was gravely injured and could die at any moment. With everything prepared, Izanagi used his spiritual sense to connect with the Uchiha Jonin controlled by the Loyalty Pact. Now go to the patrol zone of the security team and shout for help, claiming you passed by my residence and found me attacked by unknown assailants, my life hanging by a thread. Remember, you must act extremely panicked, emotionally agitated, and you can even hint that the attackers might be from the Konoha Umbu. The Jonin immediately complied. Izanagi lay in the pool of blood, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This show was just beginning. Within 10 minutes, frantic cries echoed from afar, followed by hurried footsteps. Members of the security team quickly arrived at the scene, greeted by a scene of chaos, scattered corpses, and the critically wounded Uchiha Izanagi. Quick! Notify the medical team. This is Umbu weapon. Someone attacked Lord Izanagi. Looking at the attire of these corpses. Is it the Umbu? The scene descended into chaos. The controlled Jonin excitedly pointed at the fragments of the specially crafted weapons on the ground. His voice trembled. This is clearly an Umbu weapon. Who doesn't know that those guys in the Umbu have always viewed the Uchiha as a thorn in their side? Now they even want to kill our Lord Izanagi. His words ignited the anger of all the Uchiha present like a spark hitting dry grass. The news spread like wildfire, causing an uproar within the clan. Izanagi was urgently rushed to the medical room, and the medical ninjas revealed shock after their examination. His vital signs were extremely weak. Had it not been for his astonishing willpower, he would have long since perished. Meanwhile, this news also reached the Hokage building at an alarming speed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was processing documents when an Umbu suddenly flashed in front of him. Hokage-sama, urgent situation. Uchiha Izanagi has been attacked by unknown ninjas within the clan, his life hanging by a thread. The scene has fragments of suspected Umbu weapons, and the clan is already in an uproar. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand suddenly froze, almost dropping his pipe. He looked up sharply, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. What? Uchiha Izanagi was attacked, and there are traces of Umbu weapons. How is that possible? His mind raced, instantly thinking of one person. Danzō. Who else would be so eager to strike at a 17-year-old child? Moreover, the methods were so clumsy as to even frame it on the Umbu. Immediately seal off the scene. No one is allowed to enter. I will personally go check. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, his expression as dark as water. Meanwhile, at the root base, Shimura Danzō also received the news. At first he was slightly taken aback, but then a look of delight flickered in his eyes. Although the 4 elite ninjas he dispatched seemed to have been wiped out, the result of Uchiha Izanagi being gravely injured and dying was already enough to satisfy him. Moreover, the scene left behind Umbu weapons which would further exacerbate the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha's upper echelons. Interesting, Danzō's eyes flashed with a cold smile. Though the process was not as expected, the outcome is even better. Uchiha Izanagi, you are ultimately too naive, not even realizing when you became someone else's pawn. He was already contemplating the next plan. How to take advantage of this opportunity to persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen to completely eliminate the threat of the Uchiha clan. This would be the best catalyst for intensifying the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the Uchiha clan grounds. Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed to the residence of Uchiha Natsumi with a team of elite Umbu and medical ninjas at the fastest speed. The scene's brutality exceeded everyone's imagination. Deep marks of ninjutsu marred the walls of the house. The floor was torn apart by the remnants of the battle, leaving gaping cracks. For corpses lay scattered around, blood pooling everywhere, and the air was thick with the heavy scent of blood. In the midst of this chaos, Uchiha Natsumi lay in a pool of blood, his complexion as pale as paper. His clothes were soaked in blood, his breathing weak, as if he would stop breathing completely in the next moment. Hurry! Medical team rescue him immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was urgent, yet a complex expression flickered in his eyes. Several experienced medical ninjas stepped forward to examine him, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Green healing chakra flowed over Natsu, but there was no sign of improvement. Hokage-sama. The older medical ninja was sweating profusely, his voice trembling. Natsu's injuries are severe with multiple fatal wounds. His chakra and life force are rapidly diminishing. He dared not finish, but the implication was clear. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Natsu's pale face, pain welling in his eyes. He slammed his hand on the table, angrily demanding, "Who did this? How dare they attack a 17-year-old child within Konoha? Hokage-sama, we found this at the scene." An Umbu member carefully raised several metal fragments, remnants of a specially made weapon. This manufacturing technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the fragments, and his expression darkened instantly. These fragments indeed bore the characteristics of Umbu's special weapons. Immediately rescue him with all your might. We must save Natsu's life at all costs. He feigned anger as he ordered, at the same time thoroughly investigate this matter. No matter who the culprit is, I will not show mercy. Soon the news spread throughout the Uchiha clan grounds. Upon hearing the news of Natsu's attack, the clan erupted in chaos, especially among the young supporters and key members controlled by Natsu's contracts. Their reactions were more intense than anyone had expected. What a! Lord Natsu was attacked. Who did it? Who dares to lay hands on our hero? Weapons from the Umbu were found at the scene. I knew those guys had ill intentions. Under the clever guidance of Natsu's loyal subordinates, the anger of the clan members was precisely directed at the Umbu. Of course, there was also the man who orchestrated everything from the shadows, Shimura Danzō. Uchiha 8 stood up in anger, his voice booming, "Brothers, Natsu has sacrificed so much for the dignity of our Uchiha. Now they even want to kill him. How much longer must we endure this? Yes, we need to demand an explanation from the Hokage. Hand over Danzō. Give Lord Natsu justice. The blood of the Uchiha cannot be spilled in vain." The furious clansmen surged toward the Hokage building like a tsunami, fists raised, their eyes blazing with anger. The atmosphere in Konoha became tense instantly. In the root base, Shimura Danzō sat on a cold stone chair, a wicked smile playing on his lips. The Uchiha's response is even more intense than I anticipated. He gently stroked his bandaged right arm, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This little brat Natsu is finally about to become history. To him, Natsu, lying in a pool of blood, was already a fish in a barrel. Next, all I need to do is guide things slightly to solidify the narrative that the Uchiha attacked the Umbu, or that the Umbu were forced to retaliate. My plan for their extermination will be halfway successful. Send out the orders. Danzō's voice was tinged with suppressed excitement. Closely monitor the movements of the Uchiha. The moment they make any extreme actions, report immediately. This time I want everyone to see the true face of the Uchiha. In front of the Hokage building, a crowd had gathered. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on the steps of the building, trying to calm the enraged Uchiha clan members. Uchiha clan members, I understand your anger, his voice heavy. Natsu is a genius of Konoha and the pride of us all. I assure you, no matter who the culprit is, I will bring them to justice. Empty words. Just empty words, someone shouted from the crowd. Danzō's roots have always seen us as thorns in their side, and now they've finally acted. Hand over Danzō. Let him give Lord Natsu an explanation. We want the truth. No more perfunctory answers. Sweat beaded on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead as the scene nearly spiraled out of control. At this moment, a silhouette quietly appeared behind him. Hokage-sama. Shimura Danzō's voice was low. It seems the Uchiha clan's hostility is deeper than we imagined. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around, looking at his old friend with a complex gaze. Danzō, this matter. You suspect I did it. Danzō snorted coldly, his face feigning innocence. Sarutobi, you disappoint me. Though I, Shimura Danzō, act decisively, I would never lay such heavy hands on a 17-year-old child. He shifted his tone, his voice carrying a hint of darkness. But this Uchiha Natsu, so young, yet so arrogant, has opened a massacre within the clan, recklessly consolidating power. Perhaps he has made too many enemies, bringing about his own demise. Even what? Even it could be a power struggle within the Uchiha clan. Don't forget, Fugaku was just defeated by him, and there are bound to be those within the clan who harbor resentment against him. Danzō's words plunged Sarutobi Hiruzen into deep thought. Indeed, from a rational perspective, Danzō's speculation was not without reason. Just as both sides were at a standstill with Uchiha clan members and Umbu guards on the verge of conflict, a voice weak to the extreme suddenly came from behind. Cough, cough. Who attacked me? Everyone fell silent in an instant, turning to look in the direction of the sound. To everyone's shock, the supposedly critically injured Uchiha Natsu appeared, supported by several clan members, struggling to make his way to the square in front of the Hokage building. His complexion was pale, with bloodstains still lingering on him. Each step seemed to drain all his strength. Yet that pair of eyes continued to glimmer with an unyielding light. Lord Natsu, it's great that you're okay. Who harmed you? Tell us. The Uchiha clan members were moved to tears, rushing toward their hero. On the other side of the crowd, Shimura Danzō's face turned ashen. Impossible. His men clearly confirmed that Natsu was severely injured and dying. How did this brat manage to do this? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also taken aback, but quickly adjusted his expression and stepped forward asking, Natsu, how are you? How are your injuries? Natsu weakly lifted his head to look in the direction of the Hokage, building a meaningful glint flashing in his eyes. This play is just reaching its climax. Shaji did not answer Sarutobi Hizashi's words. Supported by several Uchiha clansmen with expressions of grief and anger, he continued to walk to the front of the crowd. That already youthful face was now even paler, devoid of any blood color. He weakly lifted his head and coughed violently several times. His gaze slowly swept over each umbu with varying expressions in the square, gliding past Sarutobi Hizashi's face, which was marked by instability. Ultimately, it was fixed firmly on Shimura Danzo's single eye. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Shaji spoke, his voice hoarse, carrying the tone unique to someone on the brink of death. Uchiha Shaji last night, within the clan's territory, was ambushed by several root ninjas. Each word struck like a heavy hammer on everyone's heart. Boom! The crowd erupted in an instant. Root. These two words resounded like thunder, stirring up a tremendous wave in the hearts of the Uchiha. Wasn't that the mysterious private armed force under the counsel of Hokage Elder Shimura Danzō? What? Root. That old dog Danzō. It was indeed you. I knew it. Who else would dare to lay such a lethal hand on Lord Shaji? In an instant, angry roars rose and fell. The long-suppressed resentment of the Uchiha clan erupted completely at this moment. Their crimson Sharingan, catalyzed by anger, appeared increasingly eerie and terrifying. Sarutobi Hizashi's expression changed drastically when Shaji uttered the words root. He instinctively glanced at Danzō beside him, only to see Danzo's cheek twitch uncontrollably, a fierce light flashing in his single eye. Shaji seemed not to notice all of this. He simply raised his hand, gently signaling. In the crowd, several elite Uchiha ninjas approached, carrying a few corpses hastily covered with white cloth. As they walked, a faint smell of blood permeated the air. Bang, 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 bang. Four corpses were heavily thrown onto the open space in front of the Hokage, building the white cloth sliding off to reveal their grotesque faces. Their attire, the distinct fragments of masks, and certain subtle features of their equipment all pointed to root. These people are the murderers who attacked me last night. They are well-trained, coordinated, and ruthless. Their techniques lethal, far beyond what ordinary umbu could compare. He paused, directing his gaze once again at Sarutobi Hizashi. Hokage-sama, I want to know why your direct subordinate root would target a 17-year-old child like me with such lethal intent. Sarutobi Hizashi's lips moved, but he found himself momentarily speechless. What could he say? To claim he didn't know? To say it was a misunderstanding? In front of these corpses, any defense seemed pale and powerless. Utter nonsense. At this moment, a loud shout rang out. Shimura Danzō could no longer contain himself and suddenly stepped forward. Uchiha Shaji, do not spread your lies here and falsely accuse me. These so-called pieces of evidence are merely a farce you orchestrated yourself. He pointed at the corpses on the ground, his voice trembling slightly from extreme anger. Who knows where these corpses came from? Perhaps it was an internal conflict within your Uchiha clan deliberately framing me. You little brat, with your deep schemes and vicious methods, how could someone so young be so ruthless? You must be eliminated. Danzo's voice was loud, trying to overpower everything with his aura. However, Shaji merely coldly stared at him. Framing. Elder Danzō, do you think I, Uchiha Shaji, possess the ability to fabricate such realistic root ninja corpses right under your nose and make them wear root's standard equipment even as they lay dying? He began to cough again, and a clansman hurriedly stepped forward, gently patting his back. Hokage-sama, esteemed elders and fellow leaf comrades. Shaji regained his breath, took out a scroll from his sleeve, and held it high. I have another piece of evidence. All eyes instantly focused on the seemingly ordinary scroll. Shaji gestured for a clansman to take the scroll and unfold it. With the infusion of chakra, a brilliant light flashed on the scroll, and a three-dimensional image materialized before everyone. In the image, a masked root ninja was kneeling on the ground, covered in wounds and in a disheveled state. His mask had shattered, revealing a face filled with terror. Speak. Who sent you? Zaya's voice rang out in the image. It was Lord Danzō. The root ninja in the image spoke with a sobbing tone, tears streaming down his face. It was Lord Danzō's order that we must do whatever it takes to kill Uchiha Shaji, and afterward disguise it as an internal feud, or frame it on the umbu. He spoke haltingly, each word striking hard at Shimura Danzō's heart. Lord Danzō also said, if this operation fails, he would activate the extermination plan, collaborating with the higher-ups, using Uchiha Shaji as a threat to the village's safety, to cleanse the entire Uchiha clan, leaving none behind. The root ninja in the image was nearly in tears, on the verge of collapse. Bang! The image on the recording scroll abruptly stopped at the most critical moment. The entire square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's gaze shifted from the fading image to the pale-faced, violently trembling Shimura Danzō. He had never dreamed that this little brat Uchiha Shaji not only survived, but also prepared such a grand gift for him. Witnesses, material evidence, and testimony. The chain of evidence was perfectly closed. All arrows pointed at Shimura Danzō. Is this little brat a devil? You forged this. This is definitely a forgery. It's an illusion. It's your Uchiha's illusion. He wanted to rush forward, tear apart that hateful image, and grab Shaji by the collar to question him. But Shaji did not give him that opportunity at all. Forgery. Shaji held his forehead, his body swaying, as if he would faint at any moment. Elder Danzō, do you mean to say that I, a 17-year-old child, gravely wounded, and on the brink of death, still have the leisure to forge such a realistic image to frame you a highly respected Hokage advisor? His voice was not loud, but every word struck at the heart. Hokage-sama. Shaji suddenly turned to Sarutobi Hizashi, tears brimming in his eyes. Our Uchiha clan has been loyal to Konoha for generations. My father and mother shed their last drop of blood for Konoha. Why? Why must our Uchiha suffer such unfair treatment? Why must Elder Danzō seek to annihilate us? Please, Hokage-sama, stand up for me, Uchiha Shaji. Stand up for my tragically deceased parents. Stand up for my Uchiha clan's loyalty. He suddenly knelt on one knee despite the action appearing so difficult and laborious. Please, Hokage-sama, take a stand. Please, Hokage-sama, take a stand. The Uchiha clansmen behind him all knelt on one knee, their furious roars soaring into the sky. Sarutobi Hizashi's expression had turned extremely grim. A sense of unprecedented helplessness swept over his entire body. He felt his temples throbbing and his head buzzing. On one side was Uchiha Shaji holding irrefutable evidence, occupying the moral high ground backed by the entire Uchiha clan. This 17-year-old boy fiercely clawed at the dark side of Konoha. On the other side was his old friend Shimura Danzō, who would stop at nothing for the stability of the village. Though his methods were ruthless, he had indeed solved many problems for Konoha. Now these two forces had completely torn their masks apart and laid their conflicts bare due to the variable that was Uchiha Shaji. Sarutobi Hizashi took a deep breath only to feel a bitter taste filling his mouth. How should he choose? To protect Danzō. That would undoubtedly push the entire Uchiha clan to the opposing side, and an internal conflict sweeping through Konoha would likely be imminent. Moreover, he could not find a justification to absolve Danzō regarding the evidence in Zaya's hands. To deal with Danzō, that was more than just losing a capable assistant. It meant Sarutobi Hizashi would bow to the Uchiha, bow to his 17-year-old child. Where would his Hokage's authority be? Where would the face of the upper echelons of Konoha be? Moreover, how many of Danzō's actions had he Sarutobi Hizashi tacitly approved or even secretly supported? Pulling out a radish brings out the mud. Who once investigated the consequences would be unimaginable. In an instant, Sarutobi Hizashi found himself in the most difficult and thorny dilemma since assuming the role of Hokage. The atmosphere in the square was stifling to the extreme. Everyone's gaze was focused on Sarutobi Hizashi, waiting for his final decision. Meanwhile, Shaji wore a cold smile, glinting with the joy of a successful plan. Old fool, the times have changed. Today's play is just the beginning. What he wanted was far more than just Danzō. Sarutobi Hiruzen's temples throbbed with veins. He looked at the frail young man before him. This brat hardly seemed like someone on the verge of death from severe injuries. Clearly, he had calculated everything waiting here for him for Danzō, for the entire upper echelon of Konoha. Summer solstice, this matter is grave and far-reaching. I will immediately establish a task force to investigate thoroughly, and I will surely provide Uchiha and you with a fair explanation. Delay. This was the only method Sarutobi Hiruzen could think of at this moment. He needed time to minimize the impact of this incident. However, would Summer Solstice give him this opportunity? An explanation. Summer Solstice sneered. That laughter was not loud, but it pierced Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears like cold needles. Hokage-sama, how else do you want to investigate? Summer Solstice suddenly raised his voice, the scarlet of his Sharingan, radiating a terrifying aura, staring directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, no longer showing any signs of weakness. Witnesses, material evidence, testimonies, all present. Do you still want to tell me that these are all fake? That they were fabricated by me, Uchiha Summer Solstice, to frame your most trusted elder Danzō? Or do you mean to say, Hokage-sama, that you plan to shield this culprit who attempted to annihilate my entire Uchiha clan and slaughter my kin? Summer Solstice stepped forward, his diminutive frame exuding an overwhelming pressure. His voice was laced with unending killing intent. Today, if you do not deal with Shimura Danzō, if you do not give the Uchiha a justification, I, Uchiha Summer Solstice, will personally bring people to flatten his filthy base, to eliminate all the perpetrators involved in this matter, including their leader Shimura Danzō, and execute them all. No mercy. Boom. This declaration detonated in front of the Hokage building. The entire square instantly fell into dead silence. Then came a wave of commotion. A coup. This was an outright coup. A 17-year-old boy dared to threaten the Hokage in front of all the high-ranking officials of Konoha and countless ninjas. He openly declared his intent to exterminate an important department of Konoha. Insanity. This Uchiha Summer Solstice was undoubtedly insane. The Konoha ninjas and villagers who were watching looked at Summer Solstice with shock and disbelief. Did this brat eat the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? What gave him the right? Just his strange eyes and those equally reedied Uchihas behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face had completely darkened. He felt that his authority was being trampled underfoot by this 17-year-old boy at this moment. Impudent. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily. Uchiha Summer Solstice, you are threatening the Hokage. You are challenging the order of Konoha. Are you trying to rebel? Upon hearing the summer solstice, not only did not get angry, but laughed instead. Rebel. He laughed so hard he nearly fell over, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Hokage-sama, you overestimate me. I only wish to seek justice for my deceased parents, for my Uchiha clan, and for myself to obtain the right to live. Is this considered rebellion? Or do you think that in your eyes, Hokage-sama, the lives of my Uchiha clan do not matter? That the dignity of my Uchiha can be trampled upon at will? If Danzō wants to kill me and annihilate my entire clan, should I just obediently offer my neck for slaughter, unable to resist, or voice my grievances? Otherwise it is rebellion. What kind of absurd reasoning is that? Summer Solstice's voice suddenly rose, filled with endless sarcasm and disdain. Huh. He spat on the ground. Old man, don't come at me with this. Today you must deal with Shimura Danzō whether you want to or not. Otherwise don't blame me, Uchiha, for not giving you this Hokage-sama any face. We will take matters into our own hands and clean up our own house. Wow. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Lord Summer Solstice is right. Why should we Uchiha endure this humiliation? Danzō the old dog must die. Hokage-sama, give us an explanation. The emotions of the Uchiha clan had been completely ignited. Their scarlet eyes were fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō, as if they were about to pounce and tear them apart at any moment. The Umbu ninjas guarding in front of the Hokage building tightened their grips on their weapons, nervously watching the emotionally unstable Uchiha clan as a great battle was about to erupt. Sarutobi. At that moment, the sharp voice of Tsunade Koharu rang out. She and Mito gate and rushed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, their faces equally grim. The situation has completely spiraled out of control. Tsunade Koharu lowered her voice, trembling slightly. Danzō has caused a huge mess this time. We must make a decision quickly. Calm the anger of the Uchiha. Otherwise Konoha will truly split because of this. They were not fools. The evidence in Summer Solstice's hands was practically irrefutable. The content in the recorded scroll sent a chill down the spines of these old timers who had long been immersed in power struggles. The plan to exterminate the clan. Danzō, that madman. He actually dared to do it. What terrified them even more was the strength, intellect, and means that Uchiha Summer Solstice had displayed, far exceeding their expectations. If such a person were truly pushed to a dead end and led the Uchiha to revolt, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was torn in conflict. To protect Danzō, Konoha would immediately fall into internal strife. The Uchiha clan would surely rebel. With the determination and means exhibited by Summer Solstice today, the severity of this internal strife would likely far exceed that of years past. To abandon Danzō, he would lose a capable aide who had handled countless dirty jobs for him in the shadows. More importantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have to bow to a 17-year-old child and bow to the Uchiha. His dignity as Hokage would be utterly shattered. The face of Konoha's upper echelons would be trampled upon. Sarutobi. Danzō sensed Sarutobi Hiruzen's hesitation and felt the two advisors' unmistakable intention to retreat. Did these old friends plan to cast him aside as a discarded pawn? A sense of unwillingness surged within him. How much had Shimura Danzō sacrificed for Konoha? How many infamies had he borne? Now, just because of a few instigations from a young child and a few so-called pieces of evidence, was he to be abandoned? Impossible. A glint of madness flashed in Danzō's single eye. His hand, hidden in his sleeve, moved imperceptibly, subtly executing an extremely discreet gesture. Since you have no mercy, do not blame me for being unkind. If the fish die, the net breaks. At the moment Danzō executed the gesture, Summer Solstice's rotating Sharingan slightly narrowed. He keenly sensed a few chakra signatures hidden in the air, subtly shifting. Though very discreet, it could not escape his current perception. Hey, old dog, still trying to struggle in your dying breaths. Summer Solstice sneered inwardly. Everything was under control. Sweat poured down Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead. The immense pressure made it hard for him to breathe. He closed his eyes, rapidly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes, filled with deep helplessness. I have decided. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was hoarse, each word seeming to exhaust all his strength. To strip Elder Shimura Danzō of all his positions as an advisor and the leader of the root, and to permanently imprison him in the deepest part of Konoha prison, awaiting disposal. The voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen echoed across the square, each word weighted with gravity. Deprive Elder Shimura Danzō of all positions as an advisor and leader of the root, and imprison him in the deepest part of Konohagakure prison, pending further action. Upon hearing this, the uproar from the Uchiha side finally diminished somewhat. Yet the coldness in Shotzi's gaze remained unyielding. Permanent imprisonment. Ha, for a cunning old fox like Danzō, as long as he lives, the so-called permanent imprisonment is nothing but a joke. He has all the time and means to crawl out of that lightless cage again. Lord Hokage is wise. At last we Uchiha have been given an explanation. Some Uchiha clan members had already begun to cheer, seemingly satisfied with this outcome. But Shaji smirked coldly in his heart. He understood these politicians all too well. That old man Sarutobi Hiruzen merely wished to temporarily quell the situation by sacrificing Danzō's position in exchange for a fleeting tranquility. The real reckoning had barely begun. Moreover, would that old dog Danzō surrender so easily? Shaji did not believe it. A cornered rabbit will still bite, how much more so for a ruthless character like Danzō? He would undoubtedly fight back desperately. Shotzi's consciousness quietly sank into the light blue screen in his mind, directly opening the system mall. His gaze swiftly scanned the dazzling array of goods, finally resting on the section for Forbidden Technique Secret Arts. He needed a genuine trump card, one capable of responding to any unforeseen circumstances, even one that could take a life. Soon an option glowing with a dangerous red light captured all his attention. Forbidden Technique Izanagi single I one-time use perfect grade experience card. Once activated, it can record any adverse condition inflicted upon the user, including death, and transform it into a dream. Afterwards, it can restore the user's state to a moment before Izanagi was activated. Price 5,000 premium points. Izanagi. Shotzi's pupils slightly constricted. This is one of the ultimate forbidden techniques of the Uchiha clan, a supreme ocular technique that can twist reality and illusion in an instant at the cost of sacrificing one Sharingan. Though it is merely an experience card and a one-time use, that the term perfect grade is enough to indicate its power. In a critical moment, this could mean a life. He glanced at his premium points balance. Premium points, 3850. This balance remained after previously torturing root ninjas, spending 50 points on beginner truth serum and 100 points on near-death aura disguise liquid for acting. Still lacking 1150 points. System, convert the unused Kamui fragment from the previous mission reward, as well as those scattered spoils in my storage space, into premium points. Shazi silently thought. He had previously merged with the beginner Kamui. This fragment held little direct significance for him, so it was better to exchange it for a more urgently needed life-saving card. Ding. Kamui fragment 1, converted to 800 premium points. Ding. Various spoils, shuriken, kunai, explosive tags, etc. Converted to 420 premium points. Premium points balance, 3,858 420-5070 points. That's enough. Purchase Forbidden Technique Izanagi single I one-time use perfect grade experience card. Ding. Consumed 5,000 premium points. Purchased Forbidden Technique Izanagi single I one-time use perfect grade experience card 1. Premium points balance 70. A card radiating an illusory glow quietly lay in his system storage. Shaji felt a surge of joy within. He was well aware that the Uchiha clan had not yet reached the point of extinction. Danzō's arm should not have undergone a massive transplantation of Sharingan yet. However, given the recent disappearances of several Uchiha clan members, Danzō must have started to seize Sharingan. That old dog, cunning and treacherous, would ensure that he had mastered forbidden techniques of Izanagi's level by means other than Sharingan. Purchasing this experience card was precisely a precaution. If Danzō truly becomes desperate and uses a similar trump card, then he could also retaliate. Come here. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply. Take Shimura Danzō and escort him to Konoha prison. Several Umbu ninjas flickered and were about to step forward. In that split second, an unexpected event occurred. Roar. The previously bowed head of Shimura Danzō, as if resigned to his fate, suddenly shot up. In his solitary eye, a beastly, frenzied, and desperate gleam erupted. His movements were as swift as lightning, and no one could see how he did it. By the time everyone reacted, he already had another person in his hand. A member of the Konoha Umbu responsible for perimeter guard duty and closest to him was tightly grasped by the throat, having become his hostage. Even more alarming was that Danzō's other arm, the one wrapped in bandages, was now gradually unraveling. What was revealed was not flesh and blood, but a series of densely packed explosive tags covering his entire arm. Sarutobi. Danzō's face twisted and contorted, his voice hoarse. Do you wish to sacrifice me to quell the fury of the Uchiha? You wished. Not so easily. He tightened his grip on the hostage's throat, stepping backward as the explosive tags on his arm flickered with dangerous red dots. Everyone get out of my way. Otherwise I will perish together with him. Frantic. Too frantic. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed drastically as he shouted, Danzō. Are you crazy? Let go of the hostage. He never dreamed that Danzō would choose to resist in such an extreme and reckless manner. The surrounding Umbu and Jonin also turned pale momentarily. No one dared to approach. The number of explosive tags was sufficient to obliterate half of the Hokage building. If detonated, the consequences would be unimaginable. The captured Umbu member trembled all over, unable to utter a word. Get back. Do you hear me? Danzō screamed hysterically, his solitary eye filled with bloodshot. Whoever dares to take another step forward, I will detonate it immediately. The entire square fell silent once more. The tension in the atmosphere reached its peak. The Uchiha clansmen also ceased their clamoring, quietly observing this unexpected turn of events. Only Shaji, looking at the desperate scene before him, a cold smile crept across his lips. Finally, can't hold back anymore, old dog. He thought to himself. Everything was under control. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Waiting for Danzō to block off all his retreat paths completely. Now the real show was just beginning. In front of the Hokage building, the atmosphere was tense. Sarutobi, what are you waiting for? Danzō tightened his grip around the hostage's neck, his bloodshot eye appearing particularly menacing. The explosive tags densely packed on his arm resembled death's curse, seeming to be on the verge of detonation. You all get everyone back. Clear a path for leaving Konoha. Otherwise, I will drag this Umbu brat with me along with all of you to the afterlife. He shouted, his voice sharp and piercing. The Umbu member being held hostage turned red in the face, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Sarutobi's fist was clenched tightly. Danzō, calm down. Don't do anything stupid. Do you think you can escape? Shh, calm down. Ha ha. Danzō let out a frenzied laugh. Ishimura Danzō have worked tirelessly for Konoha, bearing countless accusations. In the end, you want me to sacrifice myself for a Uchiha brat. Sarutobi, you have disappointed me too much. Stop talking nonsense. My patience is limited. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. The surrounding Umbu and Jonin were all on high alert, yet dared not make a rash move. Shiaji stood at the forefront of the crowd, his crimson Sharingan calmly observing the frenzied Danzō. Old dog, have you finally exhausted your tricks resorting to such desperate measures? He snickered inwardly. This was precisely the situation he had anticipated. Danzō must die here. He could not be allowed to escape Konoha, nor could he be given the chance to detonate any potential traps hidden throughout the village. He could guess some of that old dog's intentions. If he were allowed to escape, or if the stalemate continued, who knew what other schemes he might concoct. Sarutobi, what are you hesitating for? Do you really want to watch him die? Danzō tightened his grip even further, and the hostage let out a muffled groan of pain. The explosive tags on his arm trembled slightly, due to his agitation seemingly ready to explode at any moment. Just at this critical juncture, Shiaji moved, his figure left behind an almost indistinguishable afterimage instantly vanishing from everyone's sight. So fast that even a shadow-level powerhouse like Sarutobi could only catch a glimpse of a blurry trajectory. Not good. Sarutobi's heart sank. Danzō sensed the danger as well, his lone eye narrowing sharply. But he was unable to react in time. Zaya's target was not Danzō himself, nor the hostage. It was Danzō's right arm, which was wrapped in explosive tags and tightly gripping the hostage's neck. More precisely, it was the extremely small but crucial area where that right arm connected to the shoulder. Kamui. The center of the strange whirlpool pattern in Zaya's right eye suddenly became clear, silent, and stealthy. There were no violent fluctuations of chakra, no earth-shattering momentum. The locked space seemed to be grasped tightly by an invisible giant hand, then suddenly twisted. Crack, poochie. The eerie sound of bones breaking and flesh tearing echoed almost simultaneously. Danzō's entire right arm, along with all the explosive tags tied to it, and the umbu he was holding, was brutally twisted off at the shoulder. Blood gushed from Danzō's empty right shoulder. It stained half of his body and the ground red. Ugh! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Danzō's throat. Excruciating pain. Unimaginable pain. It felt as if his very soul were being torn apart. The hostage, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, slipped from Danzō's control and fell to the ground. Just at that moment, a silver figure flashed by. Another umbu member appeared out of nowhere, catching the falling comrade with one hand and swiftly transporting him to safety. The entire process was fluid and swift, dazzling to the eyes. Danzō staggered back a few steps, unable to believe his empty right shoulder and the severed arm wrapped in explosive tags that had fallen nearby. His mind went blank. What happened? What is going on? His arm. How could his arm? He suddenly looked up, fixating on the reappearing Uchiha Shiaji. It was that brat. It must be him. That strange ocular technique. That incomprehensible space ability. Uchiha Shiaji. You devil. Danzō's voice twisted and warped with pain. He knew he was finished. Completely finished. With one arm severed and severely injured, he had no chance of escaping. A surge of anger and unwillingness instantly consumed all his reason. Uchiha Shiaji. Sarutobi. And all you damned Uchiha. Come with me to the grave. Danzō let out a beast-like roar. He suddenly bit through his own tongue. Blood mixed with his last chakra was injected into a chain of explosive tags set up in several secret locations within Konoha in a special manner. This was his last trump card. Also the grand gift he had prepared for Konoha. Since he was going to die, then let's all perish together. Boom. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the eastern district of Konoha. Following that, boom, boom, rumble, like a chain reaction. Continuous huge explosions echoed from various directions of Konoha almost simultaneously. By the South River, in the commercial district, even in some residential areas, the flames shot up to the sky like hellfire, painting the entire sky of Konoha a blood-red hue. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the sun. Countless buildings collapsed in the fierce explosions, turning into ruins. Villagers' piercing screams. The terrified cries of children. The thunderous crashes of collapsing houses. All tragically intertwined. Danzō. Sarutobi's face turned pale as he looked at the flames and smoke rising from the village. He never imagined that Danzō would be so insane. He had actually planted so many explosives within the village. That madman. That complete lunatic. Quick. All ninjas. Immediately split up. Put out the fires. Rescue people. Evacuate the civilians. Sarutobi almost roared as he issued the order. Countless ninja figures flashed, rushing toward the areas where the flames were most intense and the cries were loudest. At this moment, all of Konoha had plunged into unprecedented chaos and disaster. However, at the center of this chaos, Uchiha Shiaji remained oblivious to the earth-shattering explosions and the horrific scenes around him. His Sharingan had been locked onto one person from start to finish. Ishimura Danzō. That old dog, after detonating the explosive tags scattered throughout the village, took advantage of everyone's attention being drawn to the explosions to stagger toward a hidden escape direction. That place was the entrance of an underground base of the Root organization. Trying to run. A cold smile appeared on Zaya's lips. Today this old dog must die. The excruciating pain of his severed arm nearly caused Danzō to faint. He stumbled, leaving a trail of blood with each step. Behind him were the cacophonous sounds of explosions, screams, and collapsing buildings from Konoha village. The furious roar of Sarutobi Hiruzen was cast aside from his mind. Escape. He must return to the Root base. That place was his stronghold, built over many years. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Uchiha Shijitsu. Danzō gritted his teeth, a deep resentment filling his lone eye. He could not fathom how his meticulously crafted plan could be thwarted by a mere 17-year-old brat. That brat was nothing short of a demon. On the other hand, Shijitsu remained oblivious to the chaos behind him. No matter how fierce the flames of Konoha burned, they could not touch his heart. No matter how grand the rescue efforts from Sarutobi Hiruzen's organization, they had nothing to do with him. His objective had always been singular. Shimura Danzō, and his faction the Root. Uchiha Itachi Uchiha Shursui. Shijitsu's voice traveled through a special chakra communication method, clearly reaching the ears of the two. You lead a portion of the clan to assist the Hokage in disaster relief, minimizing civilian casualties. Remember, just put on a show, don't actually put yourselves in danger. Everyone else. His voice suddenly turned icy. Seal off all known and potential paths to the Root base. Not a single fly is allowed to escape. Yes, Lord Shijitsu. The Uchiha elites, bound by a one-time loyalty contract, obeyed without hesitation. They regarded Shijitsu's orders as sacred. Shijitsu's figure moved like a shadow, weaving through the collapsed buildings and panicked crowd. He followed the blood trail left by Danzō, and the faint chakra signature pursuing at an astonishing speed. That old dog wouldn't escape. System. Shijitsu silently thought. I want to clear out the entire Root base as quickly and effectively as possible. Any recommendations? System shop refreshing. Detected current request from host: mass extermination, rapid infiltration. Recommended item: 8 gates, first 3 gates, 1 hour trial access. Price: 3,000 points. 8 gates. Shijitsu raised an eyebrow. This was the ultimate forbidden body technique of Konoha, burning one's own life force to unleash power beyond limits. Though it's only the first 3 gates, an hour is sufficient. He glanced at his remaining points. 70. He had already depleted most of his savings to purchase the Izanagi trial card. These 3,000 points were accumulated from the scattered rewards for slaying a few Root ninjas, along with some useless minor task rewards. Purchase. Ding. Consumed 3,000 points. 8 gates, first 3 gates, 1 hour trial access granted. Points balance: 2930. Negative. Shijitsu raised an eyebrow. Can I still buy on credit? System prompt detected insufficient points, temporary credit limit activated. Please complete tasks or recharge as soon as possible, or high interest will accrue, potentially triggering a forced recovery mechanism. They've even turned to usury. Shijitsu was unfazed. As long as he could take down Danzō and annihilate the Root, this cost was nothing. With a thought, the power from the 8 gates surged into his body. Open the first gate. Open. Boom. An invisible shockwave erupted, centered around Shijitsu. He felt the shackles on his mind break, and his physical potential began to awaken. Open the second gate. His stamina rapidly recovered, all fatigue swept away. Every cell was rejoicing. Open the third gate. Such overwhelming power. Extreme speed. Green chakra steam rose from his body. He felt that at this moment he could punch through a mountain. This feeling. Shijitsu clenched his fist. It's just so exhilarating. His speed surged again. What was once a chase became near instant transmission. In just a few breaths, the figure ahead, stumbling and almost falling to the ground, became clearly visible. Danzō, old dog. Your time is up. Shijitsu's voice was like a death knell. Danzō shuddered at the sound. He whipped around only to see a shadow wrapped in green steam rushing toward him with a speed he could not comprehend. No, Shijitsu kicked out, precisely hitting Danzō's back. Boom. Danzō's already broken body was instantly sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed through a hidden door disguised as an ordinary wall, tumbling into a dark underground passage. This was one of the entrances to the Root base. Shijitsu snorted coldly, not pausing for a moment, plunging into the darkness behind him. The interior of the Root base was complex, with winding passages resembling a labyrinth. The air was thick with a rancid stench. But for Shijitsu, who possessed the Kagura mind's eye effects not yet fully diminished in the Mangekyo Sharingan, it was no issue at all. Any hidden enemy, any subtle fluctuation of chakra was laid bare. There are intruders. Stop him. The sharp alarm echoed within the base. From the darkness, figures rushed out from every corner. They were the last of the Root's diehards. The weapons in their hands gleamed with a deadly chill. However, in front of Shijitsu, who had unlocked the first 3 gates of the 8 gates and held the ultimate trump card of Izanagi, these so-called elite of the Root were nothing but chickens and dogs, utterly defenseless, seeking death. There was only cold, killing intent in Shijitsu's eyes. He was even too lazy to use his ocular techniques. Pure power. Pure speed. A Root ninja leapt from the shadows to the side, thrusting a short blade directly at Shijitsu's rib. Without even turning his head, Shijitsu retaliated with a punch. Crack. The ribcage of that root ninja along with his short blade was smashed to bits. The ninja flew backward, crashing into the hard wall, turning into a puddle of mush. Another root ninja attempted to bind Shijitsu with steel wires. Shijitsu's figure merely swayed slightly, passing through the interwoven wires. At the same time, he delivered a precise chop, cutting the opponent's throat. Blood sprayed. Monster. He's a monster. Faced with such overwhelming power, some root ninjas began to crumble psychologically. They had never seen such a terrifying existence. Is this truly the power a human can possess? Shijitsu gave them no chance to breathe or think. His figure transformed into a blood-colored whirlwind within the narrow passage. Wherever his fists and feet landed, bones shattered and tendons snapped. Each strike inevitably took a life. Limbs and severed arms flew through the air. Blood-curdling screams echoed, only to be abruptly silenced. This was not a battlefield. This was a slaughterhouse. And Shijitsu was the most efficient and cold-blooded butcher. He pressed deeper with corpses stacked like mountains and blood flowing like rivers beneath his feet. The smell of blood in the air grew stronger, thick enough to make one gag. Yet Shijitsu's expression remained calm. For him, slaughter had long become a routine, especially the killing of these damned scum. He intended to cleanse this filthy place completely. With their blood, he would honor those innocent Uchiha who had perished tragically. With their lives, he would warn all who coveted the Uchiha. Those who stand in my way shall die. Inside the base, the alarm blared with a piercing shriek. Yet none of this could deter the Reaper enveloped in green steam. Just 3 doors open: rest and life. Such power from merely 3 gates. Xiaji felt the ceaseless surge of power within him, a sensation both intoxicating and exhilarating. Ordinary root ninjas before him were no more than ants. Those who stand in my way shall die. Wherever he passed, only severed limbs and spurting blood remained. Quick! Stop him! Take the B7 passage to flank him. A stubborn root lieutenant commanded hoarsely. This individual was known for his speed, flickering through the complex corridors, attempting to use the terrain to evade Xiaji. Is this all you've got? Xiaji scoffed. Such petty tricks dare to show off in front of him. The kaleidoscopic pattern in his right eye, that strange vortex, faintly solidified. Divine might. The root lieutenant, moving at high speed, suddenly felt the space just a meter ahead of him twist violently. He had no time to react before he violently slammed into the hard rock wall. Bang! The sound of his skull shattering was distinctly audible. Before he could let out a scream, Zaya's figure appeared before him, delivering a heavy punch that directly smashed his head into the wall. Red and white splattered everywhere. Next, Zaya's expression remained unchanged as he advanced deeper. Among the roots, there were certainly ninjas with family secret techniques. Secret technique: insect jewel. From the shadows, a figure cloaked in a black robe emerged. This person was a member of the Oil Girl clan, one of Danzō's right-hand men. With a low shout from him, a massive surge of nearly invisible nano-sized poisonous insects surged forth. These insects gathered in the air, sweeping towards Xiaji. Insects. Xiaji didn't even frown, perfect for grilling. He focused his thoughts. System exchange for Kage-level fire release dragon flame technique, instant enhanced version. Ding. Consumed 200 premium points. Kage-level fire release dragon flame technique, instant enhanced version exchanged. Premium points balance 3130. Zaya's hands quickly formed seals his speed, leaving only after images. Fire release dragon flame technique. Roar. A gigantic fire dragon formed of blazing flames roared forth from Zaya's mouth. The terrifying heat instantly distorted the air. The purple-black cloud of poisonous insects upon contact with the fire dragon crackled and sizzled, not lasting even a second before turning to ash. The flames, undiminished, directly engulfed the Oil Girl clan member. The shrill scream lasted barely half a second before abruptly ceasing. When the flames subsided, only a charred, human-shaped object remained. Truly unable to withstand a single blow, Xiaji shook his head. Wind. The Oil Girl clan member. Another high-ranking root member, a mountain clan Wind, witnessed his companion's tragic fate and paled. He knew that facing Xiaji Hiden was hopeless. This Uchiha brat is nothing but a monster. The only way is to control his mind. Mind-turn technique. The mountain Wind's eyes flashed with determination as he formed hand seals, an invisible mental force shot towards Zaya's mind like an arrow. However, as soon as his mental energy made contact with Xiaji, it felt as if it had slammed into an invisible yet indestructible iron wall. Zaya's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, with its vast and cold mental energy, instantly rebounded. Ugh! The mountain Wind felt as if his brain had been struck by a red-hot hammer in excruciating pain. He didn't even need Xiaji to actively use Genjutsu. Merely the mental barrier of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan inflicted unimaginable damage on his mind. Is this the extent of your mental power, and you dare to invade my consciousness? Zaya's voice dripped with disdain. You really overestimate yourself. A simple Tsukuyami Genjutsu was quietly cast. The world before the mountain Wind instantly transformed into an endless blood-red purgatory. Countless hideous demons wielding various torture devices rushed at him with grinning faces. In reality, only a few seconds passed. The mountain Wind's body convulsed violently a few times before his eyes rolled back, completely losing focus. White foam poured from his mouth, and a strange, silly smile hung on his lips. He had completely turned into an idiot. Xiaji didn't even glance at him, continuing forward. He pushed through as if in a realm devoid of humanity. The so-called elite of the roots appeared as fragile as paper before him. A devil. He is a devil. Run. We cannot stop him. Despair spread among the remaining root members. They had never imagined that this base regarded as impregnable and representing the darkest power of Konoha would be breached in such an unreasonable manner. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Shiazi followed the increasingly clear chakra aura belonging to Danzō and arrived before a heavy iron door. This should be the deepest secret chamber of the root base. He kicked out. Boom. The several inches thick iron door caved inward, deformed, then was kicked away entirely. The scene within the secret chamber came into view. Exhausted and blood-soaked Shimura Danzō leaned against a cold stone platform, gasping heavily. His right arm, broken by Zaya's divine might, was only simply bandaged, still bleeding profusely. Meanwhile, his left arm lay flat on the stone platform. The skin of that arm was sliced open, revealing the grotesque flesh inside. Even more shocking was that on that bloodied arm, several crimson Sharingan were embedded. Although it had yet to fully fuse, the evil aura was already palpable. This arm was evidently prepared by Danzō as a vessel to implant numerous Sharingan. Cough, cough. You still came. Danzō raised his head, his single eye fixating on Shiazi at the door. Shiazi stepped into the secret chamber, gazing at the dying old dog before him. Danzō, your end has come. Inside the secret chamber, the air was thick with the scent of blood. Several ninjas clad in root uniforms suddenly appeared, resembling emotionless puppets, standing guard before Danzō. They were the very essence of root, the last bastion of defense for Danzō, their eyes filled only with a determination to die. Protect Lord Danzō. One of them bellowed, wielding a short blade that arced towards the throat of Shiazi. Shiazi didn't even spare him a glance. The power of the 8 gates flowed within him, and his figure flickered. Bang! The head of the root assassin twisted at a bizarre angle, his body crumpling to the ground. Almost simultaneously, 2 other assassins attacked from the sides. Shiazi extended his arms, his elbows striking precisely against their temples. Crack! The sound of breaking bones was crisp. The 2 corpses were hurled away, crashing into the cold wall, leaving behind 2 blurred stains of blood and flesh. Blood splattered across the stone walls of the chamber, staining the hem of Shiazi's clothes. Yet he remained unfazed. The last assassin's eyes flickered with despair, but he charged forward nonetheless. Shiazi did not dodge or evade, he threw a punch. The assassin's chest caved in instantly, his body curling like a shrimp, blood gushing from his mouth as he was sent flying. The entire process occurred in the blink of an eye. Danzō's final protectors were all slain. He leaned against the stone platform, gasping heavily, blood still seeping from his severed arm and staining the stone beneath him. The Uchiha brat. Danzō's voice was hoarse, his single eye filled with malice. Do you think you've won? He struggled to lift his head, fixating his gaze on Shiazi. I will never let you succeed so easily. Shiazi approached step by step, the blood pool beneath him making a faint sound. Win. He stopped in front of Danzō, looking down from a height. I'm not here to play games with you, Danzō. I'm here to take your life. Just then, in the shadows of a corner of the chamber, an inconspicuous secret compartment suddenly opened. A figure burst forth, not aiming for Shiazi, but charging directly at Danzō, seemingly attempting to break him out. However, it was merely a feint. As the root ninja rushed halfway, he suddenly formed hand seals with both hands. He was the deputy of Yamashiro, a member of the Yamashiro clan, also skilled in spiritual secret techniques. Realizing the situation was dire, he chose the most extreme method. Secret technique, puppet heart transfer technique. A surge of spiritual energy transformed into an invisible sharp cone, recklessly piercing towards Shiazi's mind. He aimed to exchange his life for even a moment of control over Shiazi, creating a chance for Danzō to escape or perish together. This spiritual force was far stronger than that of Yamashiro before. However, Shiazi's Sharingan, with its eerie black pinwheel pattern, was no longer the immature form it once was. Having integrated fragments of Kamui and undergone multiple enhancements, its ocular power and spiritual defense had reached a terrifying level. A mere trick dares to show off before me. Shiazi didn't even try to counter. The spiritual cone, upon reaching Shiazi's invisible mental barrier, shattered like an egg against the hardest stone. Crack! A faint sound of shattering resonated on the spiritual level. The Yamashiro clansman's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes bulging wide with terror. Red blood gushed from all 7 orifices. Ugh! A sound that was less than human erupted from his throat. Under the backlash of the spiritual force, his soul suffered a devastating blow. The Yamashiro clansman staggered a few steps before collapsing heavily to the ground, convulsing violently a few times before falling silent. Eyes wide open in death, Shiazi coldly watched it all, as if he had simply crushed an insignificant bug. His gaze returned to Danzō. More precisely, it fell upon Danzō's left arm resting on the stone platform. That arm from wrist to shoulder was wrapped in thick bandages. At this moment, due to previous movements, the bandages had loosened, revealing part of a gruesome sight. The skin beneath was a muddle of blood and flesh. Several crimson Sharingan, like eerie gems, were forcibly embedded within the flesh of that arm. Though not yet fully integrated and some eyes still quivering slightly, the unique chakra fluctuations belonging to the Uchiha were distinctly discernible. Danzō Shiazi's voice was devoid of emotion. Is this the power you desperately seek? He took a step closer, almost against Danzō. How does it feel to steal the eyes of my kin? A flicker of barely perceptible panic flashed in Danzō's single eye, but that panic was quickly replaced by a more intense madness. He grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth. "Humph, to the victor belong the spoils." Danzō's voice carried a frenzied recklessness. "These eyes in my hands can achieve greater things than in the hands of you useless Uchiha." He seemed to want to straighten his back, but the intense pain from his severed arm made him curl over again. For the survival of Konoha. For the future of the village. Any sacrifice is worth it. For Konoha. Xiaoji's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. What a magnificent excuse. He reached out, gently pushing aside the scattered bandages on Danzō's left arm, allowing the gruesome Sharingan to be exposed even more clearly to the air. This arm was sacrificed for your own dirty ambition, wasn't it? The so-called Konoha is merely a facade for you to satisfy your own desires. Useless. Xiaoji's tone carried a hint of mockery. Then why did you need to transplant the eyes of our useless clan onto this arm? You fear the power of the Uchiha, yet covet it, so you resort to such despicable means to try and claim it for yourself. Danzō, you are nothing but a thief, a pathetic worm. Shut up. Danzō was stung by Xiaoji's words and roared furiously. What do you understand? Everything I do is for Konoha. The darkness of Konoha must be shouldered by someone. I am that person who walks in the darkness guarding the light. Guarding the light. Xiaoji laughed softly, his laughter light, yet filled with utmost sarcasm. By slaughtering your own kin. By creating internal strife. By sacrificing the innocent. What you are protecting is not the light of Konoha but your own twisted desire for power. Xiaoji slowly raised his hand, chakra beginning to gather in his palm. Well said. So for the survival of my Uchiha, for those of my kin you have harmed, I will take this arm of yours as well as your life. The chakra gathered in his palm radiated a chilling aura. The chakra on Xiaoji's palm had condensed to its utmost limit. In the next moment, it was about to be imprinted on Danzō's chest. For Konoha. A glint of determination flashed in Danzō's eyes. He knew that conventional methods could no longer contend with the monstrous Uchiha youth before him. Old man. Just as Xiaoji's attack was about to descend, on Danzō's left arm, which had been grafted with numerous Sharingan, one of the Third Sharingan suddenly lost all its light and permanently closed. Forbidden technique Izanagi. A terrifying power that distorted reality and illusion was instantly unleashed. Xiaoji's potentially lethal strike struck Danzō solidly. Bang! A dull sound echoed in the secret room. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. Danzō's figure began to shake violently. Then astonishingly he appeared and scathed several meters away, as if that deadly blow had never happened. He gasped for breath, the wound from his severed arm still bleeding. But his face bore the relief of surviving a calamity. Cough! Cough! Danzō leaned against the wall, barely standing. He looked at Xiaoji, mockery filling his one eye. Uchiha brat, the eyes on this arm of mine are not mere decorations. How does it feel to experience Izanagi? This is a technique only gods can wield. Danzō's voice was hoarse, but filled with arrogance. At the cost of one eye, turning one's unfavorable reality into a dream, while transforming favorable dreams into reality. This is one of the ultimate forbidden techniques of the Uchiha clan. Xiaoji watched this scene, his face showing no surprise. He simply stood quietly, his scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan calmly observing Danzō. Izanagi. A smirk appeared at the corner of Xiaoji's mouth, turning an unfavorable reality into a dream while turning a favorable dream into reality. Indeed, a remarkable technique. Unfortunately, Xiaoji paused, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You can use it, but can I not? Upon hearing this, the smug expression on Danzō's face instantly froze. His single eye widened in disbelief as he looked at Xiaoji. An ominous premonition instantaneously crawled up his heart. What? What did you say? He saw the kaleidoscope pattern in Xiaoji's left eye also begin to undergo subtle changes. The eerie black pinwheel spun faster. A chakra fluctuation belonging to Izanagi emanated from him. System notification: forbidden technique Izanagi, single eye one-time use perfect level experience card has been activated. This trump card, which he previously exchanged for a large amount of points, quietly activated at this moment. No. Impossible. Danzō screamed, his voice trembling. How could you possibly also use Izanagi? How old are you? Where did you learn this? He couldn't accept this fact. Izanagi was one of the most profound forbidden techniques of the Uchiha clan. Even within the clan, few could master it, let alone a 17-year-old child like Xiaoji. Moreover, how could he possibly have a Sharingan powerful enough to activate such a forbidden technique? At that moment, Danzō's heart sank into an abyss. He had originally thought that with the multiple Sharingan grafted onto his arm, he could activate Izanagi multiple times. Even if he couldn't kill this brat, he could still drag him down or find an opportunity for a counterattack. But now, everything was over. If the opponent could also use Izanagi, then all his advantages would vanish. Old dog, your expression is truly delightful. Xiaoji raised his hand gently and wiped away the non-existent blood at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the eyes on your arm are not that impressive after all. No, I still have a chance. A mad glimmer flashed in Danzō's single eye. He couldn't die here. He still had ambitions to fulfill. He wanted to become Hokage. He wanted to control Konoha. In that case, Danzō's face twisted with madness. Then let's die together. He suddenly pulled out several explosive tags from his pocket and recklessly charged at Izanagi. At the same time, he detonated the last hidden and most powerful chain of explosive tags on him. He wanted to drag this Uchiha demon down to hell with him in a mutual destruction. Boom. A violent explosion erupted instantly in the cramped secret room. The terrifying flames and shockwaves consumed everything. The entire root base trembled violently from the horrific explosion, as if it could collapse completely at any moment. Danzō's figure was completely engulfed by the flames and shockwaves at the moment the explosion occurred. In the last moment before his consciousness faded, he seemed to see Xiaoji's astonished face. His heart was filled with delight. Such a close-range explosion, such terrifying power. This Uchiha brat, even if he did not die, would undoubtedly be severely injured. It was worth it. Everything was worth it. The smoke gradually dispersed. Inside the secret room, chaos reigned. The walls were blasted into craters, and the ground was strewn with rubble and charred marks. The air was filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder. Danzō's figure, or rather the Danzō created by Izanagi in that reality, struggled to rise from the ruins. He was covered in blood, his clothes tattered, looking utterly disheveled. But he was still alive. He saw not far away the figure of that Uchiha brat. Xiaoji was also covered in blood, half kneeling on the ground, coughing violently, as if suffering from extremely severe injuries. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. Uchiha brat. You ultimately still. Cough cough. Lost. Danzō let out a triumphant sneer. However, just as he was about to savor this hard-won victory, he was horrified to discover that Xiaoji's heavily injured and dying figure once again became illusory. Like a reflection in water, it gently swayed and disappeared. What a... Danzō's single eye suddenly contracted. A chilling sensation surged over him. Old dog, your acting is truly poor. A cold voice rang out behind him. Danzō stiffly turned his head. He saw the real Uchiha Xiaoji standing behind him, completely unharmed. His clothes were neat, his breath steady, he showed no signs of injury. Those scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan were gazing at him with cold, killing intent. This is impossible. You clearly... Danzō stammered, completely falling into despair. Xiaoji's left eye with its eerie black pinwheel pattern had dimmed considerably, but had not extinguished completely. Perfect level Izanagi. Its effect was far beyond that of Danzō's crudely grafted ordinary Sharingan. At the moment of the explosion, Xiaoji had also activated Izanagi. He perfectly avoided Danzō's suicidal counterattack. I told you what you can do, I can do too. Xiaoji teleported, grabbing Danzō firmly by the back of his neck. With his other hand, he condensed highly concentrated chakra pulsating with dangerous light aimed at the heart on Danzō's back. Now the game is over. The aura of death was clearer than ever. It's over, Danzō. Xiaoji's voice was devoid of any warmth. Have you exhausted your Izanagi? Danzō's body went completely stiff. He could clearly feel that nearly all the eyes on his transplanted Sharingan arm had lost their light and were completely closed. Only a last couple of them remained, and they were already at their limits. The chakra was so weak it was almost negligible. And the Uchiha brat before him, his left eye that had activated Izanagi, although dim, was far from extinguished. More perfect with less consumption. Or rather, from the very beginning he had been toyed with by this 17-year-old monster. All struggles, all hidden cards seemed so laughable before him. Unwillingness, despair, and a hint of absurd enlightenment. Xiaoji did not give him any chance to think or speak. The hand gripping his neck suddenly exerted force, slamming his body hard against the ground. The other hand, with chakra concentrated to the extreme, accurately pierced Danzō's heart. Thud, the sound of flesh being penetrated. Danzō's body twitched violently. He could feel his vitality rapidly draining away with the rupture of his heart. Consciousness began to blur. The scene before him started to distort, then dissipate. Impossible, I won't lose. I can't lose. Danzō kept repeating these few words. This seemed to be his unwillingness before death. But it was all over. Shimura Danzō, the leader of the root who had lurked in the darkness of Konoha and manipulated events for decades. The dark side of Konoha finally severed from all hope amidst unwillingness and despair. His body slumped down weakly. That single eye was wide open, seemingly unable to close even in death. It was as if until the last moment he couldn't believe that this would be his end. Ding. Important storyline character killed, Shimura Danzō detected. Special reward, 2000 points of premium currency. Random high-level skill scroll, X1. The system's prompt sounded timely in Xiaoji's mind. 20,000 premium currency points. A slight curve formed at the corner of Xiaoji's mouth. Finally, it was worth it. Ding. A large number of high-quality Sharingan, including one Mangekyo Sharingan, detected nearby. Would you like to recycle them? You can choose to convert them into pure premium currency points or use them as materials for technique evolution fusion. Recycle. Xiaoji did not hesitate in the slightest. Convert all into materials for technique evolution fusion. Especially that Mangekyo Sharingan. He looked at Danzō's left arm, bloodied and embedded with several Sharingan. One of them, even though it had lost all brilliance, still hinted at its former glory through its unique chakra fluctuations. This pair was meant to protect Konoha but had been stolen by Danzō. Now it would return to the Uchiha in another form, at the deepest part of the root base. The earth-shattering explosion and the complete dissipation of Danzō's life force could not be unnoticed by Sarutobi Hiruzen even from the Hokage building. His office window faced the general direction of the root base. The flames around the village had not yet completely extinguished, and the rescuing ninjas were still busy. But part of Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention remained fixated on that dark underground. He did not send any umbu, nor did he allow any trusted subordinates to investigate the situation. Not because he did not want to, but because he could not. Or rather, he did not dare. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage chair. The pipe that had accompanied him for many years he did not know when already gone out. The ashes of the tobacco emitted a bitter taste. His heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions. There was sorrow for the demise of his old friend Danzō. After all, they had fought side by side and exhausted their efforts for the future of Konoha, although their ideologies differed and their methods varied. But that original intention to jointly protect the village was perhaps sincere in those early days. There was also anger towards Danzō's almost mad actions that dragged all of Konoha into disaster. To plant so many explosive tags within the village was no different from betraying the village. However, more than that was a deep sense of helplessness, an awareness towards Uchiha Sharingan, this 17-year-old boy who exhibited such terrifying power, cold-hearted nature, and ruthless methods. Uchiha Sharingan, are you really just a 17-year-old child? From the moment Sharingan appeared in front of the Hokage building and presented evidence, the entire situation had been firmly controlled by that child. Every move was like a meticulously calculated chess game. Coercion showing weakness, temptation, counterattack. Each link tightly connected, pushing Danzō and him as Hokage step by step into a desperate situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen had to admit that he was getting old. Faced with such a profound-minded and terrifyingly powerful Uchiha Jr., he had lost the ability to control the situation. Stop. What could he use to stop it? To send Umbu to hunt down a monster capable of effortlessly exterminating the root and possessing forbidden techniques like Izanagi. That would only escalate Konoha's internal turmoil until it completely spiraled out of control. Therefore, he chose to acquiesce. Or rather, he had become powerless to stop it and could only watch the situation develop to this point. This was a torment. It was also a humiliation. His dignity as the third Hokage was completely trampled underfoot by a 17-year-old child today. In the secret room, Sharingan stood beside Danzō's still warm corpse. He slowly closed his eyes. A stream of pure ocular power was continuously flowing into his eyes through the system's recycling. Those Sharingan belonging to other Uchiha clan members, after being purified and refined by the system, turned into the most fundamental ocular power, nourishing his Mangekyo. Don't tell me. Although the system recycled pure ocular material and did not directly grant ocular techniques, the unique characteristics of that ocular power still made Sharingan sense a hint. His Mangekyo Sharingan, after absorbing this vast amount of ocular power, was undergoing some unknown transformation. The left eye, which had dimmed due to the repeated use of Kimui and Izanagi, was rapidly regaining its brilliance. It was even deeper than before. A cleansing that swept through Konoha had ended in a way that exceeded everyone's expectations. The root, the darkest organization of Konoha. With the death of its leader Shimura Danzō, it had become a mere name. But a new storm seemed to be just beginning to brew. Sharingan opened his eyes, the crimson Mangekyo flashing with a heart-stopping radiance. He looked down at Danzō's corpse beneath him without any expression. The silence of the secret chamber was shattered by the faint sound of footsteps. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shirsui led several clan members, their figures blending into the bloody darkness. Sharingan had his back to them, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. Take everything of value from here. Documents, ninjutsu scrolls, experimental data, leave nothing behind. Understood, Lord Sharingan. Itachi and Shirsui responded in unison, quickly organizing the personnel with swift and silent motions. They began systematically scavenging every inch of this evil lair. Zaya's consciousness sank into his mind. The pale blue light of the system mall shimmered before his eyes. It was time to take stock of the harvest. First, the points for premium purchases. Originally at 3750 points, he spent 5,000 points on the forbidden technique Izanagi single, a one-time perfect level experience card overdrawn by 3130 points, which had already been replenished by some scattered spoils. By killing Shimura Danzō, the system directly rewarded him with 20,000 premium points. Clearing out the remnants in the root base who stubbornly resisted, as well as reclaiming the scattered supplies within the base, earned him approximately 5,000 premium points. Premium points balance 23,750 points. This number is quite substantial. It is enough to support a significant enhancement of his strength. Secondly, and more crucially, are the ocular materials. The arm of Danzō, which had forcibly undergone the transplantation of a Sharingan, contained a total of 11 complete Freedomo Sharingan. All of these have been reclaimed by the system and transformed into the purest ocular energy waiting to be absorbed. Most importantly, one of the Sharingans surprisingly possessed the Kagetsuchi. It too was reclaimed by the system and converted into the most fundamental ocular material. Ding. Detected that the host's right eye has acquired the Kimui primary characteristic. Can perform a special fusion enhancement with the reclaimed Mangekyo Sharingan right eye Kagetsuchi remnant. After fusion, there is a chance to complete or mutate the Kimui ability and gain some characteristics of Kagetsuchi. Do you wish to proceed with the fusion? Kagetsuchi. Zaya's heart nearly skipped a beat. Known as the strongest illusion, it could forcibly alter the will of the target without their awareness, the ultimate ocular technique. Even though the system marked it as remnant, and it was only partial characteristics, its potential value was incalculable. Fuse. He did not hesitate for a moment. Fusion starting. A violent burning pain suddenly erupted deep from his right eye. It felt as if countless red-hot steel needles were madly piercing his eyeball and nerves. Then a wave of extreme coolness followed, penetrating to the bone, nearly freezing his soul. These two utterly opposite, yet equally overwhelming sensations collided violently within his right eye socket. Xiaji let out a suppressed groan from his throat, his body involuntarily swaying slightly. This transformation and fusion originating from the soul level was far more tormenting and unbearable than any physical pain. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. Each second was excruciating. It was hard to tell how long it lasted, perhaps a few minutes, or perhaps just a few dozen seconds. The agonizing pain that nearly tore him apart, and the extreme coolness gradually faded from his right eye. Zaya's right eye, which originally displayed the peculiar whirlpool pattern of the Mangekyo, due to Kimui, quietly underwent a transformation. The patterns became deeper and more enigmatic, resembling a black hole that could swallow everything. Fusion completed. The right eye's ocular technique has undergone the following transformative enhancement. 1. The Kamui phasing ability has been maximally enhanced. The duration of phasing has been significantly extended and chakra consumption greatly reduced. While in the phasing state, limited physical interference with the outside world can be performed, e.g., slight touches, transmitting sounds, etc. 2. The Kamui space ability has been enhanced. The speed of space transfer has become faster, its concealment stronger, target locking more precise, and the range slightly increased. 3. Additional characteristic, mental confusion primary. It can exert a weak but continuous influence on the target's subconscious without their awareness, gradually guiding their judgment and decision-making, causing them to make choices favorable to the host at critical moments. This effect has extremely high concealment, making it hard to detect and defend against. Xiaji carefully read the fusion results provided by the system. He had not directly obtained the complete Kagetsuchi. This was slightly different from his initial expectations. However, he did not feel disappointed. Instead, an unexpected joy quietly blossomed in his heart. The complete Kagetsuchi was indeed the pinnacle of the illusion domain. However, its long cooldown time was almost equivalent to a one-time ultimate move not easily deployable. Moreover, with his current 17-year-old body and the still developing chakra level, even if he had truly received the complete Kagetsuchi, he might not be able to master it perfectly and could even suffer from it. The result of this transformative enhancement was undoubtedly more practical and better suited to his current needs. The maximally enhanced Kimui, whether in phasing or space transfer, significantly improved his survival ability, mobility, and tactical flexibility. The limited physical interference in the phasing state added many unexpected tactics to his arsenal, and the newly added characteristic mental confusion primary. Though marked by the system as primary and merely a weak influence, its high concealment characteristic, coupled with its effect of guiding judgment and decision-making, was essentially a top-tier weapon for striking invisibly and ambushing unprepared foes. In many situations, this subtle influence was far more terrifying and practical than a Kagetsuchi known for its cooldown period of a decade or more. Very good. Xiaji felt very satisfied with this fusion result. Ding. The host has completed an important narrative kill, and random high-level skill scroll X1 has been issued to the system storage space. With a thought, the scroll, emitting a faint golden glow in the system storage space, opened in response. Acquired skill: Flying Thunder God Technique Remnant Scroll Initial Release. Flying Thunder God Technique. Even if it was only a remnant and merely an initial release, it was enough to invigorate Zaya's spirit. Created by the second Hokage Senju Tobarama and popularized by the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, it was the space-time ninjutsu that reigned supreme in the ninja world, renowned for its speed and mobility. Although it was just a remnant, with the extraordinary insight of the Mangekyō Sharingan and the system's assistance, the learning curve would surely be very rapid. This new trump card came at just the right time. His strength had once again received tremendous improvement without him noticing. His arsenal had become much more formidable. Next, he would face the confrontation of the entire Konoha upper echelon, and that critical choice that would determine the future fate of the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen Sarutobi Tsunade, Senjumido Gate Inn. How would those old geezers entrenched at the pinnacle of Konoha's power respond to a Uchiha who had personally killed Danzō, eradicated the roots, and possessed unfathomable strength? Xiaji slowly opened his eyes. A deep glow flashed through the Mangekyo pattern of his right eye. He could clearly feel a brand new, more powerful force flowing within. Lord Xiaji, all valuable items have been accounted for and securely sealed. Uchiha Itachi's figure appeared at the door of the secret chamber, stepping forward respectfully to report. Xiaji nodded slightly. Seal this place completely. His voice remained calm. Then we will return. Return to Uchiha. Itachi's body paused slightly, then he replied, understood. The root has been annihilated, and the leader has fallen. News spread like a plague among the higher-ups of Konoha. Panic gripped everyone's hearts like an invisible giant hand. In the Hokage's office, the air was thick with smoke, and the atmosphere oppressive to the point of suffocation. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the main seat, the crystal ball dim and unable to reflect his current state of mind. Tsunade Mido Gate In and Nara Shikaku, who was summoned to participate in the emergency meeting, all wore different expressions, but each was gravely serious. The root is completely destroyed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was dry as if it had been sanded down. Shimura Danzō was killed on the spot by Uchiha Shursui. He briefly recounted the fragments of images he glimpsed in the crystal ball and the sporadic intelligence brought back by the Umbu, describing Shizui's near-overwhelming power and the coldness he exhibited while slaughtering the root. Of course, there was also the blatant trampling of Konoha's order. These words struck the two advisors like a heavy hammer on their hearts. Damn it! Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, veins protruding on her well-maintained face. Sarutobi, this Uchiha Shursui has completely lost his mind. He is betraying the village. Ignoring the Hokage, he killed a high-ranking official and slaughtered the root. Each of these acts is a death penalty. We must immediately mobilize all forces to capture this fiend. Using public execution as a warning. Mido Gate In leaned forward slightly, his eyes behind the glasses flickering with fear. Indeed. If this person is not dealt with, Konoha will never know peace. He is more dangerous and unpredictable than Uchiha Madara was in his time. Sarutobi, we cannot hesitate any longer. The two advisors spoke with resolute tones. Nara Shikaku leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his abdomen, his brow furrowed into a knot. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Capture him. My esteemed advisors, while that is easy to say, who will go to capture him? And who will execute the plan? He scanned the room, his tone calm, yet piercing. The strength demonstrated by Uchiha Shursui has likely surpassed that of the vast majority of the Kage-level. Moreover, he currently wields complete control over the Uchiha clan. How much of our strength can safely subdue him and the entire Uchiha? Are we to let Konoha experience another civil war? Shikaku's words fell like a bucket of cold water on the fury of the two advisors. The office fell into silence once again. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, and Shizui's cold kaleidoscope flashed through his mind. It was a gaze he had never seen in anyone else, filled with absolute confidence and a complete disregard for all rules. For the first time, he felt an uncontrollable fear from the depths of his soul toward a member of the Uchiha clan. After a long moment, he opened his eyes, his voice heavy with undeniable fatigue. Now is not the time to pursue who is right or wrong. Tsunade and Shikaku is right. Shursui has shown us through his actions that he has the ability and the determination to overturn the game of Konoha. If we forcefully resist, there will be only one outcome: Konoha will split, and civil war will erupt. At that time will Kumogakure, Wagakure, and Kirigakure let go of this opportunity. Konoha will fall into irretrievable ruin. Tsunade's lips moved, wanting to say something, but ultimately it turned into a powerless sigh. Mido Gate In also slumped down, his anger replaced by deeper worries. Reality is indeed so cruel. For the first time, those who stood at the pinnacle of power realized that the strength and cunning they took pride in felt so pale and powerless in front of a 17-year-old boy. So, are we just going to let this be? Tsunade murmured unwillingly. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly shook his head. Danzō was wrong from the start, and the existence of the root has indeed been a long-standing issue. Shursui's actions, while extreme, are not without reason. This statement surprised both advisors and Nara Shikaku. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, the Uchiha's anger needs an outlet. Danzō and the root were that outlet. Now the most important thing is to stabilize the situation and placate the Uchiha. As for Shursui, he paused for a moment, his tone complex. We need to strengthen our surveillance of the Uchiha territory. At the same time, I will attempt to communicate with him. Everyone understood that this so-called communication was merely self-deception. Would a boy who dared to publicly confront the Hokage and slaughter the root be easily swayed by a few words of comfort? The meeting ended in an atmosphere of near despair. There were no substantive resolutions, only endless compromises and concessions. The power core of Konoha bowed its proud head for the first time in the face of Uchiha Shizui's strength. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan's territory in the plaza outside the shrine, the atmosphere was tense, yet carried a hint of suppressed excitement. All core members of the Uchiha clan had gathered. They looked at the small figure standing on the high platform, Uchiha Shursui. Behind Shursui stood Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui, their expressions devoid of emotion. At Shizui's feet lay the unseeing head of Shimura Danzō. Beside it were several blood-stained items symbolizing the command of the root. Dear clansmen, Shizui's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. The culprit who oppressed our Uchiha and plotted the massacre of our clan Shimura Danzō has been vanquished. The root which has poisoned Konoha and harbored filth no longer exists. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. The grievances that had been suppressed for too long were released in this moment. Lord Shursui is mighty. The glory of the Uchiha. Countless clansmen were moved to tears, gazing at Shizui's back as if looking at a deity. Shursui raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. The plaza fell into complete silence. His crimson kaleidoscope, Sharingan, slowly scanned each person present. Danzō is dead and the root is gone. But is that enough? His voice carried a hint of icy questioning. Will the jealousy of Konoha's higher-ups and the exclusion from the villagers, the injustices imposed upon us, simply vanish? The clansmen fell silent. They knew it would not. The Hokage's compromise and the advisor's concessions are merely temporary measures. As long as we remain in Konoha, as long as we Uchiha possess these eyes, they will never truly rest easy. Rather than passively waiting for the next purge, why not create a brand new path ourselves? Stepping forward, that small figure radiated a suffocating aura. I have decided. In 3 days, I, Uchiha Shirsue, will lead all willing Uchiha clansmen to officially leave Konoha Hidden Village, to forge a future that truly belongs to us Uchiha. For those who do not wish to go, I will not force them. Stay or leave, the choice is yours. The ground shook. The entire plaza fell into a dead silence. Uchiha Shotzi's decision stirred up a wave within the Uchiha clan land far more turbulent than any previous event. Killing Fugaku and annihilating the root were indeed shocking. However, the phrase leaving Konoha carried a weight that shattered the last psychological defenses of many clan members. After the silence in the square, a more intense commotion ensued. The younger generation of Uchiha clan members burned with fervent flames in their eyes. Many of them had lived under the white eyes and exclusion of Konoha since they could remember, their suppressed resentment having accumulated to a breaking point. Shotzi's emergence was like a lightning bolt tearing through the darkness, revealing another possibility to them. Lord Shaji is right. We have had enough. Rather than lingering here, it is better to follow Lord Shaji and create our own future. For the glory of Uchiha, we are willing to follow Lord Shaji. The shouts rose and fell, blood surging through the veins of the young. However, not everyone was so excited. Those who were older, who had experienced more storms, and whose thoughts were more conservative, wore expressions filled with panic and unease. Konoha was the homeland they had lived in for generations. Betraying the village. How can this be? We will become enemies of the entire ninja world. Konoha will never let us go. The risks are too great. Once we fail, Uchiha will truly be doomed. In an instant, everyone was in disarray. These people were merely afraid of the unknown risks. Of course, what they feared the most was Konoha's relentless and frenzied retaliation, and the emotions tied to their homeland. Amidst this chaos and fear, 2 figures stepped forward. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shirsue. Their expressions were more solemn than ever. The discussions in the square temporarily hushed due to their appearance. Everyone wanted to know what choice these 2 geniuses hailed as the future of Uchiha would make. Itachi's brow was tightly furrowed as he looked at Shazi, his usually calm eyes now filled with complex emotions. He spoke first, his tone trembling. Shaji, do you know that by doing this you will drag the entire Uchiha into the abyss of war? His hand instinctively clenched. The price of betraying the village is one you cannot afford. The clan members cannot afford it either. Shirsue followed closely, his voice steady, yet unable to hide his concern. Shaji, I know you have many grievances against the village, and we all understand that. But Konoha, after all, is our home. He paused as if organizing his words. We can strive to change the current situation, to fight for our rightful position rather than choosing this most extreme and irreversible path. Shaji listened to their words without any expression on his face. He simply watched them quietly until they finished speaking. Then he scoffed. That laughter was light, yet it pierced Itachi and Shizui's hearts like a needle. Home. Shaji retorted, his tone filled with mockery. A home that can suspect us at any moment, ready to purge us at any time. He stepped forward, staring at the 2. Itachi, Shirsue, you 2 are truly laughably naive. The upper echelons of Konoha's suspicion and fear towards us Uchiha is ingrained in their bones. It is deep-rooted and will never be eradicated. Do you think that our concessions and obedience will earn their trust? Stop dreaming. Shotzi's voice suddenly rose, booming like thunder. The only 2 paths left are either they find an excuse to completely wipe us out for the last time, or, like Fugaku, we grovel and beg, living like dogs under their control, eternally under their watch. Itachi's body trembled slightly, the color draining from his face. Shizui's breath also became somewhat hurried. Shotzi's words cut through the layer of calm they had deliberately maintained. Fugaku represented a humiliating compromise, a thirst for poison. The upper echelons of Konoha represent a merciless extermination and eradication of the roots. Which of these 2 paths do you wish to choose? Shaji scanned the 2 of them and also looked at all the clan members below. And I, Uchiha Shaji, bring you and all Uchiha a third option. That is to resist. With our own hands to break this damned fate. With our own strength to fight for our rightful survival and dignity. If you still remember the glory of being Uchiha, if you recall the pride carried by these eyes, you should understand that my choice is the only correct choice. Itachi and Shirsue were completely stunned by Shotzi's words. They opened their mouths but found themselves unable to utter a single word. Did they not understand the cruel reality that Shaji depicted? They knew better than anyone Konoha's attitude towards Uchiha. The secretive surveillance, the baseless suspicion, the deliberately suppressed resources. Yet the risks of betraying the village, the blood and fire that could almost be foreseen, still loomed over them like a mountain, causing them to hesitate and struggle. Shaji no longer looked at them. His gaze shifted back to the clan members in the square, each displaying different expressions. I will give you 1 day to consider. After 1 day, those willing to follow me to create a brand new future for Uchiha gather here. For those unwilling to leave, I will not force you. Stay or go. The fate of the Uchiha clan is in your own hands. Having said that, Shaji turned and ignored everyone striding down from the high platform. His figure quickly disappeared into the crowd. The square once again fell into chaotic discussions. Itachi and Shursui stood in place motionless for a long while. Their hearts were undergoing an unprecedented battle between heaven and man. Was it to uphold loyalty to Konoha even if this path was filled with thorns and despair? Or to follow the seemingly mad youth who brought them a glimmer of hope stepping onto a path full of unknowns? This choice was too difficult. The news of Uchiha Zaya's decision to lead his clan away from Konoha soon reached the Hokage's office and the ears of various high-ranking officials. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his fist down on the table, causing the teacup to tremble and emit a groan under the strain. How dare he? This is no longer an internal clan conflict. This is treason. An open declaration of war against Konoha. Mito Gate, Yin adjusted his glasses. The glint behind the lens is cold. He aims to split the entire Uchiha clan from Konoha. This is a trampling of your authority as Hokage, a destabilization of the village's foundation. It cannot be tolerated. Nara Shikaku leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, his brow furrowed. A public announcement. He's pushing us to the edge of a cliff. This is serious. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly stood up, his silhouette elongated in the setting sun. There is no room for retreat now. He spoke each word with emphasis. He has declared war on Konoha. Tsurugi Komatsu suddenly stood up. What are we waiting for? Gather all our forces and eliminate this rebel and his followers on the spot. Yes, we cannot let him leave with the strength of the Uchiha. Otherwise the consequences will be dire. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze swept over the two, finally resting on Nara Shikaku. Shikaku, your judgment. Nara Shikaku exhaled a puff of smoke, the mist swirling. The worst-case scenario. We have already witnessed Uchiha Zaya's strength. If we forcibly suppress him, the cost will likely be. The cost? Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted him. In the face of Konoha's survival, any cost must be borne. Send my orders. Issue the highest level of war mobilization order. All ninja forces in the village, Umbu police forces that are not Uchiha members, all Jonin teams, Chunin squads, gather immediately. Cancel all vacations and missions. The command spread quickly through special channels across Konoha. The previously oppressive atmosphere in the village was instantly replaced by a sense of urgency. Countless ninja figures hurriedly moved through the streets, gathering at designated locations. Ordinary villagers also felt this unusual surge, with doors tightly shut in every household. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before a large map of Konoha. Block all major routes to the outside world, set up lookout posts and hidden checkpoints on all secret paths. His finger moved across the map, marking key positions. Establish layered defenses. We must intercept Uchiha Shaji and his followers before they leave the village. If they resist, Mito Gate Yin pondered, then we fight. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone left no room for hesitation. We must utterly crush them. We cannot allow them to step half a step out of Konoha. He paused, his voice becoming even more somber. At the same time, prepare for the worst. If we cannot stop Shaji. He looked at Nara Shikaku, pain and resolution flashing in his eyes. Then we must at all costs eliminate him and all Uchiha who follow him before he leaves the borders of the Land of Fire. We absolutely cannot allow such a powerful and hostile Uchiha force to roam freely, becoming an eternal threat to Konoha. Annihilation. Nara Shikaku repeated softly. The weight of those two words was like a mountain. This meant that even the women and children of the Uchiha would. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed oblivious to the struggle on his face. A Uchiha force led by Uchiha Shaji drifting beyond the control of the five great nations would be a disaster for the entire ninja world. For Konoha, it would be the end. The air in the office thickened, solidifying like substance. Uchiha clan grounds. Shaji stood on the high platform before the ancestral hall. The sudden surge of chakra from within Konoha felt like a tide, and he sensed it distinctly. Everything was as predicted. System. He silently thought. The system store has been opened. Flying Thunder God technique, fragmented volume, initial release. I want to master it at the fastest speed and be able to apply it in combat. Detected host demand rapid mastery and improvement of advanced spacetime ninjutsu. Recommended options: purchase in-depth analysis package of Flying Thunder God priced at 3,000 points. Purchase temporary enhancement card for spacetime talent 3 hours priced at 2,000 points. Total 5,000 points. Current point balance 23,750 points. Purchase. Ding. Consumed 5,000 points. In-depth analysis package of Flying Thunder God temporary enhancement card for spacetime talent 3 hours has been issued and activated. Point balance 18,750 points. A torrent of pure information flooded into Zaya's mind. It was a comprehensive analysis of the Flying Thunder God technique, from the fundamental principles to application techniques, as well as various possible variations. At the same time, he felt an unbelievable enhancement in his perception and control over spacetime powers. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, the strange pattern resembling two miniature black holes, crazily analyzing the information flooding into his mind. The incomplete technique under the dual enhancement of the system and the Mangekyo quickly became complete and clear. I see. The core of the Flying Thunder God technique lies in the precise marking of spatial coordinates and the instantaneous exchange between one's chakra and the mark. Shaji extended his hand, chakra gathering at his fingertips. He attempted to construct a basic Flying Thunder God mark according to the analyzed technique. Buzz, a ripple appeared in the air. A technique emitting a faint chakra fluctuation flashed before him and vanished. Too slow, too unstable. The in-depth analysis package of Flying Thunder God not only provided theory, but also pointed out many limitations of the original technique. Using a specially made kunai as a medium for marking is stable, but not flexible enough, and can easily be exposed. Zaya's right eye, the pattern of Kamui, faintly glowed. His perception of space far exceeded that of ordinary people. What if instead of marking a physical entity, I mark a point in space itself? What if the driving force behind the Flying Thunder God is not just my chakra, but I can also use my ocular power for auxiliary positioning and acceleration? One bold idea after another collided in his mind, igniting new sparks. Under the effect of the temporary enhancement card for space-time talent, his speed of thought and comprehension reached an astonishing height. He began to attempt modifying the structure of the Flying Thunder God technique. This was an extremely perilous process. A slight misstep could trigger spatial chaos and backlash against oneself. But Xiaji adjusted each chakra node as if he were the most precise instrument, optimizing the flow of energy at every point. Time passed second by second. After several attempts, a common stone before Xiaji suddenly vanished. In the next instant, that stone appeared in another location 10 meters away. Immediately after, Zaya's figure also disappeared from the original spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing beside that stone. Ding. Based on the host's understanding and improvement Flying Thunder God technique, Xiaji's style initial level has been mastered. Characteristics allows for short-distance low-cost spatial marking and instantaneous movement. The marked object can be a physical entity or a temporarily existing chakra coordinate. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Zaya's mouth. Although it was only at the initial level, it was enough to lead hundreds of clansmen to break through. He looked towards the outside of the clan grounds where Konoha had already been completely sealed off. No matter how tightly woven the net is, what does it matter? He raised his hand, a specially made kunai appearing in his palm, inscribed with the newly modified Flying Thunder God technique. The game has just begun. The night as deep as ink. In the Uchiha clan's territory at the Nana Shrine. This place is where the Uchiha clan's legacy and secrets are held. Yet at this moment, a chilling atmosphere of hostility permeated the air. The cold moonlight spilled over the plaza in front of the shrine. Over 300 figures stood silently, their faces sharply defined under the moonlight. These were the clansmen who chose to follow Uchiha Xiaji and step onto an unknown path. Among them, most were young combat ninjas, their eyes glimmering with a yearning for the future and a disdain for the present. There were also some families bringing their young children, betting their family's future on the 17-year-old youth. Each of them wore a resolute expression with a hint of anxiety about the uncertain future. Xiaji stood on the high platform, small in stature, yet resembling a blade poised to be unsheathed. He surveyed the clansmen below, the trusting, hopeful, and complex gazes converging solely upon him. Fellow clansmen, Xiaji spoke, his voice resonating firmly in everyone's ears. Today we shall bid farewell to our humiliating past and forge a new era that belongs to Uchiha. His words instantly ignited the excitement of the crowd. The road ahead may be fraught with difficulties, overgrown with thorns, and even lead to a bottomless abyss. But as long as we unite as one with a shared resolve, we can overcome all obstacles and establish a true home that belongs to Uchiha. More than 300 Uchiha clansmen felt their blood boil with fervor. Lord Xiaji, Uchiha. They roared in unison, their voices merging into a torrent that shook the night sky. In the next moment, everyone knelt on one knee. Their movements synchronized, infused with military-like discipline and reverence. We vow to follow Lord Xiaji to the death. We pledge allegiance to Lord Xiaji as the new leader of the Uchiha. We shall not hesitate to face fire and water. The oath reverberated above the Nanha shrine, lingering long after. At this moment, Uchiha Xiaji had become a divine figure in their hearts, the only hope leading them out of despair. Just as the ceremony was nearing its end and the crowd's emotions reached their peak, a figure slowly stepped out from the shadows outside the shrine. Uchiha Shursui. He had arrived. The commotion in the plaza immediately quieted with his appearance. All eyes focused on the man once hailed as the strongest genius of the Uchiha. He neither chose to follow nor to stop. He simply walked silently step by step to the foot of the platform, standing before Xiaji. Shizui's face appeared exceptionally pale under the moonlight, marked by exhaustion. He looked at Xiaji, his once clear eyes now reduced to one filled with complex and unfathomable emotions. Xiaji calmly returned his gaze. The two stood in silence as if the air had solidified. Suddenly Shursui raised his hand. His movement was slow, yet resolute. Under the astonished gaze of all, he extended his finger towards his only remaining left eye. A soft, sickening sound echoed. Blood surged through his fingers, dripping onto the cold stone steps, blooming into eerie red lotuses. Shursui issued a suppressed groan, his body shaking violently, veins bulging on his forehead. He had resolutely gouged out his remaining left eye, the one possessing the Kodoama Tsukumi of the Mangekyo Sharingan. With his other hand, he quickly retrieved a small crystal vial containing a special preserving solution from his pocket. He then carefully placed the freshly severed eyeball into it, sealing it away. After completing all this, Shizui's body swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. He trembled as he extended the crystal vial towards Xiaji. Xiaji. Shizui's voice was hoarse as if burned by fierce flames. This is my final hope. He forced to smile, a smile that was more painful than tears. I cannot agree with your path. It is too insane, too dangerous. But I cannot bear to see our clansmen head towards destruction. With this eye, he stared at Xiaoji, blood continuing to seep from the hollow of his left eye. Protect them, give them a future, rather than lead them to ruin. Xiaoji remained completely still. He gazed deeply at Shisui, observing his twisted face from the agony, yet carrying a hint of relief. After a long while, Xiaoji extended his hand and accepted the heavy crystal vial. It felt icy to the touch, yet seemed to pulse with a burning warmth. I will. This was Xiaoji's promise to Shisui, brief yet as weighty as a mountain. Shisui seemed to expend all his strength to nod. He staggered back a few steps, turned, and stumbled towards the darkness outside the shrine. His silhouette stretched long under the moonlight, appearing incredibly lonely and desolate. He chose to protect Konoha in his own way, to maintain the fragile balance between the Uchiha and the village. No one spoke to stop him. Xiaoji silently watched Shizui's figure disappear into the night. Uchiha Itachi ultimately did not appear at the Nana shrine. He chose a path that was even more painful and solitary, attempting to seek a balance that was almost non-existent between Konoha and the Uchiha. But this was now irrelevant to Xiaoji's plans. Xiaoji lowered his gaze, looking at the crystal vial in his hand. Within it, the eye of Kodoeme Tsukumi, quietly floating, emanating an eerie red glow. Pure ocular power faintly emanated from it. He knew the weight of this eye. He also understood that the breakthrough tomorrow would be the most severe and dangerous test he would face since arriving in this world. Ding. Detected that the host has obtained a special item, Uchiha Shizui's left eye Kodoeme Tsukumi complete version. You can choose to directly absorb its ocular power or use it as a material for the evolution fusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Xiaoji tightened his grip on the crystal vial. Night. Profound, suffocating, and dreadfully deep. Xiaoji gripped the cold crystal vial, within which floated a crimson eyeball, motionless and eerily serene. The lingering warmth of Shisui still clung faintly to the vial's surface. Without hesitation, he turned and entered the hidden chamber behind Nana's shrine. Before dawn broke, he had to complete this final preparation. The ocular power may be absorbed directly, or used as material for evolving or fusing with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Fuse. Xiaoji's resolve was instantaneous, unwavering. Detected a highly compatible Mangekyo Sharingan left eye Tsumi complete, belonging to Shisui, capable of deep synergistic fusion with the host's existing Mangekyo. Fusion will dramatically elevate the host's ocular power ceiling and spiritual energy, with an exceptionally high probability of perfectly inheriting the Izanagi technique. It may also reinforce the host's pre-existing left eye ocular ability, basic Tsukuyami. Proceed with fusion. Yes. He settled into lotus position, cradling the crystal vial, containing the eye of Izanagi, in his palm. The searing agony of his previous fusion with a fragment of Kamui remained vivid in memory. This time, however, it was the complete ultimate ocular technique, the very essence of Shisui's power. Boom. An excruciating pain far surpassing the last erupted from the depths of his left eye. If the prior fusion had felt like needles piercing through flesh, this was as though his entire soul had been violently thrust into a forge, shattered, stretched, and reforged anew. Xiaoji's body convulsed violently, veins bulged across his forehead, but his jaw remained clenched, silent, not a single sound escaping his lips. Pure ocular power interwoven with Shisui's uniquely refined spiritual energy surged like a breached flood, flooding his left eye with unstoppable force, scouring every nerve, every cell. His consciousness teetered on the edge of dissolution, only to be wrenched back by that torrent of pristine ocular energy. Within his left eye, the Mangekyo pattern spun at blinding speed. Then it reassembled, not merely reshaped, but reborn, into a new, profoundly more sinister form. This was no mere accumulation of strength. It was transcendence, absolute, irreversible evolution. How long passed none could say, when the agony, so overwhelming it nearly annihilated him, finally receded. Xiaoji's left eye had been utterly transformed. Fusion complete. Ocular abilities of the host's left Mangekyo Sharingan have undergone profound mutation and enhancement. 1. Tsukuyami has undergone supreme refinement, evolving into true Tsukuyami. Capable of constructing far sturdier, more immersive Tsukuyami realms, its mental devastation effect amplified exponentially, rendering escape for targets nearly impossible. 2. Perfect inheritance of the ocular technique, Izanagi radiance, enabling subconscious level will manipulation upon a designated individual, subtle, yet devastatingly potent. Cooldown period extremely prolonged. Xiaoji slowly opened his eyes. His left Mangekyo pattern now glowed with unfathomable depth and intricate complexity, a vortex whispering of cosmic enigmas. An unprecedented surge of ocular power flowed through both eyes. His command over Kamui and his comprehension of Izanagi had ascended to an entirely new plane. The explosive growth in foundational ocular power elevated his chakra perception range and spiritual energy intensity by several tiers. Shisui, Xiaoji murmured softly, feeling the immense, solemn weight of this newfound power. The stone door of the chamber slid open with a low groan. Xiaoji stepped forth. Pale morning light fell gently upon his pallid face. 300 clan members stood assembled in the shrine's forecourt, already gathered and ready. They carried only the most essential gear and weapons. Their expressions were layered with tension, sorrow, and quiet resolve. Lord Xiaji. At his appearance, every clansman bowed deeply in unison. Depart. His voice was calm, yet resonant with irrevocable authority. He walked at the head of the procession, small in stature, yet the sole pillar upon which all others leaned. The column advanced steadily toward the eastern gate of Konoha, their first planned breach point. Along both sides of the street, doors remained tightly shut. Only a few windows flickered with fleeting, fearful glances. The entire village lay submerged in a suffocating, death-like silence. Soon the first checkpoint emerged ahead. Dozens of non-Uchiha Konoha security force members armed with kunai and katana formed a tense defensive line. Their squad leader summoned courage and shouted fiercely, "Uchiha Xiaji, are you staging a coup against the village?" He stepped forward, katana leveled directly at Xiaji. "Halt, immediately. Resistance will be met with lethal force." Some younger clansmen instinctively reached for their weapons. The air thickened with imminent violence. Xiaji did not slow, not even for a heartbeat. He did not glance at the squad leader. Only when he stood some 10 meters from the security line did his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan narrow ever so slightly. VVVRR. An invisible, terrifying pressure erupted outward like a tsunami. This was no mere Mangekyo intimidation. It fused with the newly integrated Izanagi radiance, delivering a soul-piercing psychic shockwave. Ugh! The squad leader bore the brunt. His skull felt as if crushed by an invisible mallet. His vision warped and twisted. Xiaji's slight frame loomed before him, swelling infinitely, transforming into a primordial demon god radiating despair and dread. He tried to cry out, but an unseen hand throttled his throat, silencing him utterly. His katana clattered to the ground. The other security officers fared no better, each overwhelmed by a chilling, soul-deep terror, as if icy tides had drowned them whole. Hearts stuttered, blood ran cold. They lacked even the strength to lift a weapon, let alone stand. Legs trembled uncontrollably, some collapsed outright, eyes vacant and unfocused. Xiaji led his 300 clansmen forward, calm, unhurried, stepping deliberately through the dazed, hollow-eyed ranks of the security force. Silence. A silence so absolute, so grave it swallowed sound itself. Only the steady, rhythmic tread of Uchiha footsteps echoed down the empty street. No one dared oppose them. No one could oppose them. Konoha's first line of defense had shattered, not under assault, but beneath the sheer crushing weight of Xiaji's ocular might. Only after Xiaji and his retinue vanished beyond the street's far end did the security officers collapse inward, gasping, trembling faces etched with raw post-traumatic horror. A monster. What was that power? Among the Uchiha ranks, witnesses to this awe-inspiring spectacle watched in stunned silence. Their eyes followed Xiaji's retreating figure, not with doubt, but with fervent, unshakable devotion. This was the leader they had chosen to follow. This was the Uchiha's rebirth, their new blazing hope. Xiaji's expression remained serene. This was only the beginning. The true trial awaited at the village's eastern gate. Hiruzen Sarutobi would never let them leave so easily. Xiaji's expression remained serene. This was only the beginning. He lifted his gaze toward the eastern gate, where the real test would begin. Press onward. The eastern gate of my village was now within sight. The team of Xiaji crossed the last deserted street ahead of them. A dense crowd blocked the entire eastern gate area. A chilling aura surged forward. Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in a white robe with red edges, stood at the forefront of the crowd, wearing a conical hat. Behind him were dozens of Umbu members wearing animal masks, their presence cold and forbidding. The forehead protector on Kakashi Hataki's left eye was slightly pushed up, revealing his crimson Sharingan. Might Guy, clad in a green jumpsuit, clenched his fists tightly, filled with fighting spirit. Asuma Sarutobi, with a cigarette in his mouth, wore a frown. Kurinai Yuhi held kunai in hand, her expression wary. The four of them represented the backbone of the new generation of Konoha. Behind them were hundreds of elite Jonin and Chunin, forming an impenetrable encirclement. This was a formidable military force capable of toppling small nations. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched as Xiaji approached step by step along with the more than 300 Uchiha clansmen behind him, each displaying a different expression. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. Was this 17-year-old child truly going to push Konoha and the Uchiha clan into an abyss of no return? He took a step forward, his face obscured under the shade of the hat. Xiaji, a voice full of regret rang out. It's not too late to turn back now. Don't make a decision that will lead everyone to regret. This was his final advice as the third Hokage, and also his last ultimatum. Xiaji halted, facing Sarutobi Hiruzen from afar. The Uchiha clansmen behind him also stopped, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. Third Hokage. Xiaji spoke, his voice calm and unwavering. The path is one I have chosen for myself. I have no regrets. Today, if you choose to obstruct me, then you are my enemies. The negotiations had completely collapsed at this point. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent for a few seconds. He slowly raised his hand. A flash of regret crossed beneath the shadow of the hat, quickly replaced by a surge of killing intent. In that case, for the peace of Konoha, I can only leave you all behind. Make your move. With a command, the killing intent erupted. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Four figures lunged towards Xiaji from different directions. Kakashi Hitaki's Sharingan spun rapidly in his left eye, lightning flickering in his hand. The sharp whistle of Raikiri pierced the air. Mangekyo moved with astonishing speed, launching a powerful leaf whirlwind aimed directly at Xiaoji's lower body. Asuma Sarutobi unleashed his chakra knife, with both hands crossing to block Xiaoji's escape route. Kurenai Yuhi formed hand seals her Jinjutsu, quietly activating, attempting to disturb Xiaoji's mind. The four of them, working seamlessly together, unleashed lethal moves right away, clearly aiming to take down Xiaoji as quickly as possible. Capture the king first. Seeing this, the Uchiha clansmen behind Xiaoji drew their weapons, chakra surging, ready to confront the Konoha ninjas pressing in from the perimeter. Protect yourselves. Stick close to me. Xiaoji's voice, though not loud, clearly reached the ears of every clansman. Facing the combined onslaught of the four elite jonin from Konoha, he was unafraid and advanced instead of retreating. With a flicker, he boldly charged forward. However, his target was not the seemingly easiest to break through Kurenai Yuhi, nor the ferocious Mangekyo or Asuma Sarutobi. In that moment, Xiaoji's Sharingan firmly locked onto one person. Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi Hitaki. Xiaoji's voice clearly reached Kakashi's ears. Let me see. Your borrowed eye. How much weight does it carry? Kakashi's heart sank. This Uchiha brat had set his sights on him. Moreover, he seemed to understand Kakashi's Sharingan thoroughly. Without time to think further, Xiaoji's figure swiftly approached like a ghost. Kamui. Kakashi's left eye's Mangekyo pattern suddenly contracted, attempting to activate space distortion. However, Xiaoji's movements were even faster. His right eye also bore the Mangekyo pattern, and the strange swirling lines flashed with a hint of dark light. Kamui void. Kakashi's eye power, capable of distorting space, unexpectedly passed through Xiaoji's body the moment it made contact. It seemed like he had only struck a phantom. What? Kakashi exclaimed in shock. His Kamui had proven ineffective against him. Mangekyo's leaf whirlwind followed closely. The fierce wind from his kick swept past the spot where Xiaoji had been, leaving only a trail of afterimages. Asuma Sarutobi's chakra knife cut across, but also missed its mark. Kurenai Yuhi's Jinjutsu, upon touching Xiaoji's invisible mental barrier, showed no effect whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, the joint attack of Konoha's four elite jonin was completely defused by Xiaoji. This is impossible. Asuma Sarutobi cried out. Mangekyo's expression froze in disbelief. This kid was far more troublesome than he had imagined. Xiaoji's figure appeared beside Kakashi. He ignored the attacks from the other three, as if only Kakashi existed in his eyes. A pale hand silently struck towards Kakashi's chest. Kakashi reacted swiftly, leaning back to evade this deadly strike. At the same time, he gripped a kunai with his right hand, stabbing towards Xiaoji's wrist. Xiaoji slightly moved his hand to evade the kunai's edge, his fingers clawing towards Kakashi. Bang! A muffled sound ensued. Kakashi was struck hard in the chest, sending him flying backward. Though he managed to block part of the force with his arm, the chilling chakra still penetrated deeply, causing his blood to boil. Such speed. Such a bizarre attack. Kakashi was horrified. In that instant, he hadn't even seen how Xiaoji broke through his defenses. Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai shouted, rushing forward to support him. Mangekyo roared again, attacking Leaf Hurricane. Xiaoji didn't even glance at them, his figure flickering once more. Flying Thunder God technique, Xiaoji style beginner. He vanished from his original position. In the next moment, he appeared directly on Kakashi's trajectory, standing above him, aiming a kick at Kakashi's head. The series of changes unfolded so rapidly, it was dazzling. Not a chance. A figure moved even faster than Xiaoji. Sarutobi Hiruzen. The seasoned third Hokage had appeared in front of Kakashi at some point. He held a black Vajra rod, blocking Xiaoji's foot beneath him. Bang! A tremendous clash of power. Xiaoji's stomp was met heat-in by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's arm sank slightly, and the ground beneath him cracked inch by inch. Such tremendous power. He thought in shock. This child's taijutsu had reached such a frightening level. Third Hokage, do you also wish to court death? Xiaoji's tone revealed no fluctuations. He used the force to flip backward, landing steadily on the ground. At the same time, the battle on the periphery had fully erupted. The Uchiha clansmen, led by several seasoned elite jonin, engaged in fierce combat with the Konoha ninja forces. Fire release, lightning release, water release, earth release. Various ninjutsu lights intertwined and shone on the battlefield. The sounds of kunai clashing with long swords, screams, and roars filled the air. Blood began to stain the ground at the eastern gate. Xiaoji's crimson Mangekyo Sharingan coldly surveyed the entire battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi, Mangekyo, Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, and dozens of elite umbu had completely surrounded him. Uchiha Xiaoji, surrender. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, you cannot take them away from here. Xiaoji's lips curled into a mocking smile. Is that so? He slowly formed hand seals. Then let me show you. The true power of the Uchiha. Fire release, great fireball technique. Xiaoji formed hand seals with both hands. He took a deep breath as an exceptionally intense chakra, far surpassing ordinary fire release, rapidly coalesced. Fire release, great fire extinguish. He opened his mouth and a terrifying wave of fire surged forth. Sarutobi Hiruzen's murky old eyes suddenly sharpened. Naive. His hands moved so quickly that their afterimages were almost indistinguishable. 5 different elemental chakras surged wildly around him. My Konoha cannot be easily burned. Fire release, great flame technique. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Water release, water dragon bullet. Wind release, great breakthrough. Lightning release, earth walk. 5 low shouts resonated almost simultaneously. A massive wave of flames. A roaring earth dragon. A rushing water serpent. A slicing gale. And the spreading electric snakes. 5 forces intricately intertwined, forming a devastating torrent that engulfed the entire East Gate area. The might of this combined ninjutsu was far beyond that of any single technique. The terrifying energy fluctuations began to warp the air. It surged toward Xiaji and the Uchiha clan members behind him. The great fire extinguish that Xiaji unleashed had no room for resistance in the face of this 5-element combination's overwhelming might. He made a swift decision and interrupted his own technique. Uchiha clan members, disperse immediately. Be careful. Defend with all your might. Xiaji shouted sternly, his voice penetrating through the roar of ninjutsu. The Uchiha clan members reacted instantly. However, when they beheld the scene before them, their faces turned pale. They had never seen such a terrifying combined ninjutsu. Everyone instinctively retreated, forming a defensive formation. Various fire release and earth release techniques were unleashed recklessly, trying to weaken the imminent attack. The pattern of the kaleidoscope in Xiaji's left eye spun rapidly, activating the Kimui, attempting to distort part of the trajectory of the combined ninjutsu. The space indeed rippled slightly. Several earth dragon bullets and water dragon bullets were forcibly deflected, crashing into the ground and creating massive craters. However, the range of the 5-element great bullet was simply too vast, and the energy was overwhelmingly violent. The distorting power of Kimui could not shake the overall offensive momentum at that moment. A sharp pain surged in his left eye, a sign of excessive consumption of ocular power. If he took the hit, he might be able to rely on intangibility and Izanagi to remain unscathed. But the clan members behind him, he could not protect them all. Sarutobi Hiruzen's strike was made with the resolve to annihilate completely, leaving no room for error. Conventional means could no longer break the deadlock. In the depths of his mind, Xiaji quickly called out, Krypton point balance, 18,750 points. A line of products swiftly scrolled past, and he precisely locked onto one. Sage Mode Beginner 1-hour experience card. Price 8,000 Krypton points. This is the one. Purchase. Ding. Consumed Krypton points 8,000. Sage Mode Beginner 1-hour experience card has been activated. Krypton points balance, 10,750 points. A wild and primitive aura of natural energy surged into Xiaji's body from all directions. On the surface of his body around his eyes, strange, orange-eyed facial patterns emerged. At this moment, his perception extended infinitely. The flow of the wind, the breath of the earth, and every flicker of chakra in the air became vividly clear in his mind. The amount of chakra within him surged at an astonishing speed, instantly merging perfectly with the vast natural energy. This power, Xiaji's kaleidoscope Sharingan, seemed to resonate strangely under the infusion of sage chakra. Within the depths of his crimson pupils, it felt as if some more primordial power was awakening. The 5-element great bullet was almost upon him. The terrifying energy fluctuations began to warp the air, and the ground trembled violently. Xiaji suddenly clasped his hands together. The sage chakra, mixed with that unique power deep within his kaleidoscope Sharingan, began to operate in an unprecedented manner. A sphere the size of a fist, radiating an extreme sense of danger, coalesced in his palm. Inside the sphere was highly compressed crimson lava, emitting scorching heat. Surrounding the sphere were numerous fine chakra spirals, sharp and unmatched, continuously slicing through the surrounding space, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Sage Art Lava Release Spiral Shuriken. The moment this small spiral shuriken took shape, a terrifying pressure suddenly swept across the entire battlefield. All the ninjas engaged in battle, whether from Konoha or the Uchiha side, found their movements involuntarily halted. They stared in horror at the small red sphere suspended in Xiaji's palm. That inconspicuous crimson sphere seemed to hold the power to annihilate everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression completely froze. His weathered eyes were filled with disbelief at that moment. Sage Mode. A 17-year-old child has mastered what even Jiraiya had to struggle to barely grasp in adulthood. How is this possible? And what technique is that? That power, that transformation of chakra, has far surpassed the capabilities of ordinary bloodline limits. It even approached the legendary powers that only the first Hokage and the second Tsuchikage could master, the bloodline elimination. What kind of monster is this Uchiha kid? Kakashi Hitaki's left Sharingan contracted sharply in shock. Might Guy's passionate expression also froze. Asuma Sarutobi's cigarette dropped to the ground. Kurenai Yuhi covered her mouth, her face filled with incredulity. Roar! Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly bit his finger, drawing a complex summoning seal with his blood on his palm. Summoning technique. Boom. A massive plume of smoke erupted. A monkey draped in tiger skin and wielding a golden staff appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was his summoned beast monkey king Enma. Enma, block it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice trembled. He had never felt such a tremendous threat. Enma glanced at the lava release spiral shuriken in Xiaji's hand. A flicker of seriousness crossed its wise eyes. Without any unnecessary words, it transformed swiftly. A diamond staff. A long staff as black as ink shimmering with metallic luster crossed before Sarutobi Hiruzen. The staff quickly thickened and lengthened, aiming to completely cover the attack trajectory of the lava-release spiral shuriken. At the same time, the devastating 5-element great bullet finally struck. Xiaji did not even glance at the 5-colored torrent. He merely pushed the lava-release spiral shuriken gently forward. Whoosh! The crimson sphere, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing air, shot straight towards the enormous diamond staff. Boom! The deafening explosion instantly swallowed all sounds on the battlefield. The terrifying shockwave suddenly surged outward, wildly expanding in all directions. After the terrifying energy storm swept through, the eastern gate area lay in ruins. A bottomless chasm appeared on the ground with broken walls and remnants emitting wisps of smoke. The figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged from the swirling dust. His robe was torn in many places, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and the restored adamantine rod trembled slightly in his grasp. He gazed at the 17-year-old boy across from him, Uchiha Shida. The orange-red patterns on Shida's face had yet to fade. The immense aura brought by the sage chakra weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like a mountain. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank to the depths. The sage mode, along with that unheard-of bloodline elimination level technique, had pushed this Uchiha Shida entirely beyond what he could easily suppress. Shida took a step forward. In his hand, a pitch-black short rod had appeared, composed of highly refined sage chakra, now emanating an ominous aura. With that step, a killing intent mixed with the pressure of the sage technique radiated outward. The surrounding leaf ninja, including the battle-hardened Umbu, felt a tremor from the depths of their souls. Everyone seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand around their throats, none daring to step forward. Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out softly. Hatake Kakashi endured the pangs of pain from his left eye due to overuse. His crimson Sharingan spun rapidly, attempting to lock onto Shida and activate Kemui. However, Shida merely turned his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at him. Kakashi felt an overwhelming spiritual force combined with an incomprehensible perception that instantly disrupted the operation of his eye technique. The activation of Kemui experienced a brief delay at a critical moment. In a battle between masters, a mere instant could mean life or death. Kakashi let out a muffled groan, blood oozing from his left eye, and his body swayed. Shida did not pursue Kakashi. He walked step by step towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, each step feeling as though he was treading on the hearts of those present. The air grew heavy, almost thick enough to drip. Just as everyone thought a cataclysmic battle was about to erupt, Shida stopped several meters away from Sarutobi Hiruzen. The black rod in his hand pointed ominously at the Third Hokage. Third Hokage, Shida spoke, his tone flat, but carrying a hint of warning. Today I only wish to take my clan members away. If you insist on obstructing me, I won't hesitate to replace the Hokage in advance. As these words were spoken, the entire area fell into silence. Each word rang like thunder in the ears of the Leaf Ninja. This was no simple declaration of defection. It was a blatant threat to assassinate the Hokage. A 17-year-old child boldly declared he would replace the highest ruler of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ashen. His fists clenched tightly beneath his hat. He could clearly sense the madness and determination behind Shida's words, a resolve to do whatever it took. This child would not merely speak such threats, but would undoubtedly act on them. Shida turned away from him, suddenly facing the more than 300 excited Uchiha clan members behind him. He raised the sage black rod high. All Uchiha clan members, follow me to break through. Anyone who obstructs us will be killed without mercy. The 300 Uchiha ninja responded in unison. Finally, the long-suppressed fury and desire for the future erupted at this moment. They unleashed an astonishing chakra aura, converging into a torrent that surged into the sky. Shida led the charge, his figure suddenly vanishing from the spot. The speed granted by Sage Mode reached its pinnacle beyond the dynamic vision of ordinary Jonin. Two Umbu, attempting to flank from the side, felt a flash before their eyes, followed by a sharp pain in their chests. Shida's sage black rod pierced through their defenses like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Uft, uft, blood splattered. The two Umbu didn't even have time to scream before they fell limply to the ground, their lives extinguished. None could withstand even a single blow. You won't succeed. A furious roar erupted as Might Guy charged at Shida with unstoppable momentum. He was shrouded in swirling steam, his skin taking on an abnormal red hue. 8th gate, 6th gate, the gate of view open. The terrifying speed and power caused the air to scream. Guy's heavy fist aimed straight at Shida's face. Shida did not dodge, but met him head-on with his own enhanced physical technique. His left hand blocked with the black rod, while his right fist collided heavily with Guy's fist. Bang! A dull roar accompanied by a shockwave spread. Might Guy felt an overwhelming force emanating from Shida's fist. The bones in his arm let out a crisp cry of agony. The powerful impact sent him flying, blood gushing from his mouth as he crashed heavily into the distant ruins. Guy! Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai exclaimed, wanting to rush forward. But Shida's figure had already swept past them, continuing his assault toward the eastern gate. The carefully arranged layers of defenses by Konoha felt as fragile as paper before Shida, in Sage Mode, wielding the Sage Black Rod. He tore through all obstacles like a searing red blade. The Uchiha clan members followed closely, their morale soaring. With Shida at the forefront, they formed an unstoppable conical formation, continuously widening the breach. Stop them, at all costs. Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to organize an effective attack once more. However, just as he was about to order a focused assault on Shida suddenly turned around. His kaleidoscopic Sharingan, shimmering with sage light, coldly gazed at him. It exuded an absolute suppression born from a life level beyond mere killing intent. His movement involuntarily paused. In that moment of hesitation, Shida had already led the Uchiha team through the last few lines of defense, successfully reaching outside Konoha's eastern gate. Without any pause, over 300 figures swiftly vanished into the dense forest outside the village. Inside and outside the eastern gate of Konoha, chaos reigned. Injured Leaf Ninja lay sprawled all around, cries of anguish rising and falling like waves. The air was thick with the strong scent of blood and gunpowder. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood frozen, staring in the direction where Shida had disappeared, lost in silence. The adamantine rod in his hand drooped weakly. Konoha's rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Shida. Today he was born. This name was destined to shake the entire ninja world. Kakashi covered his bleeding left eye and walked to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, his figure appearing immensely aged. Send word to treat the wounded and assess the losses. Additionally, classify Uchiha Shida as an rank rogue ninja and issue a wanted notice to all nations. Understood. Kakashi replied, turning to leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up toward the forest where Shida had vanished, closing his eyes. Uchiha Shaji successfully led his clan to escape, shaking the entire Konoha. This news swiftly infiltrated every corner of Konoha the following day. The villagers shut their doors and windows, whispering anxiously, while the ninjas gathered in the streets, discussing fervently. Have you heard? Uchiha Shaji took hundreds of clansmen and broke out. How could the Hokage not stop them? What a joke. It was the third Hokage and so many jonin. Doubts and confusion hung like an invisible cloud over the village. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was tense. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat wearily in his chair, the crystal ball dimmed. Hiruzen, you let them go just like that. Tsunade's shrill scream nearly blew the roof off her finger, trembling as she pointed at him. What about the face of Konoha? How can you be the Hokage like this? Mito Gate Flame adjusted his glasses, the cold glint behind the lenses almost piercing Hiruzen. We must immediately organize the elite forces to pursue. Not a single one can escape. This is the gravest provocation to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, the smoke from his pipe flickering. Shotzi's youthful yet cold face, those eyes shining with the glow of mystical arts, and the phrase, "Let's change the Hokage in advance," echoed in his mind. Sage mode. Lava release, spiraling shuriken. The power exhibited by that child had already transcended the realm of common understanding. For the first time, he felt an emotion called powerlessness spreading from the depths of his heart. Pursue. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Who will go? Who can guarantee to capture him? Or do you want the ninjas of Konoha to suffer another senseless, heavy casualty? Tsunade was momentarily speechless, her face flushed. Are we just going to let this go? Allow and shrank rogue ninja to roam freely with the power of the Uchiha. The Konoha guard is currently leaderless, and order within the village has begun to show signs of chaos. Narashikaku's voice came from the doorway as he entered, his expression grave. The reactions from the various ninja clans regarding this incident are also quite subtle. Hokage-sama, your prestige has been challenged. This was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. The internal doubts and external potential threats made this Hokage, who had governed Konoha for decades, feel unprecedented pressure. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed heavily. Shikaku, for now, I leave the village matters to you. Assess the losses, reassure the people, and restore order to the guard as quickly as possible. Yes, Hokage-sama, Narashikaku replied, fully aware of the heavy burden he bore. Konoha was severely weakened after this incident. At that moment, a member of the Umbu silently appeared in the office, kneeling on one knee. Hokage-sama, we found this on the edge of the eastern battlefield. The Umbu presented a letter sealed with special material. There was no signature on the envelope, only a small Uchiha fan mark. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the letter and opened it. The handwriting on the paper was familiar, strong, and powerful, yet tinged with determination. It was Uchiha Shursui. Dear Third Hokage, please forgive me for communicating with you in this manner. Shaji leading his clan away is truly the result of Konoha's long-term suspicion and pressure on the Uchiha. I tried to stop it, but it was beyond my control. The death of Danzō and the destruction of the root were the vents of Uchiha's rage, as well as a warning from Shaji to Konoha. If the upper echelons of Konoha remain obstinate attempting to pursue Shaji and his clansmen, then the remaining power of the Uchiha clan will show the entire ninja world what true despair is. The power that Shaji possesses is far beyond what you can imagine. Please think twice. The future of the Uchiha, the future of Konoha, may lie in your next decision. Uchiha Shizui's final words. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand holding the letter trembled slightly. Shursui. This child actually left his last words in this manner. This is both a warning and a form of veiled protection, protecting the last bloodline of the Uchiha while also trying to shield Konoha from greater disasters. The atmosphere in the office became even more oppressive due to this letter. Tsunade and Mito Gate Flame exchanged glances, sensing from Hiruzen's reaction that the contents of the letter were far from trivial. After a long while, Sarutobi Hiruzen set down the letter. Relay my orders. His voice regained some authority. List Uchiha Shaji as enshrank rogue ninja, issue the highest level wanted notice, and inform the 5 great nations. He paused for a moment, adding, the pursuit team should focus on tracking his movements, avoiding direct confrontation as much as possible. Until we clarify his true trump cards, do not act rashly. Hiruzen, Tsunade wanted to say something more. This has been decided. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted her, his tone firm. The 2 advisors could only reluctantly give in. They all understood that this so-called avoiding direct confrontation was almost equivalent to giving up the pursuit. Meanwhile, in the rain village, the Akatsuki base. In the cold stone chamber, only the monotonous sound of raindrops falling could be heard. White Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground, handing a scroll to Pain. Leader, this is the latest intelligence from Konoha. Pain took the scroll and unfolded it. The scroll recorded images using a special technique. In the footage, Uchiha Shaji leads his clansmen confronting the Konoha army. Sage mode activated the terrifying power of lava release, spiraling shuriken. The strange movement of the flying thunder god technique. And the shocking declaration, let the Hokage seat be changed in advance. Konan stood beside Pain, watching together. When she saw Shaji display sage mode, her brows slightly raised. The footage ended and the stone chamber fell into silence. Pain's Rinnegan shimmered with an elusive glint. Sage mode, Mangekyō Sharingan, and the flying thunder god. This Uchiha Shaji is quite interesting. Pain's voice was calm, yet carried a heavy interest. Konan began to analyze. This person is only 17 years old, yet his strength has reached the level of a Kage, possibly even stronger. He acts decisively and ruthlessly, and possesses the ambition to change the existing order. If we can recruit him into Akatsuki, it will be a tremendous boost to our plans. Pain nodded slightly, seemingly weighing the options. An uncontrollable powerhouse is also a significant threat. He slowly spoke, Zetsu. Here. White Zetsu replied. Closely monitor all movements of Uchiha Shaji, who do not miss any details. Understood, leader. Pain's gaze turned towards the shadows of the stone chamber. Kisame Haiden. 2 figures stepped out from the shadows. Prepare for contact. Pain's tone was devoid of emotion. Such a powerhouse can either become our ally and lend strength to Yahiko's ideals. He paused, a cold glint flashing in his Rinnegan. Or we will erase him from this world before he fully spreads his wings. At the border of the land of fire, the mountains rise and fall. The group halted in a concealed gorge. After days of fleeing, over 300 Uchiha clansmen, especially the women and children, were utterly exhausted. Shaji stood atop a high stone, gazing down below. His weary face reflected a mixture of confusion after leaving Konoha, along with a faint glimmer of hope. Set up camp, account for supplies, and establish a perimeter. He gestured to those below. His voice was not loud, yet it was clear. The clansmen dragged their heavy bodies into action, their instincts for survival ignited. As night fell, the campfire flickered. Several Uchiha elders gathered in a corner, their faces marked with worry. Uchiha Dawa, a veteran of the clan. He watched Shaji sitting alone in the distance, his brow furrowed. Lord Zaya's actions are too reckless, Dawa said in a hushed tone. Beside him, Uchiha Tai echoed softly. Indeed, breaking away from Konoha means making enemies of the entire ninja world. The road ahead is bleak, what if? His words trailed off, filled with concern. Can we truly find a place for ourselves in this chaotic world? Their whispered doubts, despite being intentionally lowered in volume, still reached the ears of some younger clansmen nearby. Anxiety bred in the shadows. Shaji seemed oblivious, continuing to sit quietly, eyes closed, meditating. Half an hour later, he slowly rose. All core members come to me. His voice was calm. Soon over a dozen Uchiha Jonin and elite Chunin, including Daohua and Tai, stood before Shaji. Lord Shaji, you called for us. Daohua began cautiously. Shaji did not respond directly, but instead pulled out a stack of scrolls from his robes. These are some documents seized from the roots regarding the research on the Sharingan. The scrolls unfurled, revealing dense illustrations and texts. These contents had been cleverly altered by Shaji using the knowledge from the system shop. The originally brutal records of human experiments had transformed into a profound analysis of the Sharingan's potential and developmental directions. Danzō has always sought to control and surpass the power of the Uchiha. These are the remnants of his ambition, and they are also the cornerstone of our Uchiha's future strength. Daohua and the others stared at the scrolls, their breaths gradually growing heavier. The descriptions regarding the evolution of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the possibilities of the eternal Mangekyo left them uneasy. Is this truly Danzō's research? Could it be? They dared not think further. What worries you all? Zaya's gaze swept over them. Are you worried about the pursuing forces from Konoha, or the uncertainties of the future? Daohua steeled himself. Lord Shaji, it's not that we don't trust you. It's just that the survival of the Uchiha relies entirely on this. The future? Shaji interrupted. Do we have a future in Konoha? Will we be like Fugaku, bowing and scraping, or sit idly awaiting the next purge? His retort left Daohua and the others speechless. We are no longer the Uchiha of Konoha under someone else's roof. Zaya's voice suddenly rose. We are the free Uchiha. Here we will build our own power. A formidable force that is not subject to anyone's manipulation. The eyes of the younger clansmen reignited with fervor. Shaji looked at them and continued. I am not unaware of your fatigue and worries. He turned and walked to an empty space in the center of the gorge. System Spirit Gathering Array Blueprint Mini. Exchanging Spirit Gathering Array Blueprint Mini consuming 500 Krypton points. Krypton points balance 10250 points. A softly glowing blueprint appeared in Zaya's hand. Follow this diagram to set it up. Shaji handed the blueprint to several clansmen skilled in sealing techniques. Though they were puzzled, they began to work immediately. As special chakra stones were placed in specific positions, the air in the gorge seemed to undergo a subtle yet wondrous change. The previously thin natural energy began to slowly condense. The increase was slight, but for perceptive ninjas, it was distinctly noticeable. This is, one of the clansmen setting up the formation gasped. The natural energy in the gorge has thickened. The speed of cultivation seems to have increased slightly too. Injured clansmen felt their wounds healing more smoothly. Dao Huatai and the others gazed at Zaya's back, and the last trace of doubt in their hearts faded away. This almost miraculous method had surpassed their understanding. Xiaji returned to the high stone. First, we need a solid stronghold. This place is only temporary. Second, we must expand our population and combat power. Relying solely on our Uchiha is far from enough to establish ourselves in chaotic times. Finally, we need to establish our own intelligence network to grasp every whisper and movement in the ninja world. Each of his words resonated clearly in the hearts of the clansmen. Uchiha Shana, Uchiha Huaha. Xiaji pointed out two individuals. Two vigorous young ninjas stepped forward, present. You will lead reconnaissance teams responsible for investigating the surrounding terrain for 100 miles, keeping watch for Konoha's pursuers. Report any unusual movements immediately. Understood. Uchiha Daohua Uchiha Tai. The two elders were momentarily taken aback, then stepped forward. Lord Xiaji, you are experienced. You will be in charge of resource collection teams searching for food, medicinal herbs, and usable minerals. The placement of women, children, and the elderly will also be entrusted to you. Daohua and Tai exchanged glances and bowed respectfully, as you command. The remaining young clansmen will be organized into training teams, which I will personally supervise to enhance your combat skills. Zaya's arrangements were orderly. The clansmen who had been somewhat scattered quickly found their positions, and order was restored in the gorge. With everything in place, the night deepened. Xiaji returned alone to the high stone once more. He gazed into the distance where Konoha lay. Ding! The long-lost system notification echoed in his mind. Rank mission leading the Uchiha to depart from Konoha completed. Reward settlement in progress. Zaya's body subtly paused. This reward would serve as the first capital for establishing a new force, and it was also the most crucial asset. The pursuit from Konoha along with those unknown dangers. The true test was just beginning. The air in Konoha village was heavy, as if a storm was imminent. The shadow of Uchiha Shotzi's defection still weighed heavily on everyone's hearts even after several days. The paralysis of the police force led to a noticeable increase in security incidents within the village. Many daily affairs that relied on the Uchiha clan were thrown into stagnation. Inside the Hokage's office, smoke swirled around. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe hardly ceased from action. Hiruzen, is this the result of your management? Tsunade Kobashira's staff struck the ground heavily, producing a piercing sound. To let a 17-year-old child lead hundreds of clansmen, catching us off guard in the heart of Konoha. Mito Minion's glasses reflected the dim light from the window. What about our pursuit team? Can't we even catch a glimpse of a rogue ninja? Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, the haze obscuring his aged face. He did not look at the two advisors. Nara Shikaku stood to the side, arms crossed, brow furrowed. Hokage-sama, the villagers are currently in a state of panic. Rebuilding the police force is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Sarutobi Hiruzen's fist quietly tightened under the table. The gleam of the kaleidoscope in Shotzi's eyes, accompanied by the words, "Let someone else take the Hokage position ahead of time," still echoed in his mind. However, it's still the same question. Pursuit. How do we pursue? Who should we send to their death? Shikaku, you are fully responsible for the matters regarding the security forces. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was weary. Restore order in the village as soon as possible. Tsunade Kobashira snorted coldly. Order. The most pressing issue now is the Hokage's authority. Mito Minion chimed in. The Hyuga Aburame and Inazuka clans appear to comply on the surface, but what about behind the scenes? They are probably all watching your joke, Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled slightly. He was well aware of this. The frequency of visits from the clan leaders had noticeably decreased, and their words had become more polite and distant. They could not possibly harbor no grievances over Shotzi's easy departure and the loss of Konoha's fighting strength. The balance of power within the village began to tilt due to the Uchiha's departure. Nara Shikaku sighed. Elders, now is not the time to assign blame. The urgent matter is to stabilize the situation. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, regarding the wanted notice for Uchiha Shaji. Rank rogue ninja, notify the 5 great nations. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted him, his tone still resolute. The pursuit team will continue to track his whereabouts. Tsunade Kobashira wanted to speak again, but was elbowed by Mito Minion. The two exchanged displeased glances and fell silent for the moment. There was a knock at the office door. Kakashi Hitaki walked in, his left eye still bandaged from injury. Hokage-sama. Kakashi slightly bowed. Regarding Uchiha Shaji. He paused. I have fought against him. His strength is beyond the measure of conventional Kage-level ninjas. Sage Mode, that special Rasengan, and the nearly unsolvable Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi's tone was calm, but carried a weight of seriousness. The conventional pursuit team would only add to the casualties. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe thudded heavily in the ashtray. Are you suggesting we simply let him go? Kakashi raised his head, his exposed right eye calmly meeting the Third Hokage's gaze. I am merely stating the facts. Furthermore, Kakashi lowered his voice slightly. Should we consider some form of reconciliation? Silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stood up, the teacup on the table rattling. Kakashi, do you even realize what you are saying? Rogue ninjas from Konoha are destined to be hunted. There is no reconciliation. His anger filled the office with a tense atmosphere. Kakashi remained silent for a moment. I apologize, Hokage-sama, I spoke out of turn. He bowed again and exited the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat down in defeat, though he seemed to feel somewhat relieved. Reconciliation. That word pierced his dignity as Hokage like a needle. However, Kakashi's words were indeed the truth, yet these truths weighed heavily on his heart. Had Shotzi's power truly reached a level that Konoha could no longer bear? He felt a deep sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, the news of Uchiha Shotzi's defection and his decisive defeat of Konoha's pursuit team had spread throughout the ninja world. Each major ninja village was shaken upon receiving the intelligence. A 17-year-old child, a remnant of the Uchiha clan, possessed such terrifying power. The second Uchiha Madara. Such whispers began to circulate in some small nations and underground black markets. Uchiha Shotzi's bounty soared sharply on the black market leaderboard, quickly surpassing the limits of Kage-level strength. However, no one dared to take on this hot potato of a commission. In the village of Rain atop the high tower, cold rain lashed against the window panes. The figure of White Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground, handing over the latest intelligence scroll to Pain. Leader Konoha's response and the movements of various parties. Pain's Deva Path unfurled the scroll, his Rinnegan scanning the information on it. This time the details were more thorough. Conan stood quietly beside him. Sage Mode Kaleidoscope, Flying Thunder God. Pain's voice revealed no emotional fluctuations. This Uchiha Shaji has truly exceeded expectations. Conan spoke up. His emergence has disrupted Konoha's deployments and could potentially affect the entire ninja world structure. If we can recruit him into Akatsuki as soon as possible. Pain nodded slightly, inquiring. What about Kakuzu and Haiden? Conan replied. They are on their way and should be meeting him soon. Pain nodded thoughtfully. Max, Lord Xiaji has once again become stronger. Ding. The Shrank mission, lead the Uchiha to defect from Konoha, reward has been settled. In an instant, an immensely complex torrent of information surged into Xiaji's mind. This was not merely the construction of techniques, but a profound analysis of the essence of time and space. From the most basic coordinate marking to the two-step and three-step Flying Thunder God techniques, continuous teleportation culminating in the offensive and defensive integration of the Flying Thunder God mutual instantaneous rotation technique. Finally, even the profound meaning of the Flying Thunder God lightning guiding technique, which transfers the attack. Everything was imprinted clearly in the depths of his soul. Previously, his understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique was merely superficial. At this moment, he truly comprehended the terrifying nature of this time-space ninjutsu. His kaleidoscope Sharingan spun rapidly, feverishly absorbing this information. In the next second, his perception and control over space instantly leaped to a new realm. He felt that as long as he wished, with just a thought, he could traverse between any marked points with almost no delay. Moreover, he could develop more tactics based on the principles of the Flying Thunder God that were uniquely his own. Reward 25000 Konoha points. Current balance 60250 points. Previous balance 1025050. Reward a substantial sum. Enough to allow him to conduct a large-scale procurement in the system mall. Reward 3-1 chance for a random ocular technique characteristic extraction limited to kaleidoscope level. This reward surprised Xiaji slightly. Ocular technique characteristic. Use. He did not hesitate. A giant virtual roulette wheel appeared in his consciousness, covered with various bizarre kaleidoscope patterns and names. The roulette spun rapidly. Ultimately, the pointer slowly stopped on a somewhat dim pattern. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ocular technique characteristic Heavenly Hand Power Beginner Degraded Version. Heavenly Hand Power Beginner Degraded Version can swap positions with a target within 30 meters of the field of vision or between oneself and the target once. There is a 0.5-second chakra condensation time before activation, accompanied by significant spatial fluctuations. The success rate is greatly reduced against targets with powerful perception or time-space resistance and may result in backlash. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Xiaji's brow furrowed slightly. Heavenly Hand Power. Isn't that just Sasuke's ability in the later stages of the kaleidoscope? However, the suffix beginner degraded version and the various limitations made this technique, which should be powerful, feel somewhat lackluster. The 0.5-second preparation time could be fatal in a real expert duel. The obvious spatial fluctuations would also be easily noticed and targeted by enemies, with a reduced success rate and the risk of backlash. However, upon considering further, if combined with the Flying Thunder God technique, he could mark point A, then use Heavenly Hand Power to swap positions with the distant enemy B, causing enemy B to appear at point A in an instant. He himself could then use the Flying Thunder God to instantaneously teleport from the swap position to a preset point C or return to the original position. This tactical variation seemed to compensate for the flaws of Heavenly Hand power itself, even catch the enemy off guard. Better than nothing. Xiaji focused his mind. He opened his eyes. The night remained unchanged. Not far away, Uchiha Daohua and Uchiha Tai were whispering about something, their brows furrowed with lingering worry. Xiaji stood up and walked toward them. Elder Daohua, Elder Tai. The two, hearing his voice, quickly rose. Lord Xiaji. He handed them a stack of scrolls. These are the ninjutsu scrolls seized from the root. Choose the appropriate ones and distribute them to the meritorious clansmen. Daohua took the scrolls and glanced through them, revealing a hint of surprise on his face. Among these scrolls were some practical ninjutsu rank B or even A, which would greatly enhance the overall strength of the clan. Lord Xiaji, this. Additionally, Xiaji interrupted him. I have fully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. He did not mention the completeness, only stating that he had fully grasped it. Even so, it was enough to shock Daohua and Tai greatly. The Flying Thunder God technique. That was the signature ninjutsu of the second Hokage, a legend of Konoha. Lord Xiaji has actually fully mastered it. What does this mean? It means that in terms of speed and maneuverability, Lord Xiaji is already invincible. Lord Xiaji, is this true? Daohua's voice trembled slightly. Xiaji did not answer, merely gazing at them calmly. That calmness itself was an undeniable proof. Daohua and Tai exchanged glances, seeing the joy and awe in each other's eyes. The previous confusion and unease about the future were replaced by immense confidence at this moment. We pledged to follow Lord Xiaji to the death. The two knelt once again. The Uchiha clansmen nearby, hearing the commotion, also gathered around, and upon learning the news were all overwhelmed with excitement. The Flying Thunder God technique. Lord Xiaji is too strong. Our Uchiha will definitely rise again. The morale of the clansmen reached an unprecedented peak. Xiaji raised his hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down. He walked alone to a small waterfall deep in the canyon. The cold pond water reached his ankles. He closed his eyes, beginning to attempt the fully mastered version of Flying Thunder God. Buzz, his figure vanished from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared at the entrance of the canyon on a rock, where he had previously marked a location. Without a moment's pause, Buzz, he appeared again on a branch of a crooked tree at the top of the waterfall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Xiaji's figure flickered rapidly between dozens of previously marked small chakra points within the canyon. The speed was so fast that even he was surprised. Each teleportation felt as natural and smooth as breathing. The chakra consumption was also far less than that of the previously improved beginner version. He even attempted to temporarily construct the Flying Thunder God technique on a kunai infused with chakra. Whoosh! The kunai flew through the air. At the moment the kunai was about to hit the distant mountainside, Xiaji's figure appeared at the mountainside along with the kunai. He caught the kunai, and with a toe point on the mountainside, he vanished again. I see. Xiaji landed on the rock by the pond, a flash of realization in his eyes. The complete version of Flying Thunder God is the true essence of disappearing and reappearing. Moments later, he returned to the bonfire where the clansmen were gathered. All eyes were focused on him, filled with anticipation and reverence. Fellow clansmen, Xiaji began. This place is only our temporary foothold. Our goal is to establish a truly powerful ninja village belonging to the Uchiha. A home that can accommodate us, protect us, and allow the glory of the Uchiha to once again shine throughout the ninja world. A divine kingdom standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. His voice echoed in the night sky. Let the name of the Uchiha resonate throughout the world. The blood of the clansmen boiled completely. Lord Xiaji, divine kingdom, Uchiha. Cheers and roars resounded throughout the canyon. Xiaji looked at the passionate clansmen, yet his heart remained exceptionally calm. Grandiose words were merely the beginning. To achieve this goal, first a solid and resource-rich base was needed. He opened the system mall, beginning to search for blueprints and technologies related to base construction. The selection of this new home would be their first step, and the most crucial one. The campfire in the canyon illuminated the faces of each Uchiha clan member. Summer Solstice dispatched an elite team to begin a thorough reconnaissance of the borders of the Land of Fire and its surrounding areas. Days later, two teams returned with weary and serious intelligence. Lord Summer Solstice, within 100 miles, most of the area consists of barren mountains or has already been occupied by other forces. In an instant, he knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse. Uchiha Huaha added, we discovered several ruins of abandoned ninja villages, but their scale is too small and the defensive works are completely destroyed. Rebuilding would be a huge expense and also easily exposed. The traditional fixed ninja village model in today's chaotic world is akin to a target. Summer Solstice needs a new type of stronghold that is more flexible, more concealed, and more intimidating. His consciousness plunged into the system shop, his gaze swiftly searching through the dazzling array of goods. Under the category of special buildings, an option caught his attention. Design blueprint for multifunctional mobile fortress beginner core module. Price 3000K points. Summer Solstice paused for a moment. The description of the blueprint clearly appeared. The core module of this fortress can accommodate 500 people for basic living and cultivation, equipped with a beginner defensive barrier, resource conversion device, and concealment field. It can also perform short-distance space jumps by consuming large amounts of chakra or special energy with a long cooldown time. A movable ninja village. This was simply tailor-made for them. Purchase. Ding. Consumed 3000 K points. Design blueprint for multifunctional mobile fortress beginner core module has been issued. K points balance 30250 points. Summer solstice then locked onto another item. Basic materials package fortress exclusive. Price 1000 K points. Purchase. Ding. Consumed 1000 K points. Basic materials package fortress exclusive has been issued. K points balance 20250 points. 40,000 K points evaporated in an instant. Yet a look of excitement appeared on Summer Solstice's face. A powerful mobile base is the fundamental guarantee for the Uchiha's survival and future dominance in the ninja world. He summoned Uchiha Inaka Uchiha Tai and a few skilled ninjas proficient in sealing techniques and architecture. When the complex blueprint glowing with faint light and the special materials piled up like a small mountain appeared before everyone, Elder Inaka's fingers trembled slightly. He picked up the blueprint and leaned in to examine it closely. This is a mobile fortress. Tai's mouth was agape as if it could fit a fist. He picked up a piece of material that shimmered with metallic luster, feeling the peculiar energy contained within. Lord Summer Solstice, these things. The other Uchiha members were like witnesses to a miracle surrounding the blueprint and materials, expressing their amazement. The inconceivable concept of a mobile ninja village completely overturned their understanding. This is our future home. Summer Solstice's voice was calm, yet filled with strength. A home that can be moved at any time, one that enemies will never be able to accurately locate. Inaka set down the blueprint, looking at Summer Solstice with awe. This 17-year-old leader not only possessed unparalleled strength in the ninja world, but also had such profound plans. Lord Summer Solstice, we will do our utmost to complete the construction of the fortress. Inaka bowed deeply. Please, Lord Summer Solstice, indicate the location. Tai quickly followed suit. Summer Solstice unfolded a simple map pointing to an area at the intersection of 3 countries. At the junction of the land of fire, the land of soup, and the land of frost, there is a hidden basin surrounded by towering mountains. There the terrain is steep and easy to defend, but hard to attack, and it is far from major conflict areas, making it an excellent place to hide and develop. With the decision made, actions swiftly unfolded. Summer Solstice personally led a portion of the clan members carrying the blueprints and materials using the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive first at the basin. Inside the basin, clouds and mist swirled around ancient trees towering into the sky. In the center, there was a natural lake with abundant water. This is it. Summer Solstice's kaleidoscope Sharingan scanned the surroundings, his powerful insight capturing every detail. He personally presided over the construction of the fortress core module. With the assistance of the system, every structure and rune on the blueprint was vividly reflected in his mind. The precise control of the kaleidoscope Sharingan allowed him to perfectly guide the chakra handling those special building materials. The Uchiha clan members erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm, working day and night under Summer Solstice's command. The sealing team was responsible for inscribing the defensive barrier and energy circuits. Those skilled in earth release were in charge of leveling the foundation and excavating necessary facilities. Each Uchiha contributed their strength to this future mobile home. In the canyon, the remaining Uchiha Tai was troubled by another matter. Lord Summer Solstice, although we are temporarily safe relying solely on our 300 clan members, it is still too fragile to establish a true force. Tai handed a personnel list to Inaka. Inaka took the list, frowning. Yes, especially the young and strong combatants. We also lost some in the battle at Konoha. Before leaving the basin, Summer Solstice had also discussed this issue with them. Merely relying on the Uchiha bloodline to realize the ambition of the kingdom of God on earth was akin to dreaming. Expanding the population and recruiting combat power is imperative. Uchiha Shana and Uchiha Huaha were once again entrusted with important tasks. Summer Solstice handed over part of the funds seized from Danzō and some discarded standard ninja tools from the Uchiha clan to them. Shana Huaha. Summer Solstice's voice came through a reserved communication scroll from the basin. Your task is to secretly recruit wandering ninjas, small mercenary groups, and even some small families that have fallen due to the turmoil in the Land of Fire and its surrounding areas. Remember, we only want elites or those with potential. Yes, Lord Summer Solstice. The two accepted their orders and left. However, the recruitment work was exceptionally difficult. Days passed, and the news brought back by Shana and Huaha was not optimistic. Lord Summer Solstice, most of those wandering ninjas are unruly and hold a skeptical and watchful attitude towards our nascent force. Shana's face bore a hint of helplessness. Huaha added, some small mercenary groups are asking for exorbitant prices with extremely harsh conditions. Some even mock us as traders of Konoha, unwilling to associate with us. These reactions were within Summer Solstice's expectations. For an obscure new force to attract true strong individuals to join is exceedingly difficult, unless they showcase enough strength and potential to catch their attention. Summer Solstice stood before the preliminarily constructed core module of the fortress, the metallic walls gleaming with a cold hard luster under the sunlight. He gave this future mobile ninja village a name: Divine City, the abode of the gods. It seems a show of strength is needed. Summer Solstice's kaleidoscope Sharingan narrowed slightly. Let the ninja world know that I, Uchiha Summer Solstice, and the divine city I created are not to be underestimated by anyone. His gaze turned to a small country not too far from the basin on the map, the land of soup. Known for its hot springs, yet militarily it ranks among the bottom of the 5 great nations and small countries. Its ninja village Takigakure has long lacked powerful guardians, making it vulnerable. Elder Inaka, Elder Tai. Summer Solstice's voice resonated. The two quickly arrived before him. Lord Summer Solstice, what are your orders? Summer Solstice pointed to Takigakure on the map. Gather all combat personnel and prepare weapons and equipment. Our first target is Takigakure. Inaka and Tai felt a jolt in their hearts. Lord Summer Solstice, do you mean to attack Takigakure? Inaka hesitated slightly. We have just detached from Konoha. Our foundation is not yet stable, and to take the initiative now. Summer Solstice interrupted him. No pain, no gain. Divine City needs a victory to announce our existence. We also need the resources of Takigakure to accelerate the construction of our fortress and support more people. More importantly, we need to show those still on the fence that following us is the way to a future. Summer Solstice's tone was devoid of any emotion. Prepare yourselves, we depart in 3 days. Tai clenched his fist. Yes, Lord Summer Solstice. 3 days later, a member of the Uchiha clan from the Divine City arrived as an envoy in the bustling town of Tangin Village. He stood tall and expressionless, handing a letter sealed with the Uchiha fan emblem to the guards at the estate of the Lord of Tangin Village. The content of the letter was straightforward and blunt. The Lord of the Divine City, Uchiha Summer Solstice, demands Tangin Village to submit, immediately surrender its political power, and pay 70% of its financial revenue. Should there be any disobedience, the army of the Divine City will soon arrive and crush Tangin. Summer Solstice's choice of Tangin Village was not a whim. Firstly, Tangin Village is famous for its hot springs and tourism, accumulating a great deal of wealth, which is exactly the funds and resources needed for the initial development of the Divine City. Secondly, Tangin Village's military strength is weak, having long been at the edge of the world with a sparse number of ninjas. Moreover, it lacks truly powerful warriors, making it very easy to conquer, an ideal place for the Divine City to make its name and establish authority. Thirdly, Tangin Village is located in a unique geographical position within the buffer zone of the Fire Country, Frost Country, and Thunder Country's spheres of influence. Securing this place could serve as an important springboard for the Divine City's future expansion of influence. In the secret chamber of the Lord's estate in Tangin Village, the atmosphere was oppressive. The plump Lord of Tangin was sweating profusely, gripping the harshly worded letter until it became deformed. This is outrageous. What kind of Divine City is this, unheard of and so audacious? An elder with graying hair dressed in luxurious garments slammed the table and turned red in the face. My lord, this matter cannot be taken lightly, said another younger official, his voice trembling. Uchiha. That is the Uchiha. Have you all forgotten the recent events in Konoha? Just a traitor from Konoha. How much of a threat can they be? Said the pro-war elder Tang Chuan, snorting disdainfully. They are newcomers, unsteady on their feet, simply trying to intimidate us into compliance. We Tangin Village may not be good at war, but we are not sheep to be slaughtered. He turned to the Lord, saying, we still have over 50 ninjas in our village with more than 10 chunin and 3 special jonin like us to hold the fort. Elder Tang Chuan's words are quite right, said another burly elder in agreement. Moreover, I have secretly contacted the nearby Hidden Smoke Village. They have agreed to send 3 jonin to assist us. As long as we can withstand the first wave of attacks, that so-called Divine City will surely retreat when faced with resistance. Hidden Smoke Village, a small ninja village slightly stronger than Tangin, yet equally obscure. Usually there were many frictions between them and Tangin Village, but now due to the common potential threat, they temporarily stood together. The Lord's flesh shook as he looked around, torn between 2 choices. Submission means losing everything. Resistance could lead to mutual destruction. In the end, Elder Tang Chuan's words about reinforcements coming and his disdain for the Uchiha traitors took the upper hand. Very well. We shall act as Elder Tang Chuan suggests. The Lord gritted his teeth and said, reply to them, Tangin Village will never submit. The envoy quickly took Tangin Village's reply back to the temporary base of the Divine City. Upon hearing the envoy's report, Summer Solstice showed no surprise on his face. He merely curled the corners of his mouth into a slight arc. To refuse a toast is to be forced to drink a forfeit. He gently set down the teacup in his hand, which made a crisp sound. It seems that a peaceful resolution is impossible now. Uchiha Daohua and Tai also stood nearby, their faces showing worry. Lord Summer Solstice, although Tangin Village is weak, if they resist desperately, we will also suffer losses. Should we? Daohua hesitated to finish. Summer Solstice waved his hand. No need to send a large force. He stood up, the crimson pattern of the Mangekyō Sharingan flashing in the dim light of the tent. I alone am enough. I want the whole ninja world to know the consequences of defying the Divine City. Daohua and Tai exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. One person attacking a village. This. Summer Solstice's decision was beyond question. As night fell like ink, Tangin Village was brightly lit with a tense atmosphere both outside and inside. At the village entrance and main streets, the number of patrolling ninjas had increased several-fold, and the atmosphere was tense. In the underground of the hot spring and house of soup, In a spacious, secret conference room, the high-ranking officials of Tangin Village along with 3 Jonin reinforcements from Hidden Smoke Village were gathered around a long table, discussing intensely. The traitorous ninjas from the Divine City will attack by tomorrow at the latest. We must set up multiple traps outside the village. Elder Tang Chuan spoke passionately, pointing at the map. Mere traitors, how many can there be? With the 3 great elders from Hidden Smoke here, we will ensure they come, but never leave. A Chunin from Tangin looked obsequiously at the 3 Jonin from Hidden Smoke. The leading Jonin from Hidden Smoke, tall and thin, with a menacing scar across his face, revealed a hint of a proud smile upon hearing this. Rest assured, as long as they dare to come, the 3 of us will surely take the head of the leader of the Divine City. The scar-faced man pounded his chest. The other 2 also echoed in agreement, their words filled with disdain for the Divine City. These ninjas from small villages were isolated from information. They had only a vague understanding of Summer Solstice's deeds in Konoha and were completely unaware of his true terror, just as they were boasting with enthusiasm. Creak. The heavy stone door of the conference room was slowly pushed open from the outside. A small figure quietly stood there. All sounds in the conference room came to an abrupt halt. Elder Tang Chuan, who was speaking passionately, found his words stuck in his throat, his expression frozen. All eyes focused on the unexpected guest at the door. Who is it? The scar-faced Jonin from Hidden Smoke abruptly stood up, shouting sharply. Summer Solstice did not answer. He slowly walked into the conference room, his footsteps silent. His crimson eyes swept across every person present in the dim light. The kaleidoscope pattern in his eyes swirled mysteriously. An invisible mental pressure instantly enveloped the entire conference room. Buzz, the weakest of the elder members of Tangin Village, could not even let out a grunt before feeling as if an invisible giant hammer had struck their heads. Their vision darkened, white foam spewed from their mouths, and they collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Elder Tang Chuan and the Lord also turned pale, trembling violently, nearly losing the strength to stand. You are Uchiha Summer Solstice. Elder Tang Chuan managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with terror. How could he be here? How could he possibly enter alone? The 3 Jonin from Hidden Smoke at this moment saw their arrogance turn into fear. Though they could still barely stand, the shuddering from the depths of their souls made them sense the presence of death. Monster! One of the Jonin from Hidden Smoke stammered. The scar-faced man forced himself to calm down, veins bulging on his forehead, and drew his katana from his waist, forming hand seals with both hands. It's just a trick. Let's all attack and kill him. He tried to rally his companions. But the other 2 Jonin from Hidden Smoke had already been scared out of their wits by Summer Solstice's pressure and could not move at all. Seeing this, the scar-faced man steeled himself, let out a furious roar, chakra surging wildly, preparing to unleash ninjutsu. Summer Solstice's right eye, with its unique swirling pattern, suddenly contracted. Kamui, silent as a whisper. The scar-faced Hidden Smoke Jonin, halfway through his hand seals, suddenly froze. He looked down in terror, seeing that the right half of his body was visibly disappearing. He tried to scream, but his throat felt blocked by something, and only a muffled sound escaped. Thud. The severed remains of his body collapsed weakly to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling silent. The other 2 Jonin from Hidden Smoke witnessed this scene. Their psychological defenses completely collapsed. Spare us. Don't kill me. We don't know anything. The 2 of them weakened and knelt on the ground, desperately bowing to Summer Solstice, tears streaming down their faces. One person represents a nation. Summer Solstice single-handedly shattered the last core of resistance in Tangin Village. He walked to the main seat at the long table, the position belonging to the Lord of Tangin, and casually sat down. His gaze fell on the trembling Lord of Tangin and Elder Tang Chuan. Now we can have a proper discussion about submission. The conference room was deathly silent. Tangin lay limp on the ground beside the main seat. Elder Tang Chuan's face was ashen, his lips pale, unable to utter a word. Zaya's fingertips lightly tapped on the armrest. Tangin Village, submit or perish. The calm tone bore no emotion. Tangin suddenly shivered, scrambling to crawl to Zyoda's feet. We submit. Everything in Tangin Village belongs to Lord Xiaoji. Tears streamed down his face, his voice hoarse. Lord Xiaoji, spare us. We are willing to offer all our wealth, all our ninjas, just to survive. Elder Tang Chuan also responded, forcing himself to kneel upright. Lord Xiaoji, my old eyes failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please give Tangin Village a chance. Xiaoji stood up, no longer looking at them. Send the order to gather all ninjas and civilians from Tangin Village at the central square of the village. He paused. In 1 hour, I want to see results. Tangin and Elder Tang Chuan felt as if they had received a great reprieve, hurriedly responding and scrambling out of the conference room. At this moment, the 2 Yin Jonin still lay on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Zyoda's gaze fell upon them. You 2 may leave. Deliver my words to Yin Village. Those who follow me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish. The 2 fled from this unforgettable place, rolling and crawling. 1 hour later, at the central square of Tangin Village, thousands of civilians and dozens of Tangin ninjas gathered anxiously under the organization of Tangin. Xiaoji stood on the temporary platform. Behind him were several stern-faced Uchiha clan members. Tangin nervously read out the decision to submit to the Divine City. The square erupted into an uproar, followed by a deathly silence. From today onward, Tangin Village shall be incorporated into the Divine City. Xiaoda's voice clearly echoed across the square. All resources, wealth, and personnel shall be allocated by the Divine City. The laws of the Divine City will be enforced here. Anyone who disobeys shall be executed without mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, several Uchiha clan members flickered and screams erupted from the crowd. These were a few Tangin ninjas who had previously advocated for strong resistance and now showed signs of defiance. Blood stained the square's stone slabs. Fear spread instantly. All Tangin villagers and ninjas lowered their heads, not daring to voice any objections. The thunderous methods intimidated the entire scene. The wealth accumulated by Tangin village over the years was rapidly counted and received. Gold, silver, jewels, grain, medicinal herbs, and various contracts for hot spring industries filled the Daming storerooms. This enormous wealth significantly alleviated the financial pressure on the Divine City in its early stages. After eliminating the diehard elements and the old and weak, more than 50 Tangin ninjas and thousands of civilians were incorporated into the management system of the Divine City. Xiaoji established the first office of the Divine City in the former residence of Tangin. Uchiha Shana was appointed as the overseer of the Tangin region, responsible for handling daily affairs and enforcing the laws of the Divine City, and began the preliminary integration and transformation of Tangin Village. During the inventory of Tangin Village's assets, an inconspicuous scroll caught Shana's attention. Lord Xiaoji, this is some research record from Tangin Village regarding geothermal energy utilization. There are also a few artisans responsible for this area, and a list of several clerical ninjas skilled in medical and logistical work. Shana presented the scroll and list to Xiaoji. Xiaoji took the scroll, his kaleidoscope Sharingan quickly scanning through it. Geothermal conversion array diagrams, incomplete hot spring water quality improvement formulas. In his mind, he instantly linked these technologies to the energy systems of the multifunctional mobile fortress. The energy core of the fortress had always been a headache for him. Relying solely on chakra conversion was inefficient and consumed vast amounts. If this geothermal utilization technology could be integrated into the fortress, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance the energy self-sufficiency rate. Bring all these artisans and clerical ninjas back to the Divine City. Xiaoji was very satisfied. Protect them with priority and treat them well. Yes, Lord Xiaoji. Shana accepted the order. This unexpected gain further elevated Xiaoda's assessment of the operation to conquer Tangin Village. The news of the Divine City swiftly annexing Tangin Village spread rapidly across the borders of the Land of Fire and nearby small countries. A newly emerging force named Divine City and its leader Uchiha Xiaoji entered the sights of various factions with unprecedented clarity. At the age of 17, a shadow-level ninja single-handedly eradicated a village. This almost mythical achievement sent shivers down the spines of all who heard the news. Those who had previously taken a wait-and-see attitude towards the Uchiha defection incident began to re-evaluate the strength and potential of the Divine City. Fear is often the best passport. The temporary stronghold of the Divine City within the basin, which was also the construction site of the multifunctional mobile fortress, began to bustle with activity. Constantly envoys or representatives arrived to visit, tentatively expressing their willingness to cooperate or even directly requesting to join. Uchiha Hinokai was responsible for receiving these forces seeking to ally. Lord Xiaoji, here is a list of wandering ninjas and small clans that have come to offer their allegiance in the past 3 days, totaling 173 people. Hinokai handed a thick list to Xiaoji. Xiaoji took the list and reviewed it carefully. The selection criteria remain unchanged. Only elites or those with potential will do. The mediocre shall not be nourished by the Divine City. Understood. The newly recruited personnel underwent strict screening and background checks before being reorganized. Young adults with combat potential were incorporated into the Divine City's battle units. They were led and trained by Uchiha Inahoshi and Uchiha Tetsuya, with experienced Uchiha clan members serving as captains at various levels. Those skilled artisans, physicians, merchants, and technical personnel previously brought from Tangin Village were assigned to logistics construction and the newly established technology development department. The organizational structure of the Divine City was rapidly established within a short period. Although still somewhat immature, it was beginning to take shape. The entire basin was filled with a bustling atmosphere. With ample resources and manpower support, the construction progress of the core module of the multifunctional mobile fortress advanced by leaps and bounds, nearing completion. Everything seemed to be developing smoothly in the direction planned by Xiaoji. However, peaceful days are always fleeting. On this day, Xiaoji was in the control room of the fortress core module, debugging the newly integrated geothermal energy system with several technicians. He suddenly raised his head, his kaleidoscope Sharingan contracting sharply as he gazed towards a certain direction outside the basin. 2 extremely powerful and malevolent chakra fluctuations clearly registered in his perception. One was filled with deathly silence and foreboding, while the other was brutal and greedy. This feeling could not be mistaken. The Akatsuki organization. Moreover, it was those 2 most troublesome individuals. Kisame Haiden. They had ultimately come knocking at his door. On the outskirts of the Divine City basin, the grass and trees swayed slightly. 2 uninvited guests boldly stepped into the restricted area. The leader was tall, bearing 5 strange masks on his back, exuding an unsettling chakra. The other person carried a massive 3-section bloody scythe with a twisted and fanatical face beneath his silver hair. Hey, is this the so-called Divine City? It doesn't look like much, does it? The one with the scythe Faden shouted in his characteristic coarse tone. Several young Uchiha ninjas on patrol immediately sensed the intruders and rushed forward. Stop! Who goes there? An Uchiha youth shouted sternly, his hand resting on the ninja tool's pouch at his waist. Faden grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Oh, survivors from Konoha. Quite the audacious tone you have. Before he finished speaking, his figure darted out like a ghost. The Uchiha youths barely caught a glimpse of his movement before feeling a tremendous force strike them. Bang! Bang! With a few muffled thuds, the youths were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Faden did not kill them, but merely knocked them down, then stood on the chest of one of the boys while holding his scythe. TSK tisk, with such meager skills you dare to establish a ninja village. You really make the evil god lord laugh out loud. He mocked excessively, his words filled with disdain for the weak. The tall Kakazu merely watched coldly. To him, these small characters were insignificant. Just as Faden was about to continue his mockery, a figure appeared silently before them. Xiaji. He stood calmly, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Let him go. Xiaji spoke, his voice calm, yet carrying an authoritative tone. Faden hesitated, sensing the unique aura emanating from Xiaji. He lifted his foot, slightly displeased, and sneered, "Oh, are you the boss around here?" At the same time, dozens of figures rushed in from all directions, surrounding Kakazu and Faden. These were the elite Uchiha ninjas of the Divine City. They exuded a strong, killing aura, and their weapons glimmered with cold light. The atmosphere instantly froze. Kakazu's eyes beneath the 5 masks turned to Xiaji, flashing with greed and scrutiny. "You are Uchiha Xiaji, whom your bounty on the black market has already exceeded 30 million ryo, quite a nice price." He completely ignored the Uchiha clansmen around him, as if they were merely air. Faden licked his crimson lips with his tongue, his eyes filled with fervor. "Hey Kakuzu, this guy's soul looks delicious. Hand him over to me, I want to offer him as a sacrifice to the evil god." His voice sounded grating, filled with a thirst for slaughter. In the face of the undead duo's provocation and threat, Xiaji's expression remained exceptionally calm. His Sharingan had already clearly discerned the details of the two. Kakuzu, enstranked rogue ninja. A defector from Takigakure possessing the secret technique Dyuin Yu, which allows him to extend his life by stealing the hearts of others and using 5 elemental chakras. Faden, a rogue ninja from Mangekyo, a fanatic of the evil god cult possessing immortality and a strange ability to harm enemies through cursed rituals. Each one is an extremely tricky existence. Xiaji spoke, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Did the Akatsuki organization send you two here to invite me or to take my life?" Kakuzu sneered, the mouth of one mask grinning wide. "That depends on your choice. If you are willing to join the Akatsuki and contribute to our peace efforts, then we are partners. If you refuse..." His words trailed off, but the cold, killing intent had already been clearly conveyed. Faden could no longer contain his bloodthirsty impulse. "Stop wasting time. Kakuzu, regardless of whether he joins or not, let me enjoy myself first." He roared, swinging the massive bloody scythe, unleashing a gust of fierce wind towards Xiaji's head. The speed of the scythe was incredibly fast, the angle tricky, cutting off all of Xiaji's escape routes. Xiaji did not dodge or evade. His right eye's Sharingan pattern suddenly spun. Kamui. A slight distortion occurred in the space at the tip of Faden's scythe. This insignificant distortion allowed the deadly blade to graze past the edge of Xiaji's clothing, striking heavily on the ground. Boom. The ground was slashed open, creating a long fissure. What a... Faden's attack missed, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He clearly felt he had struck. A hint of surprise flashed in Kakuzu's eyes. He did not expect that this young Uchiha brat's ocular technique could be so exquisite. That moment of space manipulation was something even he could not fully see through. "Faden, don't be careless. This guy's intel isn't simple," Kakuzu warned his companion in a low voice. At the same time, one of the masks on his back suddenly cracked open, revealing a menacing pattern. A powerful chakra rapidly condensed. Wind release pressure damage. A terrifying whirlwind appeared out of nowhere, transforming into a massive wind pressure bullet, crashing violently towards Xiaji. The power of the wind release was enough to tear through steel. Xiaji's figure flickered, evading the direct impact of the wind release like a ghost. The wind pressure bullet struck the ground behind him, creating a massive crater and filling the air with dust. He landed steadily several meters away and looked back at the Uchiha clansmen. "All of you fall back. Leave these two to me. You are not their match." Xiaji's voice was clear and firm. He knew well that ordinary ninjas charging at Kakuzu and Faden would only lead to more casualties. Although the elite Uchiha were reluctant, they unconditionally obeyed Xiaji's command. Moreover, they also sensed that the two before them were not ordinary individuals. The crowd quickly retreated, forming a defensive formation at a distance, nervously watching the center of the battlefield. Faden licked the dirt off his scythe, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. "You've got some skills, brat. Now this is interesting. It was worth our long chase. Such a surprise has truly excited me." Kakuzu's 4 masks all turned towards Xiaji, each emanating different chakra fluctuations. "It seems today will yield a nice bounty." A fierce battle between shranked rogue ninjas is about to erupt in the Divine City Basin. Xiaji's Sharingan glowed ever more profound. The sage chakra within him began to flow slowly. Fei Duan's manic laughter reverberated through the basin. He hoisted a colossal, three-segmented blood march, scythe his crimson tongue licking his lips. Hey Jiao, do this, one's soul looks delectable. He pointed at Xiaji, his eyes devoid of concealment, brimming with ravenous bloodlust. Give him to me. I will offer him as a sacrifice to the dark god. Before his words had fully fallen, Fei Duan blurred into a residual silhouette. The immense scythe howled through the air like a tearing wind as it descended towards Xiaji. The assault was ferocious, leaving no margin for error. The orange-eared facial sigils along Xiaji's skin flared to life, and Sage Chakra instantly suffused his body. Sage mode engaged. His perception and reflexes leapt to their apex in an instant. Unbeknownst to his foe, Xiaji had once again purchased Sage mode before sensing the attack. Confronted with Fei Duan's relentless scythe barrage, Xiaji moved with such lightness that he skirted each lethal blade by the slightest margin. The gust from the scythe stirred the tips of his hair. Oh, you can actually dodge my strikes. Fei Duan's assault grew more frenzied, the scythe whirling into a silver whirlwind. Interesting. He sought to leave even the tiniest wound on Xiaji. A single drop of blood would suffice to trigger his sinister curse ritual. Amidst the unending onslaught, Xiaji observed each of Fei Duan's movements with calm scrutiny. A minute opening presented itself precisely as Fei Duan's wide sweep finished, and his old momentum had faded before new force arose. The kaleidoscopic pattern in Xiaji's right eye began to spin with dizzying speed. Divine might. An invisible ocular power pinpointed with unerring accuracy the tiny sliver of space at the wrist of Fei Duan's scythe-wielding hand. No sound, no warning. A soft final hiss. Fei Duan felt his wrist grow cold, then a searing pain erupted. The hand that gripped the scythe cleanly severed at the wrist. Blood gushed like a fountain. The massive three-segmented blood march scythe clattered from his grasp and spun away, lodging itself into the earth some distance off. WH. What? Fei Duan stared down at his hollow right wrist. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. After a fleeting moment of stupefaction, his face did not twist in pain, but contorted into an even more deranged grin. Ha! Ecstasy! How exquisite! He howled, clutching the stump with his left hand as blood streamed between his fingers. But a wound like this is nothing to me. He seemed oblivious to suffering. Excitement danced in his eyes. At that moment, Jiao Du, who had watched with cold detachment, finally moved. One of the masks on his back cracked open, revealing a beating heart within. Katan Tu Koku. A searing fireball screamed forth like a falling star, bearing down upon the hollow of Xiaji's back. Simultaneously, another mask split open. Right unway, blinding arcs of lightning coalesced into a spear of light that intertwined with the fireball, sealing off all of Xiaji's avenues of retreat. Their coordination was ruthless and merciless. Even more astonishing was Fei Duan's next move. Disregarding the geyser of blood from his severed wrist, he suddenly scraped at the earth with his foot, gathering up the soil stained with his own gore. With his toes, he rapidly traced a strange, circular sigil in the ground. He intended to use the blood he had just spilled to forcibly invoke his curse ritual. This lunatic's combat instincts were unervingly acute. The kaleidoscopic motif in Xiaji's left eye shimmered with a faint, uncanny light. Tian Shouli Heavenly Hand Power, basic degraded version. A half-second of chakra condensation before activation caused a subtle spatial ripple to whisper through the air. Huh, space is fluctuating. A chill ran through Jiao Du's heart, yet the attack had already been released. At the moment the fireball and lightning were about to reach its target, Xiaji and a boulder several dozen meters away instantaneously swapped positions. Boom! The conflagration of fire and lightning shattered that boulder into dust smoke billowing skyward. Xiaji stood unscathed where the rock had just been. His gaze fell upon Fei Duan, who was sketching the ritual circle with his foot. This madman actually planned to trigger a curse with his own blood. He was utterly reckless. Xiaji could not allow him to complete the ritual. His consciousness dipped into the system. Redeem Ba Min Dun Jia. First 4 gates, 30 minutes. Cost, 3,000 premium points. Premium points balance, 9250. A vast surge of power welled up from the depths of his being. Open the gate, gate of opening. Open the gate, gate of rest. Open the gate, gate of life. Open the gate, gate of injury. For successive low shouts detonated like thunder. A green vapor of chakra erupted from Xiaji's skin, circling his form. His aura swelled once more atop the foundation granted by Sage Mode. A deep voice from Jiao Du rumbled, "You brat, you have quite a few tricks." All 5 masks upon his back had now split open. Beneath each mask hovered a heart-like aberration exuding chakra of a distinct nature. They detached from Jiao Du's body, each bearing a grimacing mask, and hovered in the air, subtly encircling Xiaji. "Let me show you what true despair is." Jiao Du spoke with a cruel smile. The wind-release mask exhaled a furious gale. Boom! The fire-release mask spewed roaring flames. Sizzle! The lightning-release mask unleashed writhing serpents of lightning. Thud! The earth-release mask condensed jagged stone spears. Whoosh! The water-release mask launched torrents of water shells. In an instant, 5 powerful elemental jutsu, Fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water rained down from all directions upon Xiaji. Each jutsu alone could maim a high-ranking shinobi. Xiaji stood at the center of the onslaught, green chakra steam, and his orange-earth sage facial sigils shining in tandem. Sage mode's heightened perception, coupled with the terrifying speed and force granted by the first four gates of Ba Min Dun Jia, turned him into a streak of green lightning weaving through the elemental barrage. His figure flickered, leaving trailing afterimages. Boom. He launched a punch, the air ruptured as the blast shattered an incoming fireball. Crack. A whip-like kick splintered several pointed earth spears. Each evasion skirted the brink of disaster. Each counterstrike landed with grave force. His strikes and kicks collided with those heart monsters with dull, earth-shaking thuds. The five heart aberrations coordinated seamlessly their attacks, unrelenting and leaving almost no blind spots. Even Sage Mode's perception combined with the gate's speed and power was insufficient. Each of those heart abominations equaled a seasoned upper ninja and could unleash jutsu without end. Xiaji's mind raced amid the ferocity of battle. Fei Duan's unnatural immortality was indeed a headache, yet the spatial severance of divine might could effectively separate his bodily components, momentarily severing connections and mobility. If he kept slicing, he could incapacitate him. Jiao Du's heart monsters, powerful as they were nevertheless detached constructs. The true core remained Jiao Du himself. If he could grievously wound the core, the heart abominations would naturally lose coherence. The battle plan crystallized in Xiaji's thoughts. He needed an opening that would simultaneously suppress Fei Duan and severely injure Jiao Du's true body. At this moment, Fei Duan had already picked up his severed right arm with his left hand, trying to reattach it. His face still bore that chilling, fanatical grin. Jiao Du, finish him quickly. I can hardly wait to taste his despair. Jiao Du urged, directing the five heart monsters to press the assault ever more ferociously. Silence, Fei Duan. This brat is far more troublesome than you imagined. Xiaji stamped the ground once and vanished anew. The power of Sage Art Chakra and the 8 gates surged through Xiaji's body. Like a streak of emerald lightning, he darted between the 5 grotesque heart monsters summoned by Kaku. His speed was blinding. Each heart monster unleashed elemental ninjutsu, wind blades slicing the air, blazing fireballs detonating with searing fury, crackling lightning weaving a lethal net, all striking with ferocious intent to overwhelm him. For a moment, the battlefield erupted into chaotic deluge. A torrent of attacks rained down from every direction. Yet Xiaji's form always evaded disaster by a hair's breadth. Occasionally a single punch would shatter an incoming technique midair. His objective remained unwavering. The heart monster relentlessly firing fire release head-burning technique. Only by neutralizing these long-range artillery units could he turn his full focus upon Kakuzu's core body. Sage Art 8 Gates Morning Peacock. Xiaji's low cry rang out as his fists blurred into phantoms. Countless blazing sapphire fists descended like meteors upon the fire-breathing heart monster. Boom, 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 boom. A rapid, thunderous barrage echoed across the field. The fire heart let out a shrill, agonized shriek. Black tendrils of earth grudge fear coiling its surface snapped in great numbers, and its movements visibly slowed. Damn brat! Kakuzu roared from his core body, stunned that this youth proved so tenacious. He had gravely underestimated him. Instantly, the remaining 4 heart monsters pivoted, rushing back to shield the wounded fire heart. Simultaneously, fissures split open across Kakuzu's back. Countless obsidian black tendrils shot forth like venomous serpents, converging from all directions to ensnare Xiaji and restrict his mobility. Brat, you're fast, very fast. Then try this. Haiden's voice cut through the distance. With blood dripping from his severed wrist, he had already traced more than half of a sinister circular ritual pattern onto the ground. Clutching his severed right arm in his left hand, his face twisted into a feverish, deranged grin. Once my ritual is complete, you'll become a willing sacrifice to the almighty deity. A delectable offering. Cease your futile struggle. Xiaji paid no heed to Haiden's taunt, his focus unbroken upon the fire heart. His strikes grew fiercer, sharper, each blow charged with lethal intent. Kakuzu watched Xiaji's singular fixation on eliminating one heart and smirked inwardly. This boy was still too young, too ignorant of sacrifice and strategy. Did he truly believe such narrow focus could defeat him? If even a moment's restraint could be bought by his other hearts or his own grasping tendrils, Haiden's ritual would seal Xiaji's fate. Then no matter how prodigious his talent, death would claim him without mercy. Xiaji's assault intensified, as though channeling his entire being into the destruction of that single fire heart. Just as Kakuzu anticipated Xiaji's imminent success and prepared to unleash his full might, Xiaji's figure vanished abruptly from its place. Flying Thunder God technique. A specially forged kunai infused with his chakra and previously embedded at the battlefield's edge served as his instantaneous anchor. What? Kakuzu's mind recoiled in shock. Haiden, utterly absorbed in tracing the final stroke of the curse ritual with his toes, remained blissfully unaware of the peril behind him. Only when a terrifying surge of chakra washed over him from behind did he realize, too late, his doom had arrived. Sage Art Ultra Big Rasengan. Xiaji's voice fell upon Haiden's ear like the decree of a reaper. A colossal chakra sphere, vastly larger than any ordinary Rasengan, blazing with searing white radiance, slammed squarely into Heiden's back. Crockum. Heiden's body rocketed backward like a cannonball, shattering boulders in succession before embedding deep into the distant mountainside. The cliff face fractured, a dust billowed thickly. Ugh. Haiden spat a gout of blood, his bones feeling pulverized beyond repair. Yet his trademark maniacal laughter erupted once more. Ha ha. Useless. Brat. I cannot die. Once the ritual completes, you're finished. Just wait and see. His voice thrummed with absolute unshakable faith in his immortality. Unseen Xiaji had already appeared before the mountainside, where Haiden lay buried. He looked down upon Haiden, now little more than a broken, mangled ruin, with utter stillness. No emotion stirred upon his face. Immortal. Is that so? So certain. His right eye flared. The Mangekyō Sharingan's spiraling pattern contracted sharply, its hypnotic vortex glinting with eerie light. Kamui. Target Heiden's neck. Silent. Seamless. Midlaw Heiden's expression froze, then twisted with dawning horror. An irresistible warping force gripped his throat. Crack. A faint bone-chilling snap. Heiden's head parted cleanly from his body. His skull, still wearing that arrogant, grinning mask, tumbled from the cliffside, thudding onto the dusty earth, its features frozen in infinite disbelief. His head fell off. No, it can't be. How is this possible? Haiden. Kakuzu witnessed the impossible spectacle, five-masked eyes widened in unison, erupting into a roar of shock and fury. Haiden had been decapitated. Was this some illusion? Could this Uchiha boy's ocular technique truly sever life itself? A chill, raw primal fear coursed through Kakuzu for the first time. His Earth Grudge fear technique, reliant on physical linkages and multiple hearts, was rendered defenseless against such surreal spatial severance. A perfect living target. Instinctively, he tried to recall his roaming heart monsters, but it was already too late. Xiaji would grant him no reprieve. Even as Xiaji twisted Heiden's head apart with Kamui, his left palm thrust forward, empty-handed, yet devastatingly potent. A tightly focused wave of Sage Art chakra blasted forth, striking the fire heart, already grievously wounded, with surgical precision. Boom. The fire heart exploded under the impact, dissolving into a scattering storm of black filaments. Irk. Kakuzu's core body groaned in agony. Losing one heart sapped his vitality. He faltered, his breath ragged, his aura dimming sharply. His gaze locked onto Xiaji, not with anger now, but with pure, unadulterated terror. This boy wasn't merely dangerous. He was terrifying. A demon incarnate. He must be eliminated here, no cost too great. Yet the truth crushed him. It was impossible. The gulf in power was insurmountable. Not only could he not kill Xiaji, but even escape seemed uncertain. Xiaji landed softly upon the earth, his emerald vapor and fiery orange facial markings still vivid. Calmly, he regarded Kakuzu, then swept his gaze toward Heiden's severed head lying on the ground, its eyes blinking blankly, unable to accept reality. Now it's your turn. The five eyes beneath Kakuzu's masks fixed their gaze firmly on Xiaji. This Uchiha brat, with his ocular techniques and strength, had completely surpassed the intelligence gathered by the Akatsuki. Haiden, the so-called immortal who had caused countless enemies endless headaches, was effortlessly beheaded, although his head lay on the ground still cursing. But having lost his body, his threat had diminished to the lowest point. Monster. This brat is a monster. For the first time, Kakuzu felt a strong urge to retreat. He had served the Akatsuki for money and eternal life. He was not willing to perish alongside such an incomprehensible monster. Retreat. Kakuzu decisively ordered, and the remaining four heart monsters instantly transformed into black threads of Jiangsu, retracting into his body. His entire body suddenly sank as countless dark tendrils erupted from beneath his feet, burrowing into the earth like roots attempting to escape underground using the properties of Jiangsu. Trying to run. Xiaji's Kodo Amatsukami had already locked onto every subtle movement of Kakuzu. Surrounding the battlefield, the dozens of flying thunder god technique marks he had quietly set up all vividly surfaced in his mind at that moment. Kakuzu's body had barely sunk less than half a meter into the ground when Xiaji's figure appeared before him like a ghost, blocking his escape path. Your speed is too slow. A cold voice echoed in Kakuzu's ears. Kakuzu suddenly burst from the ground, seeing Xiaji blocking his way, his pupils constricted in shock. How? How could you? Xiaji did not answer. The power of Sage Mode and the first four gates of the 8 gates perfectly fused within him. Green chakra steam and orange-earth sage technique patterns intertwined, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. His figure rapidly flashed around Kaku. Each appearance was accompanied by a fierce attack. His heavy punches infused with sage chakra and flying kicks wrapped in the power of the 8 gates. Kakuzu was left dizzy. His proud combat experience found no footing against Xiaji's completely unreasonable attack style. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of Xiaji's true position. He could only rely on instinct to awkwardly block and then dodge. Bang, bang. The dull sounds of impact echoed incessantly. The Jiangsu tendrils on Kakuzu's body shattered repeatedly only to regenerate, yet were torn apart by even more violent force. Damn brat. Do you think this will defeat me, eh? Kakuzu roared. After all, he was a seasoned fighter who had survived since the time of the first Hokage. In the face of desperation, he unleashed his final frenzy. Secret technique, Jiangsu final form. The 4 remaining hearts within Kakuzu bizarrely merged into one at that moment. Countless black Jiangu tendrils surged wildly from his body, beginning a terrifying fusion. Ultimately, they formed a gigantic black monster composed of numerous twisted tendrils towering several meters high. The monster had no fixed shape, only countless grotesque tendrils thrashing in the air, emanating a nauseating aura of evil. Roar! The black monster let out a non-human howl. It opened its massive mouth made of tendrils. A highly condensed chakra cannon combining wind, fire, lightning, and earth attributes erupted violently. The target was none other than the constantly flickering Xiaji. This was an indiscriminate area attack attempting to repel Xiaji with absolute power and by itself some breathing room. At the moment the chakra cannon was about to reach him, Xiaji's figure slightly paused. The strange vortex at the center of his right eye's kaleidoscope pattern suddenly began to spin faster. Kamui. That chakra cannon capable of destroying a small mountain had half of it bizarrely distorted, shooting into an empty space just a few meters before it reached Xiaji. Meanwhile, Xiaji's main body entered a state of intangibility at the same time. The remaining chakra cannon directly passed through his body, striking the distant cliff and triggering a violent explosion. Dust filled the air. The black monster controlled by Kakuzu momentarily stiffened due to this all-out blow. Now is the time. Xiaji's figure recovered from the intangible state. He repeated his previous tactic. Once again, he combined the power of Sage Mode and the first 4 gates of the 8 gates with Kamui's localized spatial distortion. His fist suddenly struck a core connection point made of lightning-based hearts within the black monster. Crack! Accompanied by a faint sound of shattering, the heart core of the lightning monster was directly destroyed. The black monster's size visibly shrank, its momentum also waning. Impossible. My Jiangu. Kakuzu's will nearly shattered at that moment. This brat was simply his nemesis. Xiaji gave him no chance to catch his breath. His figure flickered once again. The powers of Sage Art and the 8 gates rained down upon the black monster. The second heart monster earth-based core shattered. The third heart monster wind-based core obliterated. The black monster's body continually shrank, howling in despair. Ultimately, it completely collapsed, reverting into countless broken Jiangu tendrils scattered on the ground. Kakuzu's body also crashed heavily to the ground. The mask on his face shattered piece by piece, revealing his true visage, aged and covered with stitches. At that moment, he was left with just one last heart, his own heart weakly beating. Life force was rapidly draining away. I actually lost to a 17-year-old brat. Kakuzu lay on the ground, despair and unwillingness filling his eyes. He had never imagined he would lose so miserably. His prideful Jiangu with 5 powerful hearts had unexpectedly proven so fragile against this Uchiha brat's bizarre ocular technique and terrifying strength. This was no longer a battle. It was a dimensional suppression. Xiaji strode before Kakuzu, looking down at this exhausted old monster. The states of Sage Mode and 8 gates gradually dissipated. He began to form hand seals with both hands. The sky had turned overcast without notice. Dull thunder rumbled within the clouds. A chilling aura of destruction began to brew in the world. Xiaji's kaleidoscope Sharingan reflected the increasingly violent lightning in the sky. Using Sage Chakra as a catalyst, he activated the Shrank Lightning Release ninjutsu he had mastered. Lightning Release Kirin. Roar! A deafening roar echoed. From within the clouds, a massive Kirin composed entirely of pure lightning extended its ferocious head. Its eyes shining with destructive lightning locked onto the defenseless figure on the ground. Kakuzu looked up at the lightning beast descending from the heavens, his eyes filled only with endless fear. No, the lightning engulfed everything. Lightning consumed everything, and a terrifying energy swept across the entire basin. A deafening explosion echoed through the sky, causing the earth to tremble violently, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Smoke and lightning interwove, lingering for a long time. When the dust finally settled, all that remained was a massive scorched pit, several dozen meters in diameter. The pit was bottomless, and the surrounding soil was in a glassy state. Jiaodu, along with his 5 proud hearts, had been completely obliterated, reduced to ashes by the might of the Qilin's thunder. Xiaji stood at the edge of the scorched pit, the green steam emanating from his body and the orange-red visage of the immortal face slowly fading away. Ding. Host has killed the Shrank plot character Jiaodu. Special reward obtained 3000 recharge points. Unlocking reincarnation. Exchange progress bar, current progress 10. Detected that the host has substantively defeated the Shrank plot character Fei, rendering him permanently incapable of combat. Special reward obtained 1000 recharge points. Reincarnation. Exchange progress bar increased by 5. Current total progress 15. A crisp system notification echoed in Xiaji's mind. 15% progress. The appearance of this progress bar was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise. It represented the ultimate eye technique, surpassing the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Xiaji's gaze shifted towards the head of Fei Du, who was still cursing nearby. Fei Du's head was embedded in the soil, revealing a twisted face contorted with anger. Bastard, do you think this is the end? Lord, evil God will punish you. You're doomed. Huh. He continued to laugh maniacally, firmly believing in his immortality. Xiaji walked over slowly, expressionless. He quickly formed hand seals, a complex sealing technique converging in his palms. You're too noisy. Xiaji pressed the sealing technique onto Fei Dust's forehead. Fei Dust's curses abruptly stopped, his eyes wide open as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. Then the pattern of the kaleidoscope appeared in Xiaji's right eye. Divine might. Fei Dust's sealed head along with a small amount of surrounding soil was instantly distorted and absorbed into another space. Afterwards, Xiaji looked at Fei Dust's body, which was shattered and embedded in the distant cliff by the massive tailed beast ball. Divine might activated once more. Fei Dust's remains were also absorbed. Xiaji controlled the spatial power of divine might, throwing Fei Dust's head and body into different rock layers thousands of meters deep underground. Heavy rocks and solid soil would become his eternal prison. He would never be able to turn over. After finishing all this, Xiaji let out a gentle sigh. The immortal duo had been completely resolved. In the rain-hidden village atop the tower, Zetsu's figure emerged from the shadows, kneeling on one knee. Lord Pain, Lady Conan. Pain sat calmly on a stone seat, his expression tranquil. Conan stood quietly beside him, paper pieces swirling around like butterfly wings. Jiao Du and Fei Du, the mission has failed. Pain's voice showed no fluctuations. Zetsu's white half carried a tone of disbelief, not just a failure, they were completely annihilated. Completely annihilated. By whom? Conan's brow furrowed slightly. The black half of Zetsu replied with a serious tone, Uchiha Xiaji did it alone. A moment of silence fell over the tower. The air seemed to freeze. They were well aware of Jiao Du's strength. 5 hearts meant 5 lives plus his rich combat experience and bizarre secret techniques. Fei Dust's immortal body and curse techniques were even more troublesome. Together these two could stand against even the strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages, possibly even triumph. Yet now they had been completely wiped out by a 17-year-old Uchiha. Is the information confirmed? Pain finally spoke. Obito witnessed it firsthand. Zetsu's black half answered. Jiao Du was obliterated by a powerful lightning release ninjutsu, and after Fei Du was beheaded, the kid used his eye technique to dispose of his head and body, rendering him completely incapable of combat. Conan's hands tightened slightly. His eye technique, the kaleidoscope Sharingan, has such power. She recalled Uchiha Itachi, the man who also possessed the kaleidoscope. Yet the abilities displayed by Xiaji seemed even more unfathomable, especially that eye technique capable of distorting space and even relocating people. At that moment, the pattern of Pain's Rinnegan seemed to spin slightly faster. Uchiha Xiaji. He murmured the name. This name had initially appeared on the list of potential recruits for the Akatsuki organization, a promising young man. But now the weight of this name had changed entirely. This person can no longer be judged by common sense. Pain slowly stood up and walked to the window overlooking the village below, shrouded in rain. His threat level has been raised to the highest, on par with the 5 great shinobi villages. Conan approached him. Nagato, this Uchiha Xiaji is growing too quickly. Moreover, his abilities seem specifically designed to counter Jiao Du and Fei Du. Our plan. She expressed some concern. Capturing the tailed beasts was key to realizing their vision of peace. Any factor that could threaten this plan must be treated with caution. His existence is indeed a variable. The reflection of cold raindrops shimmered in Pain's Rinnegan. He could even completely disrupt our steps in collecting the tailed beasts. Should we adjust our plan and prioritize dealing with him? Conan suggested while he is still unrefined. Pain nodded slightly. I also want to see such a person. His tone remained calm, yet contained a firm determination. Zetsu, you proceed first and continue monitoring all his movements. Do not engage in direct conflict with him for now. Pain's Rinnegan flashed with a cold gleam. When I arrive, I will personally take action. At the same time, inform the other members of the organization that our plan remains unchanged and continue execution. Understood, Conan replied. Pain's gaze turned towards the distance, as if piercing through layers of rain. Uchiha. Another Uchiha. This cursed surname always emerges unexpectedly, disrupting the order of the world. But this time he would not allow anyone to hinder his peace. On the other side, Xiaji stood in place, sensing the recovery of his chakra. The consumption of Sage Mode and the 8 gates was significant, yet the gains were equally immense. 40,000 recharge points and 15 progress in the Reincarnation Eye exchange. The Reincarnation Eye. Those eyes represent the power of the 6 paths, the pinnacle achievable by a ninja. Once he could activate the Reincarnation Eye, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap again. However, given the heavy losses the Akatsuki organization had suffered this time, they likely wouldn't send anyone to provoke him easily in the short term. The combination of Jiao Du and Fei Du was considered quite powerful within the Akatsuki organization. Their annihilation was enough to make Pain reassess his own strength. This was also good, yet could provide some time for stable development. However, Xiaji's brow subtly twitched. The temporary retreat of the Akatsuki organization did not mean that trouble would disappear. The wind does not cease when the tree wishes for calm. The waters of the ninja world run deep, especially from Konoha's side. Xiaji turned and prepared to leave this devastated battlefield. He needed more high-quality battles to accelerate the exchange of the Reincarnation Eye, and perhaps it was time to take the initiative with the next target. Uchiha Xiaji single-handedly annihilated the Akatsuki's immortal duo Haiden and Kakuzu at the border of the Land of Fire. This news spread like wildfire, taking only a day to circulate wildly among several small neighboring countries and underground black markets. Those small country lords and wandering ninja leaders who had previously been wary or even secretly hostile towards the emerging force Shun-I were now silent. They finally realized the terrifying strength possessed by this new force led by Uchiha Sharingan. Days later, the secret basin where Shun-I was located became unusually bustling. Envoys from several surrounding small countries, as well as representatives from large ninja mercenary groups, came and went in an endless stream. They brought with them vast amounts of money, rare ores, medicinal herbs, food, and even a dozen beautiful young women. In name, it was to congratulate Shun-I on establishing a foothold here and to seek a friendly, neighborly relationship with Shun-I. In reality, it was a disguised form of tribute, or rather paying protection fees in hopes that Shun-I would not direct its expansion towards them. For these offerings voluntarily presented, Sharingan accepted them all. He sat at the head of the temporary conference hall, watching the trembling envoys below. You have all traveled from afar. Thank you for your hard work. As Shun-I is newly established and in need of development, I, Uchiha Sharingan, appreciate your goodwill. An envoy from the grass village, dripping with sweat, trembled as he spoke. Lord Sharingan, you flatter us. It is our honor to contribute to the construction of Shun-I. We only ask that Lord Sharingan protect our small countries from the ravages of war. Sharingan shrugged, his expression quite nuanced. As long as you all remain law-abiding, Shun-I will not initiate any conflicts. However, if anyone harbors ulterior motives, secretly colludes, and intends harm against Shun-I. His voice was calm, yet carried a hint of warning. The fate of Kakuzu and Haiden serves as a cautionary tale. Upon hearing this, the envoys collectively shivered and bowed their heads even lower. We dare not. We bear no ill will. We are willing to regard Shun-I as our leader, and we will obey only Lord Sharingan's orders. Sharingan waved his hand. Elder Daohua, please escort our guests. Uchiha Daohua stepped forward towards the envoys. Ladies and gentlemen, please. The envoys felt as if they had been granted amnesty, hurriedly rising and practically crawling out of the basin under the escort of the Uchiha clan. The large amounts of resources they brought were quickly counted by Shun-I's logistics team and subsequently stored. Besides these material gains, what surprised Sharingan pleasantly was that amidst the teams coming to pay tribute, there were also some genuinely talented wandering ninjas. In addition, there were a few clan leaders from small families that had fallen due to the turmoil. After witnessing the terrifying strength of Shun-I and Sharingan's formidable hand, they did not come merely to pay tribute and seek peace. Instead, they actively requested to join Shun-I, hoping to find true protection in this chaotic world and a stage to showcase their talents. Among them were many talents skilled in internal governance, economic planning, and intelligence analysis. This was precisely what Shun-I was most lacking at the moment. Sharingan did not refuse their allegiance. After preliminary screening and background checks by the Uchiha Intelligence Department, these newly joined talents were quickly assigned to various key positions. Taking this opportunity, Sharingan officially announced the establishment of Shun-I. He also revealed the preliminary organizational structure and basic laws of Shun-I. He appointed himself as the leader of Shun-I, taking charge of all military and political power. The core departments included the Combat Department, Internal Affairs Department, Intelligence Department, Construction Department, Logistics Department, and Technology Development Department. The Combat Department was temporarily headed by Uchiha Tai as the minister responsible for commanding all combat ninjas of Shun-I and training new recruits. The Internal Affairs Department was managed by a newly allied middle-aged scholar named Won-sung, who had served as an aide to a small country's prime minister. He mainly assisted in handling matters of people's livelihoods, economy, and laws within the territory. The Intelligence Department was naturally overseen by Uchiha, responsible for external intelligence collection and internal counterespionage work. The Construction and Logistics Departments were entrusted to two experienced Uchiha Jonin. As for the newly established Technology Development Department, Sharingan decided to personally serve as the minister and allocated all the craftsmen he brought from Tang Hidden Village and the geothermal energy technology materials he had seized to this department. Uchiha Daohua was appointed as the Grand Elder of Shun-I, responsible for assisting Sharingan in handling various affairs and supervising the operations of each department. Although this organizational structure still seemed somewhat rudimentary, with many positions being temporary appointments, Shun-I finally had a preliminary framework beginning to develop towards a formal ninja village. The core module of the multifunctional mobile fortress had, with ample financial material and manpower support, basically been completed. Sharingan invested most of the wealth obtained from the tribute of those small countries into the subsequent defense systems, energy systems, and the development and construction of offensive weapons for the fortress. He was well aware that this mobile fortress was the true reliance for Shun-I's future survival and deterrence. At this moment, Sharingan stood alone at the highest point of the fortress core module, overlooking the busy construction scene below. His consciousness sank into the system interface. Krypton point balance 133750 points. The rewards for killing Kakuzu and Haiden, along with the tribute points from those small countries, caused his account balance to surge once more. Reincarnation I Evolution Progress 15. This progress bar served as an invisible whip, urging him onward. He needed to obtain greater strength at a faster pace. Although the Kaleidoscope Sharingan was powerful, It still seemed somewhat lacking when facing truly top-tier powerhouses such as Pain or potentially even more terrifying enemies in the future. The reincarnation eye was the ultimate goal he pursued at this stage. He opened the system shop searching through the dazzling array of products. Soon an option shining with purple light captured all his attention. Reincarnation Eye Evolution Liquid Beginner. Effect significantly catalyzes the evolution of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan towards the Reincarnation Eye, with a certain probability of directly unlocking the Reincarnation Eye related to the host's potential pupil power purity chakra amount and understanding of the power of the 6 paths. Price 50,000 Krypton points. 50,000 Krypton points. Xiaji furrowed his brow slightly. This price was not low. Yet the description with a certain probability of directly unlocking the Reincarnation Eye was filled with deadly temptation. His current kaleidoscope had the left eye fused with Tian Xinguang Meng and the evolved Jin Yudu, while the right eye was fused with Shun Wei, Su Hua Shenwei Kong Jian, and the additional Jing, Shun Mi Hua Beginner. His dual eye power had already reached a considerable height, and after multiple Krypton enhancements and battle trials, the purity of his pupil power was far beyond that of an ordinary kaleidoscope. Moreover, the training in Sage Mode allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of natural energy and the essence of chakra. Perhaps there really was a chance to achieve it in one step. Xiaji hesitated no longer. Purchase Reincarnation Eye Evolution Liquid Beginner. Ding. Consumed 50,000 Krypton points. Reincarnation Eye Evolution Liquid Beginner has been purchased. Krypton point balance 83750 points. A syringe shimmering with a ghostly purple light appeared in his system storage space. Xiaji took a deep breath, showing no hesitation, and directly chose to use it. The Reincarnation Eye Evolution Liquid transformed into a stream of purple light, merging into his eyes. Boom. An indescribable intense pain erupted from deep within his eyes in an instant. It felt as if his entire soul was being forcibly torn apart by an invisible force. His body trembled violently, veins bulging on his forehead and beads of sweat continually slipped down his cheeks. Xiaji gritted his teeth tightly, letting out a deep groan that was suppressed to the utmost. He could distinctly feel the kaleidoscope pattern in his eyes breaking down at an astonishing speed. Then it attempted to reassemble towards a higher form, struggling painfully. This was a sign that his pupil power was beginning to transform into the Reincarnation Eye. At the same time, in the Hokage office of the Leaf Village, on the desk of Sarutobi Hiruzen lay a report just presented by the Umbu detailing the information about Uchiha Xiaji's killing of the Akatsuki's shrank rogue ninjas Kakuzu and Haiden at the border of the Land of Fire. Every word of the intelligence hit him like a hammer, striking heavily on his heart. That 17-year-old boy's rate of growth had completely exceeded everyone's expectations and control. Sage Mode, Kirin, and that strange space pupil technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe, his eyes filled with complex emotions. For the first time, he felt a twinge of doubt about the decision that had forced the Uchiha clan into a corner back in the day. At the top of the fortress, Xiaji's body trembled violently. The pain brought on by the Reincarnation Eye Evolution Liquid struck his nerves. Every inch of flesh and every bone was filled with power, as if they were about to explode. His body was on the verge of exploding. Xiaji sat cross-legged, enduring the soul-rending pain that threatened to tear him apart. He guided the raging ocular power rampaging within him, attempting to bring it under control. The unique ocular techniques originally possessed by the Kaleidoscope Sharingan were now swirling chaotically in his eyes. The mutation enhancement of his right eye brought along with it a mental disorientation. The ultimate power of the left eye's true Tsukuyami and the primary heavenly hand power. These formidable forces seemed to be forcibly compressed by an invisible giant hand, as if thrown into a furnace. Under the guidance of a higher level of power, they began to melt, decompose, and then attempt to reorganize in a completely new manner. Xiaji's consciousness momentarily fell into chaos. Countless bizarre illusions flooded before his eyes. Fragments of memories from his previous life on the Azure Planet flickered hazy and distant. There were also memories from this life in the world of Naruto, chronicling the arduous journey from loneliness to gradual rise. Hatred, resentment, slaughter, and the deep-seated desire for power. With an indomitable will far surpassing that of ordinary people, he clung desperately to the last shred of clarity in his spiritual platform, silently enduring the bone-deep pain brought by this unknown transformation. His spiritual energy was being consumed at an astonishing rate, yet in the next moment it regenerated at an even faster pace. Each consumption and regeneration felt like a tempering, making his spiritual energy more refined, more pure, transcending to a higher level. Strangely, while the ocular power evolved frantically, Xiaji felt that his bodily cells were also being nourished and transformed by this terrifying power originating from deep within his bloodline. Every muscle, every bone, and even the tiniest cells underwent a marvelous metamorphosis. The chakra within him, both in quality and quantity, had significantly increased. There was even a subtle tendency to break through the boundaries of the bloodline limit, moving towards the mythical higher bloodline limit. This was not a direct effect of the evolution liquid. It was more like a breakthrough in ocular power triggered a chain reaction of bodily potential. a primal call towards the power of the six paths originating from the depths of the Uchiha bloodline. Meanwhile, in Konoha at the Hokage office, the atmosphere was as heavy as a solid substance. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the main seat, the pipe in his hand long extinguished, cold ash accumulating. Sakura Haruno Mido Gate, Kane, and Nara Shikaku, who had been summoned to participate in the emergency meeting, sat together, their faces growing more and more grim. On the table lay a report that had been swiftly relayed back by the Umbu, detailing the latest intelligence regarding Uchiha Sharingan, the border of the Land of Fire. Complete annihilation of the Akatsuki members Kakuzu and Haiden. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was hoarse as he read the latest intelligence to the three. Is the intelligence confirmed? Sakura Haruno's tone was sharp, unable to accept this reality. Kakuzu and Haiden, notorious strength rogue ninja duo of the Akatsuki. How could they be wiped out by a 17-year-old child, all alone? Mido Gate, Kane pushed up his glasses, his eyes glimmering with fear behind the lenses. The source of the intelligence is reliable, corroborated by multiple parties. Furthermore, the force established by Sharingan known as Shun-I has already begun to show its fangs in the border regions. According to the intelligence, Shun-I not only crushed the duo from the Akatsuki, but also mercilessly annexed the hidden Hot Springs village, with several surrounding small nations beginning to pay tribute to them. The rate at which this Uchiha Sharingan's power is expanding and the threat level he presents have far exceeded our expectations. The air in the office seemed to freeze. The pressure weighed on everyone's hearts like an invisible mountain. We cannot wait any longer. Sakura Haruno slammed the table, her voice slightly distorted with excitement. Hiruzen, we must immediately organize a coalition. We must mobilize all available forces and spare no effort to completely eradicate this Uchiha Sharingan and his Shun-I. Her eyes shimmered with a fierce light. If this child is not eliminated, Konoha will never know peace. He is even more dangerous than Uchiha Madara was back in the day. Mido Gate, Kane's expression turned grim. Sakura is right. We cannot give him any opportunity to grow stronger. If we allow him to establish a firm foothold, the consequences will be unimaginable. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tone tinged with urgency. Hiruzen, what are you hesitating for? Are you really waiting for him to grow his wings and attack Konoha before you make a decision? Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows were tightly furrowed. He was well aware of Sharingan's threat. However, the risks of hastily deploying troops were equally immense. Konoha had just experienced the upheaval of the Uchiha defection, and its vitality had yet to fully recover. If they engaged in full-scale war with Sharingan's Shun-I, regardless of the outcome, Konoha would pay a heavy price. Moreover, the other four great ninja villages and that mysterious Akatsuki organization were all watching closely. If Konoha fell into internal strife, they would not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Two advisors, please remain calm. Nara Shikaku spoke, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere. We have gained some understanding of Sharingan's strength through previous intelligence. What are our chances in a heated confrontation? What will the costs be? He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, this matter requires careful deliberation. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly raised his head, his aging eyes filled with struggle. He deeply understood the challenges posed by Sharingan and the consequences of allowing his unchecked growth. This 17-year-old youth had already grown into a monster that even he found difficult to control. Every decision he made could push Konoha into the abyss. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have made a certain resolution. His voice carried a hint of undeniable hoarseness. Jiraiya? The three in the office were taken aback. Jiraiya? The lecherous sage who had been wandering outside for years, unpredictable in his movements. Hokage-sama, do you mean? Nara Shikaku's eyes flickered with realization. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, walking to the window, gazing at the still prosperous, yet turbulent Konoha. I have decided to send Jiraiya to secretly infiltrate Shun-I for reconnaissance. We need to ascertain Uchiha Sharingan's true strength, the specific conditions of Shun-I, and whether he is an enemy or ally of the Akatsuki, or if he has other ulterior motives. Before acquiring definitive intelligence, Konoha should not act rashly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice bore a deep sense of fatigue. The secret order from Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived swiftly, reaching Jiraiya in less than 3 days. I never expected so much to happen in the village while I was away. He immediately set off, his long white hair fluttering in the wind. With his unparalleled infiltration and intelligence-gathering skills, Jiraiya moved like a phantom. The eyes of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, those stationed at various checkpoints, were rendered useless before him. Days later, when he quietly reached the outskirts of the border basin where the hidden village was located, even someone as experienced as him couldn't help but pause slightly. At the entrance of the basin, both open and hidden guards were arranged in an orderly fashion, crossfire points set up meticulously. The patrolling ninja teams were well-equipped, their steps steady and their gazes sharp. Some of them were even wearing standard equipment from the Konoha security forces, clearly taken out by Uchiha during their defection. The demeanor of these ninjas was starkly different from the desperate, fierce-eyed rogue ninjas or rebel groups he remembered. They exuded a sense of confidence and fierceness cultivated from years of battle. Interesting, Jiraiya mused, hidden in the shadows of the forest, stroking his chin. This Uchiha Sharingan seemed to have built something far more organized than the ragtag group he had imagined. He cautiously avoided the patrol's line of sight and silently infiltrated the interior of the basin. The sight before him surprised him even more. In the center of the basin, a massive fortress gleaming with a cold metallic sheen rose up. The structure had sharp lines filled with a sense of technology and oppression. Was this the legendary mobile fortress core module? Surrounding the fortress was not a chaotic camp. The outlines of residential areas, training grounds, and commercial districts were meticulously planned, even resembling buildings similar to ninja schools arranged with order and variation. The roads were well paved and the drainage system was beginning to take shape. The entire hidden village resembled not merely a newly established gathering place for rogue ninjas, but rather a small-scale, futuristic city. This kid has quite the ambition, Jiraiya thought to himself. He transformed into a weathered, somewhat destitute, wandering warrior. He easily blended into the temporary housing area on the outskirts of the hidden village. The atmosphere here was vastly different from the rogue ninja hideouts he had imagined. Although there were strict hierarchies and numerous rules, rewards and punishments were clear-cut. The Uchiha clan held the core ruling positions, enjoying a superior status. However, the hidden village also showed sufficient respect and utilized those outsiders who had ability and contributed rather than purely excluding and oppressing. He even saw some ninjas and craftsmen from the hidden soup village involved in the construction of the fortress and daily affairs under the supervision of the Uchiha clan members, their faces showing little sign of coercion. On the contrary, during occasional conversations, he could sense a hint of hope for the future of the hidden village. This Uchiha Shaji is quite capable. Jiraiya's opinion of the young man he had never met rose even higher. He learned from the idle chatter of some peripheral personnel that the leader of the hidden village, Uchiha Shaji, had been in seclusion for several days and had not made an appearance. The daily affairs of the hidden village were managed by several elders of the Uchiha clan and several outstanding foreign overseers promoted personally by Shavi. Each department had clear divisions of labor and coordinated effectively, yielding surprisingly high efficiency. A group of rabble. Even if they temporarily come together, how much of a storm can they stir up? Jiraiya was skeptical, but the facade was impeccable. He utilized the properties of toad oil to silently alter his aura and chakra fluctuations. Using his superb transformation techniques and years of experience in the world, he successfully made contact with some mid-level managers of the hidden village. After a few cups of rough liquor and some irrelevant flattery, and probing, Jiraiya managed to glean quite a bit of information about Shaji and the core of the hidden village from the drunken revelers. Uchiha Shaji, only 17 years old, possessed unfathomable strength, rumored to have surpassed the level of a Kage. He had immense personal charm and a ruthless hand, wielding both kindness and severity, earning near-divine respect within the hidden village. What a remarkable kid, Jiraiya thought, setting down his cup, his vigilance towards Shaji reaching its peak. Such an enemy, if left unchecked, would pose a greater threat to Konoha than Uchiha Madara did back in the day. The night was deep and tranquil. Jiraiya's figure, like a ghost merging with the darkness, quietly appeared at the outskirts of the massive mobile fortress. He needed more core information. The internal structure of this fortress, its defensive deployments, the energy core. These were the keys. He formed hand signs, and Sage Chakra began to gather slowly. He planned to use the enhanced perception of Sage Mode to covertly probe the fortress interior without triggering any large defensive barriers. However, just as his Sage Chakra penetrated the outer layer of the fortress, attempting to analyze its structure in that instant, buzz! A faint yet exceedingly precise chakra fluctuation flashed out from the fortress outer layer. No piercing alarms sounded, nor did it disturb any patrolling guards. But Jiraiya's heart sank suddenly. Had he been discovered? Impossible. He had absolute confidence in his infiltration skills. A micro-perception barrier of this level shouldn't be able to detect the subtle probing of Sage Chakra. Unless there was some presence with perception abilities far beyond normal at the core of the fortress. At this moment, inside the core control room of the mobile fortress, Shaji sat cross-legged, enduring the excruciating pain brought on by the evolution liquid of his Rinnegan, which surged like a tide against his nerves. His consciousness swayed between clarity and chaos, every inch of his body undergoing a painful transformation. Yet at this critical moment of fusion, his perception, sharpened by the agony, caught a hint of chakra probing from the outside. The nature of this chakra. In Shotzi's mind, a figure with white hair and a forehead protector bearing the symbol for oil instantly surfaced. The legendary Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya. Saratobi Hiruzen's lapdog. His nose is quite sharp, coming here so quickly. Shaji coldly sneered, his killing intent palpable. Fine, I can use you to test just how powerful this newly reborn pair of eyes will be. He forcefully suppressed the terrifying ocular power within him that churned violently, threatening to tear him apart. Preparing to welcome this uninvited guest. Outside the fortress, Jiraiya's brows furrowed tightly. That faint chakra fluctuation, though fleeting, set off alarm bells in his heart. He trusted his judgment. His earlier probe had definitely triggered some higher-level alert mechanism. Was it a coincidence? Or had the other party truly detected him? Just as he hesitated whether to temporarily withdraw and reassess the risk. Boom! A terrifying wave of power far beyond his imagination and surpassing any ocular technique he had ever known erupted suddenly from the core of the metal fortress. That power was domineering, majestic, as if a deity had descended to oversee all living beings. The calmness and confidence on Jiraiya's face vanished in an instant. In its place was an unprecedented horror and disbelief. This is... The Rinnegan. Inside the core control room of the fortress, Xiaji's body ceased its violent trembling. The tearing pain originating from the depths of his soul was slowly receding. In its place was an unprecedented sense of powerful energy. He felt as if his eyes had been reborn. The entire world appeared drastically different to him. Everything was crystal clear in his eyes. He slowly opened them. In the training room, a specially designed chakra conduction mirror reflected his current appearance. His eyes were no longer the scarlet kaleidoscope pattern. Instead, they displayed a profound light purple akin to the purest amethyst. Mysterious rippling patterns danced within his pupils. Most striking were the 6 pitch-black magatama at the center of his pupils rotating slowly in an arcane trajectory. The 6 paths Magatama Rinnegan. The ultimate eye that surpasses all ocular techniques possessed by the legendary sage of 6 paths. The vast and pure ocular power surged through every part of his body like a rushing river. He could feel every cell celebrating with joy. Xiaji sensed that with every gesture he could invoke the forces of heaven and earth, altering the laws of nature. His control over chakra had reached an unimaginable realm. He could even faintly perceive the existence of the 6 paths power that constituted the world's origin. Though still quite vague, the door to higher-level power had already opened for him. Unlocking partial abilities of the Heavenly Dao Shinra Tensei Beginner Universal Pull Beginner and Chibaku Tensei Miniature Experience version requires spending to purchase the full version or trial card. Unlocking partial abilities of the Hungry Ghost Path Sealing Technique Absorption Beginner. The remaining powers await further development or spending to unlock. A system notification suddenly echoed in Xiaji's mind. Shinra Tensei Universal Pull Sealing Technique Absorption. He could now utilize these signature abilities of the Rinnegan. As for Chibaku Tensei, though it was merely a miniature experience version and required spending, its potential was undeniable. What surprised Xiaji even more was that he found after activating the Rinnegan, the characteristics of the kaleidoscope ocular techniques he had previously merged had not vanished. The mutation enhancement of his right eye, which could distort space and perform intangibility and transfer, along with the ability to induce mental confusion. The ultimate spiritual destruction of his left eye, true Tsukuyami, along with the beginner-level heavenly power. These powerful ocular techniques seem to have been integrated and compatible with the higher-level power of the Rinnegan. Though no longer the dominant ocular technique, they could still serve as auxiliary abilities to be used in critical moments. Moreover, due to the immense ocular power of the Rinnegan, the consumption of these auxiliary ocular techniques had also significantly decreased. Is this a Bionic Get More deal? Xiaji redirected his attention back to the chakra he sensed from outside, which was probing him. A cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. The ocular power of the Rinnegan focused slightly, instantly locking onto the general location where Jiraiya was hiding. Heavenly Dao Shinra Tensei. Xiaji didn't even need to form hand seals, he merely moved his thoughts. A vast and invisible repulsive force erupted from him, sweeping like a violent hurricane towards the position where Jiraiya was located. Outside the fortress, Jiraiya was fully concentrated on sensing the sudden explosion of terrifying ocular power from the fortress core, which made his heart race. He could almost be certain that it was the legendary Rinnegan. How could this be possible? A 17-year-old Uchiha boy actually activated the Rinnegan. If this news were to return to Konoha, it would surely cause a greater upheaval than the Uchiha defection. Just as his mind was in turmoil preparing to confirm further, an unstoppable and terrifying repulsive force suddenly surged towards him from the direction of the fortress. That power was formless and intangible, yet overwhelmingly tyrannical, as if it aimed to completely crush space. Not good. Jiraiya barely had time to make any effective defensive move. He only felt a tremendous force crash into his chest, as if all his internal organs had been displaced. Puff, blood spewed out. Jiraiya's body was knocked back like a kite with a broken string sent flying away by this sudden immense repulsive force. He crashed awkwardly into several large trees, finally landing heavily amidst a pile of ruins, raising a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. What kind of power is this? Jiraiya struggled to rise from the rubble, feeling as if all his bones were about to fall apart. He gazed in shock towards the direction of the moving fortress. It was truly exposed. He had been detected without a sound. Moreover, the opponent's single strike from afar had left him in such a sorry state. The power of this Uchiha Xiaji far exceeded his imagination. Just as Jiraiya's mind raced contemplating how to deal with this sudden situation, a figure silently appeared 100 meters in front of him. Xiaji. He stood suspended in the air, his clothes fluttering without wind. Those light purple 6 paths Magatama Rinnegan exuded an air of divine authority and indifference, as if all beings in the world were mere ants in his eyes. Lord Jiraiya, your esteemed presence graces the divine city. What brings you here? Xiaji's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable sense of oppression. Jiraiya's forehead glistened with cold sweat. He gazed at the eerie pale purple 6-tamo Rinnegan in Xiaji's eyes, his heart racing. The power contained within those eyes far surpassed any Sharingan he had ever seen, even exceeding legends. Rinnegan. You have actually awakened the Rinnegan. Jiraiya's voice was somewhat hoarse. The danger level of this mission had completely exceeded his expectations. Without hesitation, he slammed his hands to the ground. Sage mode activate. Strange natural energy surged into his body, his nostrils flaring and red sage facial markings appearing at the corners of his eyes. Two small figures, one green and one purple, appeared on his shoulders. They were the two-toed sages from Mount Myoboku, Fugaku and Shima. Saji calmly observed Jiraiya completing the transformation into sage mode, his Rinnegan remaining utterly tranquil. Oh, is this the legendary sage technique from Mount Myoboku? It's quite interesting. He gently raised his hand. Let me test the power of these eyes. Jiraiya took the initiative to strike. He could not give this boy any chance to breathe. Fugaku and Shima simultaneously puffed out their cheeks. Sage art toad two-part harmony. An invisible sound wave mixed with a powerful mental shock transformed into an intangible giant net enveloping Saji from all directions. This was not merely a physical attack, it was also an illusion targeting the soul. Saji's Sixtimo Rinnegan slightly shifted. Universal pull. A massive, unimaginable force of attraction suddenly erupted from his outstretched palm. The invisible sound wave attack net was forcibly pulled and distorted, deviating from its original trajectory the moment it came into contact with this gravitational force. Moreover, even Jiraiya himself, along with the two-toed sages on his shoulders, felt an overwhelming force surge towards Saji. What a... Jiraiya exclaimed in shock. His sage art attack had been so easily neutralized, and even his movements were being controlled in return. Watch out, Jiraiya. His eye technique can absorb. Fugaku hurriedly warned. Jiraiya reacted swiftly, his white hair instantly hardening like steel needles. Sage art, 1,000 white needles. Countless shimmering white hairs shot towards Saji like a torrential rain, attempting to sever that terrifying suction. At the same time, using the recoil from the 1,000 white needles, he forcefully retreated in midair. Saji pushed back. Shinra Tensei. An even more violent repulsive force erupted from the palm of his other hand. The incoming 1,000 white needles upon contact with the repulsion were as if they had struck an invisible wall, all being deflected away. The force of repulsion continued unabated, crashing towards Jiraiya in midair. Jiraiya clumsily rolled through the air, narrowly avoiding the core of the repulsion. Yet the powerful shockwave still caused his blood to surge. This kid. His eye technique is too bizarre, Shima exclaimed. It can absorb and repel, completely countering our conventional attack methods. Jiraiya's expression turned extremely grave. Was the Rinnegan really this powerful? A subtle sinister smile crept across Saji's lips. It's not over yet. He slowly brought his hands together. Planetary Devastation Miniature Version. Ding. Consumed 2,000 gold points. Planetary Devastation Miniature Version activated. A pitch-black sphere exuding immense gravitational force slowly rose from his palm. The moment the black sphere appeared, a terrifying gravitational force dozens or even hundreds of times more powerful than universal pull suddenly erupted. Jiraiya and the two-toed sages were horrified to realize something was wrong. The ground beneath their feet, along with their own bodies, was being forcibly drawn towards the ever-expanding black core in the air. Countless rocks, broken trees, soil, and debris. Everything was being frantically devoured and absorbed by that black sphere. In the blink of an eye, a grotesque sphere composed of countless rocks several meters in diameter took shape in midair. Jiraiya and the two-toed sages found themselves trapped in the gravitational center of the sphere, unable to move. What technique is this? Jiraiya strained with all his might, using every ounce of sage chakra to resist that terrifying gravitational pull. Yet his body was still being inexorably drawn towards the core. He felt his bones moaning under the unbearable strain. Little Jiraiya, think of a way. If this continues, we will be crushed into meat patties. Fugaku shouted anxiously. Shima's face also showed fear. This kind of gravity is simply unheard of. Jiraiya gathered all his strength, forming hand seals with the assistance of Fugaku and Shima. Sage Art 5 Right Gate. The blazing toad oil mixed with violent wind release transformed into a sea of flames, attempting to blast open a path from within. However, under the influence of the terrifying gravity, the rock sphere was exceptionally solid. Although the power of 5 Right Gate was immense in this environment, it merely caused some surface rocks to flake off. It could not shake its core at all. No, this thing is too tough. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. He could feel the gravity of the black core intensifying continuously. If he didn't think of a way soon, they would truly be trapped here forever. Finally, a resolute glint flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. He sacrificed one of his arms, which was quickly crushed by a giant stone. With the full cooperation of Fugaku and Shima, they barely tore open a tiny gap at the edge of the gravitational range of the miniature planetary devastation. Go! He led the two-toed sages, escaping awkwardly through that gap. Upon landing, Jiraiya's left arm was already a bloody mess with multiple fractures in his bones. Sage mode was also difficult to maintain due to the heavy injuries and enormous chakra consumption, slowly fading away. He looked at the enormous rock sphere in midair, which was still absorbing surrounding matter and gradually enlarging, filled with disbelief. What kind of monster was this Uchiha Saji? He cast a deep glance at Saji, whose pale purple Sixtimo Rinnegan gazed back at him calmly. That look felt as if he were staring at an inconsequential ant. With such power, if not guided towards good, you will only become the second Uchiha Obito, or even more dangerous than him. The child of prophecy must not be led astray by you. Jiraiya's voice was slightly hoarse. After saying this, he no longer hesitated, immediately performing the summoning technique. Boom. A massive cloud of smoke erupted and Jiraiya's figure along with the two toad sages vanished from the spot. Xiaji watched the direction Jiraiya fled in, but did not pursue. He merely wanted to test his own strength. After all, Jiraiya was one of his greatest regrets. He slowly raised his hand, and the enormous rock sphere in midair began to disintegrate, losing the support of the gravitational core. Countless rocks and debris fell from the sky, like rain smashing into the ground and creating deep craters. The miniature planetary devastation lacked a bit of power, he murmured to himself. However, it was sufficient to deal with an opponent of Jiraiya's caliber. At least for a short while, Konoha should not send anyone else to their demise. Jiraiya fled in a disheveled manner, yet Xiaji did not pursue him. The fact that Konoha sent one of the 3 legendary ninjas to investigate speaks volumes about their wariness of his strength. The killing of Kakuzu and Haiden pushed this wariness to its peak. His current goal was not to confront Konoha Haiden. After a brief encounter with Jiraiya, Xiaji's understanding of the Rinnegan's power deepened. He gained new insights into the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei, the precise control of Bansho Tenin, and the gravitational core stability of the miniature Doton Daisakai. These eyes still held vast potential to be explored. Xiaji returned to the mobile fortress. He needed time to thoroughly stabilize and become familiar with the immense power brought by his Rinnegan. The moment he stepped into the core control room of the fortress, a violent ripple surged above the Shinjuku basin. The 6 figures, along with one who unfolded pure white paper wings, silently appeared. The leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain of the 6 Paths, along with Conan. Leading was Pain's Deva Path, whose face bore a striking resemblance to Yahiko. Those light purple Rinnegan eyes gazed down with cold indifference devoid of any human emotion as they locked onto Xiaji, who had just stepped out of the fortress. Uchiha Xiaji. Pain's Deva Path spoke, his voice transmitted through a loudspeaker-like device devoid of any fluctuations. You killed the Akatsuki members Kakuzu and Haiden. Today I am here to take your life, and to assess whether you qualify to become an obstacle to our plans. Xiaji looked up his 6th Tomo Rinnegan, meeting Pain's pure Rinnegan. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Oh, another Rinnegan wielder. How interesting. This world was even more splendid than he had imagined. He could clearly feel the chakra of the 6 figures connected through some special black rods, sharing vision and perception. Conan flapped her paper wings and flew to the side of Pain's Deva Path. If you choose to submit to the Akatsuki now and hand over your power and influence, Lord Pain might consider giving you a chance for redemption. Xiaji scoffed, filled with disdain. Submit. He looked up at the 7 figures in the sky, his tone laced with mockery. Just with these clumsy puppets of yours? Or do you mean to say that the true body hiding behind and controlling everything also wishes to come out and witness what true divine power is? One sentence directly exposed the fact that Pain's 6 paths were puppets and hinted at the existence of Nagato's true body. A faint ripple finally passed through the emotionless Rinnegan eyes of Pain's Deva Path. That was the surprise after having his secret uncovered. He ceased to chatter. It seems you have chosen death. Shinra Tensei. The terrifying repulsive force erupted suddenly, centered on Pain's Deva Path, pressing down hard towards Xiaji below. At the same time, the Azura Path behind him transformed its arm into a fearsome cannon. Countless chakra missiles glowing with a dangerous light poured down like raindrops. The animal path formed hand seals, summoning a giant splitting dog, a ferocious rhinoceros, and an invisible chameleon. These enormous beasts, summoned one after another, roared towards Xiaji from different angles. The hungry ghost path opened its arms, prepared to absorb all ninjutsu. The human path and hell path, like phantoms, quietly dispersed, searching for opportunities to strike a fatal blow. The 6 paths coordinated seamlessly, their relentless assault instantly sealing off all of Xiaji's escape routes. Faced with this earth-shattering siege, Xiaji remained standing in place without moving an inch. He simply raised his right hand slowly. Shinra Tensei. It was also a repulsive force. However, the Shinra Tensei Xiaji unleashed, while not as broad in range as Pain's Deva Path, seemed to surpass it in the refinement of power and explosive intensity. Boom! The 2 terrifying repulsive forces, both originating from the Rinnegan, violently collided in midair. The invisible shockwave spread out like a physical entity, wildly expanding in all directions. The entire Shinjuku basin trembled violently under this force, as if it might collapse at any moment. The ground was torn apart with countless fissures, and the surrounding cliffs were shaken loose of large amounts of rubble. Crack! A faint sound of cracking echoed at the core of the repulsive force clash. The repulsive force released by Pain's Deva Path in that moment was actually suppressed by Xiaji's even more refined repulsive force, showing signs of collapse. A hint of surprise flashed in Pain's Deva Path's eyes. This kid's Rinnegan seemed to be different from his own. Just as the repulsive forces clashed, stalemated. The chakra missiles fired by the Azura Path were already whistling and locking on Xiaji from all directions. The giant splitting dog summoned by the animal path also opened its bloody maw, biting towards Xiaji's neck. The chameleon even vanished into the air, waiting for the opportunity to launch a deadly ambush. Xiaji's 6 Tomo Rinnegan glowed as the power of his eyes and chakra operated at an unprecedented speed. In the blink of an eye, Xiaji had evaded all attacks. These puppets were merely appetizers. What he truly wanted to measure was the man hiding behind the scenes who fancied himself a god. The violent clash of Shinra Tensei between Xiaoji and Pain's Deva Path sent the Uchiha clan members inside the fortress staggering, their faces filled with horror. What power this is! Just the residual wave is so terrifying. Xiaoji's 6-tomo Rinnegan flickered with deep purple light. His eye power was more refined than Pain's Deva Path's pure Rinnegan. In the clash of repulsive forces, the range of Pain's Deva Path Shinra Tensei was continuously compressed, showing signs of being unable to sustain. Your Rinnegan seems to be somewhat different. Pain's Deva Path's voice remained flat, but his heart had begun to feel uneasy. Xiaoji slightly raised his left hand, activating the Hungry Ghost Path's ability, Fuin-shoten. A powerful suction force surged from his palm, attempting to absorb all the chakra missiles fired by the Azura Path. You want to absorb my jutsu? Pain's Hungry Ghost Path simultaneously activated Fuin-shoten, creating a reverse suction force, trying to devour Xiaoji's ninjutsu. The two suction forces intersected in midair, causing the trajectories of the chakra missiles to become chaotic. However, Xiaoji's Fuin-shoten, under the enhancement of the 6-tomo Rinnegan, had a far superior absorption efficiency than Pain's Hungry Ghost Path. Not only that, but he could even analyze some faint characteristics from the chaotic flow of the opponent's chakra. These puppets share vision, their chakra connected through black rods. The true body must be nearby, remotely controlling them in some manner. Xiaoji understood in his heart. The secrets of Pain's 6 paths were laid bare before him. Your little trick is ineffective against me. Xiaoji's voice carried a hint of mockery. The Azura Path's 3-headed 6-armed form fully unleashed its attack as countless lasers and missiles poured down like a torrential rain, blocking all of Xiaoji's evasive routes. The Animal Path summoned more beasts, coordinating attacks from both ground and air, forming a net of overwhelming force. A mere trick. Xiaoji snorted coldly. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he had already appeared atop the giant rhinoceros summoned by the Animal Path. Flying Thunder God technique. At the start of the battle, he had stealthily thrown dozens of specially made kunai marked with Flying Thunder God seals around the battlefield. These kunai had now become the coordinates for him to move freely across the battlefield. What a... Pain's Deva Path's pupils contracted slightly. This kid actually mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Xiaoji stomped down, unleashing a terrifying force imbued with the power of the Rinnegan, crushing the giant rhinoceros head to pieces. Blood and brain matter splattered. He then swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. A vast sea of flames descended like a purgatory, instantly engulfing several reproducing dogs that were in the process of splitting. The piercing howls of the dogs echoed in the sea of flames, quickly drowned out by the roar of the fire. Well done, Xiaoji praised himself inwardly. The power of the Rinnegan combined with the Flying Thunder God was simply a perfect match. At that moment, the figure of Pain's human path appeared behind Xiaoji like a specter. His bony hand, carrying the cold aura of soul extraction, reached towards Xiaoji's head. At the same time, the King of Hell from the Hell Path opened its giant mouth, preparing to repair the Pain puppets damaged by Xiaoji. Xiaoji seemed to have eyes behind him, not turning his head. He countered with a Bancho Tenon. The human path, who was about to extract his soul, suddenly froze. An irresistible massive pull came, forcibly drawing him towards Xiaoji. Xiaoji twisted his body in an eerie manner, narrowly dodging the human path's deadly claw. At the same time, taking advantage of the pulling force of Bancho Tenon, he delivered a terrifying elbow strike to the human path's chest. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. The human path was instantly sent flying, a large dent appearing in its chest, clearly suffering severe injuries. A troublesome fellow. Xiaoji's gaze swept across the remaining Pain puppets. The attacks from Pain's Deva Path and Azura Path struck again. The repulsive force of Shinra Tensei intertwined with the attacks of the Azura Path, sealing off his movements. While each puppet was not top tier in strength, their flawless cooperation combined with the all-encompassing attacks brought about by shared vision meant that if he could not quickly break them down one by one, even he with the Rinnegan would be worn down by this ceaseless coordination. Xiaoji's gaze first locked onto the relatively slow-moving Animal Path, which was primarily responsible for summoning the summoned beasts. One should pick the softest fruit to squeeze. Your summoned beasts seem rather lacking. Xiaoji's voice clearly reached the ears of the Animal Path. He activated Flying Thunder God again, his figure disappearing from the spot. In the next moment, Xiaoji's figure swiftly traversed between the 6 paths of pain. The Flying Thunder God technique transformed into a divine art in his hands. The prideful vision sharing and tacit coordination of the 6 paths of pain showed clear signs of sluggishness under Xiaoji's elusive attacks for the first time. First, deal with that woman. Xiaoji locked onto the Animal Path responsible for summoning. Buzz, he instantly teleported behind the female pain of the Animal Path. The Animal Path sensed something and attempted to turn around. Xiaoji's right eye activated the divine might characteristic of the 6-tomo Rinnegan. The invisible eye power precisely distorted the chakra connection point between her and the gigantic summoning dog beneath her feet. The summoning dog let out a mournful howl, its movements abruptly freezing. Now's the time. Xiaoji delivered a heavy punch infused with sage chakra directly into the black receiver on the chest of the Animal Path. Crack. The The black rod shattered upon impact. The animal path's body trembled violently, its movements completely frozen temporarily, losing the ability to act. Animal path. The hungry ghost path let out a low growl, immediately abandoning its previous attack route and turning to charge at Xiaji. He spread his arms wide, attempting to use sealing techniques to absorb Xiaji's chakra while simultaneously protecting the incapacitated animal path. A cold smile crept onto Xiaji's lips. Competing in absorption ability with the hungry ghost path. He wasn't that foolish. Buzz, he activated the flying thunder god again. Xiaji's figure appeared in the blind spot of the hungry ghost path. He unleashed a powerful whip kick that struck forcefully at the hungry ghost path's ribs. Bang! The hungry ghost path was sent flying sideways. Unluckily, he collided precisely with the human path, who was attacking from the other side. The emaciated hand of the human path aimed to grasp Xiaji's soul, but was interrupted by the incoming hungry ghost path. He instinctively reached out to catch the hungry ghost path, both stumbling backward. Troublesome fellow, the voice of the heavenly path of pain carried a hint of impatience for the first time. Xiaji's combat style was too slippery, too bizarre. Just as the human path barely steadied itself, preparing to launch another attack. Xiaji's left eye activated the celestial hand power characteristic of the Susano'o Rinnegan quietly. The integration and enhancement of the Rinnegan with ocular techniques greatly reduced the consumption of celestial hand power, rendering it almost negligible. He instantaneously swapped positions with a large rock scattered at the edge of the battlefield. Almost simultaneously, the Azura path launched a surprise attack from behind. The chakra cannon capable of piercing steel accurately struck the spot where Xiaji had been standing. No, now it was the hungry ghost path. Boom! Before the hungry ghost path could even cry out, it was hit directly by the Azura path's chakra cannon, its entire body shattered in the explosion. What a... Both the Azura path and heavenly path were taken aback. The hungry ghost path was actually destroyed by an attack from its own side. Just how many types of ocular techniques did this little brat possess? A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the heavenly path of pain as he clasped his hands together vigorously. Shinra Tensei. An even more powerful force of impact radiated outwards indiscriminately from his center. He aimed to push Xiaji out of this chaotic melee area to regain control of the battle, but instead of retreating before the crushing force, Xiaji advanced. He also activated Shinra Tensei. The two terrifying forces originating from the Rinnegan collided violently. Amid the rumbling, Xiaji secretly activated the universal pull. The target was neither the heavenly path of pain nor the Azura path, who was close at hand, but rather the hell path, who had been hiding in the back, responsible for repairing the other pain puppets. The hell path was preparing to drag the heavily wounded human path into the mouth of King Enma for repairs. A massive gravitational force suddenly struck from the side, violently pulling his body aside. His movement was instantly hindered. This was the opportunity. Buzz, Xiaji's figure instantaneously appeared before the hell path. His fist, infused with the terrifying ocular power of the Rinnegan, was unadorned and directly pierced through the hell path's chest. Crack! The black receiver on the hell path's chest along with its core was utterly destroyed. In midair, the ghastly phantom of King Enma let out a reluctant roar before slowly dissipating. In just a few breaths, 3 of the 6 paths of pain had been taken out. The animal path was temporarily paralyzed, the hungry ghost path was accidentally killed by its own side, and the core of the hell path was destroyed. The remaining heavenly path, Azura path, and human path, though still powerful, had already shown significant gaps in their one-sprout 6-path coordination. Konan, who had been silently standing behind the heavenly path of pain, could no longer remain silent. She watched Xiaji's elusive attacks and the chilling Susano'o Rinnegan in his eyes, a hint of solemnity flashing across her gaze. If this continued, Nagato's 6 paths of pain would truly be taken down one by one by this 17-year-old boy. Pain, fall back. Konan's cold voice resonated. She clapped her hands together vigorously. Secret technique, paper jutsu. Instantly, her entire body disintegrated into a flurry of white paper. These paper pieces were not ordinary sheets. They spiraled through the air as if they were alive, gathering together. In the blink of an eye, a white ocean composed of countless papers completely covered an area of several kilometers. Xiaji's figure was also entirely enveloped by this boundless sea of paper. Each paper emitted a faint chakra fluctuation. Uchiha Xiaji. Konan's voice resonated from all directions, carrying a chilling, killing intent. This is what I've prepared for you, 6 trillion explosive tags. Enjoy this 10-minute explosive feast. In the instant her voice fell, the flurry of white papers all simultaneously emitted a dangerous crimson glow. Each one was a specially made explosive tag. 6 trillion. An amount terrifying enough to completely wipe a large ninja village off the map. Facing this lethal trap that would make any Kage-level powerhouse feel despair. Xiaji's face showed no hint of panic. He simply raised his head calmly, gazing at the sea of red paper that was about to explode. His consciousness sank into the system. The system's shop interface displayed an expensive option glowing with golden light. Absolute defense field, high cost, one-time use, lasts 15 minutes, price 300 kinetic points. Purchase activate. Xiaji silently recited in his heart. Ding. Consumed 300 kinetic points. Absolute defense field has been activated. Kinetic points balance 53750 points. A translucent energy shield radiating a soft white light instantly enveloped Xiaji and the entire base. In the next moment, boom, boom, the earth-shattering consecutive explosions occurred. The explosions lasted a full 10 minutes. The terrifying shockwave obliterated all vegetation, rocks, and architectural forms within the Xinyuan Basin. The entire basin was completely turned to scorched earth. At the center of the explosion, Xiaji stood quietly within the translucent energy shield unscathed. Meanwhile, the heavenly path of pain made use of this precious 10 minutes to quietly retreat to the edge of the battlefield. He clasped his hands together, his chakra accumulating at a terrifying speed. Those pale purple Rinnegan eyes locked tightly onto the center of the explosion, the figure protected by the white light shield. He seemed to be preparing some kind of ultimate attack that far surpassed anything before. Xiaonan floated in midair, her pure white paper wings fluttering slightly. She gazed down at Xiaji, perfectly shielded by an energy barrier and scathed along with the moving fortress behind him. The cold expression on her face, unchanged for millennia, showed the first signs of a crack. The terrifying power of 600 billion explosive talismans enough to erase a large ninja village from the map proved ineffective against him. How is this possible? Pain's heavenly path floated in the air, gathering almost all of Nagato's chakra. The light of his Rinnegan shone with an unprecedented brilliance resembling two purple suns. Uchiha Xiaji. His voice resonated clearly through some amplification technique echoing in the skies above the devastated basin. You are the first to push me to this extent. He slowly raised both hands above his head. As a mark of respect, let me show you the power of a god. A terrifying chakra began to wildly coalesce in his palms. The surrounding space violently distorted due to the gathering of this chakra, emitting a slight distortion. Super Shinra Tensei. This was the forbidden technique he originally intended to use to instantly destroy Konoha. Its power was enough to obliterate a small nation. This time the target was directly aimed at Xiaji and the moving fortress behind him. Xiaji felt the earth-shattering power, and his pale purple Rinnegan pupils slightly contracted. His expression grew serious. He similarly activated the full power of his Rinnegan, slowly bringing his hands together. In that case, let me show you what true stellar power is. Earth explosion stars. This was distinctly different from the miniature version of the technique he used against Jiraiya. This time Xiaji was using all of his strength. A black core more solid than the one he had conjured before Jiraiya, with even more terrifying gravitational pull and subtly radiating a dark glow formed in his palm. The black core rapidly ascended. The world-destroying repulsive field of Super Shinra Tensei clashed violently with the all-consuming gravitational field of Earth explosion stars in the skies above the Divine City Basin. Boom! A deafening roar indescribable in words shook the heavens. The repulsion attempted to push everything away, even to destroy. The gravity sought to absorb everything, even to seal. Two utterly opposing yet equally extreme forces violently collided in the air. In the center of their clash, space began to show visible folds of instability. Dense black cracks spread like a spiderweb, as if even space itself could not withstand the collision of such immense power. The Uchiha clan members inside the moving fortress witnessed this godly battle through special observation windows. Each of them turned pale, their hearts trembling. This level of battle had completely surpassed their understanding. During the intense stalemate between Super Shinra Tensei and Earth explosion stars, as they consumed and repelled each other, Xiaji's Rinnegan remained calm, observing the battlefield and beyond. At the moment when the unparalleled gravitational pull of Earth explosion stars began to gain the upper hand and continuously tore apart the repulsive field of Super Shinra Tensei, Xiaji's pupils suddenly focused. His pale purple Rinnegan clearly captured the scene. In a secret valley covered by dense forests dozens of kilometers away from the battlefield, a chakra fluctuation that had been deeply hidden was suddenly exposed due to Pain's heavenly path unleashing Super Shinra Tensei and the intense pull of Earth explosion stars. That chakra's source was through countless black rods remotely controlling the true body of Pain's six paths. Nagato. Found you hiding behind like a rat, Xiaji sneered inwardly. Although Pain's six paths were powerful, they were ultimately puppets. As long as he dealt with the true body, everything would be resolved. A cold arc formed at the corner of his mouth. In the moment when Earth explosion stars and Super Shinra Tensei continued to clash violently in the air, drawing everyone's attention, including Nagato's and Xiaonan's, Xiaji quietly remained in place, using his pure chakra to condense an extremely tiny, nearly undetectable flying thunder god technique mark. This mark was concealed to the utmost. The next moment, Xiaji's figure suddenly vanished from the spot, leaving no trace of spatial fluctuation. He utilized the improved flying thunder god technique to directly teleport to the hidden stronghold where Nagato's true body was located. Capture the leader first. He aimed to completely eliminate the Akatsuki organization's leader once and for all. Inside the tower, Nagato's emaciated body jolted, revealing an expression of disbelief. He clearly felt a highly unnatural disconnection in the chakra link between him and Pain's heavenly path at that instant. Suddenly, a chilling sense of crisis surged from behind. Xiaonan also sensed something was wrong. She abruptly turned to look at the empty void. Xiaji had vanished. In the valley within a damp and dark cave, the air was stagnant. The figure of Izanagi suddenly materialized after a faint spatial fluctuation from the flying thunder god technique. In the center of the cave, a massive life support device emitted a deep hum. Connected by countless tubes was a gaunt white-haired figure, the true leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato. Konan immediately sensed the intruder as she unfolded her paper wings and stood in front of Nagato, her face filled with shock. How did you find this place? Nagato gasped, heavily panting due to the significant chakra depletion from the earlier clash of the Shinra Tensei and the Chibaku Tensei. His murky Rinnegan gazed at Izanagi filled with disbelief. This Uchiha Izanagi not only suppressed Pain's 6 paths on the battlefield, but was also able to locate his true body so quickly. Izanagi's 6-tomo Rinnegan radiated a chilling pressure. He stepped towards Nagato, ignoring Konan, who stood protectively in front. Get away. Konan gritted her teeth, forming hand signs. Paper Jutsu Shuriken. Countless sharp paper shards shot towards Izanagi like a torrential rain. Izanagi merely waved his hand lightly. Shinra Tensei. An invisible force instantly scattered the myriad of paper shards. Konan let out a muffled groan, being pushed back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. She wanted to press on, but was stopped by Nagato's weak voice. Konan, step back. Reluctantly, Konan halted, but remained alert, watching Izanagi. Izanagi's footsteps stopped a few meters away from Nagato. His gaze crossed over Nagato and fell upon the meticulously preserved corpse beside him. It was the core of Pain's Deva Path, Nagato's former close friend Yahiko. Yahiko's body had been transformed into a puppet, his face still bearing the remnants of his former features, yet devoid of any breath of life. Izanagi did not rush to act. He looked at Nagato and spoke, his voice calm, yet carrying a piercing power. Nagato, is this the peace you seek? Using Yahiko's body as a puppet to spread fear and destruction? Do you think this is what Yahiko would want to see? Nagato's body trembled violently, his bony fingers clenched tightly. Yahiko. This name was the deepest pain in his heart. Izanagi did not give him a chance to retort, continuing. System exchange for mouth escape Halo beginner true revelation type. Ding. Consuming 5,000 points. Mouth escape Halo beginner true revelation type has been activated. A faint halo effect quietly enveloped Izanagi. His words seemed to carry a certain magic, effortlessly penetrating Nagato's mental barriers. Yahiko's ideal was to establish a world of mutual understanding free of war. He hoped to resolve hatred through dialogue and love. Yet you blinded by hatred. Izanagi's tone dripped with disdain and mockery. You think you are carrying out Yahiko's will, yet in reality, you have long strayed from the path. You have been used by a man who calls himself Uchiha Obito, becoming a pawn in his Moonai plan. Your pain, your anger, your Rinnegan, all just tools in someone else's hands. Uchiha Obito. Moonai plan. Hearing these unfamiliar terms, Nagato's gaze trembled violently. He had always believed he was fighting for true peace, for Yahiko's unfinished dream. That masked man who called himself Uchiha Obito had told him that the Rinnegan was the hope for change. Could it be that all of this was a lie? Yahiko's death, the Akatsuki's ideology, and the significance of his eyes. His long-held beliefs began to crack under Izanagi's words and the influence of that special halo. Nagato, don't listen to him. Konan cried anxiously from the side. He wants to sway you, to shake your resolve. She could feel Nagato's inner turmoil. Nagato ignored Konan. In his mind, Yahiko's smiling face before his death surfaced alongside the endless war and sorrow of Mangekyo. If what Izanagi said was true, then what was the meaning of everything he had done? Those sacrifices, those pains, were they all just a deception? Izanagi observed the agony on Nagato's face, continuing to apply pressure. Using those Rinnegan, you have created endless slaughter and tragedy. You have made countless people taste the pain you once endured. Now what do you wish to do with those eyes, eh? Izanagi's tone grew even colder. The Rinnegan technique of rebirth. Are you planning to use your remaining vitality to resurrect those you killed with your own hands, seeking some ridiculous self-consolation? Or do you intend to continue immersing yourself in this false dream of peace until you are completely drained of value by that so-called Uchiha Obito? Nagato's breathing became rapid, his body trembling uncontrollably. Each of Izanagi's words felt like a sharp blade piercing into his heart, shattering the facade of strength he had built. He had always believed himself to be a god, the arbiter of the world's fate. At this moment, he realized he might just be a pitiful pawn in someone else's game. Yahiko's ideals, his pain, his Rinnegan. Everything became so absurd. Konan watched Nagato's almost breaking point, her heart aching. She wanted to rush forward to cover Nagato's ears to prevent him from hearing any more of Izanagi's words. Yet the pressure emanating from Izanagi's Rinnegan rendered her unable to move. She could only watch helplessly as Nagato sank deeper into the abyss of suffering. In the cave, only the heavy and oppressive sound of Nagato's breathing remained. Nagato's emaciated body trembled violently on the life support device. The light in his eyes dimmed rapidly due to Izanagi's relentless questioning and the impact of the mouth escape halo. Yahiko's faced the pure ideals of the Akatsuki's inception, the unending war and sorrow of Mangekyo. Each scene cut through his nearly parched heart repeatedly. Everything I've done. He murmured, his voice so weak it was almost inaudible. Could it be all wrong? He recalled the man in the spiral mask who called himself Uchiha Obito. Remembered his guidance regarding the Rinnegan and the grand blueprint of the Moonai plan. If all of that was a lie, then what about the pain he had endured over the years, the sins he had committed? Was it all just a joke? No. A flash of realization crossed his eyes, and he seemed to make some sort of decision. His hands clasped together with great difficulty. Outer path Rinne rebirth. He intended to use his remaining life to make amends, to atone. Your vitality is nearly depleted. At that moment, a cold voice interrupted him. Izanagi had appeared in front of Nagato at some point. One hand pressed down on Nagato's trembling hands, which were about to complete the hand signs. This technique is too much of a burden for you. Izanagi's 6-tomo Rinnegan calmly gazed at him. Moreover, it would be a waste to exchange your life for some inconsequential people. Nagato weakly lifted his head, his eyes filled with confusion and despair. Izanagi's other hand, without any hesitation, pressed directly against Nagato's eyes. These Rinnegan will only bring more tragedy and manipulation in your hands. It is better to entrust them to me for safekeeping. I will create a true peace belonging to the strong. Nagato, already exhausted and mentally broken, had no strength to resist. Izanagi's fingertips gathered the power of the Rinnegan. He forcibly removed the pair of Rinnegan from Nagato's eye sockets. Blood flowed from the corners of Nagato's eyes. Ugh! Nagato let out a painfully muffled groan, his body completely slumping against the life support device, his breath weak to the brink of death, yet he did not die immediately. He lost the eyes that had brought him endless pain and false glory, and the world plunged into darkness. Nagato. Konan witnessed this cruel scene from the side, her heart breaking. She rushed towards Izanagi without hesitation, swinging her hands as countless paper shurikens and paper clones attacked. Give Nagato's eyes back to him. Izanagi held the pair of Rinnegans still warm with blood, not even turning to look back. He countered with a wide-area Shinra Tensei. The terrifying power erupted instantly. Konan's petite body was blown away, crashing heavily against the hard rock wall with a muffled thud. She immediately fell unconscious, her life hanging by a thread. The cave once again fell silent. Ding. Detected that the host has obtained a pair of higher-tier Rinnegan with the same origin, varied due to user. The system's prompt echoed in Izanagi's mind. Can be deeply fused with the host's own 6-tomo Rinnegan, with a high probability of completing the missing Dao power of the host's Rinnegan and increasing the tomo level and ocular power cap. Will you fuse immediately? Yes. Izanagi's thoughts were unhesitating. He intended to fully harness the power of these Rinnegan. The fusion began instantaneously. A wave of pain, even more terrifying than when he first activated the 6-tomo Rinnegan, exploded from the depths of his eyes. Izanagi's body convulsed violently. He endured the pain that almost threatened to tear apart his very soul. He knew this was the price necessary for attaining a higher level of power. Izanagi had no extra thoughts to spare for Nagato and Konan. All of his willpower was concentrated on resisting the agony brought by the ocular power. The power of the 6 paths seemed to beckon to him. Inside the cave, energy surged violently. The pain Izanagi endured nearly surpassed any previous suffering. Yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. At that moment, Xiaonan slowly awakened from her coma, the biting cold shocking her eyes wide open. Izanagi sat cross-legged, not far away, his body trembling violently, surrounded by visible purple chakra. The chakra was domineering and chaotic, seemingly ready to consume him at any moment. It was terrifying. Xiaonan instinctively shifted her body backward. This guy is truly a monster. She suddenly looked at the life support device. Nagato. Nagato lay there limp, his eyes hollow. 2 streams of blood tears slid down his pale cheeks, his breath weak as a flickering candle in the wind. Is he dead? No. There was still a faint breath. But the pair of eyes that granted him the name of a god, also brought him endless suffering, had vanished. Xiaonan's heart sank into an icy abyss. Despair, like a cold tide, completely engulfed her. Yahiko was dead. Nagato was incapacitated. The Akatsuki was finished. The belief she had fought for her entire life, the shared dream with Yahiko and Nagato, at this moment turned into the saddest of illusions. She looked at the boy undergoing a painful transformation. It was him, Uchiha Sharingan. It was he who destroyed everything. Hate. Yes, a bone-deep hatred. Fear. Yes, a fear that stemmed from her soul. And of course there was a tinge of confusion. What should she do next? What about the people of Hidden Rain Village? Xiaonan seemed to be trapped in an invisible vortex. Time slowly flowed in the oppressive silence. Minutes later, Xiaoji's body gradually ceased its trembling. The violent purple chakra around him slowly receded into his body. He opened his eyes. Those eyes, their patterns becoming deeper and more complex. The number of tomo in the center fluctuated unstably between 7 and 8. As if everything had yet to stabilize, still undergoing some final adjustment. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease throughout his body. The sudden increase in his ocular power, along with a deeper understanding of the 6 paths power, made him feel as if he had been reborn. Xiaoji stood up, stretching his limbs with a slight crackling sound. He turned to Xiaonan, who was still watching him warily. In fact, he had sensed her awakening long ago. Fortunately, this person had controlled herself. If he had sensed even a hint of killing intent earlier, Xiaonan would probably have already become a cold corpse by now. Xiaoji approached her calmly, extending his hand. Xiaonan. Before you lie only 2 paths. Either be completely abandoned by this era along with Nagato, or submit to me and witness a new order created by me. He took 2 more steps forward, looking down at her. You are a smart person. How will you choose? Xiaonan braced herself against the wall, struggling to stand up. She gazed into Xiaoji's eyes, which emanated a terrifying pressure, revealing a bitter smile. A new order. What difference is your new order from Pain's? It's just another tyrant's rule. Her voice carried a hint of hoarseness. Xiaoji shook his head. The difference is I am stronger than him. And I am more honest than he is. I never hide my ambitions. He continued to close the distance, and Xiaonan instinctively took a step back. Moreover, I can offer you and the Hidden Rain Village true protection, not an illusory promise of peace. Follow me, and at least the people of Hidden Rain Village will no longer be displaced, nor will they become victims of the Great Powers games. These words struck Xiaonan's heart like a heavy hammer. Hidden Rain Village, a nation long shrouded in the shadows of war, struggling to survive in the cracks. Wasn't Yahiko and Nagato's initial intent to change all of this? But what was the result? Pain's peace brought even greater fear and destruction. Xiaonan fell silent. Although Xiaoji's words were harsh, they starkly revealed the long-standing plight of Hidden Rain Village. She looked at Nagato, who was barely clinging to life on the life support device, his eyes bleeding. Once a dear friend, now reduced to a shell. Then she looked at the inscrutable boy before her. His power, his coldness, his ambition all made her feel suffocated. Yet his words felt like a lifeline. The people of Hidden Rain Village. Ultimately, the hatred and unwillingness in Xiaonan's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a deep exhaustion and resignation to reality. It seemed she had made a decision. She slowly knelt on one knee, lowering her proud head. I, Xiaonan, am willing to submit to Lord Xiaoji, but please spare Nagato's life, and treat the people of Hidden Rain Village kindly. Her voice trembled. This was her final request. Xiaoji looked down at her, and after a moment nodded slightly. Fine. Nagato poses no threat to me anymore. As for Hidden Rain Village, it will become part of the Divine City. Oh, I will send people to take over. I promise no one will dare to covet Hidden Rain Village from now on. However, he changed the subject. You will also hand over the wealth intelligence network and strongholds accumulated by the Akatsuki over the years. Xiaonan's body stiffened slightly. The Akatsuki was the lifelong hard work of the three of them. Now was she really going to hand it over? But she had no choice. She took out an ordinary-looking scroll from her bosom and presented it with both hands. This is the Akatsuki's secret ledger, the distribution map of each stronghold, and the token of control over Hidden Rain Village. Everything is to be handled by Lord Xiaoji. Xiaoji took the scroll, but did not immediately check it. The Akatsuki, the shrank rogue ninja group that had once given the 5 great nations a headache. In this moment, with Xiaonan's submission, it became a mere facade. Hidden Rain Village, a nation long shadowed by war, was officially integrated into the territory of the Divine City. Xiaoji's sphere of influence, along with the wealth and population he controlled, once again saw significant growth. He closed his eyes, feeling the terrifying ocular power within him that was still slowly merging, but had nearly stabilized. The number of tomo in his eyes ultimately fixed at 9. The black tomo slowly rotated within the pale purple ripple-patterned pupils, emanating a heart-pounding pressure. 9 tomo Rinnegan, or rather Rinne Sharingan. Though some of its powers were still unstable and not fully mastered, he was clear that he had drawn closer to the realm of the Sage of Six Paths. The rapid expansion of the Divine City and the fall of the Akatsuki would undoubtedly raise vigilance throughout the entire ninja world, especially among the 5 great ninja villages high above. This news would inevitably reach their ears. Moreover, they would surely take action. A greater storm is about to come. In Konoha village, within the Hokage's office, Jiraiya staggered into the room, covered in dust and blood. His complexion was pale, and his breath was ragged, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up from the mountain of documents, and upon seeing Jiraiya's appearance, nearly dropped his pipe. Tsunade, Mito, Gate, Kanzuya, and Narashikaku were also present, and the atmosphere became tense. Jiraiya, you. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up. Jiraiya waved his hand, indicating that he was fine, and walked straight to the desk, slamming a scroll onto the table. Something has happened. The situation is far more serious than we imagined. He gasped for air and pulled a chair closer, saying, Uchiha Shizukuhi. He has awakened the Rinnegan. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Mito, Gate, Kanzuya all exclaimed simultaneously. Narashikaku furrowed his brows. The intelligence was too shocking. A hint of bitterness appeared on Jiraiya's face. This isn't an ordinary Rinnegan, it's the 6th tomo. I have never seen such a peculiar ocular technique. He began to recount the details of his battle with Shizuku. Shinra Tensei, Chibaku Tensei, and a technique similar to the Earth Explosion Star. Its power is utterly terrifying. Jiraiya recalled the earth-shattering pull of gravity, still bearing a look of lingering fear on his face. I nearly used all my strength, even entering Sage mode, but before him I had almost no power to fight back. He paused, his voice trembling slightly. Those eyes are too terrifying. He could easily dispel my Sage technique attacks. The air in the office seemed to freeze. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body swayed slightly, and his pipe slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground. The Rinnegan, a supreme ocular technique that only exists in the myth of the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Shizuku, a mere 17-year-old boy, has actually awakened it. This means that Shizuku's threat level has completely exceeded what Konoha can handle alone. How is this possible? Tsunade muttered, her face devoid of color. Mito, Gate, Kanzuya adjusted his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses flashing with disbelief. Jiraiya continued, his voice growing more somber. What's worse is that not long after I left the Divine Village, I learned through the Toad Communication Network and subsequent secret investigations that. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, each word deliberate. The leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain of the Six Paths, and Konan personally sought out Uchiha Shizuku. He paused. A fierce battle erupted between them. The result is Jiraiya's Adam's apple Bob. The Akatsuki organization is suspected to have been destroyed. Mangekyo has been swallowed by the Divine Village. Impossible. Tsunade screamed, suddenly standing up. The Akatsuki organization is a powerful group that possesses several rank rogue ninjas. Pain is even a wielder of the Rinnegan. How could he possibly be defeated by just Uchiha Shizuku? Her words became somewhat incoherent due to her overwhelming agitation. Jiraiya shook his head with a bitter smile. It is the truth. According to sporadic reports from Mangekyo, all the six paths of pain have been destroyed and Konan chose to surrender, while Nagato, the mastermind behind the Akatsuki, has also been incapacitated by Shizuku. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tone grave. Uchiha Shizuku has likely taken control of most of the Akatsuki's legacy, including their wealth intelligence network and control over Mangekyo. The office fell silent once again. The Akatsuki's annihilation and the change of leadership in Mangekyo. Each piece of news was enough to stir a tremendous upheaval in the shinobi world. And the instigator of all this was merely a 17-year-old boy. Nara Shikaku had been silent, but at this moment, he finally spoke, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. The speed of Shizuku's rise is astonishing. His voice was calm, yet carried a hint of seriousness. Not only is he terrifyingly powerful, but he is also exceptionally adept at integrating resources. Shikaku stood up and walked to the window, gazing out at the seemingly tranquil Konoha. From his defection from Konoha to the absorption of Takigakure, and then to the destruction of the Akatsuki and annexation of Mangekyo. Every step he takes is precise and efficient. We must prepare for the worst-case scenario. Shikaku turned around to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He may have obtained unimaginable techniques or intelligence from Danzō and the Akatsuki. The mention of Danzō's legacy made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids twitch. He picked up his pipe again, quietly lighting it as smoke swirled around. After a long time, he finally spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and weary. At this point, Konoha alone cannot contain Uchiha Shizuku and his Divine Village. He stood up, walking to the massive map of the shinobi world, his gaze sweeping across the land of fire, the land of rain, and the border area where the Divine Village is located. I propose we immediately contact the other 4 great ninja villages. He declared, we should convene an emergency 5 Kage summit to discuss a joint effort to subdue Uchiha Shizuku. This suggestion instantly shocked everyone present. Tsunade and Mito Gate Kanzuya exchanged glances, seeing surprise and a hint of agreement in each other's eyes. Facing such a formidable enemy, fighting alone would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. I agree. Mito Gate Kanzuya was the first to express her stance. I second that. Tsunade nodded. Nara Shikaku pondered for a moment. This is the only way forward. But will the other 4 great ninja villages agree so easily? The existence of the Akatsuki organization has always been a sword hanging over the heads of the 5 great nations. Now that Shizuku has absorbed the Akatsuki, his power and threat will only surpass that of the Akatsuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was firm. They have no reason to refuse. Konoha immediately sprang into action. The highest level of invitation letters were rapidly sent to Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Kumobikure, and Kirigakure. A 5 Kage summit aimed at uniting the entire shinobi world's power against Uchiha Shizuku was about to be held in the Land of Iron. A new storm was brewing. Meanwhile, in the Divine Village, within the core control room of the mobile fortress, Shizuku sat cross-legged, the light of his 9-tomo Rinnegan gradually receding. After integrating Nagato's Rinnegan, his ocular power had once again received a tremendous boost. Rinnegan completion progress 75. The numbers on the system panel were clearly visible. System prompt: if one can obtain more materials related to the 6 paths power or defeat enemies embodying the characteristics of the 6 paths, it will expedite the completion of the Rinnegan and even touch upon the true mysteries of the Rinne Sharingan. Shizuku's gaze became more profound. He could distinctly feel the animosity from the entire shinobi world surging toward him and the Divine Village he had created. The 5 great ninja villages, those towering Kage. Would they stand by and watch an uncontrollable Uchiha force rise beneath their noses? The answer was self-evident. Shizuku slowly stood up and walked to the lookout window of the control room. Outside, the construction of the Divine Village was still in full swing. The Uchiha clansmen, along with the new members, bore expressions of hope for the future. War? He murmured to himself. A cold curve formed at the corner of his mouth. Then let it come. He clenched his fist. The temporary stronghold of the Divine City. Xiao Nan's figure quietly appeared behind Xia, Ji handing over an encrypted scroll. Her expression was tense, filled with confusion and concern. The 5 Shadows Conference, Iron Country, 3 days from now. Her voice carried no emotion. Xiaoji had already anticipated this outcome. He took the scroll, his fingertips moved slightly, turning the scroll to ashes. Iron Country, a neutral nation of warriors, was indeed a splendid stage. He did not wish to passively wait any longer. Those so-called shadows were merely stumbling blocks on his path to unify the ninja realm. It would be best to resolve this in one go, saving much trouble. These old geezers, since they gathered together, they should not blame him. Xiaoji's consciousness sank into the system. Krypton point balance 83750 points. This was the number after he absorbed the resources of the Rain Hidden Village and consolidated the remaining wealth of the Akatsuki organization. It increased by more than 3000 Krypton points. System, elevate the opening permission of the 8 gates to the 6th gate, the Gate of View. Exchange for the 8 gates, 6th gate, Gate of View permanent permission, consuming 3000 Krypton points. Ding. Permission upgrade successful, currently able to open up to the 6th gate, Gate of View. Krypton point balance 53750 points. A surge of overwhelming power flowed through his body. Every cell was cheering, longing for an ultimate explosion. The 6th gate, Gate of View was enough to elevate his speed and strength to an entirely new height. Of course, he could also open the 8 gates. However, the Krypton points for the 8 gates were too expensive and the cost was too great, with a few more chances against the combined forces of the 5 shadows. Iron Country amidst the snow-capped mountains. A massive iron bridge spanning the gorge, the Warriors' Bridge, looked particularly solemn. Today the area was heavily guarded with the warriors of Iron Country clad in armor and holding weapons, their gazes vigilant. The shadows of the 5 great ninja villages arrived one after another. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by Kakashi and several Umbu, wore a grave expression. The 4th Raikage A was as sturdy as an iron tower, accompanied by his secretary Maki and sensory ninja Kira. The 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki, though elderly, still exuded a commanding presence, accompanied by his son Kuratsuchi and granddaughter Kuratsuchi. The 5th Mizukage Meiterumi was alluring, yet no one dared to underestimate her strength, followed closely by her bodyguard Chojuro and Ao. The 4th Kazekage Raza had a sullen expression, accompanied by 2 subordinates. General Mitsuha of Iron Country personally came to greet them, leading the 5 shadows and their guards into the heavily guarded conference room at the center of the bridge. At the huge round conference table, the 5 shadows were seated in different directions. The atmosphere was filled with a sense of tension from the very beginning. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke first, briefly reporting the actions of Uchiha Xiaji in Konoha and a series of events following his defection. Everyone, the threat posed by Uchiha Xiaji is no less than that of Uchiha Obito in the past, perhaps even more so. His voice carried a hint of worry. A 17-year-old brat dares to be so audacious. The 4th Raikage A slammed the table, causing the teacup on it to tremble. In my opinion, there is no need for more words. Immediately organize a coalition, mobilize all combat power, and erase that so-called divine city along with him from this world. His volatile temper was evident. Raikage, please calm down. The 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki spoke slowly, a shrewd glint flashing in his murky eyes. That brat's strength, according to intelligence, is indeed formidable. Even the immortal duo of the Akatsuki organization fell at his hands, and even Pain's 6 paths. Inoki rubbed his old waist, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. We understand too little about his true trump cards and his mysterious Rinnegan. If we rashly deploy troops, we may repeat the mistakes of Konoha and the Akatsuki. The 5th Mizukage Meiterumi chuckled lightly, her charm undeniable, yet her words carried a hint of coldness. Has the Tsuchikage grown older and become more timid? However, that Uchiha Xiaji is indeed a problem. His rise has already threatened the status of our 5 villages. The 4th Kazekage Raza remained silent. Yet from his tightly furrowed brows it was clear that his wariness of Xiaji was no less than that of the others. As the 5 shadows debated fiercely, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, a pitch-black rift in space tore open above the conference room without any warning, as if slashed by an invisible blade. Who goes there? Mitsuha and the guards of the 5 shadows shouted in unison, drawing their weapons as chakra erupted. The warriors of Iron Country were even more on high alert, surrounding the conference table. A small figure accompanied by a girl wearing an Akatsuki uniform and unfolding pure white paper wings slowly descended from the dark rift. Ignoring the dense defenses around, disregarding the murderous warriors and ninjas, he accurately landed in the center of the round conference table. The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Xiaji, followed closely by Xiao Nan. Xiaji's pale purple Rinnegan, with its 9 tomos, scanned each person present calmly. In his pupils, 9 pitch-black tomos slowly rotated. An indescribable, terrifying pressure spread out. All shadow-level powerhouses present, including the hot-tempered Raikage, involuntarily felt a sense of suffocation, as if an invisible hand was gripping their throats. Uchiha Xiaji. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in shock. How could he be here? The defenses of Iron Country, are they made of paper? Xiaji paid no heed to their shock and vigilance. He simply surveyed the 5 representatives of the highest authority in the ninja realm calmly. From today on, his voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached every ear. The ninja realm will be unified by me. The divine city will establish the only order. Arrogant. This thought arose simultaneously in the minds of everyone present. The veins on Raikage's forehead bulged as he was about to erupt. Xiaji raised 2 fingers, interrupting him. I give you 2 choices. His tone left no room for negotiation, more like a form of charity. 1. Submit to the divine city and accept its rule. Your villages and status can be retained, but you must obey the divine city's orders. Xiaji paused, the glimmer in his 9 tomo Rinnegan turning even colder. 2. Be destroyed along with your villages. Xiaonan stood quietly behind Xiaji, her expression calm. Yet the chakra fluctuations emanating from her had firmly reached the shadow level. A monster with Rinnegan and a shadow level follower. The atmosphere of the Five Shadows conference had completely shifted from discussing how to deal with the enemy to how the enemy would judge us. The fourth-generation Reikage AI, known for his fiery temper, was the first to be unable to tolerate the arrogance of Xiaji. "You little brat, are you seeking death?" Ace's roar was like a thunderclap. His entire body surged with lightning, activating the lightning release chakra mode to its peak. Ace's figure transformed into a streak of blue lightning. The floor of the conference room shattered beneath his feet. His fist, carrying the power of 1,000 thunders, aimed directly at Xiaji's face. Faced with this earth-shattering blow, Xiaji's lips curled into a grin. "Too slow," he murmured. 8 gates of Duanjia, 6th gate opening. Green chakra steam burst forth from his body. A terrifying speed and power awakened within him. Xiaji did not retreat, but instead advanced, throwing out a punch that arrived before Ace. Fist collided with fist in midair with a thunderous crash. Bang! The horrifying shockwaves spread wildly from the two, and the conference room's tables and walls were torn apart as if made of paper. Reikage AI felt an indescribable force emanating from the seemingly frail fist of his opponent. The lightning release armor he took pride in suddenly appeared with fine cracks at that moment. Ugh! Reikage let out a pained groan, his entire arm's bones crying out in agony, as if they were about to snap. His massive body was struck as if by a battering ram, uncontrollably flying backwards. He crashed through several walls of the conference room before embedding himself deep into the rock face of a distant mountain. Smoke and dust filled the air, debris fell. Life or death was uncertain. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. The expressions of the other 4 shadows and their guards turned to stone. The samurai of the Iron Country, including the 3 ships, were equally horrified and took steps back, their swords trembling in their hands. Was this youth truly human? This is impossible. The 5th-generation Mizukage Terumi May exclaimed in disbelief. The 4th Reikage, known for his speed and destructive power, had actually sent flying by a single punch. The 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki for the first time lost his composure, his aged face showing a hint of unprecedented seriousness in his murky eyes. This Uchiha brat's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. There could be no further reservations. Inoki decisively formed hand seals at an astonishing speed. Dust release original world stripping technique. He did not hesitate to unleash his strongest attack, ninjutsu. A gigantic white cube of light radiating a destructive aura appeared above Xiaji's head. The light column rapidly descended, aiming to completely decompose Xiaji and everything beneath him into molecular form. Xiaji looked up, his Ninetamo Rinnegan slightly narrowing. In his right eye, the strange vortex pattern suddenly contracted. Kamui. The dust release light column, capable of turning all tangible things into nothingness, was about to touch Xiaji's body. The forefront of the light column was unexpectedly drawn by an invisible force of distortion. The entire white cube of light seemed to be swallowed by an unseen black hole, disappearing without a trace. There was no explosion, no sound. It simply vanished into thin air. Inoki's pupils contracted to the utmost. His proud dust release, capable of changing the course of battle, had been so easily dispelled. What kind of eye technique was that? Space ninjutsu? Or an even more bizarre ability? In all his years, he had never witnessed such a strange phenomenon. Terumi May, seeing the dust release ineffective, was filled with unprecedented shock. However, being the Mizukage, she was experienced in combat. She quickly reacted, forming hand seals with haste. Lava release lava monster technique. Boil release skilled mist technique. The two completely different ninjutsu perfectly merged in her hands. A strong acidic mist instantly spread, carrying a pungent odor. Corrosive hot liquid poured down like a torrential rain from all directions towards Xiaji, sealing off all his escape routes, attempting to restrict his movements and erode his body. Facing this overwhelming composite attack, Xiaji showed no expression on his face. He calmly extended his right hand palm, facing forward. The Ninetamo Rinnegan's ocular power flowed. Hungry ghost path. An invisible force of attraction emanated from his palm. Those strong acidic mists and corrosive hot liquids were completely devoured by that force before they could touch his body. Whether it was the chakra of lava release or boil release, they vanished without a trace, unable to inflict even the slightest harm on him. Terumi Mai's attacks once again returned without success. Looking at Xiaji, fear finally appeared on her enchanting face. This youth was truly the nemesis of all ninjutsu. The 4th-generation Wind Shadow Rasha had been watching coldly. He witnessed the Reikage's miserable defeat, the Tsuchikage's helplessness, and the Mizukage's futile efforts. This Uchiha Xiaji's strength had surpassed what any one of them could individually contend with. A chill rose in his heart, a sense of helplessness, as if facing a natural enemy. Seeing Xiaji easily dispel Terumi Mai's attack, Rasha no longer hesitated. He slammed his hands together. Sand gold great burial. Golden sand poured forth wildly from the gourd behind him. Under his control, the sand quickly condensed in front of him, and the remaining few shadows who could still move along with their guards into a massive heavy shield glimmering with metallic luster. Sand gold wall. This was his strongest defensive ninjutsu, capable of withstanding the impact of most strength ninjutsu. He aimed to use this as a basis for absolute defense and seek opportunities for a counterattack. At the very least, he wanted to buy time waiting for the support of the Iron Country's samurai or for a miracle to occur. Xiaji looked at the massive sand gold wall, a scornful smile crossing his lips. A turtle shell, huh? His Ninetamo Rinnegan's ocular power activated once more. Enhanced version Almighty Push. A terrifying and more refined repulsive force erupted explosively from him. Boom! The invisible repulsive field violently struck the indestructible sand gold wall. Crack, crack. The surface of the sand gold wall instantly became covered in a web of cracks. Then under Rasha's horrified gaze, that proud absolute defense collapsed, instantly exploding into countless golden dust. The powerful repulsive force continued unabated, directly penetrating through the shattered sand gold. Rasha and several of his guards behind him had no time to react. They were brutally sent flying by that irresistible force. They followed in the footsteps of the fourth Hokage, AI crashing into the already battered mountain wall in the distance. Blood stained the cold rocks. The entire conference venue was in disarray. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood frozen, his pipe having fallen to the ground without him noticing. He looked at the youth who single-handedly toyed with the four strongest shadows, filled with bitterness and helplessness in his heart. What kind of monster had Konoha unleashed? Xiaonan stood behind Xiaji, watching everything unfold, her heart a tumult of emotions. This was the man she chose to follow, powerful to the point of despair. Xiaji slowly retracted his hand, surveying the pale-faced guards and samurai around him. Who else wants to give it a try? The arrogant words of Xiaji struck at the hearts of every survivor. In the conference room, there was a deathly silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the scene before him, resembling a battlefield where Raikage's fate was unknown, while the other three Kages were in a state of utter disarray. A wave of indescribable bitterness and despair surged within him. Today, the dignity of Konoha and the face of the 5 great villages were completely trampled underfoot by this 17-year-old boy. It cannot end like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed hand seals with astonishing speed, each seal clear and stable, a culmination of decades of combat experience. I, who have traversed the ninja world for decades, will not allow you, a mere child, to act recklessly here. 5 elements grand multi-strike technique. Fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. 5 elements of chakra surged wildly around him. 5 fierce dragons composed of pure elements coalesced behind him. The fire dragon roared with intensity, the wind dragon tore through the air, the lightning dragon shone with destruction, the earth dragon bore immense weight, and the water dragon surged with waves. The 5 elemental dragons from 5 different angles roared with earth-shattering might as they charged towards Xiaji. They sealed off all possible escape routes for Xiaji, attempting to crush him completely with the purest elemental force. Yet facing this textbook-like combination attack of the 5 elements, Xiaji maintained a demeanor of nonchalance. His pale purple Sharingan, with its 9 tomo, was not to be underestimated. He could clearly perceive the flow of chakra and their ultimate attack paths. A trivial technique. He didn't even resort to large-scale defensive ninjutsu. His figure merely flickered, leaving behind an afterimage. Flying Thunder God technique. At the moment the 5 elemental dragons were about to encircle him, his figure swiftly traversed through the gaps between their attacks. Flames brushed past him, fierce winds grazed his clothing, lightning narrowly missed him, earth and stone shattered beneath his feet, and water splashed onto his shoes. He gracefully evaded all attacks, as though strolling in a garden. The attacks of the 5 elemental dragons all missed, crashing violently into the already devastated ruins of the conference room, triggering a fierce explosion. Smoke and dust filled the air, and debris flew everywhere. What a... Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils suddenly contracted. His proud combination ninjutsu had failed to even graze the opponent's clothing. The third Hokage. A cold voice suddenly rang out not far behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around sharply to see Xiaji had appeared several meters behind him, arms crossed, wearing a mocking expression. You are getting old. Xiaji's tone was laced with unabashed sarcasm. This level of attack doesn't even count as a warm-up. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank heavily. He knew that Xiaji was speaking the truth. The passage of time and the decline of chakra meant he could no longer exhibit the power of his peak years. Compared to this boy who had risen like a monster before him, he truly was old. Has Lienpa grown old? Can he still eat? The answer seemed to be negative, but he still did not give up. He was the Hokage of Konoha, and behind him was the entire village. He could not retreat. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed seals once again, a powerful wave of chakra emanating from him. He prepared to unleash his ultimate sealing technique, willing to pay any price to eliminate this threat. Xiaji seemed to see through his intentions and appeared to have lost patience for this game with the weak. The game is over. He clasped his hands together, and the power of his Sharingan erupted without reservation at that moment. Earth Explosion Star. A core emitting a terrifying gravitational force, and as black as ink slowly formed in his palm and rapidly ascended. The moment that black core appeared, a terrifying gravitational force capable of devouring everything suddenly descended. The 5 Kage-level powerhouses simultaneously changed their expressions upon sensing that fearsome gravity. Not good. It's the Earth Explosion Star. Inoki shrieked. He had seen records of this technique in ancient scrolls. It was said to be the technique used by the Sage of 6 Paths to create the moon. Everyone do everything you can to stop it. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted hoarsely. In that moment, the five Kage were forced to join forces. They set aside their injuries and the depletion of chakra, each unleashing their strongest defensive or offensive ninjutsu. Raikage EI forcefully activated the remaining lightning chakra within him, attempting to counter the gravity with the explosive power of lightning. Wind Kage Rashi manipulated the sand, creating layered defensive barriers. Earth Kage Anoki once again initiated dust release, trying to directly decompose the black core. Water Kage Terumi Mei employed dissolution and boil release, creating a strongly acidic steam barrier to corrode and weaken the gravity. Sarutobi Hiruzen even transformed the adamantine staff to its utmost, becoming a towering pillar that forcefully thrust against the descending black core. Boom. Various elemental ninjutsu clashed violently, with that terrifying gravitational field producing a deafening roar. The mountains of the Land of Iron trembled violently under the impact of this power. Finally, under the united attack of the five Kage, it could no longer bear the strain and exploded in midair. The terrifying gravity suddenly vanished. However, the five Kage had exhausted vast amounts of chakra, gasping for breath, their faces pale, barely able to stand. Xiaji gazed at the black core disintegrating in midair, merely snorting softly, his face devoid of any surprise. It seemed that all of this was within his expectations. The chakra within him erupted again without warning. A pressure more terrifying and despairing than before descended like divine punishment. Buzz. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, a complete Susano'o, standing 100 meters tall, clad in dark purple armor reminiscent of a Tengu, and wielding two chakra swords gleaming with lightning, rose from the ground. That enormous figure nearly blocked out the sky, casting a suffocating shadow. This Susano'o, while not pure due to Xiaji's Sharingan, achieved a significant enhancement in its ocular power after merging with Nagato's Sharingan. However, the utilization of the power of the six paths was still imperfect, and its might perhaps did not match the legendary complete Susano'o of Uchiha Madara. Yet the pure terrifying aura that radiated from it was enough to instill a sense of despair from the depths of the soul in everyone present, including the five Kage-level powerhouses. Cognition was overturned. This was not a power that mere humans could possess. This was a power befitting a deity. Xiaji stood within the diamond-shaped crystal atop Susano'o's forehead, his Ninetamo Sharingan coldly gazing down. He slowly raised one arm of Susano'o. The chakra sword gleaming with lightning casually swung toward the distance, towards a towering snow mountain. There was no earth-shattering sound. Only an invisible, yet seemingly capable of severing everything, terrifying sword pressure sliced through the air. In the next moment, under the dazed gazes of everyone, that towering snow mountain, which had stood for thousands of years, was forcibly cleaved in half by this seemingly casual sword pressure. The ground shook and an avalanche roared. The immense sound of the explosion only arrived after a delay. Destruction reigned. The five Kage, along with their surviving guards, looked at this scene, resembling divine punishment, and completely lost the courage to resist. On their faces remained only endless fear and despair. Xiaji's voice emanated from within Susano'o like a declaration from a god. Now, do you have any final words? As the summer solstice observed the silence of the crowd, the colossal chakra sword of Susano'o slowly lifted its tip, pointing at the nearly powerless five shadows. Since you won't speak, then all of you shall die. The cold voice echoed emotionlessly in the ruined meeting space. The terrifying sword pressure made it difficult for the surviving guards and warriors to even breathe. Despair filled the eyes of the five shadows. They understood that facing this demonic Susano'o, any resistance was futile. The shadow of death loomed over everyone. Just as the summer solstice prepared to control Susano'o and deliver a fatal blow to the five shadows, intending to completely eliminate this trouble. In front of the attack point of Susano'o, a space that should have been empty suddenly experienced a strange distortion. Immediately after, a figure wearing an orange-yellow spiral mask and dressed in the Akatsuki's characteristic black and red cloud robe appeared from the distorted space. The newcomer was Uchiha Obito. Or rather, at this moment, he preferred to be called Toby. He stood between the Susano'o of the summer solstice and the nearly dying five shadows. "Oh dear summer solstice, aren't you being a bit heavy-handed?" Obito teased in a nonchalant tone. Of course, his voice, distorted by the mask, sounded somewhat comical. After all, they are the leaders of the five great ninja villages. If they were all killed, the ninja world would become far less interesting. He shrugged as if the tense situation before him was merely a trivial game. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others felt a chill at the sudden appearance of the Akatsuki member. Another one. And it seems he is not allied with Uchiha Summer Solstice. Obito tilted his head, peering through the hole in his mask at the remaining five shadows. "My esteemed shadow-level figures, it seems you are not having a pleasant day today." His tone shifted, carrying a hint of seduction. "Actually, I have an exquisite plan that can bring true peace to the ninja world. As long as the Moon Eye plan is realized, there will be no more wars, no more suffering, and everyone can attain eternal happiness in a beautiful dream. What do you think? Isn't this much better than your current fighting and scheming?" He aimed to benefit from the chaos he created between the summer solstice and the five shadows, thereby advancing his own plan. The summer solstice stood within the crystalline forehead of Susano'o. The Ninetamo Sharingan coldly observed the figure with the spiral mask below. "The Moon Eye plan. Eternal happiness. What a clumsy lie. Finally willing to show your face, hidden mastermind. The voice of the summer solstice was icy and emotionless. He saw through Obito's hypocritical mask and clumsy acting in an instant. This man was the true villain behind the Fourth Great Ninja War, trying to drag everyone into the infinite Tsukuyomi. At the summer solstice's words, Obito's body stiffened slightly. His nonchalant tone faltered for a moment. It seemed that Uchiha Summer Solstice knew something. Oh dear, what is Summer Solstice saying? I'm just a peace-loving, ordinary person. Obito attempted to continue his ridiculous rhetoric, but the Summer Solstice had lost patience for his act. Enough nonsense. The massive chakra sword of Susano'o suddenly slashed towards Obito. Facing this world-destroying strike, Obito's figure became ghostly at the moment the sword descended. The chakra sword pierced through his body and struck the ground heavily. Oh, it seems you missed. Obito's voice rang out again, still with that annoying tone. He had perfectly avoided Susano'o's attack by utilizing the Kamuyui's phasing ability. Kamui, huh? The Naruto Sharingan of the Summer Solstice glimmered slightly in its right eye. His Kamui, having integrated some characteristics of Shizui's Kodoame Tsukumi, along with the ocular power nurtured by Nagato's Rinnegan, had reached a new height in spatial perception and manipulation. The same trick won't work against me. The figure of the Summer Solstice flashed out from Susano'o, appearing directly before Obito. He threw a powerful punch, the force of it fierce. Obito's figure phased again, and the Summer Solstice's fist passed through without hindrance. I told you can't hit me. Before Obito could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed. For the Summer Solstice's fist, having passed through his phasing body, bizarrely twisted its attack direction in the next moment. From an entirely impossible angle, it struck towards his physical form. This was the Summer Solstice's deeper understanding of Kamui. In its phasing state, while it could not be hit by physical attacks, its true body still existed in the Kamuyui's alternate space. And the Summer Solstice's Kamui was already capable of interfering with that alternate space to a certain degree. Obito was startled and immediately dispelled his phasing, awkwardly leaping back. He narrowly avoided the sudden strike from the Summer Solstice. Your Kamui seems a bit different from mine. Obito's voice carried a hint of seriousness for the first time. He could sense that the Summer Solstice's Kamui was subtly surpassing him in the precision and range of spatial manipulation. The power you've stolen is not worthy of comparison with me. The Summer Solstice spoke disdainfully. Two Uchiha, both wielding the Kamui, engaged in a fierce battle of space-time ninjutsu at this moment. Obito continuously utilized the phasing and solidifying transitions of Kamui, trying to evade the Summer Solstice's attacks while searching for a counterattack opportunity. His body flickered between the phasing and solid form. In the ruin meeting space, they unleashed a dazzling chase and defense. The surviving shadow-level guards and warriors of the Land of Iron were left dumbfounded. This level of battle had completely surpassed their understanding. Is this the power of Uchiha? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the two entangled figures in the sky, filled with bitterness. Once Uchiha was the most proud power of Konoha. Now, however, it had become the greatest threat to Konoha and even the entire ninja world. In the midst of the fierce battle, the Naruto Sharingan of the Summer Solstice remained calm, analyzing every move of Obito, each transition between phasing and solidifying. Soon he discerned several key weaknesses of Obito's Kamui. First, during the phasing state, he could not attack. Obito had to dispel phasing to regain his solid form to strike. Second, the duration of phasing was not infinite. Based on the Summer Solstice's observations and the analysis of the Rinnegan, Obito's maximum single phasing time was about 5 minutes. Exceeding this time, he must dispel phasing or else his ocular power would rapidly deplete, even putting a burden on his body. I see through your tricks. The voice of the Summer Solstice was like a cold current reaching Obito's ears. Obito felt a chill. He sensed a sudden shift in the rhythm of the Summer Solstice's attacks. No longer was it the previous kind of reckless assault. Instead, it was precisely time to exploit the gaps in his phasing and solidifying transitions. The Summer Solstice seized the moment when Obito's long phasing was ending, attempting to attack as he restored his solid form. It was an extremely brief flaw, even less than 1/10 of a second. But for the Summer Solstice, who possessed the Naruto Sharingan, it was more than enough. Now is the time. The Summer Solstice's figure appeared in front of Obito, as if teleporting. His speed was at its peak, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. The power of the sixth gate of the 8 gates combined with the instantaneous explosion of the flying thunder god. He threw a punch. The target was the orange-yellow spiral mask on Obito's face. Obito's pupils constricted sharply. He attempted to phase again, only to find that his ocular power was sluggish in operation. At that moment of attack, the Summer Solstice had quietly activated the mental confusion basic trait granted by his right eye's Kamui. Although it was just a slight influence in such a life-and-death moment, it was enough to be fatal. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed. The orange-yellow spiral mask on Obito's face shattered under the Summer Solstice's fist. Fragments of the mask scattered in all directions. It revealed the right side of his face marred with hideous scars, yet familiar to some present. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Obito! Obito! A voice filled with shock and disbelief rang out from nearby. Hatake Kakashi. As one of Sarutobi Hiruzen's guards, he had sustained some injuries in the previous battle, but was still conscious. When he saw the right face revealed beneath the shattered mask, he felt as if struck by lightning, completely frozen in place. His left eye Sharingan shrank violently due to overwhelming shock. That face. That face which had appeared countless times in his nightmares and had made him feel guilt and longing. How could it be possible? Obito was supposed to have died long ago in the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, sacrificing himself to save him to protect Rin, crushed by a boulder after entrusting one Sharingan to him. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kakashi's voice trembled with emotion. He could not accept this cruel reality before him. His once-deceased best friend, the Uchiha Obito, who once sacrificed himself for his comrades and regarded the phrase "those who do not cherish their comrades are the scum of the scum" as his life's creed. How could he have become this carefree, disregarding human life and attempting to destroy the world enemy before him? The massive shock left him mentally lost, his mind blank. Obito was struck by the summer solstice's punch, staggering back, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He instinctively covered his shattered mask and the right side of his face exposed to everyone. When he felt Kakashi's shocked and pained gaze, his body stiffened slightly. Then a complex and inscrutable emotion flashed in his single eye. The summer solstice coldly watched this scene, not immediately delivering a fatal blow to Obito. He wanted to see what new tricks this Uchiha, whose soul had been twisted by hatred and lies, would display after his identity was completely exposed. The shattered conference room was terrifyingly silent. Obito gazed at Kakashi's ghostly expression, the scars on his right face twisting into a mocking grin. "What's wrong, Kakashi?" His deceptively comical voice now resonated with malice. "Shouldn't you be happy to see a former dead comrade?" Kakashi's body trembled violently as he took steps toward Obito. "Obito, is that really you? You? How could you?" He couldn't connect the man radiating evil aura before him with the dear friend from his memories who sacrificed everything for their comrades. Obito let out a low chuckle filled with madness. "How did I end up like this?" A flicker of pain passed through his single eye, quickly replaced by deeper resentment. "You should ask yourself, Kakashi, if it weren't for your failure to protect Rin, if it weren't for this damned world filled with war and betrayal, how could Rin die? How could I end up like this?" Rin's death was like the sharpest dagger, cruelly cutting into Kakashi's heart once more. Obito's voice was filled with seduction as he glanced at everyone present, including those who had nearly lost their fighting spirit. "Look at this world. War, hatred, death, betrayal. So-called peace is merely a brief respite before a greater war arrives. The human heart is treacherous and desires are endless. As long as humanity exists, true peace will forever be unattainable." His voice echoed across the ruins, attempting to convey the deep despair within him to every surviving soul, especially to Kakashi, the man burdened with the heavy shackles due to Rin's death. Obito seemed eager to elaborate on his grand vision of the Eye of the Moon plan to sway or divide those present. At that moment, a cold and impatient voice interrupted him. "Using a woman's death as an excuse for your own downfall is truly pathetic." Zaya's pair of nine-tailed Sharingan coldly regarded Obito. "A waste who wallows in the past and dares not face reality has no right to speak of peace." Zaya's words struck deep into Obito's softest and most guarded pain. The hypocritical mockery on Obito's face vanished instantaneously, replaced by overwhelming fury and murderous intent. "What do you understand?" he roared at Shaji, his voice twisting and contorting in anger. "You have no idea of the pain of losing a beloved. You have no idea of the despair of watching the most important person die before your eyes, powerless to stop it." His single eye with its kaleidoscopic Sharingan pattern spun wildly. A powerful visual energy erupted, slightly distorting the space around him. Obito realized that it was impossible to sway Shaji with words today or to escape from him. This Uchiha Shaji harbored an overt hostility toward him, and his strength was unfathomable. The only option left was to fight with his life on the line. He formed hand seals with astonishing speed as a wave of evil chakra connected to the outer path divine statue surged within him. He attempted to summon part of the power of the divine statue, leveraging that immense chakra for a final resistance. However, Zaya's nine-tailed Sharingan had already seen through all his intentions. At the moment the terrifying chakra of the divine statue was about to descend, Zaya's Sharingan power suddenly erupted. A force of the six paths instantly severed the summoning link between Obito and the divine statue. Ugh! Obito felt an immense backlash strike him, his chakra instantly thrown into chaos as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The summoning had failed. Zaya's figure appeared before Obito as if teleporting. Without hesitation, he delivered a kick infused with terrifying power, striking Obito squarely in the chest. Bang! Obito's body flew back like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily into the distant ruins, raising a cloud of dust. He struggled to get up, but the force of Zaya's kick was overwhelming, temporarily leaving him unable to move. Just as Shaji prepared to approach and completely eliminate the troublesome Obito, ensuring no future threats, an unexpected event occurred. A shadow as black as ink and seemingly composed entirely of pure malice silently emerged from the shadows beneath Zaya's feet. The speed of that shadow was astonishing, its target aimed directly at Zaya's back. Kurizetsu. This was the schemer who had lurked in the shadows for 1,000 years, manipulating the course of ninja history. It had been hiding in the shadows of the battlefield, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. It intended to employ the same tactics it had used to control Indra and Uchiha Madara back in the day. It aimed to seize control of Shaji, the newly risen reincarnation of Indra, with the Sharingan. Once it controlled Shiaji, its plan to resurrect its mother Otsutsuki Kagaya could continue. However, Kurizetsu's cunning ambush, which it believed to be perfectly hidden, was laid bare before Zaya's nine-tailed Sharingan. At the moment Kurizetsu's dark claws were about to touch Zaya's body, Shiaji didn't even turn around. He simply reached back casually. The motion was as swift as lightning, precise beyond measure. It was as if he had anticipated Kurizetsu's emergence from that angle. Ugh! A shrill and piercing scream rang out. Shiaji grasped the mass of black chakra that was Kurizetsu's true form, as if he were catching a chick, forcefully pulling it from the shadows and holding it tightly in his hand. The mass of black substance struggled and writhed in Zaya's hand, emitting a silent roar, attempting to break free from its restraints. But Zaya's grip was as unyielding as iron. What a disgusting thing. Shiaji looked at the writhing black mass in his hand, his eyes flashing with disdain. Without hesitation, he activated the ability of the human path of his Rinnegan. Human path soul search technique. This was not an ordinary soul search. Under the immense power of Zaya's Rinnegan, enhanced by the system's advancements, the technique's effect became even more domineering and thorough. An invisible mental force instantly enveloped Kurizetsu's core consciousness. No, Kurizetsu let out a desperate howl, realizing its memories were being forcibly stripped and read by an irresistible power. All the secrets it had hidden for 1,000 years, the truths about Otsutsuki Kagaya, the plots it meticulously crafted to resurrect its mother, were now flooding into Zaya's mind. The origins of the Otsutsuki clan, the secrets of the divine tree, the origins of chakra, the grievances between the sage of the six paths and Otsutsuki Kagaya, the fateful cycle of Indra and Ashura, the true purpose of the Eye of the Moon plan, not to bring peace but to resurrect Kagaya and turn the entire world back into a nursery for the divine tree. Furthermore, Kurizetsu itself, as an extension of Kagaya's will, had been manipulating the various conspiracies behind the scenes throughout the ninja world's 1,000-year history. A vast amount of information, enough to overturn the entire ninja world's understanding, detonated in Zaya's mind. His body swayed slightly, the glow of his nine-tailed Rinnegan becoming even deeper and colder. It turned out this was the deepest truth of this world. Kurizetsu's struggles gradually weakened. Its core consciousness was on the verge of collapse under Zaya's overpowering soul search. Shiaji released his grip, and the mass of black substance, now devoid of consciousness, fell to the ground like mud. He did not glance at Kurizetsu again. His gaze turned to the distance, to the land of the ninja world, shrouded in war and hatred. The nine-tailed Sharingan of summer solstice flickered with light as it continued to digest the vast information capable of overturning the entire understanding of the ninja world. The Otsutsuki clan, the divine tree, the origin of Chakra Kagaya's will. It turns out that the so-called history of ninjas is merely a meticulously woven deception spanning 1,000 years. A glimmer of realization flashed in his eyes, along with a deeper wariness towards the Otsutsuki clan from the distant starry sky. The black Zetsu, forcibly soul-searched, became extremely weak, on the verge of dissipating. However, as an extension of Kagaya's will, it possessed a very special essence, not merely a simple chakra creation. Summer Solstice did not hesitate, directly issuing orders to the system within his mind. System, completely refine this thing. Special command received, beginning refinement of target black Zetsu. Refining in progress. An invisible force surged through Summer Solstice's palm, entering the pitch-black essence of black Zetsu. It let out a despairing wail from the depths of its soul, soon losing all resistance. Its existence was being decomposed, absorbed, and transformed by the system in an incomprehensible manner. During the process of refining black Zetsu, Summer Solstice unexpectedly felt a trace of ancient and desolate chakra being extracted from the remnants of black Zetsu, merging into his own body. Kagaya's chakra. This chakra resonated mysteriously with the ocular power within him. The surface ripple pattern of his light purple nine-tailed Sharingan seemed to grow increasingly profound. The color of the nine-tails also became more crimson and eerie. There were faint signs of stepping closer to the true legendary Sharingan that Kagaya possessed, the Eye of the Moon. Ding. Refinement of black Zetsu completed. Host receives a small amount of Kagaya's original chakra. Evolution progress of the Sharingan slightly increased. Sharingan exchange progress 78. Taking advantage of the brief moment while Summer Solstice dealt with black Zetsu and digested the vast memories, Uchiha Obito, severely injured, struggled to rise from the rubble. He looked at Summer Solstice, who was absorbing some kind of power with closed eyes, his single eye filled with fear and unwillingness. If he didn't leave now, he would truly die here. He forcefully activated the remaining chakra in his body, the pattern of his right eye's Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly. Kamui. Obito's figure distorted and vanished in a flurry, escaping from this utterly despairing battlefield. Summer Solstice slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the direction where Obito had disappeared, not immediately giving chase. From black Zetsu's memories, he had already learned of the ultimate fate of this pawn. Keeping him alive might still hold some trivial value for future use. Witnessing Summer Solstice shatter Obito's mask with a single punch, capturing that strange black shadow and extracting some mysterious power from it, the 5 Kage present, along with the guard, who had gradually recovered from their initial shock, completely lost the last shred of will to resist. They finally understood that the Uchiha summer solstice before them was no longer an existence they could comprehend or overcome. The power he displayed and his insight into the deepest secrets of the ninja world had reached an inconceivable level. He was almost godlike. Everyone looked at the Uchiha summer solstice, who stood like a demonic god, their faces filled with despair and helplessness. They knew that the structure of the ninja world would be irrevocably changed from this day forward. The era of the 5 great ninja villages was perhaps coming to an end. Summer Solstice gazed at the silent 5 Kage, their eyes filled with nothing but despair. He spoke again, his voice devoid of any emotion. Within a week, I demand the 5 great ninja villages and the daimyo behind them to submit a letter of surrender to Shinyu acknowledging Shinya's supreme dominion. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth to say something, but found his throat dry, unable to utter a word. Reikage clenched his fists tightly, but found himself powerless to refute. Inoki lowered his head, his hunched back appearing even older. Meitaruma's face showed no hint of charm, only deep exhaustion. Raza's expression remained grim, but beneath that grimness was an unmistakable fear. Summer Solstice's gaze swept across their faces one by one. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear. This final ultimatum struck the hearts of the 5 Kage like a death knell. They understood that this was not a threat, but a statement of an impending reality. Resistance would only lead to death. Summer Solstice spoke no more, turning away, taking Conan with him, and in a flash he tore through space, disappearing from the spot, leaving behind a devastated meeting hall and a group of people who had completely lost hope. Upon returning to Shinyu, Summer Solstice continued his seclusion. Conan stood on the lookout deck of the fortress, gazing down below. Those who once belonged to the Rain Village were now working alongside other newly joined members of Shinyu under the command of the Uchiha clan, engaged in some unknown construction. Her gaze unintentionally drifted towards the core control room of the fortress. There was where Uchiha Summer Solstice was in seclusion. The boy who single-handedly swept through the 5 Kage exposed the millennia-long deception of the ninja world and even managed to capture and refine the legendary Black Zetsu. Being forced to submit was her initial choice, filled with unwillingness and ulterior motives. But having witnessed the divine-like scenes during the 5 Kage meeting, Conan's heart had long been occupied by a complex emotion, awe, fear, and a hint of. Even she herself had not noticed a yearning for that absolute power. This power might truly bring about a different form of peace that Yahiko and Nagato sought, even if that peace would be built upon absolute domination. In the core of the fortress, in a secret chamber made of special metal, Summer Solstice sat cross-legged, slowly closing his nine-tailed Sharingan. The vast memories obtained from Black Zetsu churned in his mind. He was still digesting this information. Kagaya's weaknesses, the conditions for resurrection, the essence of the divine tree, and the potential threats from other Otsutsuki clan members. Each piece of information pointed towards a broader and more dangerous world. The goddess of the moon, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Summer Solstice slowly opened his eyes, a wicked smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This is getting more and more interesting, but seems that I will need some time to digest this information. However, based on the current information, I should prepare some things in advance. A preliminary plan targeting this ancestor of chakra gradually took shape in his mind. At that moment, a cold system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has preliminarily possessed the strength and prestige to unify the ninja world. One of the ultimate missions has officially been released, Ninja World Unification. Upon hearing the system prompt, Xiaji's consciousness was abruptly pulled away from her contemplation of Otsutsuki. Task requirements: completely unify the entire ninja world, establish a singular order, eliminate barriers between nations and villages, and achieve true peace in the ninja realm as defined by the host. Task reward: Otsutsuki Blood Essence Primary X1. Effect: significantly enhances the host's life level, comprehensively strengthens physical attributes, chakra volume, and affinity, and control over the power of the 6 paths. Otsutsuki Blood Essence. An excited expression flashed across Xiaji's face. This item is more important than any ninjutsu or ocular technique. It represents a leap in life levels and is the key to attaining the true realm of the Sage of 6 Paths, unifying the ninja realm. This task aligns perfectly with his original plan. It could even be said to be tailor-made for him. Meanwhile, in Konoha village within the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was oppressive. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the main seat, lost in thought, the pipe in his hand extinguished long ago, cold ashes scattered on the table. The tragic scenes from the 5 Kage's summit and Xiaji's final ultimatum replayed in his mind. Shinobi of the Konoha Council, including Tsurugi Kamachi, Mito Gate, Nara Shikaku, and several high-ranking Umbu members were seated around the meeting table, disbelief written on each of their faces. Uchiha Xiaji. He really did it. Tsurugi Kamaki's voice was dry, tinged with a fear she didn't even recognize. He swept aside the 5 Kage's exposed Kurizetsu and even proclaimed his intent to unify the ninja world. This was no longer a threat, but a stark reality. Mito Gate adjusted his glasses, his sharp eyes behind the lenses now devoid of their usual brilliance. Only deep resignation remained. The Rinnegan, the Mangekyō Sharingan, and that terrifying Susano'o. He's no longer in existence we can contend with. The expansion of the Shinju is too rapid, swallowing Rain Village, integrating the remnants of Akatsuki. If we give him more time, The consequences were self-evident. The entire Hokage office fell into a suffocating silence. After a long pause, Tsurugi Kamachi slammed her hand on the table, her voice sharp and piercing. We cannot just sit back and wait. She stood up abruptly, her aged cheeks slightly flushed with agitation. Konoha's dignity must not be trampled by a mere Uchiha brat. I propose we gather all the village's forces and engage in a decisive battle with Shinju. Even if it means mutual destruction, we must preserve Konoha's final glory. Kamachi, calm down. Mito Gates sternly interrupted. A decisive battle? What are we going to fight with? Can't you see the reality? Even the combined forces of the 5 Kages cannot match him, let alone us. Do you want the ninjas of Konoha to die in vain? Then what do you suggest? Should we bow down to a 17-year-old child? To a traitor of the Uchiha? Tsurugi Kamaki's tone was filled with unwillingness. This isn't a matter of bowing or not. It's a matter of survival. Sweat beaded on Mito Gates' forehead. Xiaji's strength has surpassed all norms. What we need to consider now is how to secure a glimmer of hope for Konoha without provoking him. The argument raged fiercely within the Hokage's office. The hardliners insisted that Konoha's dignity was inviolable and that they must go all out to fight Shinju, even at a heavy cost. The moderates argued that Xiaji's power was beyond human comprehension and rashly starting a war would only hasten Konoha's demise, suggesting they temporarily endure and find other strategies. Both sides held their ground, arguing endlessly, yet failing to reach a unified conclusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently listened to it, all the bitterness in his heart unshared. He knew that no matter what choice was made, Konoha would face an unprecedented crisis. Just then a gentle knock sounded at the office door. An Umbu member appeared silently at the doorway, kneeling on one knee. Hokage-sama Lady Tsunade has returned. Tsunade, granddaughter of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, and Konoha's top medical ninja. She had returned to the village at this moment. A glint of complex light flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Was it hope, or another trouble? The quarrel in the meeting room temporarily subsided due to Tsunade's return. All eyes were drawn to the doorway of the office. A tall and curvaceous figure entered with an imposing aura radiating authority without a word. Tsunade still wore that lazy yet slightly unruly demeanor. However, her amber eyes were sharp as an eagle, scanning every person present. Of course, everyone present focused their attention on certain aspects of her. Even other women couldn't help but steal a glance. Tsunade walked directly to the main seat, unceremoniously pulled out a chair, and sat down with her legs crossed. Speak, old man. Tsunade's voice held a slight rasp. What could be so important that you called me back from so far away? What kind of trouble has the village gotten into? Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips moved, ultimately transforming into a long sigh. He recounted the events of the 5 Kages summit, Xiaji's final ultimatum, and Konoha's current dire situation in detail. As Sarutobi Hiruzen narrated, the laziness on Tsunade's face gradually faded, replaced by an increasingly grave expression. When she heard that Uchiha Xiaji had single-handedly swept aside the 5 Kages and possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, her pupils constricted sharply. The 17-year-old Uchiha boy. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Unifying the ninja world. Tsunade murmured these key phrases. In her heart, she thought, for heaven's sake, if you 5 Kages couldn't handle him, why did you call me back? Did you want me to? The office once again fell into silence. All eyes were focused on Tsunade. They were all waiting to see what choice the granddaughter of the first Hokage would make. Would she lead Konoha into a futile resistance? Or would she humbly bow to a mere 17-year-old Uchiha boy? At this moment, Konoha's future seemed to rest solely on her shoulders. Tsunade remained silent for a long while. Slowly she raised her head, her amber eyes shining with determination. Before making a final decision, her voice was soft, but clearly reached everyone's ears. I must first meet Uchiha Xiaji. I want to see with my own eyes what kind of world he plans to create. This decision stunned everyone present. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately just nodded. Be careful with everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision eased the atmosphere slightly in the office. Tsunade prepared to set off. When she reached the village entrance, a familiar voice appeared before her. Tsunade, that kid is a monster. With the Rinnegan and Sage mode, if you go, it's a death sentence. Jiraiya blocked her path, his expression unusually serious. Tsunade gave a cold smile. She had heard about Jiraiya's situation. However, she still wanted to meet this monster. A monster? I want to see what gives him the audacity to threaten Konoha. Jiraiya, step aside. You old hag, why won't you listen? Jiraiya spread his hands, blocking her way. If something happens to you, what will I do alone? As he spoke, Jiraiya's hands began to wander towards Tsunade. Tsunade instantly frowned, an angry emblem appearing above her head. This guy thought he was genuinely worried, but he was actually trying to take advantage. Unforgivable. Tsunade swung a punch, the force of her fist fierce. Jiraiya was knocked back by her punch, crashing into the wall and sliding down in a disheveled manner. Cough, cough. Crazy woman. Jiraiya clutched his chest, grimacing. Tsunade left without looking back. In the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Shirsue Mito Kotetsu, and Nara Shikaku stood by the window, watching the scene in silence. The turmoil in Konoha was also unfolding in other ninja villages. In the Raikage's office in Kumogakure, the 4th Raikage placed the ultimatum from Uchiha Shizuku on the table. Upon hearing this, the senior officials instantly erupted in anger. This is too much. A mere Uchiha brat dares to threaten us in Kumogakure. Exactly is he tired of living? Those useless fools in Konoha. We in Kumogakure are different. As expression was one of helplessness, he didn't know how to introduce Shizuku's power to the others. Under pressure from the senior officials, it could only prepare himself for both scenarios. Relay my orders, gather all combat forces, and prepare for battle. Mabui was recording next to him, but a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. In Awakens Tsuchikage's office, the third Tsuchikage Inoki floated in midair presenting the intelligence he held to the gathered officials. Upon seeing it, everyone turned pale. The Nine-Tails Rinnegan. Susano'o, what on earth is this kid's background? Huangtu stood below, his voice deep. Father, should we unite with other villages? Inoki shook his head. Shizuku's goal is to unify the ninja world. We in Awakens will likely not be able to escape this fate. Moreover, he has already issued a clear warning. He looked out the window at the rugged rocky peaks. Perhaps it is time to consider the future of Awakens. In the Mizukage's office in Kirigakure, the charming smile on the face of the fifth Mizukage Terumi May had long vanished. Her subordinates also wore serious expressions. Uchiha Shizuku. Shinryu. It seems the ninja world is about to change. Chojuro stood to the side, his hands gripping his twin swords, slightly trembling. Aoi calmly analyzed. Mizukage-sama, you 5 Kage are all opponents of this Uchiha. With our current strength in Kirigakure, it will be even harder to stand against Shinryu alone. Terumi May sighed. I know. I just didn't expect this day to come so quickly, and in such a manner. In Sunagakure, the Kazekage's office, the fourth Kazekage Razo wore a solemn expression, the sand in his hand continuously gathering and dispersing, revealing his inner turmoil. Uchiha Shizuku. He wants to unify the ninja world. Maki stood to the side looking incredulous. Temari and Kankuro were standing further away, their faces also showing shock. Only Gaara, the red-haired boy carrying a massive gourd, had a glimmer of unusual light in his eyes. Father, is he very strong? Gaara's voice was slightly hoarse. Raza glanced at him but did not respond. Strong. That could no longer describe him. Within the major ninja villages, the ultimatum from Shizuku stirred up tremendous waves. The younger faction advocated uniting to fight Shinryu to maintain the last glory of the 5 great villages. They believed that even if Uchiha Shizuku was strong, it was impossible for him to face the entire ninja world's coalition at once. The older faction, however, was more cautious. They saw the unfathomable strength from Shizuku's performance at the Kage Summit, as well as his thunderous methods of annihilating the Akatsuki and annexing Mangekyo. Of course, there were also Shizuku's merciless methods. They believed that Shizuku was unstoppable. It would be better to endure for now and even consider surrendering to preserve their villages. In an instant, there were undercurrents stirring within the major ninja villages with debates ongoing. Meanwhile, some keen small nations and ninja forces began to act quietly. They sent envoys bearing heavy gifts to the border area where Shinryu resided, attempting to curry favor with this emerging overlord. They hoped to secure a place in the impending great upheaval. In Shinryu, the mobile fortress core control room, Shizuku stood before a gigantic sand table, clearly marking the terrains of the Fire Country, Rain Country, Soup Country, and surrounding small nations. Conan stood beside him, reporting the latest intelligence. Sir Tsunade from Konoha has already set off and is expected to arrive at Shinryu within 2 days. Internally, the other 4 great ninja villages are also showing clear divisions. The Hawkish faction and the Dovish faction are at odds. At the same time, many small nations have expressed goodwill towards us, and representatives from several small ninja villages have secretly arrived at the outskirts of the basin requesting an audience. Shizuku listened to the report, his face showing no emotion. Everything was as he had anticipated. However, Tsunade was an unexpected factor. What was she coming to Shinryu for? Was she trying to use her advantages to stop him? Shizuku smiled wryly. He admitted that Tsunade was quite impressive, but it seemed that this wouldn't be effective against a 17-year-old boy. Those small fry can be ignored for now. He pointed at Mangekyo and Soup Country on the sand table. Our first step is to completely control these 2 regions. Shizuku turned and looked at a few core members of Shinryu behind him. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fukan, and several newly promoted Uchiha clan members responsible for various regional affairs. From today onwards, implement new policies within Shinryu and the regions under preliminary control. Shizuku's voice was not loud, but carried authority. First, abolish the traditional feudal lord system of various countries. All political, military, and financial powers will be centrally allocated by Shinryu. Second, establish a central authority system centered on ninjas. Create the Shinryu Council with me as the supreme chairperson and the heads of various departments as council members, jointly deciding the future of Shinryu. Third, elevate the social status and welfare of ninjas. All ninjas who join Shinryu, regardless of their background, can earn promotions and rewards based on their merits. These 3 policies detonated like 3 heavy bombs, causing a huge uproar within Shinryu. Abolishing feudal lords, centralizing power, and elevating ninja status undoubtedly represents a complete subversion of the existing order in the ninja world. This reform greatly boosted the morale of Shinryu's internal forces, especially those ninjas from commoner or small clan backgrounds. They saw a fairer and more hopeful future. However, it also threatened the interests of nobles and local tyrants who relied on the old feudal system. Some remnants of old forces in Soup Country and Mangekyo began to secretly conspire to resist Shinhirya's rule. However, these small-scale rebellions were like a mantis trying to stop a cart in the face of Shinhirya's formidable military power. Uchiha Itachi personally led Shinhirya's elite troops and swiftly suppressed all rebellions with thunderous methods. Blood stained the streets of Mangekyo and Soup Country. The obstinate heads of the old nobles were hung high as a warning to others. Shinhirya's rule was rapidly solidified in the baptism of blood and fire. To further strengthen the core foundation of Shinhiryu, Shizuku opened the system mall once again. His gaze locked onto a special potion. Uchiha Bloodline Gene Optimization Liquid Intermediate. Effect can moderately increase the chances of Uchiha clan members awakening the Sharingan enhanced chakra potential and has a very low chance of assisting the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan under specific conditions. Price 1000 crypto points per vial. Purchase 5 vials. Shizuku said without hesitation. Ding. Consumed 500 crypto points. Uchiha Bloodline Gene Optimization Liquid Intermediate 5 purchased. Crypto points balance 3750 points. Shizuku prioritized distributing these 5 precious gene optimization liquids to the young Uchiha clan members who had performed well in previous battles, demonstrated high loyalty, and had not fully developed their potential. This included Uchiha Shana, Uchiha Fukan, and 3 other Uchiha Jonin who had achieved great merit in the conquest of Soup Country and the suppression of the rebellion. The effects of the potion were immediate. Within a few days, the chakra reserves and ocular power of these 5 Uchiha clan members saw significant improvement. 2 of the young Jonin who originally only had the 3-Demo Sharingan faintly touched upon the threshold of the Mangekyo Sharingan under the stimulation of the potion and Shizuku's deliberate guidance. The core ruling power of the Uchiha clan within Shinhiryu was further consolidated and enhanced. Just as Shizuku was methodically implementing new policies in Shinhiryu, accumulating strength and preparing for the possible counterattack from the 5 great villages as well as Tsunade's arrival, an unexpected visitor appeared alone and quietly outside the mobile fortress of Shinhiryu. Dressed in the Akatsuki's black cloak with red clouds, his pair of scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan calmly gazed at the towering metal walls of the fortress. Uchiha Itachi. It turned out that after Shizuku left the village, some events had transpired. These events forced him to join the Akatsuki. As a result, before the mission could be completed, he heard that the Akatsuki had been annihilated by Shizuku. The patrolling guards outside Shinhiryu immediately went on high alert upon spotting Uchiha Itachi. Sharp alarm bells rang out. Dozens of elite Uchiha ninjas surrounded Itachi from all directions, their weapons gleaming coldly. Uchiha Itachi, what are you doing here? An Uchiha Jonin shouted sternly, you traitor who harmed your clan. Itachi disregarded their hostility and calmly replied, I request to see Uchiha Shizuku. In the core control room of the fortress, Shizuku saw this scene through the surveillance equipment. A smile appeared on his face. He had long heard of these events. Uchiha Itachi, this man who bore too much and concealed even more, had finally come. Let him in. Shizuku's voice was clearly conveyed to the guards outside through the communication device. Although the guards hesitated for a moment, they still executed the order and opened a path. Uchiha Itachi walked steadily alone into the mobile fortress. He wanted to know what kind of peace Uchiha Shizuku envisioned. In the reception room of the mobile fortress of the Divine City, the light was soft. Xiaji and Uchiha Itachi sat facing each other, a sense of silence enveloping the air. Itachi's appearance seemed to have aged considerably. Deep within his Sharingan, however, there was a hint of confusion. You came for Sasuke? Xiaji was the first to break the silence, his voice calm. Itachi's body slightly stiffened. After a moment of silence, he spoke, his voice hoarse. I left Sasuke behind when I departed from Konoha. I slaughtered those stubborn remnants of the clan who tried to drag the Uchiha into the abyss, including my father. I joined the Akatsuki to secretly protect Konoha and Sasuke. His tone was very flat, as if recounting something unrelated to himself. Xiaji had already heard of these events. They were the egregious sins committed by Uchiha Itachi after he left the village. But Xiaji seemed to understand the reason behind his actions. For this reason, he had never thought of pursuing and killing him. Now Xiaji could still sense the suppressed pain deep within Itachi from the subtle fluctuations of his chakra. Ridiculous self-sacrifice. Xiaji's evaluation was merciless. Itachi frowned slightly, but did not refute. How is Sasuke doing in Konoha now? He asked, one of the main purposes of his visit. Xiaji picked up the teacup in front of him and took a gentle sip. Konoha's attitude towards him is no different from what it was towards me back in the day. Suspicion, surveillance, and the ever-present desire to control his eyes. They even want to use Sasuke against me. Itachi's fists quietly clenched within his sleeves. Right now, he should be immersed in his hatred for you, yearning for the power of revenge. Xiaji continued, a hint of disdain in his tone. Itachi's breathing became somewhat rapid. What do you intend to do about Sasuke? He finally asked the most core question. After all, he is my Uchiha clansman. Although he did not follow me when I left the village, our blood is all Uchihas. Rest assured, I will not interfere with his growth. His future path, whether to become a vengeful warrior filled with hatred or to choose another way of life, is up to him to decide. But Xiaji's Ninetamo Rinnegan gazed deeply at Itachi. If he does anything that harms the interests of the divine city in the future, I will not show mercy. Itachi's body tensed again. Xiaji stood up and walked to the window looking out at the mobile fortress under construction, filled with a sense of future technology. Follow me. Itachi hesitated for a moment, but still followed. Xiaji took Itachi on a tour of the mobile fortress which had begun to take shape. The efficiently operating energy core neatly planned residential areas and training grounds, and the Uchiha clansmen and new members learning new knowledge and skills. They bore no signs of the oppression and anxiety from their time in Konoha. Instead, they were filled with hope and enthusiasm for the future. In the Divine City, there is no oppression, no discrimination. Here, strength and contribution are the only currencies that matter. The Uchiha are no longer the subjects of suspicion and cleansing. We are the creators of this new order as well as its core. Itachi silently observed all this, seeing those clansmen who had once been marginalized in Konoha now filled with confidence. He saw the young Uchiha children studying knowledge he had never encountered in bright and spacious classrooms. He even saw some ninjas and ordinary people from other clans collaborating with Uchiha clansmen participating in the construction of the Divine City. This place was indeed entirely different from any ninja village he had known. After a lengthy conversation and covert observations of the operations of the Divine City, the long tense string in Itachi's heart seemed to have loosened a bit. He saw another future for the Uchiha, a possibility that was no longer bound by hatred and curses. Xiaji hoped he would stay, but Itachi refused. After all, he was now a sinner of the Uchiha, having killed his own clansmen. Before leaving the Divine City, Itachi stood at the exit of the mobile fortress. He turned around, bowed deeply to Xiaji. Xiaji, if I encounter unforeseen events in the future. He hinted at the unavoidable fateful battle with Sasuke. I hope you can, for the sake of our kin, protect Sasuke once. Give him a chance to choose again. Xiaji looked at him and nodded slightly after a moment. All right. Itachi sighed in relief, bowed deeply again, turned, and his figure blended into the distant twilight. It seemed that the purpose of his visit had been achieved. Several days later, the mobile fortress of the Divine City had become increasingly complex, taking shape. A colossal structure full of futuristic technology stood quietly in a hidden basin. Tsunade arrived alone, weary from travel, at the outskirts of the Divine City. When she saw this metal fortress, her amber eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly believe her eyes. Is this really a stronghold that a newly established rogue ninja force could possess? This sense of technology, this scale, this powerful energy fluctuation emanating from it. No building in Konoha could compare. She was even more shocked by the efficient operational model within the Divine City and the fierce aura radiating from the patrolling ninjas. In the core assembly hall of the fortress, named Temple by Xiaji, Tsunade encountered this overly young new ruler of the ninja world, Uchiha Xiaji. Xiaji sat calmly in the main seat, his pale purple Ninetamo Rinnegan quietly observing her. Tsunade suppressed the shock in her heart, striving to maintain her composure. She spoke directly, her voice carrying a tremble. She was unaware of Uchiha Xiaji. Is the unity and peace you pursue merely built upon the fear created by your absolute power? What is the difference between peace maintained by violence and war? Her questioning echoed in the empty assembly hall. Xiaji faced Tsunade's questioning with a smile rather than anger. The laughter was light, yet tinged with mockery. He countered Tsunade with a question. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, your grandfather, did he not establish the peace of Konoha through his unprecedented wood release and the power of the tailed beasts that could intimidate the entire ninja world? Tsunade's expression slightly changed. Xiaji stood up and walked in front of Tsunade, looking down at her. So-called peace has never been obtained through prayer and concession. In the face of absolute power, all rules and orders are merely playthings in the hands of the strong. He continued to elaborate on his philosophy, his Ninetamo Rinnegan flashing with a chilling light. What I want to do is break the ridiculous barriers between nations and villages, to integrate the resources of the entire ninja world for unified distribution. I want to vigorously develop productivity and technology. A strange smile appeared at the corner of Xiaji's mouth as images of the technical blueprints from higher civilizations floated in his mind. I want everyone to benefit from unification, not just you few who wield power. I want to create a new world without hunger, without oppression, where everyone can earn their due rewards through their own efforts. This is the peace that I, Uchiha Xiaji, pursue. Tsunade listened to Xiaji's shocking statements, falling into complete silence. She could not refute him, because what Xiaji said seemed not entirely without reason. Yet deep down she still felt uneasy about this peace dominated by absolute power. Once again the assembly hall fell into silence. Finally Tsunade raised her head, her amber eyes looking at Xiaji with complexity. I need time to think. In the council chamber Xiaji's voice echoed once more. I don't have much time, Tsunade. You have one day. Tsunade's heart sank. One day. She gazed at the young man before her, his pale violet Rinnegan seeming to see through everything. Unifying the ninja world, establishing a new order, abolishing the daimyo, elevating the status of ninjas. These words thundered in her mind. It's too crazy, and yet, too tempting. She remembered her deceased brother Shosuke, who dreamed of becoming Hokage to protect the village. She thought of her lover Kato Dando, who longed for peace and despised war. But they were both dead. Dead in this decayed world filled with war and hatred. If everything Xiaji said could come to pass, what are you afraid of? Xiaji's voice interrupted her thoughts. Tsunade snapped back to reality only to find her forehead drenched in cold sweat, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Before her that scarlet scene reappeared. The blood of her brother, the blood of her lover. Ugh! A suppressed groan escaped her throat, her face instantly paling. That deep-seated fear of blood which had haunted her for years flared up again. The whole world spun, and a piercing scream filled her ears. She was on the verge of fainting. Xiaji watched her quietly, the power of his Rinnegan subtly shifting. He extended a finger. A warm life force coalesced at his fingertip. It was Kagaya's chakra, absorbed from Black Zetsu, optimized through the system, and infused with his own Senjutsu chakra. He gently tapped Tsunade's forehead with his finger. A warm current seeped in slowly through her brow. Meanwhile, the subtle characteristic of mental confusion basic merged within his right eye, quietly activated. It was not a forceful alteration of will, but a gentle positive mental suggestion. Like spring rain, it nourished Tsunade's heart, which had been taught with fear. Blood is not frightening. What is frightening is the source of the bloodshed. Xiaji's voice seemed to resonate deep within her soul. Tsunade's body, trembled, miraculously subsided. She felt that extreme fear of blood within her heart was isolated by an invisible barrier. No longer sharp, no longer suffocating. Although it could not be cured completely, this long-lost peace left her feeling somewhat bewildered. She raised her head to look at Xiaji. This young man, his strength, his ideals, and this mysterious healing method. Perhaps he truly possessed the ability and determination to change this world. The confusion in Tsunade's eyes gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented firmness. She left the Divine City and returned to Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office, the argument continued. Sarutobi Hiruzen Nara Shikaku Mido Kakashi Narashika and several high-ranking Umbu members wore grave expressions. Tsunade's sudden return took everyone by surprise. Tsunade, you. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at her. Tsunade wasted no time in pleasantries, truthfully relaying the conversation with Xiaji along with her experiences in the Divine City. When they heard about the futuristic mobile fortress of the Divine City and Xiaji's revolutionary new political ideas, everyone present fell silent. Abolishing the daimyo, concentrating power in the hands of ninjas, reallocating resources. Nara Shikaku murmured, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. This is simply the ramblings of a madman. Narashika was the first to jump in opposition. Who does he think he is? The sage of six paths. This method is tantamount to opposing the entire tradition of the ninja world. He will fail. We Konoha must not yield to such a madman. Tsunade coldly stared at them, her amber eyes sharp as knives. Madman, she retorted. Then tell me, where is the future of Konoha? Is it to continue struggling in the cracks of the 5 great countries, waiting for the next ninja world war to erupt? Or to be driven to despair by a 17-year-old child lacking even the courage to resist? Each of her words struck the hearts of those present like a heavy hammer. You have witnessed Xiaji's strength with your own eyes, or rather Jiraiya has experienced it for you. The 5 Kage combined are no match for him. What do we have to fight against him? Tsunade's voice carried a hint of questioning. I saw with my own eyes that in the Divine City, those once marginalized Uchiha clan members, those war orphans displaced, and those ninjas lost about the future, their eyes reignited with hope. Xiaji gave them a goal, a tangible future. And what about us? Tsunade surveyed the crowd. What can we offer the people of Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen silently smoked, the smoke swirling around. He knew that Tsunade was speaking the truth. Konoha had run out of options. Nara Shikaku sighed, breaking the silence. Hokage-sama, what Tsunade said is not without reason. Xiaji's strength has exceeded our control. Rather than waging a war with no chance of victory, it's better to. His words trailed off, but the meaning was clear. Narashika and Mido Kakashi wanted to argue further, but were stopped by Sarutobi Hiruzen raising his hand. I have decided. Konoha will submit a letter of surrender to the Divine City. We will acknowledge the ruling position of Uchiha Xiaji. This decision left everyone present gasping. But they also understood that this was the only choice. Tsunade added, I will represent Konoha and present our conditions to Xiaji. We must retain a certain degree of autonomy for Konoha. The inheritance of Konoha's ninjutsu and the will of fire must be respected. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, a hint of relief on his face. Konoha's surrender sent shockwaves throughout the ninja world. This strongest ninja village, which had stood for decades, chose to bow to a rising power. The other 4 great ninja villages were initially shocked by this news, followed by anger and finally a deep sense of helplessness. Their internal debates abruptly ceased. If even the strongest Konoha chose to surrender, did they still have a reason to resist? The 7-day deadline given by Xiaji loomed ever closer. On the eve of the deadline, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure all submitted letters of surrender to the Divine City, acknowledging its rule. The ninja world in name achieved unification for the first time. Although this unification was largely established under the absolute military deterrence of Uchiha Xiaji, within the major ninja villages discontent and reluctance still existed. But the dawn of peace seemed to shine for the first time into this war-torn world. In the Divine City Mobile Fortress Core Control Room, Xiaji stood before the giant floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the vibrant and continually improving mobile city below. Ding. Detected that the host has preliminarily completed the nominal unification of the 5 great ninja villages. Task progress for ninja world unification has reached 50. Resource appreciation Tsunade's fear of blood has eased Konoha, and the 4 villages' nominal surrender task progressed 50. The system's cold prompt echoed in his mind. Xiaji felt somewhat puzzled. 50%. It seems that true unification still requires some special means. As Xiaji was lost in thought, the voice of the system echoed once more. Reward: 3 Dao-seeking jade chicks. 3 pitch-black spheres exuding a strange energy quietly floated behind Xiaji. They were not yet perfect and required subsequent nurturing and refinement, using vast chakra and pure 6 paths power to exhibit their true might. In the newly constructed central square of Shinyu, a crowd was gathered. Members of the Uchiha clan ninjas from the newly allied Tangin village and Yuin village, as well as representatives of small factions that had voluntarily pledged allegiance, stood with various expressions. At the forefront of the square, representatives from the 5 great ninja villages, including Tsunade, Kakashi, and other high-ranking officials sent from their respective villages, observed with complex expressions. Under the gaze of everyone, Xiaji, clad in a specially made black ceremonial robe embroidered with the 9-tailed jade and the emblem of Shinyu, slowly ascended the high platform. Behind him, Xiaonan spread her pure white paper wings, her expression solemn. Uchiha Daohua stepped forward with trembling hands. Today, the holy empire of Shinyu officially establishes. By the mandate of Heaven, God Emperor Xiaji ascends the throne. We welcome the God Emperor. Below, the members of the Uchiha clan were the first to kneel on one knee, chanting praises. The remaining members of Shinyu followed suit, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. The representatives of the 5 great ninja villages, under invisible pressure, reluctantly bowed their heads. Xiaji slowly raised his hand, signaling everyone to rise. From this day forward, the ninja world enters the divine awakening era. God Emperor Xiaji will lead us to peace. His voice was calm, yet carried an air of authority. Shinyu will commit to abolishing the ninja ranking system, establishing a new promotion system centered on contribution and strength, integrating all resources of the ninja world, vigorously developing livelihood and technology so that everyone can share in the dividends of peace. Forming a unified Shinyu Guardian Army to maintain order and tranquility in the ninja world, though any behavior attempting to incite conflict or disrupt peace will be met with severe punishment. These words ignited an unprecedented glow in the eyes of those ninjas and ordinary citizens from humble beginnings below. A brand new hopeful era seemed to be beckoning them. Xiaonan stepped forward, her voice cold. His Majesty the God Emperor has decreed to appoint Uchiha Daohua as the Grand Elder of the Empire, assisting in governance, appointing Uchiha Tai as the General of the Guardian Army, commanding all battle forces of Shinyu. Tai knelt on one knee, his voice booming. This humble servant accepts the command. Appointing Wensong as the Minister of Internal Affairs, responsible for livelihood, economy, and law. This middle-aged scholar, who had previously served as an aide to a small country's prime minister, was also filled with excitement at this moment. Appointing Uchiha Hokage as the head of the intelligence department, overseeing the winds and clouds of the world. Appointing Uchiha Shana as the commander of the Shinyu capital's Imperial Guard, safeguarding the safety of the capital. A series of appointments established the initial power core of Shinyu. Finally, Xiaji's gaze fell upon Xiaonan. Xiaonan slightly bowed. I now appoint you as the Holy Maiden of Shinyu and Prime Minister of the Empire, assisting me in handling the daily administrative affairs of Shinyu with a rank equivalent to that of a vice ruler. Xiaonan's body trembled slightly as she looked up at Xiaji's pale, purple, 9-tailed Rinnegan. There was no hint of jest in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, she knelt once more. I Xiaonan accept the decree with gratitude. The coronation ceremony concluded amidst the cheers of the multitude. The ninja world seemed poised to welcome an entirely new era. However, unbeknownst to anyone far away on the moon, within a palace composed of cold metal and strange crystals, Otsutsuki Sharon, a descendant of the pure bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan from Utsuin, was observing everything on earth through a pair of large Rinnegan emitting a faint blue glow. His features were handsome, yet tinged with a sickly pallor, his eyes filled with disdain and disgust for the surface world. Kagaya's chakra has once again shown such intense fluctuations. Sharon's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. To him, the ninjas on earth were merely sinners who had stolen the power of the God Tree. Their civilization had long become decayed in endless wars and hatred. It seems the time has come. This group of ignorant humans must be punished. In Sharon's eyes, a glint of madness flashed. This group of mortals on earth has once again shown ambitions to resurrect Kagaya or to seize the power of the God Tree. Regardless of the circumstances, it is unforgivable for mortals to dare to touch the domain of the gods. He could not tolerate that a mortal who was not a descendant of the Otsutsuki could possess power so close to that of the Sage of Six Paths. To him, this was a desecration of the Otsutsuki bloodline. The final plan left by our ancestor Utsuin should also be initiated. Sharon turned and walked toward a massive altar at the core of the palace. At the center of the altar, a gigantic Rinnegan formed by the fusion of countless Byakugan radiated an ominous aura and began to rotate slowly. He intended to use the moon's demise to judge this filthy world, to cleanse all evil and filth from the surface. Then he would create an entirely new paradise, one that solely belonged to the Otsutsuki descendants. Sharon extended his hand, and a vast amount of chakra surged into the gigantic Rinnegan. The moon began to tremble slightly. Its orbit was experiencing extremely slight deviations. A crisis of extinction originating from the moon targeted all life on Earth, and the newly established Holy Empire of Shinyu, by Xiaji, was quietly brewing. Xiaji stood at the highest point of the moving fortress of Shinyu, where the three imperfect Tao-seeking jade chicks were slowly revolving behind him. He seemed to sense something suddenly, looking up at the cold moon hanging in the night sky. The divine city of the divine Holy Empire had just been declared established for a few days. Inside the astrological observation platform of the imperial capital Divine City, a harsh alarm suddenly shattered the nascent tranquility. A member of the Uchiha clan responsible for observation rushed out in a panic, his face pale. Lord Divine Emperor, something is wrong. The moon. The lunar orbit has deviated abnormally. He trembled as he pointed to the sky. Moreover, there are numerous meteors detaching from the moon's surface, hurtling towards us at high speed. The entire Divine City was instantly shrouded by this sudden change. In a moment, Xiaji's figure appeared at the highest point of the observation platform. His faint purple nine-tomo Rinnegan spun slowly, directly gazing at the moon suspended in the sky. In an instant, an extremely powerful, coldly hostile wave of I-power transmitted clearly from deep within the moon. Is this man-made disaster? A slight curve formed at the corner of Xiaji's mouth. Interesting, someone is eager to jump out and seek death, just as he has unified the ninja world and is ready to unleash his might. Xiaonan. Xiaji's voice reached Xiaonan, who was handling affairs at the core of the fortress through chakra communication. Xiaonan's figure immediately appeared beside Xiaji, her gaze also solemnly fixed on the moon. You will coordinate all the guardian army of Divine City as well as the forces of the 5 great ninja villages that have surrendered. Xiaji's command was concise and decisive. Form an allied army to intercept all falling meteors and minimize ground damage as much as possible. Xiaonan slightly bowed. Yes, Lord Xiaji. And you? Xiaji's gaze remained locked on the moon, the light in his nine-tomo Rinnegan growing deeper. I will pay a visit to the moon and meet that elusive fellow. He did not linger, his body enveloped in a fusion of sage chakra and the power of the Rinnegan. Flying Thunder God Spacetime Leap. This is a further development of the Flying Thunder God technique, utilizing vast chakra and eye power to perform short-distance cosmic jumps. A purplish-black streak of light shot up into the sky, directly tearing through the defensive barrier above Divine City. The next second, it broke through the thick atmosphere, shooting towards the ominous moon like an arrow released from a bow. In the cold, dark expanse of space, Xiaji's figure resembled an inconsequential speck of dust, yet contained the power to annihilate stars. The moon was within arm's reach. Relying on the superhuman insight of the Rinnegan, he quickly discovered a cleverly hidden massive cave entrance leading into the moon's interior within the shadow of a circular mountain range on its surface. The wave of hostile I-power was emanating from deep within the cave. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaji's figure flashed and vanished into the unfathomable dark passage. The interior of the moon was not as desolate as imagined. A complex network of vast metal passages extended like a maze towards the core of the moon. Ancient and unfamiliar runes were etched into the walls on either side of the passage, faintly emitting a weak glow of chakra. Just as Xiaji ventured several hundred meters into the passage, crack, crack, a series of dense metallic friction sounds came from ahead. Dozens of uniquely shaped puppets surged out from the dark compartments on either side of the passage, blocking his path. These puppets were not the mechanical constructs commonly seen in Konoha. They were entirely forged from an unknown white metal, their joints flexible and movements swift. Embedded in their cores were crystals radiating a ghostly blue light. Xiaji noticed that the crystals seemed to harbor some form of I-power. The puppets' eyes flickered with an inhuman cold light, all locking onto Xiaji. There were no warnings, nor any superfluous movements. Dozens of puppets simultaneously raised their arms. The ghostly blue crystals in their palms suddenly lit up. Buzz. A powerful force simultaneously acted on Xiaji from all directions, attempting to tear him apart. Xiaji's nine-tomo Rinnegan slightly narrowed. Is this a degraded version of the Rinnegan's power? What these puppets were using was precisely part of the power of the rebirth, one of the 3 great ocular techniques known alongside the Rinnegan. Although its power was far inferior to that of the true rebirth, its gravitational and repulsive characteristics were indeed akin to the Rinnegan's Deva Path powers. The I-power of the Rinnegan flowed through Xiaji's body, activating the Deva Path. Universal pull. A tremendous force erupted from him, forcibly distorting the power released by those puppets. At the same time, his figure swayed, and he actively charged towards the puppet horde. These puppets were undeterred by death. Even under the influence of Xiaji's Deva Path, they continued to swing their arms, attempting close-range attacks. Their bodies were extraordinarily hard, and their strength exceeded that of ordinary ninjas. Xiaji threw a punch, crashing into the chest of one puppet. Bang! The puppet merely swayed slightly, leaving only a shallow dent on its white metallic shell. A bit too hard. Xiaji's brow slightly furrowed. Apparently, the material of these puppets was extraordinary. Moreover, their numbers kept pouring out from deeper within the passage as if they were endless. These puppets also did not employ a single method of attack. Some puppets could transform their arms into sharp energy blades or fire condensed chakra beams. Their cooperation was quite tacit, utilizing the complex environment of the moon's interior to engage in coordinated combat, attempting to trap Xiaji here. Although the individual strength of these puppets was insignificant before Xiaji, their overwhelming numbers and their seemingly indestructible nature indeed posed some minor troubles for him. I don't have time to waste on you, scrap metal. Xiaji did not wish to entangle further with these puppets. He needed to quickly find the hidden controller behind all this. 8 gates, 6th gate, the gate of view open. Green chakra steam burst forth from Xiaji's body like flames enveloping him. The terrifying speed and power instantly filled every part of his body. At this moment, his momentum surged to a whole new peak. Along with the terrifying insight of the Rinnegan and the enhanced perception brought by Sage Chakra, Xiaji's figure transformed into a series of green afterimages difficult for the naked eye to capture within the narrow passage. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds of metallic collisions rang out densely like raindrops. Those hard puppets were as fragile as paper before the Xiaji who had activated the gate of view. The puppets' hard white metallic shells were easily shattered and pierced. The ghostly blue crystals in their cores burst under Xiaji's focus strikes. Having lost their core energy, the motions of those puppets instantly stiffened, then they fell limply into heaps of metal parts. Xiaji, like a tireless killing machine, carved a bloody path through the puppet army. At the end of the passage, the increasingly intense wave of power from the rebirth was clearly discernible. There lay the location of the mastermind behind it all, the rebirth realm. Xiaji's figure did not pause at all, charging straight ahead. In the core of the moon, amid the cycles of reincarnation, the figure of Xiaji emerged from the dark passage into this vast space. The Otsutsuki sage, clad in white, like snow, sat cross-legged on the enormous altar with his eyes tightly closed. He formed intricate hand seals with both hands, channeling all his energy into the gigantic reincarnation composed of countless Byakugan. The terrifying fluctuations of ocular power spread outward like a tidal wave. Xiaji was quite surprised. He never expected that this guy had actually transplanted Hinata Hanabi's Byakugan and even awakened a reincarnation eye. Not long ago, he had heard about Hinata Hanabi's mysterious disappearance. Little did he know that she had been captured by the Otsutsuki sage. Alert! High-energy ocular reaction detected. The cold notification from the system flashed through Xiaji's mind. Sensing Xiaji's arrival, the sage slowly opened his eyes. It was a pair of reincarnation eyes radiating a soft blue glow, their pupils sacred and icy. Mortal thief. The sage spoke, his voice devoid of any human emotion. How dare you covet the power of the divine and tread upon this sacred land? He looked down upon Xiaji as if a deity gazing at a humble insect. Today let you and your filthy world be destroyed together. As the words fell, emerald green chakra flames suddenly erupted from the sage's body. Reincarnation chakra mode. A solid layer of chakra enveloped him, and several pitch-black orbs emerged behind him. These were the 6 paths, orbs, the ultimate creation exclusive to the sage of 6 paths, embodying both offense and defense. A pure chakra emerald sword coalesced in his hand. At this moment, the sage's power and speed reached a new pinnacle. He felt the surging divine power within him, a hint of arrogance appearing on his face. Feel the fear, mortal who steals power. The sage's figure left an afterimage in place. In the next instant, he appeared before Xiaji, the emerald sword in his hand, piercing straight towards Xiaji's brow. The edge of the sword was sharp and the attack was cunning and fierce. Xiaji's Sharingan with 9 tomos slightly contracted. He did not take the hit directly, his figure swaying as he narrowly dodged this fatal blow. At the same time, a black short rod, made from highly refined Senjutsu chakra, appeared in his hand. Ding! The Senjutsu black rod and the sage's sword clashed violently in midair, creating dazzling sparks. Xiaji felt a powerful recoil force coming from the black rod, and his arm tingled slightly. This Otsutsuki sage's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. The two figures engaged in a furious high-speed offense and defense within the vast realm of reincarnation. Each clash of the light sword and the black rod was accompanied by deafening booms. The violent energy aftermath tore jagged cracks into the metallic walls of the reincarnation domain. The entire internal structure of the moon trembled violently under this terrifying clash. The surface of the moon was also marked with more shocking fissures. Your speed is quite commendable. The sage maintained his inherent pride even amidst the fierce battle. Unfortunately, in the face of true divine power, all struggles are in vain. Xiaji ignored his meaningless words, his 9-tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly, analyzing every movement of the sage and every flow of chakra. The sage's fighting style was bold and expansive, filled with absolute confidence in his own strength. The power of the reincarnation was skillfully integrated into his sword techniques, making each strike unpredictable and hard to anticipate. However, Xiaji's battle experience was immensely rich. The heightened perception brought by Sage Mode combined with the terrifying insight of the Sharingan allowed him to discern the sage's attack intentions at critical moments. After hundreds of intense clashes, the sage, realizing that close combat was not yielding results against Izanagi, saw the arrogance on his face steadily fade, replaced by a hint of impatience. He suddenly withdrew, creating a distance of several dozen meters between himself and Izanagi. The game is over, thief. The sage raised the emerald sword high, unleashing the full power of his reincarnation eye. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Blast. A golden chakra giant sword exuding a destructive aura formed above his head. That golden giant sword seemed capable of severing stars, descending with the might to obliterate the heavens and earth, striking straight towards Izanagi. Izanagi looked up, feeling the terrifying energy that could reduce everything to nothing. His 9-tomo Sharingan shone brilliantly. Susano'o. Boom. A towering 100-meter Susano'o clad in dark purple grotesque armor rose from the ground, securely enveloping Izanagi within. Susano'o wielded 2 chakra giant swords glowing with lightning, crossing upward to meet the descending golden light wheel. Boom. The golden light sword and the purple Susano'o's dual blades crashed violently in midair. Blinding light erupted instantly, illuminating the entire realm of reincarnation in a glaring white. The terrifying energy shockwaves spread wildly in all directions. The entire moon trembled violently under the impact of this force, as if it would completely disintegrate at any moment. Izanagi stood within the diamond crystal at Susano'o's forehead, his 9-tomo Sharingan calmly observing the core of the energy collision. At this moment, the 3 imperfect 6 paths, orbs that had been following him, seemed to be stimulated by the energy of the reincarnation eye on the battlefield. They unexpectedly flew out from behind Izanagi, beginning to frantically absorb the dissipating chakra of the reincarnation eye. Originally pitch black and slightly illusory, the 6 paths, orbs began to solidify and stabilize after absorbing a large amount of reincarnation eye energy. Their form began to become denser and more stable. The surface even faintly revealed intricate wave-like patterns similar to that of the Sharingan. A powerful 6 paths energy emanated from the 3 transforming 6 paths, orbs. Izanagi distinctly sensed the abnormal change behind him. These little things can autonomously absorb energy to evolve. The system is truly becoming more and more surprising. Meanwhile, the Otsutsuki sage also noticed this sudden change. He saw those 3 initially unremarkable black orbs emitting a heart-pounding aura after absorbing the energy of his reincarnation eye. Thief! Not only have you stolen the power of the divine tree, but you also dare to covet the foundational power of my Otsutsuki clan. Anger unprecedented appeared on the sage's face. He felt that his dignity had been severely provoked. The energy of the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Blast was rapidly diminishing under Susano'o's fierce resistance and the strange deviation of the 3 transforming 6 paths orbs. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the sage's eyes. In that case, let me show you the true destructive power of the reincarnation eye. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Blast. He violently spread his arms to the sides, pushing the ocular power of the reincarnation eye to its limits. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, dozens of massive tornadoes formed from high-density chakra appeared out of thin air within the reincarnation domain. Each of these tornadoes contained the terrifying power to tear steel apart and shatter rocks. They rampaged within the reincarnation domain, sealing off all possible escape spaces for Izanagi, attempting to shred him to pieces. Izanagi controlled Susano'o. Facing this overwhelming tornado storm, a hint of disdain appeared on his face. Is this all you can do? The Otsutsuki's descendant is quite disappointing. His 9-tomo Sharingan activated the power of the Tao. Shinra Tensei. A powerful invisible force erupted violently from Susano'o's surface. The dozens of raging tornadoes abruptly stalled the moment they came into contact with this power. Immediately after, they were forcibly nullified by the unbeatable repulsion, dispersing into scattered chakra light points throughout the sky. The entire realm of reincarnation returned to a brief calm. Only Izanagi's enormous Susano'o remained, along with the Otsutsuki sage, whose face turned ashen. Izanagi's voice emanated from within Susano'o, tinged with disdain. Your techniques are rather too monotonous. It's just the same thing over and over with no innovation at all. This so-called divine power is nothing more than this. The sage's hand gripping the sword trembled slightly from anger. In the realm of reincarnation, the man faced with Izanagi's words was naturally quite indignant. Mortal, do you think this is the end? You, a mere mortal, should not underestimate the divine. You will pay for your actions. His voice was hoarse, and his pale blue reincarnation eyes once again crystallized with cold, killing intent. He could not accept that as a descendant of the Otsutsuki, he would be defeated by a thief from the filthy earth. The power of the divine is not something you can easily fathom. Accept your death. This is all of your own making. The man roared once again, urging the remaining chakra of the reincarnation eye within him. Izanagi calmly watched him, as if observing a deluded clown. I have grown tired of your attack patterns. Izanagi gently moved his wrist. Why not try something new? Perhaps I could entertain you a bit longer. This nonchalant remark was a tremendous humiliation for the man. Arrogant. The green light sword in the man's hand solidified again as he flickered and transformed into a streak of light, attacking Izanagi once more. The sword light flashed each strike containing the unique power of the reincarnation eye, with the two forces skillfully alternating on the blade attempting to disrupt Xiaoji's judgment. But this time Xiaoji's response was even more composed. His Sharingan with 9 Tomo had completely grasped the trajectory of the man's attacks. The swordsmanship the man took pride in was filled with flaws in Xiaoji's eyes. Ding, ding. The black rod of the immortal technique clashed with the light sword sparks flying. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became, realizing that no matter how he changed his moves, the opponent could always predict his actions in advance and resolve them in the simplest, most direct manner. It felt as if all of his attacks were within the opponent's calculations. This sensation left him extremely suffocated and terrified. Xiaoji's combat experience far surpassed his, a sheltered flower who had been practicing in isolation on the moon, possessing strength but lacking practical experience. Your power is borrowed, Xiaoji spoke amidst the fierce battle, while my power is forged through combat. Once again, as the swords clashed, the man felt a numbness in his wrist, nearly dropping the light sword. Xiaoji seized this fleeting flaw and instantly closed the distance. Flying Thunder God technique, combined with the phasing of the divine might. The man felt a blur before his eyes as Xiaoji's figure appeared at his side from an angle he never expected. Not good. The man's heart raced with alarm, trying to forcibly twist his body to defend. But it was already too late. A heavy punch of chakra from the immortal technique struck squarely at his chest. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. The man felt a tremendous force surge from his chest, as if his organs had been shattered. The chakra mode of the reincarnation eye collapsed instantly. Blood gushed from his mouth as his body uncontrollably flew backward. Boom. The man's body crashed heavily against the huge altar in the center of the reincarnation realm, denting the hard metal altar. He struggled to rise, attempting to once again summon the power of the reincarnation eye to counterattack. But Xiaoji was no longer willing to give him any chance. Xiaoji's figure reappeared on the altar. His speed was so fast that the man could not mount any effective response. A cold palm pressed down on the man's head, firmly pinning him to the altar. The other hand unhesitatingly reached for the giant core of the reincarnation eye in the center of the altar, formed from countless Byakugan radiating an ominous aura. No. The man let out a desperate and unwilling roar. He tried to summon the last trace of power from the reincarnation eye within him to stop Xiaoji's actions. But Xiaoji's Sharingan, with 9 Tomo, erupted with tremendous power. A mental shock far beyond what the man could imagine struck fiercely at his core of consciousness. Ugh! The man's body convulsed violently, his gaze instantly blanking consciousness, plunging into a brief void. He temporarily lost all ability to resist. Xiaoji's hand did not pause for a moment, directly grasping the enormous core of the reincarnation eye. He could clearly feel the immense and unimaginable power within, as well as the purest bloodline origin of the Uchiha clan. This thing in your hands is truly a waste, Xiaoji murmured, his fingers suddenly clenching. Buzz! The giant core of the reincarnation eye was forcibly ripped from the altar. As the core of the reincarnation eye changed hands. In the sky above the divine city basin on Earth, those massive meteors falling at an astonishing speed seemed to be paused by an invisible hand. They bizarrely came to a halt less than 10,000 meters above the ground. Soon after, the moon's excessively deviated orbit began to slowly return to normal. The apocalyptic crisis shrouding the entire Earth was temporarily lifted at that moment. Ding. Detected that the host has obtained a special item, giant reincarnation eye core containing pure Uchiha bloodline and immense power. This item can undergo a higher level fusion with the host's own Sharingan, with a high probability of completing the missing divine power of the host's eye and a certain chance of giving birth to entirely new ocular techniques or realms. The system's prompt echoed in Xiaoji's mind. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He released his grip on the man's head. The man's consciousness gradually returned to clarity. When he saw the core of the reincarnation eye originally belonging to him in Xiaoji's hand, his eyes filled with despair. You thief! He roared, yet he lacked even the strength to stand. Xiaoji paid no heed to his curses. He looked towards the other side of the altar. There a petite figure was bound within a strange energy cage, her eyes tightly closed, seemingly in a coma. Hinata Hanabi. With a casual wave, Xiaoji activated the power of the Sharingan, instantly shattering the energy cage. He approached Hinata Hanabi's side, concentrating a trace of life energy at his fingertip and gently tapping it on her forehead. Hanabi's eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening her eyes. When she saw Xiaoji in front of her, as well as the unfamiliar surroundings, her eyes were filled with confusion. Who are you? Where's this? Xiaoji did not answer her questions. He simply looked calmly at this girl from the Hyuga clan who had been toyed with by fate. From Kurizetsu's memories, he knew that the bloodline and body of the Otsutsuki clan might still have value for certain grander plans in the future. Thus the man's life could be preserved for the time being. He held the unconscious Hinata Hanabi in one hand while cradling the giant core of the reincarnation eye in the other. Flying Thunder God spacetime leap. The purple-black light flashed again, and Xiaoji's figure vanished within the depths of the moon, which was about to fall into complete silence. In the imperial capital of Shin, cheers resounded like thunder. Summer solstice returned with the core of the reincarnation eye along with Hinata Hanabi, receiving a hero's welcome. Hinata Hanabi was quickly sent to the medical unit for examination, her pale face still displaying traces of fear. Summer Solstice instructed Uchiha Shana at his side, ensure her safety and comfort, and do not let anyone disturb her. Shana bowed in acknowledgement, yes, Your Excellency. He had no time to waste. The massive reincarnation eye core in his hand emanated an alluring power. The deepest chamber of the mobile fortress once again became his retreat. With the reincarnation eye core placed before him, Summer Solstice sat cross-legged. Fusion began. The anticipated pain arrived as expected. The energy of the reincarnation eye was domineering and pure, clashing violently with the Nine-Tails Sharingan within his body. The light of the pale purple reincarnation and the pale blue reincarnation intertwined madly in his eyes. At this moment, the two beams of light were like two ancient beasts engaged in a life-and-death struggle deep within his soul, each attempting to devour the other. Ugh! Summer Solstice's body trembled violently, veins bulging from his temples to his neck. His eyes, under the pull of two extreme ocular powers, continuously broke down and struggled to reorganize. Blood overflowed from his eye sockets, dripping onto the cold metal floor with a faint drip sound. This power was overwhelmingly immense. He felt as if his body were a vessel on the verge of bursting. During the fusion process, he vaguely sensed a power of ocular technique that transcended both the Sharingan and the reincarnation eye, seemingly gestating deep within his eyes. It was a power akin to the pure eye recorded in Boruto, but appeared to be a more advanced new realm. This feeling, could it be? His consciousness struggled repeatedly between intense pain and enlightenment. At that critical moment, while Summer Solstice was in closed-door training, fusing ocular techniques to reach a higher realm outside the mobile fortress of Shini, in a secluded mountain forest several dozen miles away. The space rippled with circles of waves. The figure of Uchiha Obito quietly emerged. This time his aura was even colder than during the 5 Kage summit. It seemed that after fleeing he had also gained some kind of power. In his single eye, the pattern of the kaleidoscope Sharingan spun slowly, carrying a trace of inexplicable chill. He did not come alone. Obito quickly formed seals with both hands, each seal filled with ominous energy. Forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. With a low shout, the winds howled and the ground shook violently. An ancient coffin inscribed with the character band slowly rose from the cracked earth. The coffin lid creaked open. A rich smell of dust and death wafted from the coffin. A figure slowly walked out. He wore dark red Warring States armor, each piece of which was filled with the vicissitudes of time and the bloody aura of battle. His long black hair was casually draped over his shoulders, arms crossed. On his sharply defined face was a dominating and arrogant expression. He was none other than Uchiha Madara, the strongest of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara, resurrected through impure world reincarnation, was in the pinnacle state he held during his lifetime. The light of his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan shone brightly, then transformed into the pale purple reincarnation eye that represented the power of the 6 paths. He surveyed his surroundings, sensing the current chakra levels of the ninja world. A look of extreme disdain appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. Humph. He let out a slight nasal sound. Is this the current ninja world? Uchiha Madara's voice was deep and magnetic, yet carried a chilling sense of oppression. So weak it's laughable. Obito walked next to Madara, his tone carrying a hint of respect, but also a hint of provocation. Lord Madara. He slightly bowed. The mobile fortress before you was created by the current strongest in the ninja world, our new ruler of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Summer Solstice. Oh. In his impure world reincarnation state, Uchiha Madara's pale, purple reincarnation eye swept over Obito, eventually landing on the distant metal fortress. A Uchiha capable of unifying the ninja world. He cracked a slight grin, revealing an interest. Interesting. Obito slightly bent forward, masking the complex emotions in his single eye. Lord Madara, that Uchiha Summer Solstice is said to be merely 17, but his strength already. Age and strength mean nothing in my presence. Madara interrupted him, his tone carrying an innate arrogance. He stepped forward, the Warring States armor making a faint rustling sound. Obito, you summoned me not just to use my hand against this so-called Uchiha Summer Solstice, did you? Obito did not deny it. I merely wish to see if there are any opponents in this era that can pique my interest. Madara's reincarnation eye narrowed slightly. I want to personally assess whether this so-called ruler of the Uchiha has the qualifications to inherit the Uchiha name. His tone shifted, filled with dominance. The pinnacle of the Uchiha can only be me, Uchiha Madara. Obito sneered internally, but dared not show it. The highest alert red light of the mobile fortress flickered in every corner. The piercing alarm sounded like a death knell. Conan's figure appeared in the command center of the fortress, her expression grave to the extreme. On the massive monitoring screen, a figure was clearly displayed. Clad in Warring States armor, hair wildly dancing, and those pale purple reincarnation eyes emanating a terrifying chakra capable of annihilating the world. Uchiha Madara. Conan's voice trembled slightly. This name, only existing in legend, belonged to the man who once vied for supremacy with the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Had he truly been resurrected? Immediately activate the fortress' highest level defensive barrier, the God Barrier. Conan decisively commanded. Buzz. Layers of pale golden energy shields like an inverted giant bowl enveloped the entire mobile fortress. All combat personnel, level 1 battle readiness. Target the intruder Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Tetsuya Winzo Uchiha Honkai, and those newly allied former Akatsuki members, as well as the strong gathered and recruited from the 5 great ninja villages appeared at various defense nodes of the fortress. Fear was written on all their faces. Uchiha Madara, this name alone, represented despair. The God Emperor is still in closed door, training fusing ocular techniques. At the most critical moment, he must not be disturbed. Conan's voice echoed through the fortress via the sound amplification device. Before he emerges, we must do whatever it takes to hold back Uchiha Madara. Yes. Dozens of figures shot out from various exits of the mobile fortress, charging towards the man exuding a terrifying aura. Uchiha Madara looked at the small fries charging towards him, a glint of disdain flashing through his reincarnation eye. You ants think you can stop me? He was even too lazy to form seals. Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive force suddenly expanded from him as the center. The few Shin'i ninjas at the forefront were unable to even scream, their bones shattered, blood spurting wildly as they were sent flying. Fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. Uchiha Tetsuya led dozens of elite Uchiha clan members, unleashing the Uchiha clan's most proficient fire-style ninjutsu simultaneously. Dozens of massive fire waves converged from all directions, attempting to engulf Uchiha Madara. Mere tricks dare to show off before me. Madara's reincarnation, I activated the Hungry Ghost Path ability. Those terrifying fire waves were absorbed entirely the moment they touched his body, disappearing without a trace. What? Uchiha Tetsuya and the others were taken aback. Several Shin'i strongmen skilled in taijutsu attempted to launch a close attack from the side. Their speed was incredibly swift, fists and feet creating sharp gusts of wind. However, Uchiha Madara's taijutsu skills had already reached perfection. He didn't even move his feet, merely waving his hand casually. The attacks from the few taijutsu masters were effortlessly neutralized by him. Following that, several dull thuds echoed. Those taijutsu masters had their chests caved in, spitting blood plummeting like kites with broken strings. A hint of impatience appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. Too weak. You are not even qualified to make me move. He did not wish to waste any more time on these insignificant opponents. His target was the so-called Uchiha Shijutsu. Madara slowly clasped his hands together, gazing up at the sky. His pale purple Rinnegan burst forth with a chilling radiance. Let me show you what true despair looks like. His voice was calm, yet it carried a suffocating sense of oppression. In the sky, the clouds were torn apart by an invisible force. Then, amidst the terrified gazes of everyone, 2 colossal meteors, each over several hundred meters in diameter, engulfed in roaring flames, were summoned from the pitch-black depths of the universe. They trailed long tails of fire, bearing the might to annihilate the heavens and the earth, heading towards the moving fortress of the Divine City. Heavenly Obstruction Shockwave. This was one of Uchiha Madara's signature jutsu, capable of erasing a small ninja village from the map. Xiaonan looked at the 2 colossal meteors that blotted out the sky, her face drained of color, leaving only endless despair. The defensive barrier of the moving fortress, the Divine Barrier, appeared so small and fragile before these 2 meteors. Is it over? All the warriors of the Divine City behind her were also engulfed in the same despair. They understood that such a level of attack was beyond their capability to withstand. The shadow of death enveloped everyone. Obito stood at a distance watching this scene, a flicker of delight passing through his single eye. Uchiha Shijutsu, no matter how strong you are facing Lord Madara's Heavenly Obstruction Shockwave, there's only one path: death. The 2 blazing meteors drew closer. Xiaonan stood in the command center of the fortress, her face ashen. Is it over? The Divine City warriors behind her also had only endless despair in their eyes. Just as the 2 massive Heavenly Obstruction Shockwaves were about to fall and the people of the Divine City were plunged into despair, the secret chamber where Shijutsu was in seclusion suddenly exploded. A figure shot up into the sky, hovering above the moving fortress. It was Uchiha Shijutsu, who had successfully emerged from seclusion, having fused with the core of the Rebirth Eye. At this moment, Shijutsu's eyes were no longer the previous Freedomo Rinnegan. Instead, they exhibited a strange light blue hue with unique patterns resembling star trails at the center of the pupils. This was a brand new ocular technique born from the fusion of the Rinnegan Sharingan and Rebirth Eye. Star Creation Pure Eye. Shijutsu's newly born Star Creation Pure Eye gazed upon the 2 meteors that were descending like a day of reckoning. His ocular power suddenly activated. The space around the meteors underwent violent distortion, visible to the naked eye, as if an invisible giant hand were plucking the strings of space. To everyone's horror, the 2 meteors capable of annihilating everything were forcefully banished to an unknown dimension by Shijutsu. They vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Standing at a distance, the reanimated Uchiha Madara witnessed this scene, and for the first time his pale purple Rinnegan displayed a look of shock. On his face, covered in cracks, arrogance and disdain momentarily froze. This little brat. Those eyes. Madara realized that the power contained within those eyes might have surpassed his understanding of the Rinnegan. This was not merely a stacking of ocular powers, but a qualitative transformation. Shijutsu slowly descended before Uchiha Madara, the 2 standing 100 meters apart, confronting each other. One was the legendary ninja Azura, the peak of the Uchiha clan. The other was the current ruler of the ninja world, the divine emperor of the new era, Uchiha Shijutsu. The two strongest Uchiha of different eras finally met face to face. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Obito stood to the side watching these two men who shared the Uchiha bloodline, yet radiated completely different auras his gaze complex. He hoped Madara would defeat Shijitsu, proving that his choices in the past were not wrong, demonstrating that the world indeed needed the Eye of the Moon plan for salvation. Yet he vaguely sensed that this variable Shijitsu might completely overturn all of his cognitions. His very existence was a mockery of fate. Shao Nan and the others of the Divine City gazed at Shijitsu's divine-like figure, their reverence and admiration reaching an unprecedented peak. They knew that as long as Shijitsu was present, the Divine City would have nothing to fear. Little brat, Uchiha Madara broke the silence first. The battle intent in his Rinnegan surged, rekindling a long-lost excitement. Your eyes are quite interesting. He took a step forward, the sound of his armor grinding echoed a momentum of disdain for the world radiating forth. Come, let me see if you have the qualifications to dance at the pinnacle of the Uchiha. Shijitsu's face showed no expression. His pale blue star creation pure eye calmly observed Uchiha Madara. Dance. The corner of Shijitsu's mouth curled into a smirk of derision. Madara, your era has already passed. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. The Uchiha of now is under my control. The future of the ninja world will also be decided by me. This was an insult to Madara. Yet upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara laughed instead of getting angry. Ha! Such grandiose words. He laughed to the sky, his black hair dancing wildly. How many years has it been? How many years has no one dared to say such things in front of me? Little brat, your courage is commendable, but mere courage is not enough. Madara's Rinnegan suddenly constricted, terrifying chakra erupting from his reanimated body. Let me see just how much weight this so-called new pinnacle of the Uchiha truly has. Obito held his breath beside, knowing that an earth-shattering battle was about to erupt before his eyes. This might be his only chance to uncover the true cards of these two strongest Uchiha. Xiaonan's heart also rose to her throat. Though she was filled with confidence in Shijitsu, Uchiha Madara was a legendary existence. Can Lord Shijitsu really defeat him? Facing Uchiha Madara's terrifying momentum, Shijitsu remained calm. He merely raised his right hand lightly. The light blue of his star creation pure eye shimmered. Madara, I will let you witness with your own eyes. The Uchiha of the new era, what is truly different from your decayed past. Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan locked firmly onto Shijitsu. He could sense that within Shijitsu's eyes lay a power he had never seen before, one he could not even comprehend. It was an existence that transcended the Rinnegan, surpassing the fundamental powers. Come! Madara roared lowly, his figure instantly disappearing from his original position. In the instant Uchiha Obito's words fell, a massive chakra erupted from his body. Let me show you the true power of Uchiha. A towering 100-meter-tall, complete Susanoo radiating a cerulean light rose from the ground, wielding twin blades with an imposing presence. The terrifying sense of oppression made both Obito and Konan in the distance feel a wave of anxiety. Seeing this, Summer Solstice also activated the power of his star creation eye. A Susano'o, huh? You can do it too. So can I. A complete Susanoo similar in size to Obito's but dark purple in color and surrounded by faint blue starlight also appeared. Summer Solstice's Susanoo also wielded two massive chakra swords. However, intricate star patterns were engraved on the blades, emanating an even more mysterious aura. The two towering giants stood silently opposite each other in the ruins of the Divine City Basin. Obito gazed at Summer Solstice's unique Susanoo, a glint of surprise flickering in his Rinnegan. Interesting color and those star trajectories. Your eye power is indeed extraordinary. Summer Solstice controlled his dark purple Susanoo, raising the star-patterned giant sword. Enough talk, let's see it in action. In the next moment, the two colossal beings moved simultaneously. The azure blade light and dark purple sword shadow collided fiercely in the air. Boom! Each clash of blade and sword unleashed a terrifying shockwave that spread wildly in all directions. The ground trembled violently, as if unable to withstand such a level of power. The surrounding mountains crumbled under this shockwave, debris falling and dust swirling. Obito had no choice but to retreat slightly to stabilize his stance. So this is the battle between complete Susanos. Konan's voice trembled slightly from within the Divine City. On the other side, Obito's single eye sparkled as he fixed his gaze tightly on the two giants battling in the center of the battlefield. In the fight, Obito moved with broad, powerful motions, exuding absolute strength. Each strike was heavy and forceful, as if it could tear apart space itself. Summer Solstice's Susanoo was even more agile, with sword techniques that were unpredictable. It could always evade Obito's attacks at incredible angles and deliver precise counterattacks. Kid, your Susanoo seems to be more agile than mine. After a fierce exchange, Obito slightly distanced himself. Summer Solstice controlled his Susanoo, the dark purple star-patterned giant, sword pointed at Obito. Power is not merely expressed in brute force. Wheel Tomb Edge Prison. Obito's Rinnegan suddenly constricted. Several shadow clones existing in the Wheel Tomb world silently attacked the essence of Summer Solstice's Susanoo from different angles. These shadow clones had nearly the same strength as Obito's main body and could not be detected by conventional means. This was a unique and nearly unsolvable attack method of the Rinnegan. Seeing this scene, Obito's heart sank. He was all too familiar with the power of the Wheel Tomb. Could this Uchiha summer solstice withstand it? However, summer solstice's star creation, I possessed a terrifying ability to discern all truths and falsehoods. Those Wheel-tomb clones invisible to ordinary eyes were fully revealed to him through his faint blue starry pupils. He could clearly capture their attack trajectories, the flow of chakra, and even the slightest movements and flaws. Boring tricks. Summer solstice's voice emerged from the Susano'o. He controlled his dark purple Susano'o, and the star-patterned giant sword danced, emitting a dazzling starlight. The blade light flickered like shooting stars crossing each other. The invisible Wheel-tomb clones, upon encountering the starlight, turned to nothingness. Summer solstice's Susano'o easily resolved all the attacks from the Wheel-tomb clones without any hesitation. What? Obito's arrogance showed signs of cracking once again. His Wheel-tomb edge prison was surprisingly so easily dismantled. What was the origin of this kid's eyes? Obito, witnessing this scene, was overwhelmed with shock. Was the Wheel-tomb ineffective against him? This Uchiha summer solstice, to what unfathomable level had his eye power reached? Realizing that the usual Rinnegan techniques might no longer work against this inscrutable kid, Obito's heart sank. A flash of killing intent crossed his eyes. It seemed he had no choice but to use that power. Obito took out a special scroll containing the cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and began to forcibly absorb the vast sage chakra within. This was provided to him in advance by Obito. The resurrected Obito, empowered by both the first cells and sage chakra, experienced a significant surge in strength. The cracks on his body rapidly healed, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Kid, to force me to this point, you can be proud of yourself. Obito's voice deepened. He clasped his hands together tightly. Next, let me show you the power that surpasses all. Sage art would release true Thousand's Hands Heavenly Buddha. Boom. The earth trembled violently, as if some terrifying existence was about to awaken from beneath. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, a terrifying Buddha statue larger than Susano'o and possessing thousands of massive wooden arms rose from the ground, blocking out the sun. Atop the statue's head sat a giant Buddha, radiating a majestic and sacred light. The Buddha's face bore some resemblance to the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, emanating an endless brilliance, as if to purify all the sins and conflicts in the world. The appearance of the true Thousand's Hands solidified the atmosphere of the entire battlefield. Obito and Konan looked up at the gigantic wooden Buddha, filled with a sense of helplessness. This level of power had completely surpassed their understanding. Faced with this world-destroying true Thousand's Hands summer solstice's faint blue star creation, I also grew serious. This power had indeed reached the peak of this world. Ordinary Susano'o could not possibly contend against it. At that moment, a forbidden item that he had never dared to imagine, marked at an astronomical price, suddenly flickered with dazzling golden light in the system shop before him. Pango Axe Concept Projection, one-time high consumption, limited time discount, original price incalculable. Current price 5000 premium points. Summer solstice's pupils suddenly contracted. The Pango Axe, the artifact that opened the heavens. Although it was merely a conceptual projection and a one-time use. However, the words limited time discount and the prompt of high consumption indicated the terrifying power of this item. He glanced at his remaining premium point balance. Premium points balance 53750 points. Enough. System purchase Pango Axe Concept Projection, one-time high consumption. Without hesitation, summer solstice invested heavily. Ding. Consumed 5000 premium points. Pango Axe Concept Projection, one-time high consumption purchase successfully. Premium points balance 3750 points. In an instant, a vast aura from the primordial universe descended upon the battlefield. In summer solstice's dark purple Susano'o, the star-patterned giant sword he held gradually vanished. In its place was an ancient-looking axe phantom, seemingly capable of connecting heaven and earth. The moment the axe phantom appeared, the entire world seemed to dim. Uchiha Obito controlled the true Thousand's Hands, the thousands of massive wooden arms crashing towards summer solstice's Susano'o. Summer solstice's star creation, eye shone brightly. He controlled his dark purple Susano'o, slowly raising the projection of the Pango Axe. With a simple swing, he cleaved through the air. In an instant, it tore through the long sky. The light of the axe seemed slow, yet moved at an incredible speed. The countless giant fists of the incoming Buddha statue, upon contact with this axe light, were effortlessly ripped apart, turning into a shower of wooden debris. The momentum of the axe light continued upward. Finally, it flashed past the head of the majestic giant wooden Buddha. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. In the next instant, crack. A faint yet crystal-clear sound of shattering rang out. The overwhelming true Thousand's Hands Buddha statue was unexpectedly split neatly in half. A massive crack spread from the top of the statue's head all the way down to its feet. Following that, the statue began to crumble inch by inch, transforming into countless massive wooden blocks that fell from the sky. Standing atop the true Thousand's Hands was Uchiha Obito, staring at the unbelievable scene before him. His face, marked with cracks, was once again filled with disbelief and astonishment. Uchiha Madara's body, resurrected through impure world reincarnation, temporarily lost its ability to move due to the enormous chakra consumption and severe bodily damage. His cracked face still bore an expression of disbelief and horror. Fine fissures began to appear all over his body like fragile porcelain, on the verge of shattering, slowly disintegrating. This is impossible. Madara's voice was dry, laced with a hint of unwillingness. My strongest power. The creation star's eye emitted a faint blue light. He gave Uchiha Madara no chance to breathe. A figure suddenly appeared beside Madara's disintegrating body. He extended his hand and pressed it against Madara's fading forehead. The special ability of the creation star's eye was activated. A strand of Indra's chakra marked with Uchiha Madara's unique imprint was forcibly stripped away from the Sunto-dispersed body. At the same time, the countless life-and-death battle experiences Madara had undergone were recorded and analyzed in data form by the system. All of this surged into the mind of Summer Solstice in an instant. His understanding and application of his own power, his grasp of the rhythm of battle, and his knowledge of various ninjutsu instantly became more refined, as if he had undergone a long and real battle baptism. In the distance, Uchiha Obito witnessed Madara's strongest trump card being shattered by Summer Solstice in such an inconceivable manner. The last glimmer of hope in his heart was utterly extinguished. Even Lord Madara has been defeated. What kind of monster is this Uchiha Summer Solstice? I no longer have any chance. Despair like a cold tide completely submerged Obito. A twisted smile uglier than crying appeared on his scarred right face. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Obito let out a mad laugh, his voice filled with despair and unwillingness. This world is indeed still filled with despair. The pattern of the kaleidoscope Sharingan in his single eye spun wildly as blood tears flowed from the corners. In that case, let this filthy world fall into chaos and destruction. Obito made a mad decision. He would spare no effort sacrificing himself to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki ahead of time. He wanted everyone to taste the despair he had once endured. Let this hypocritical world be completely erased under Kagaya's power. Lin, wait for me. I will create a world that only has you. Obito used himself as a connector and offering his hands forming seals at a bizarre speed. He forcefully activated a forbidden space-time ninjutsu. That ninjutsu combined the deepest secrets about the outer path golem he learned from Black Zetsu. In the sky, the remnants of the true thousand hands split by the Pangu axe had not fully dissipated. A spatial rift several times larger than the one Uchiha Madara used to summon the heavenly deity star was forcibly torn open. A terrifying suction force surged from the rift as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. The air in the Divine City basin instantly became thin, making it hard to breathe. Obito's body began to tear apart under the terrifying suction. He intended to use his life as a sacrifice for the summoning. Roar. A roar seemingly from ancient primordial times emerged from the dark spatial rift. Immediately after, a gigantic arm covered in hideous bone armor, inscribed with strange runes, slowly reached out from the rift. Then came another arm. Next, the massive and unimaginable terrifying body appeared. The colossal outer path golem summoned by Obito's sacrifice broke through the seal of the moon. It tore through space and descended upon the war-torn land of the ninja world, which had just experienced a battle. The outer path golem's enormous form blotted out the sun. 9 tightly shut eyes emitted a chillingly evil aura. It let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. The terrifying shockwave from its arrival made the entire Divine City basin tremble violently once more. The ground collapsed and mountains crumbled. The solid defensive barrier of the mobile fortress, the Divine Barrier, instantly became covered in dense cracks under this shock. The appearance of the outer path golem signified the imminent resurrection of the Ten Tails. A terrifying aura of disaster began to permeate throughout the ninja world. Conan and the others from the Divine City stood on the lookout deck of the mobile fortress. They gazed up at the endlessly evil outer path golem, their faces once again shrouded in despair. Having just emerged from the devastating shadow of Uchiha Madara, they immediately fell into even deeper fear. Is this truly an existence that humanity can contend with? The golem has actually descended. Conan's voice trembled slightly as she recalled the fragments of conversation about the outer path golem that Nagato had mentioned when controlling pain. It was a taboo among taboos, the embodiment of destruction. Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Hayashi, and others also turned pale, their limbs growing cold. The absolute confidence they had just established in the Divine City and in Summer Solstice seemed to waver at this moment. Divine Emperor. Countless gazes involuntarily turned to the figure hovering in midair. Uchiha Summer Solstice. A cold smile slowly crept across Summer Solstice's lips. The outer path golem. Just right, let's see what my eyes can truly do against you. Summer Solstice looked at the gigantic outer path golem, which resembled a mountain. His eyes showed no fear, instead they brimmed with an indescribable excitement. A strong desire surged from the depths of his newly born creation star's eye. The outer path golem contained an unfathomable amount of natural energy, along with a portion of the chakra from the 9 tails. These were the best nutrients for his newly awakened creation star's eye. If he could absorb them all, his ocular techniques and power would surely evolve, once again reaching an unimaginable new realm. Just as Summer Solstice was about to take action and completely devour this experience package that had been delivered to him, an unexpected occurrence happened. A faint, nearly imperceptible wave of consciousness emerged from the dying Uchiha Obito not far away. It was Black Zetsu. Previously, when Summer Solstice absorbed and refined the main body of Black Zetsu, this ancient dog which had been lurking for 1,000 years, managed to leave behind a trace of weak remnant soul. This remnant soul had been hiding deep within Obito's kaleidoscope, Sharingan, waiting for the right moment. At this moment, it sensed the arrival of the outer path golem and the only opportunity for Kage's resurrection. The remnant soul of Black Zetsu emerged from Obito's eye. It performed a strange, almost spiritual level of half-fusion with Obito's consciousness that was on the verge of dispersing. Obito. Black Zetsu's cold and tempting voice echoed in Obito's almost shattered consciousness. Lin. Do you want to see Lin again? Do you want to create a world with only Lin, without pain or war? The dying Obito, who had already resigned to death and was filled with endless despair for this world. However, upon hearing the name Lin and Black Zetsu's tempting promise, the dying flame of life within him reignited with a hint of crazy hope. Lin. He murmured, a hint of sickly obsession flashing in his eyes. Yes. As long as I can see Lin again. As long as I can create a world with Lin. I am willing to give everything. Very well. Black Zetsu's voice carried a cold sense of triumph. Accept this power, Obito. Become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails and realize that great infinite Tsukuyomi world. Under Black Zetsu's guidance and temptation, Obito's broken body suddenly extended, both hands forming a seal he had never encountered before. His target was the gigantic outer path golem that had just descended and emitted an endless evil aura. Roar. The outer path golem let out a roar of unwillingness. That colossal body was forcibly tugged by an invisible force. In the end, it transformed into streams of chakra continuously flowing into Obito's body. Obito's body began to undergo horrifying changes. His hair turned snow white at a visible rate. His skin also took on an abnormal grayish-white hue. From his back, several long black horns made of the god tree's fruit emerged, radiating an ominous aura. In his hand, a staff formed from the god tree's fruit, symbolizing the power of the Sage of Six Paths, appeared. His aura was now many times stronger than before. He even faintly surpassed the Uchiha Madara, who had just been defeated by Summer Solstice in the impure world reincarnation state. He had become the incomplete Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. He gained part of the Sage of Six Paths power. Six Paths Obito. He slowly floated in midair, and in his single eye the pattern of the kaleidoscope Sharingan became even more bizarre and unfathomable due to the influx of Ten Tails chakra. He looked down at Summer Solstice, a blend of pity and madness evident on his face. That expression seemed as if a deity was judging the heavily sinful mortal. Uchiha Summer Solstice. Six Paths Obito spoke, his voice becoming hoarse and hollow, devoid of any human emotion. This world filled with pain and despair no longer has any reason to exist. His tone carried an invisible authority. The old order will be completely shattered. Let me end all this suffering. He raised the sage's staff in his hand, pointing it at Summer Solstice. Then let us create an eternal dreamland filled only